Chapter 61. Congratulations on recruiting an S-Class General and an A-Class Warrior, Qin Zixing, Influence plus 400. It's so nice to waste these 25 points. Shi Yun's mouth curled up slightly, lying on the bed, and continued to browse the system information. Although I heard Andrew and Hawkins mention the background of Qin Zixing and others, and I also cooperated with this group of people, and I know that they are actually quite powerful, but the system description still refreshed Shi Yun's cognition. Resident details. Name, Klangxiu. Race, Heli Star. Physical condition, exhausted. Mental power, 100/619. SAN value, 88/542. Skills, all evils repel, mental/physical department, firewall, mental department, quick knife, physical department, introduction. Top 10 in the Federation's combat power, the oldest member of the Federation Admiral's Guard, later defected from the Federation with Qin Zixing, and is now a first-level wanted criminal of the Interstellar Federation. He is a rare speed-type warrior with extremely high attack power. Because I saw a transparent humanoid pollution source that failed to mimic when I was a child, I was left with a psychological trauma, and have a deep fear of all ghosts and evil spirits. This is Clan's biggest weakness and secret. Except for David, Naya, Anna, Qin Xingxing, and you who are reading this introduction, there is no one else. It's entangled with me, boss, it's entangled with me, the protective shield ghost, it's entangled with me, Bang, Shi Yun, ? She knelt up from the bed, pulled at the half-missing wall of the stone house, and looked towards the source of the sound. Clam was lying on the ground, next to an overturned bamboo chair. David and Naya were squatting beside him, fanning Clam with their hands. Andrew and Hawkins happened to pass by, and they both looked at Clan, then at the bamboo chair, with 3 parts of understanding and 7 parts of sympathy on their faces. The introduction of Clan in the system was blurred for a moment, and updated with the times. This is Clan's biggest weakness and secret. No one knows except David, Naya, Anna, Qin Xingxing, Andrew, Hawkins, and you who are reading this introduction. Shi Yun, There are so few people who know this secret that it's not even enough to list it in a table. She waved her hand, and numbly waved the little kid, who was floating up to watch the fun aside, then lay back on the bed, and continued to read Clan's introduction. Introduction. No one else knows. Clan felt that it was because of this weakness that he could not match Anna in the battle ranking, could not become a stronger man than Anna, could not give Anna enough sense of security, and thus failed in pursuit. Therefore, he was always ashamed of this weakness and threatened David and Naya with his life, David and Naya's life, not to reveal this shameful secret to Anna, so as not to make the pursuit worse. Little did he know that his secret had already been betrayed by his most admired idol Qin Zixing. In the depths of Kellen's heart, Qin Zixing was the person he vowed to follow for life. Shi Yun, The last 2 sentences are really ironic when put together. She clicked on the introductions of other people. Resident details. Name, David Chris. Race, Gemini. Physical condition, exhausted. Mental strength, 65/481. SAN value, 73/401. Skills, combined attack, mental/physical, reptile invasion, mental, introduction. Top 50 in the Federation's combat power, once served as a colonel in the Interstellar Federation, affiliated with the Federal Admiral's Guard, and later defected from the Federation with Qin Zixing. He is now a first-level wanted criminal in the Interstellar Federation, a genius technical engineer, especially good at hacking technology, offensive equipment modification, etc. Gemini, talent has not yet awakened. One of the Chris triplets, the second oldest. Because the Chris family was destroyed when he was born, David, his sister Anna, and his brother Naya became orphans. The 3 of them lived together in the Shikri orphanage for nearly 10 years. Later, they performed well in the Federation Youth Holographic Combat Assessment, and were selected by Qin Zixing, the temporary invigilator at the time, to become a member of the Federation Army. In David's heart, Qin Zixing is the person he vowed to follow for the rest of his life. Shi Yun was stunned when he saw the last sentence, and clicked on the introduction of the next person. Next is Naya. Except for some data and details, it is similar to David's, including the last sentence. Resident details. Name, Naya Chris. Physical condition, extremely exhausted. Mental strength, 47/467. SAN value, 82/413. Skills, combined attack, mental/physical, hooking mystery, mental, introduction. Genius technical engineer, especially good at encryption technology, defensive equipment modification, etc. Talent has not yet awakened. One of the Chris triplets, ranked third. In Naya's heart, Qin Zixing is the person he vowed to follow for life. Next is Anna's. Resident details. Name, Anna Chris. Physical condition, exhausted. Mental strength, 112/645. SAN value, 97/621. Skills, frenzy/mental/physical, thunderbolt fury, mental, axe crazy chop, physical, introduction. A genius warrior, one of the top 5 combatants in the Federation, once an elite member of the Federation Assault Force, was promoted to Lieutenant General of the Interstellar Federation due to his outstanding military exploits, but voluntarily gave up the position of Lieutenant General and joined the Federal Admiral's Guard. Later, he followed Qin to defect from the Federation. He is now a first-level wanted criminal of the Interstellar Federation, a Gemini, and his talent has not yet awakened. One of the Chris triplets, the eldest. In Anna's heart, Qin Xingxing is the one she vowed to follow for life. Shi Yun was a little surprised. After observing for a short period of time, she found that Qin Xingxing's relationship with his guards was very casual, so casual that if he was rude or naughty to a certain extent, they would roll their eyes at him. So deep down, all of these people are Qin Xingxing's diehard fans? She didn't understand, but she was shocked. Before Anna finished her introduction, Shi Yun picked up the bowl and drank water while reading. Despite this, Anna sometimes felt that burying Qin Xingxing and her 2 unlucky brothers together might be the greatest contribution to mankind. If possible, she hoped to stay away from the hustle and bustle brought by Qin Xingxing and others in her next life and be a quiet lady. If not, she hoped that Qin Xingxing would die before her in this life, so that she would have some time left without following this person. For this reason, she would take good care of her axe every day to keep it in the best condition to cut hair, in case of emergency. Hey, boss. Puff. Qin Xingxing, who leaned over the stone wall and poked his head in, was sprayed with water all over his face. Shi Yun, who was eating melons and laughing until he was out of breath. Ha ha. Qin Xingxing, who looked at Shi Yun staring at the air and laughing wildly for no reason. He tried to stop, but when he thought about Qin Xingxing being killed by his diehard fans at any time, the more he thought about it, the funnier it became. Ha ha. Qin Xingxing, who doubted for the first time in his life that he looked funny, wiped his face. It's an honor to make you laugh so happily. Do you need me to come back later? Ha ha ha. Yes. Ha 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 ha. What's going on? Pu. Ha ha ha. What's going on? Shi Yun laughed so hard that tears came out. Qin Zixing. Everyone has rested for a while. I have asked David and Naya to go out and collect stones. What materials do you need for purification? Give me some samples. Shi Yun gave him a few pieces of filter cotton and an adaptive map, and pointed to a few places. There is no need to look for these places. They are all microveins that have been dug up by Andrew. You can look outside. Just find about 2,000 first for emergency use. When we come back, everyone will have a thorough rest. She pointed to a place 100 kilometers away. Let's go here. There is a super large mineral vein here. I've been eyeing it for a long time, but it's too far, and it's troublesome to go back and forth. By the way, are your spaceships really unable to fly? No, the energy reactors are broken. Even if they are not broken, there is no energy. Qin Zixing replied, and added cautiously, where are our spaceships now? They are all your spaceships. 5 people and 5 spaceships belong to you. I really don't have any. He put away the map, but did not leave. He raised the filter rock in his hand. Is this the raw material of the pollution source snacks? After the filter rock became waste, its structure and color changed. Shi Yun was surprised at his observation, but nodded. I guess, after purifying the pollution, it will become a snack? How do you know? Qin Xingxing spread his hands. You are the most generous when giving this thing, without any conditions, so I guess this is some worthless waste. Shi Yun took out the energy bar that people disliked the pollution source and threw it at him. Stop laughing at others and go mining. Qin caught the energy bar and ran to a nearby place, approaching Kellen and Anna. In Anna's relieved eyes, he interrupted Kellen's 558th confession, and before Kellen almost turned against them, he solemnly handed over the organization's mission to them, patted Kellen on the shoulder, and gave him a look that said, I won't join in the fun, the opportunity has been given to you, you can grasp it yourself. And successfully pulled the little fan, who was about to turn against them back to the camp called Die Hard Fans. At the same time, he caught the axe that Anna accidentally dropped, avoiding the tragedy of being separated from his head. Under Anna's gnashing apology, he magnanimously said it's okay. Then, he picked and chose in the base, and according to the wind outlet, wind direction, crystal core lighting blind spot, and the placement of disposable heating pads, he chose a flat, warm and comfortable feng shui treasure land, actually next to the stone house where Andrew and Hawkins lived, and sat cross-legged, with a solemn expression, as if he was reading an important report that no one else could see. During this time, Hawkins wanted to go back to the house, and when he passed by him, he fell for no reason and hit him. He apologized carefully under his screams, and offered him a jerry fruit that he had not eaten yet. He took the jerry fruit, and was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, like a starving ghost, who had not seen food for 3,000 years. The half of his cheek where the tears flowed happened to be facing Andrew, who was loosening the soil. Andrew paused for a moment, walked to him silently, and handed him several more jerry fruits. Soon, Kellen and Anna left. Gene Zixing saw the movement, and looked in their direction for a while, until they disappeared. The solemn and touching expression on his face disappeared. He hummed a little tune and took out a capsule sleeping bag from his combat uniform, spread it out, and got into it happily, and never moved again. I'm afraid he fell asleep. Shi-Yun, who watched the whole process, How can this actor who seamlessly switches between old-timers, professional scammers, beggars and other roles make people want to follow him for life? It seems that I have to post a friendly reminder at the base in the future, saying, "Cherish life. Stay away from Gene Zixing." She lay back on the bed silently, and checked Gene Zixing's resident information. Resident details. Name, Gene Zixing. Race, Night Star people. Physical condition, extremely weak. Shi-Yun, ? Extremely weak? This person can catch a giant axe, touch porcelain, and hum a little song. How can he look extremely weak? She took a deep breath and continued to read. Spiritual power, 39/599. SAN value, 59/499. Skills, Star Collapse, Spirit System, Seal of Orbos, Spirit System, Drive of Orbos, Spirit System, Introduction. He was once the most powerful and youngest admiral in the Federation, responsible for commanding the 4th Military District of the Federation, with outstanding merits, and later defected from the Federation. He is now a top wanted criminal of the Interstellar Federation. That's it. No background, no secrets, no idols, no tricks. The last time Shi-Yun saw such a simple introduction was about Shi-Yin, the species that should not exist. And his mental power and SAN value are too low compared to others. And the upper limit of his two values is only higher than David and Naya, who are more skilled in technology. This seems to contradict the highest combat power in the Federation Admiral. Or does being a Federal Admiral value military talent more than combat power? Then again, their condition is so bad, and their SAN values are not low. Except for the weird Qin Xingxing, the SAN values of others are higher than hers in her prime. No wonder the system complains every day that her SAN value drags down the human race. She uncurled her lips, put aside some doubts that she couldn't figure out for the time being, and looked at other information in the system. After Qin Xingxing and others became her residents, the system not only prompted the successful recruitment, but also a series of position prompts. You took an anti-Federation element XXX*4. Your neutral position has shifted *4. You took in the well-known anti-Federation element Gene Zixing. Your position has shifted significantly. You have acquired a new position, primary anti-Federation element. It has been detected that you have changed your position 3 times in a short period of time. Congratulations on getting the title, Fence Sitter. The reward materials have been issued. Please go to the warehouse to check. Do you want to wear the title Fence Sitter? You can check the title effect. Shi-Yun, Select to view the title effect. Title details. Name, Fence Sitter. Rarity, common. Title effect. Other forces will reduce their favorability by 1 after seeing you. Do you want to wear the title Fence Sitter? Shi-Yun, It's your whole family. Who would wear this kind of weird title with only debuff? Damn Fence Sitter. People sit at home, but the pot comes from the sky. Moreover, isn't the logic wrong? Why is it that when she accepted Hawkins of the Federation, it is called conversion, which is to cheat the Federation, and she is considered anti-Federation, and she accepted Gene Zixing and other Federation rebels for the same purpose, which is called sheltering, and she is still considered anti-Federation? Is this called presumption of guilt? Forget it. They also sent supplies. Let's take a look at the supplies. Shi-Yun looked numb, and clicked on the warehouse. Item details. Name, Seeds of Fence Sitters. Quantity, *22. Quality, ordinary. Function, grass that can only grow near the wall, and will sway left and right when blown by the wind. Note, it is just a very ordinary fence sitter. I believe you are quite familiar with it with your ever-changing stance. Dog system. This life is unbearable. Leave. Chapter 62. Shi-yun took a sip of water, calmed down, and coldly clicked off all the information related to the fence sitter, and continued to browse other unread prompts. The information currently marked with a small red dot includes achievement rewards, leader/transformation power tab page, and task completion prompt. Shi-yun clicked them one by one. Congratulations on killing the S-level pollution source, influence plus 500. As weak as you are, you have successfully killed the S-level pollution source with just a little effort. Congratulations on achieving the achievement, over-level killing, rare, the prize has been issued, please check. She clicked incuriously. Item details. Name, skill perspective. Function, this instrument can perform perspective on skill cards, helping you understand the secrets of skills and learn corresponding skills. The scope of application of the perspective instrument is linked to your leader level. The temperature of the machine will rise sharply after each use, and it needs to cool down for a period of time before it can be used again. The cooling time is also linked to your level. Note 1. It is detected that your current leader level is 5. You can perform perspective operations on skill cards with a price of less than 500 in the mall, and the interval between each use of the perspective instrument is 3,650 days. Note 2. Because the perspective instrument has mysterious radiation, there is a 10% probability that the perspective operation will cause random mutations in the acquired skills. Shi-yun's raised mouth froze. Awesome. This machine must be burned to a pulp after one use, so it needs a 10-year cooling period. She switched to the leader details page and took a look. Leader details. Name, Shi-yun. Level, 5. Transformation power, redeemable/total 243/10831, redeemed points remaining 52,196.9, current exchange coefficient 1.4, wealth, 10640, although it's tight, at least you can live, influence, 4664, you have a kind of stubborn beauty when you move towards your goal step by step. Next level upgrade condition, influence reaches 1500, upgrade to level 8 to unlock the civilization transformation branch of the technology tree, base, 2/3. Ah. A lot of 4-digit and 5-digit numbers. She seemed to see her bankbook flashing with golden light. Is this the feeling of happiness? She can finally live a life without a stopwatch to surf the internet, she finally has points to send and receive express mail, and she finally doesn't have to be terrified every time she uses the merge skill. After the merge skill is upgraded to intermediate level, each use may consume up to 500 points. Shi-yun was in a daze for a while, and finally remembered the original intention of switching to the leader interface and upgrading herself to a higher level. The information changed immediately. Leader details. Name, Shi-yun. Level, 6. Influence, 4664. Next level upgrade condition. Influence reaches 3000. Then, she clicked back to the introduction page of the perspective instrument and looked at the updated notes. Item details. Name, skill perspective instrument. Note, it is detected that your current leader level is 6. You can perform perspective operations on skill cards with a price of less than 600 in the mall, and the interval between each use of the perspective instrument is 3,467.5 days. The cooling time is reduced by about 5%. If the reduction rate remains the same, then if she reaches level 40 to 50, the cooling time of this perspective device can be shortened to within a year. Forget it, just treat it as a disposable item. In this case, to maximize the cost effectiveness, it is best to see through those skill cards in the mall that need to be purchased once in a short period of time. In other words, it is best not to see through those cards that can be used for a long time. For example, the skill time limit of a pair of doctor's eyes is 1 day. From the perspective of saving points, seeing through this kind of skill is very unprofitable. As for the 10% skill mutation rate, probability is a bit weird for her, so it's useless to think too much. After sorting out her thoughts, Shi-yun decided to use this item first. Maybe it can save her life in an emergency? In addition to over-level killing, another achievement playing with fire and burning yourself gave her a skill. I have an old almanac, primary, proficiency, 0. Skill consumption, transformation points 1/10/100. Skill description, using this skill, you can summon an old almanac to check the good and bad luck of various things. Check the good and bad luck in the past, consume transformation power points *1, good and bad luck today, transformation power points asterisk 10, good and bad luck tomorrow, transformation power points asterisk 100. Remarks: I have an old almanac that can predict good and bad luck, but suddenly one day. Upgrade to view more content. Are even skills starting to become hard these days? And with the notes, it's hard not to think that this skill has a pitfall, right? Who dares to use such a skill frequently? She enclosed the skill description interface speechlessly, and clicked on the last part of the system new information task, difficulty in rebuilding a deserted island, completion prompt. In addition to the reward of 50,000 transformation points, this task also activated the daily activity module for her, giving her a seed of warm pine, and the so-called universal clue. Shi-Yun looked at them one by one. The daily activity module was nothing new in form. It was the same as the game she played before freezing, except that there were more daily tasks in the task system. If you completed them, you would get some rewards. If you didn't do them, it didn't matter. The tasks were very simple. For example, the tasks she could do now were: Ore Collection 0/20 plus 10 transformation points. Fruit Collection 0/20 plus 10 transformation points. Talking with at least 3 residents 0/3 plus 10 transformation points. Having dinner with at least 5 residents 0/1 plus 20 transformation points. Each task gave a small number of points, but she could earn 50 points after completing all of them, which could help her offset about 1/3 of the shield points expenditure. It's just, there is one requirement. You have to sign in first. Shi-Yun looked at the sign-in conditions, and was speechless. A day full of energy, starting with self-encouragement. Please stand at the highest point of the base and announce to the entire base, I am the greatest leader in the world. P.S. If more than 50% of the residents don't hear it, it won't count. This is no longer self-encouragement. This is just too self-satisfied. Is she the kind of person who would let herself die for just 50 points? 1 minute later. Shi-Yun walked to the side of Andrew's stone house in the eyes of everyone's doubts, climbed to the highest corner of the broken outer wall of the stone house, and shouted soullessly with his still powerful voice, I am the greatest leader in the world. Andrew, shock, Hawkins, you are right. David and Naya, who had just dragged the stones into the base, looked at each other, let go of the ropes in their hands, and clapped their hands skillfully. Qin Zixing, who was awakened by Shi-Yun's shout, did sit-ups and muttered almost reflexively, Oh, congratulations, awesome, a small gift, just as a gift. He pulled his right hand out of the sleeping bag, clenched his 4 fingers into a fist, and raised his index finger upwards. A dark black ball like a projection emerged from his fingertips. He gently pushed it with his index finger, and it bounced over the heads of the crowd, exploding into a small black firework. Shi-Yun was speechless. This group of people were unexpectedly supportive. Especially Qin Xingxing. She saw that his mental power, which had just recovered 5 points, dropped 3 points again. When did this man become so generous? Wasting mental power just to make a useless firework? After the fireworks exploded, they turned into countless tiny black dots, which scattered in all directions. One of them floated toward Shi-Yun's face, and she subconsciously reached out and grabbed a handful. Never expected that there would be a system prompt. Item details. Name: Dark Attribute Mental Power containing the driving force of Orbos. Function: It has a certain attraction to the pollution source, and can amplify the desires deep in the conscious heart, thus playing a certain confusing effect. Remarks: The sender of this mental power seems to want you to think that his gift is quite valuable, but unfortunately, as his leader, you are quite clear-headed. Shi-Yun, She turned to look at Qin Zixing, who had already laid back down and fallen asleep again after procedurally congratulating him. Sure enough, there is no generosity without reason in this world. What is that? David suddenly asked. Shi-Yun turned her head, and saw a small ball of white light bulging on the ground. Every time a firework fragment fell on it, the white light became brighter. In the white light, 2 small green buds swayed slightly. It turned out to be the radish sprout that broke through the soil under the influence of light. My bud? Hawkins rushed over in delight. Ah! David and Naya followed curiously, chattering with all kinds of questions. Shi-Yun was a little surprised, and went forward to observe it. He found that this little thing was a few centimeters shorter than before, and there was still dirt on the bud, as if it had just emerged from the ground. No wonder it was not seen at first. It was probably because the protective shield was broken, and the bud hid in the soil. Now it emerged. It might have been stimulated by Qin Zixing's dark attribute mental power. It's amazing. The filter rock is still on the way, and the purification function of the protective shield has not been turned on. The base is full of pollution. This green, bud did not turn into ash like the jerry-faced tree. At best, it was just a little wilted. Shi-yun was full of amazement and poked the slender little thing. Its details are similar to the previous ones, except that there is an additional Note 3. Note 3. Remaining survival time 2 hours 45 minutes and 52 seconds. Please provide a suitable growth environment for this seedling as soon as possible. It is quite resistant to pollution. Shi-yun thought about it and said to Hawkins, "Try to shine a light on it." Hawkins did as he was told. The survival time of the radish seedling stopped counting down under his light. Ah! The spiritual power attribute of the light system is quite useful. Shi-yun suddenly looked forward to the influence of light. Maybe after the stomach and intestines are influenced, the pollution resistance will be improved. This time, she sincerely encouraged Hawkins a few words, and with full expectations and 20 fresh points, she returned to her stone house, intending to solve the last 2 unread red dots in one go. The remaining seeds of the warm black pine and the universal clue are also the 2 things that Shi-yun is most interested in. Item details. Name: seeds of the warm black pine. Quantity: *1. Function: the warm black pine is a specialty tree species of Planet 85, a highly endangered tree species, dioecious, extremely difficult to cultivate, and has a long growth cycle. It takes at least 15 years to enter the fruiting period. The fruit can be used as medicine, and it takes at least 10 years to produce resin, which is warm. Note: according to the legend of Planet 85, the warm black pine is a sacred plant given to them by the sun god, and it is the sun god's blessing to them. Therefore, when they plant the warm black pine, they will hold a mysterious ceremony to show their gratitude to the sun god. This ritual is strictly forbidden to be spread outside and has long been lost. Some people speculate that it is precisely because of this key link that no one has been able to successfully grow warm black pine outside of Planet 85. Dioecious. Does this mean that 1 male and 1 female must be planted to produce fruit? But what she needs most at the moment is warm black pine resin, and not bearing fruit will not have much impact for the time being. I just don't know how much the resin production time can be shortened by using mysterious fertilizers. And the difficulty of this cultivation is too outrageous. She said why the system would reward warm black pine seeds for more than one task, and it turned out that they didn't expect her to grow them all at once. No matter what, she had to try to grow it. The warm black pine resin she had could only be used to store a dozen sunlight, which was not enough for her to grow vegetables a few times. It would be great if the nuclear crystal could be used as the sun. She looked at the nuclear crystal hanging above her head with regret. What a pity. She asked Jean Zixing and the others, and they all said that the principle of light emission of this thing was different from that of normal lighting equipment. There was no ultraviolet or infrared light, let alone using it to replace the sun. Take your time. Shi-yun shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and clicked on the content of the last red dot prompt, the universal clue. The name of this prop sounds abstract, but its form is very specific. It is a circle of colorful rope. Item details. Name: universal clue. Quantity: *1. Function: a one-time consumable prop that can provide clues for any matter you want to know. When using it, please put the clue on your hand and complete the sacred rope turning ceremony to show your awe for the clue. After obtaining the approval of the clue, you will hear a ding sound. Say clue, clue, I really want to know. For the sentence pattern, silently recite what you need to know in your mind. Note: the more complicated the pattern, the happier the clue, and the easier it is to recognize you. Although, has she fallen to the point of trying to please a piece of rope? It's simply too much. Can't we play skipping rope during the ceremony? Isn't it okay to jump more and more respectful? She can't skip the flower rope. Shi-yun raised his head and looked at the people in the base one by one. Finally, his eyes locked on the 2 brothers, who were playing rock paper scissors. He stood up resignedly and walked over to ask them if they knew how to skip the flower rope. After figuring out the concept of catapult, the 2 brothers showed an expression that said, "Are you bored to death?" and enthusiastically invited her to play the 3-person rock paper scissors game. Shi-yun declined and said against her will that she preferred catapult. The 2 brothers scratched their heads and said that they didn't know how to play it, but they could help her check the offline database in the optical computer. Who would put such a thing into the offline database? It would be strange if they could find it, Shi-yun thought. 3 seconds later. Hey, I got it, Naya said happily. It looks quite fun. Shi-yun, 10 minutes later. Hey, what is this? Naya asked confusedly. Turtle, Shi-yun said expressionlessly. David looked at the turtle in her hand that had no head or tail, and could only be called a tortoise shell, and fell silent. 20 minutes later. Except for Shi Yin and Qin Xingxing, who were sleeping like pigs, everyone in the base came over. No, look at my tortoise, the tail is here. David demonstrated. What about the broom? Wouldn't it be easier to handle a broom than a turtle? Naya suggested. Big brother, how about I give you this lobster? Why don't you just put it on your hand? Hawkins suggested flatteringly. Here you use your index finger, first like this, then hook it over. Andrew taught patiently and seriously. An hour later. The residents who had almost learned all the flower rope patterns looked at the work in Shi Yun's hand, and congratulated him one after another. Well, it's a perfect replica. David nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Naya was also pleased. Boss, you are really the most skillful person. Lobsters and the like are nothing. Great. Andrew praised sincerely. After he finished speaking, everyone was suddenly quiet for a second, and then they applauded loudly. Qin Xingxing, who was finally woken up, poked his head in with gossip. What are you doing? What are you celebrating so lively? What is worth being so happy about? He glanced at the flower rope in Shi Yun's hand, and asked in confusion amid the sudden changes in everyone's face. Why are you holding up the rope with your hands? Are you waiting for someone to handcuff you? You lost an S-class general, an A-class warrior, Qin Xingxing, influence reduced by 400. Everyone tacitly ignored Qin Xingxing's parabola, and continued to surround Shi Yun, patting shoulders and rubbing heads. Don't listen to him, this square is obviously turned very square, don't you think so? Yes, who can make such a precise right angle by simply raising their hands to support the rope? That's right. Boss, believe me, I have never seen such a perfect quadrilateral, no. A four-pointed star. Great. In short, God will not let down those who work hard. With her indomitable spirit, her courageous attitude, her determination to fight to the end, and her blazing flames, in a purely physical sense, Shi Yun finally heard the clue emit a trembling ding sound on the 222nd attempt. This sound was like turning on a switch, and Shi Yun's murderous face calmed down. She dropped her hands, and her brain seemed to be blank for 3 seconds, and it seemed that she thought of too many things in those 3 seconds, so she couldn't react. After a while, she stared at the little boy sleeping at the foot of the bed, and she curled up quietly, thinking silently in her heart. Clues. I really want to know. My family, my mother and brother, no matter what form they are in now, where can I find them? I'm sorry, although your sincerity is quite sufficient, you can only ask one question at a time. Shi Yun pursed his lips, and took a deep breath. Where can I find my brother? The answer is being retrieved. The search is successful. Please take the lost person from outer space, and go to the north. Thank you for your company this time, see you later. Period. After the word, the colorful flower rope hanging on Shi Yun's left hand lit up for a moment, and disappeared out of thin air. The lost person from outer space. Shi Yun looked out of the stone house. Andrew knelt down beside the dug pit, waiting to sow seeds as soon as the base was purified. David and Naya combined the flower rope with rock paper scissors to play a new game. Hawkins squatted beside the radish seedlings with a sunlight storage device in his pocket, chanting to encourage himself. Qin Xingxing squatted with him, curiously poking the small green sprouts of the radish. The green sprouts lit up when he poked them. It seemed that he was using his mental power to tease the weak and pitiful little thing. These people, plus Clan and Anna, who have not returned yet, are all from outer space. Who can be considered the lost person, as for the north mentioned in the clue? Shi Yun put on the treasure-hunting glasses, and looked at the global map. Going north, you will pass the old site of Huangtu City, the super-large filter cottonstone vein, and the coastline. Is the so-called north on the island, or outside the island? She turned her hands, and passed through the transparent body of the little ghost head back and forth, and was very fascinated. You and I agreed on this. She poked the springy bamboo bed into a deep hole, as if to vent her dissatisfaction with someone. I will take care of my illness, and you will take care of Mom. When I recover, you will take our whole family to play together. You promised. If I find you and find that you have lost Mom, I will curse you, to eat instant noodles without seasoning packets for the rest of your life. More than an hour later, Cran and Anna also came back, one with a red face, and the other with a black face. The former saw David and Naya playing a new game, his eyes lit up, as if he wanted to run over to join, and secretly glanced at Anna, looking reluctant to leave. The latter saw the flower ropes in the hands of the two brothers, and her eyes moved, but she noticed that Clam was paying attention to her, and the two brothers' game, so she turned away indifferently, and walked toward Shi Yun. Clam wanted to follow, but seeing that Shi Yun seemed to be lying on the bed, He scratched his head and felt that it was not appropriate, so he retreated to the next best thing and went to play with the two brothers. Is that enough? Anna confirmed that Shi-yun was not asleep, then walked into the stone house and pointed to the pile of filter rocks outside. Enough, enough, you came at the right time. Shi-yun was just thinking about the accommodation arrangement. Considering that Anna was a girl, she wanted Anna to decide whether to sleep alone in a room or enjoy the black bamboo brand Simmons with her. She climbed up, made some space, waved to Anna, and wanted to invite her to come and sit. The words, turned around and gave a shot of prevention. Are you afraid of ghosts? Anna was puzzled by the question. Not bad. That's good. Shi-yun patted the seat next to him. Come on, come and sit, it's comfortable. Anna shook her head and pointed at her body. It's dirty. It's okay, I just went to bed without cleaning, Shi-yun said nonchalantly. Anna sat down without saying anything more. After a while, she also saw the 6 little ghost balls on the bed and immediately became alert. Source of pollution? No, relax, put away the axe, I only have this one bed. It's okay. This is a gift from a friend. Do you remember that before you go out, I told you not to fight if you come across a black bamboo forest? It was given to me over there. Shi-yun briefly explained. Don't worry, they are actually good for your health. Anna immediately became curious. Pollution sources can be friends? Ah, its situation is rather special. It knows Shi-yun, the sleeping black python. That's also a pollution source. Anna became even more confused. 2 pollution source friends. Shi-yun was powerless to refute. Shi-yan's situation is also rather special. It had a fight with me. Anna, we have fought with many pollution sources. Shi-yun, why do you sound so regretful? Do you really want to make friends with the polluter? Anna, I met a polluter. It looked like a rabbit, very cute. Shi-yun, I think you can consider raising an ordinary rabbit. Anna, I have raised one, but it died after 3 days without food. It was too fragile. Shi-yun, I think your thinking is very natural, but I feel something is wrong. Is there a possibility that pets need to be fed? Anna, I gave it food, but it didn't eat. Shi-yun, what did you give? Anna, energy bar. Shi-yun, are you sure rabbits can eat energy bars? Anna, ah. The two stared at each other, and the silent Anna became even more silent, almost autistic. Well, raising a pet is a matter of time, and you will know it later. Shi-yun comforted awkwardly. Don't be sad, wait until Shi-yun wakes up, and I will let it turn into a rabbit for you to pet. Anna raised her head in surprise. If the system has a real-time display function for favorability up will definitely appear above her head at this moment. Words like that. So easy to coax. Shi-yun couldn't help but sigh. So gentle, and comforting herself. It was the same when she was fighting monsters with a sickle during the day. How could someone be so calm and elegant with such a big sickle? She was also waving bubbles while fighting monsters, so romantic and dreamy. Is this really a normal girl? I really need to learn from her. Anna sighed quickly in her heart. So the answer to sleeping together or living alone is self-evident. Later that day, the two girls changed into clean combat uniforms and lay down together to sleep. 1 hour later, Anna, who was sleeping soundly, was kicked off the bed. The one who kicked her was naturally Shi-yun. This gentle girl, who was elegant and romantic in the daytime, fighting monsters in a dreamy way, was now lying flat on the bed, her limbs moving like a rabbit, and she was mumbling a bunch of things righteously. It sounded like rich, strong, democratic, civilized, harmonious, honest, friendly, patriotic, dedicated, all evils go away. Anna, so you have to vent your energy at night while reciting academic lines, so that you can be a gentle and elegant lady who looks good even when fighting monsters during the day? Chapter 63. Shi-yun didn't know that she was chanting the great compassion mantra of the new era of China 800 years ago. In reality, she just dreamed of the scene of beating the quasi-S-class pollution source earlier. The bright yellow flames were sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and the nuclear crystals were all over the ground. The light was flowing and surging inside, and the slight hissing sound was endless, like the threatening sound of a beast before it exploded. The quasi-S-class, like a shadow, sensed the danger and quickly swelled up from the ground. Soon, it piled up into a dark shape, nearly 2 meters tall, in human shape, with animal ears on its head. The details of the shape continued to solidify, and finally presented a metallic texture and luster, looking like a mechanical orc that had not yet been painted. The orc turned his back to the flickering light and shadow behind him, and rushed towards the star array like a sharp arrow shot out of power, along with its roaring sound waves. It pierced. the 0.1 mm black wall of the star array. Boom! The nuclear crystal exploded, and the shockwaves surged out like a flood. For a moment, the quasi-S level was like a mosquito slapped on the wall, clinging to the black wall of the star array. The black metal-like shape reflected the last light, and began to melt into a pool of mud from the edge of the outline. Suddenly, a pair of eyes made of flesh and blood bulged out from the top third of the mud. Those eyes were filled with numerous pupils, colorful and the size of soybeans. After these eyes fluttered around in the eye sockets like flies for a while, they all gathered in the center of the eyes, revealing different emotions. Hatred, anger, unwillingness, cruelty, confusion, caution, and curiosity. All the eyes gathered together, carrying these complex and unclear emotions, and fell on someone outside the star array at the same time. "It's looking at me." Shi-Yin suddenly woke up. The oracle was still echoing in Apursa's ears. In the bright lights, she opened her eyes. "My Lord Bishop, the person is expected to arrive at Guangming Port in an hour." "Okay." Apursa straightened her white robe with black stripes and stood up from the desk. Her wide sleeves fell naturally, covering the red marks on her elbows from leaning on the table for a long time. "Let's go. Get ready and welcome the guests." 1 hour later. Interstellar Federation, 5th System, Bright Harbor. A starship with simple lines slowly docked at Pier 1, the hatch opened, and a gray gangway extended from the door, firmly placed on the ground. A man in a light orange shirt walked down from the starship. His height was not conspicuous in the interstellar era, but he was about 1.8 meters tall, with a typical civilian figure. He could not be said to be weak, but he did not have obvious muscle lines. His hairstyle was gentle light brown curly hair, he looked delicate and gentle, seemed to love to laugh, and the corners of his mouth had a very natural upward arc. Anyone who sees him will think that he must be a man with a very good temper. But no matter who it is, no one will think that he is a person who is easy to bully. That is a natural aura. Even if he is not aggressive in his gestures, no one will want to test his bottom line. There were already many people waiting outside the starship. When they saw him coming out of the cabin, they greeted him with great courtesy. "Mr. Jiang." The leader, Apursa, smiled brightly and stretched out her hand to him. "Long time no see." "Bishop." Jiang Yue shook hands with her, a little surprised. "Why did you come here in person? I heard that you encountered a cosmic tsunami on the way, and I was really worried." "It's just the after effects. You just need to be careful when entering and leaving that area recently. Iwan will send you the specific coordinates together with a situation report." "That's really a great help." It was obviously not the first time the two met. There was a certain tacit understanding between their words. After a few pleasantries, they walked towards the elevator. The entourage followed behind them, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. "By the way," Apursa stood side by side with him, with a sly smile, "I recently found something good. I will definitely invite you to taste it at the welcoming banquet later." "Oh!" Jiang Yue's face showed a pleasant surprise. "What a coincidence. We thought of the same thing. I also brought some gifts that taste pretty good." Apursa's face flashed a trace of surprise, and as if she remembered something, she asked, "Don't tell me, you brought Jerry fruit too?" Jiang Yue was slightly stunned and laughed. "It really is." Apursa laughed out loud and asked, "Who did you buy it from?" "Swear to be a salted fish." Jiang Yue smiled and pursed his lips. "Yes, I swear to be a salted fish. I haven't eaten fresh Jerry fruit for many years, thanks to this seller." Apursa blinked playfully. "I have a feeling that this seller will put new products on the shelves sooner or later, and we will have more good food in the future." Jiang Yue nodded in agreement, and said gently, "Well, wait and see." Core contaminated area, Earth, home base number 2. Under the newly grown jerry-faced tree, a group of people gathered together, looking up at the sky at an angle of 50 to 60 degrees, gesticulating and chattering. A little more tilted, otherwise it might be partially blocked by the tree canopy, which is a waste. Yes, yes, yes. A little to the left. A little more to the left. Shi-Yin shouted from under the tree. "No, it's too slippery. It will fall if you let go. How about putting it back a little?" Andrew answered her from the tree. "It's useless to put it back. If the tree is so slippery, just kick it, and it will roll down." Qin Xingxing sat and leaned against another tree, looking up at Andrew, and said casually. Shi-Yin glared at him. "So why did you kick public property if you were fine?" From kicking a tree to kicking public property, the seriousness of the matter suddenly increased. It was simply a death sentence. Qin Xingxing sat solemnly. "I dare not. I can talk it over. I won't kick the tree. I promise to take good care of it. Don't let the protective shield kick me. I just ate, And now I will vomit if I fly, it will be bad to pollute your base. Shi-yun snorted, too lazy to bother with this guy, and continued to think about business. How about finding a long pole or something to fix it, and then insert it into the tree canopy? Big boss is big boss, what a good idea. Hawkins usually flatters Shi-yun, long pole or something. How about we cut a wooden stick? Here, it's cut. Kren finished the work in a second and handed the polished wooden stick to Shi-yun. How about making another one? 2 sticks connected together will be longer, so the position is higher, and the area illuminated should be larger. Shi-yun thought and said, Here, it's done. Clan finished the work in 1 second again. Tie it for us, tie it for us. We have learned a lot of new knotting postures from the recent rope climbing. David and Naya grabbed 2 sticks, used the rope twisted by the conductive tissue, tied a super complicated and domineering lobster knot at the junction of the 2 sticks, and then handed it to Shi-yun. Makes sense. Although they are all playing with ropes, what does rope climbing have to do with knotting? Isn't it a bit forced to light up these skills? Shi-yun took the pole with mixed feelings, poked the domineering transparent lobster that didn't feel fresh, and was about to throw it to Andrew with a strange force. Anna next to him stretched out her hand to her, and her tone was half a point softer than when she spoke to others. I do it. Okay. Shi-yun gave the thing to her. Anna held the pole, smiled at Shi-yun politely, bent her lower arm back, bulged her upper arm muscles, and habitually revealed murderous intent in her eyes, and threw the pole out with a whoosh. Andrew, who was standing on the tree canopy, subconsciously caught it with his hand, but he underestimated the inertia of the pole. A man who was nearly 1.9 meters tall and strong was dragged to the other side of the tree canopy with the pole, and almost fell off the tree. Everyone, Anna, who thought she was very gentle, thought to herself, Damn it! It's all because of this man's damn weakness. The group of people struggled for a while, and finally succeeded. On the 3-meter-high jerry-faced tree, near the right side, a thin wooden pole was inserted crookedly. The wooden pole was about 1 meter long, and a translucent lobster was tied to it at 50 centimeters. The shrimp's tentacles fluttered in the wind, making the lobster look quite alive. Further up the wooden pole, near the top, and the lobster, a round pine egg was firmly fixed by a rope made of the same material. A dotted line consisting of 100 small bright spots went around the middle of the pine egg without deviation. The 2 small bright spots at the 2 ends of the pine egg were relatively large. Is this okay? Open? Andrew asked Shi-yun. Open, the light may be very bright. Be careful not to get your eyes blinded. Shi-yun answered from below. Okay. So Andrew bent his index finger and pointed at the pine egg. The larger bright spot at the top was knocked 3 times rhythmically. Amidst the exaggerated exclamation of David and others, a faint light began to appear in the depths of the core of the Songhua egg. The feeling given by this light is completely different from the feeling given by the flowing light inside the nuclear crystal. The light of the nuclear crystal is silent, unchanging, neither cold nor hot. The light emitted by the Songhua egg is warm, smart, and warm enough to make people feel excited. I saw that the small light spot in the egg slowly expanded and became like a bean, a longan, a lychee, a ping-pong ball. Finally, the whole egg was completely lit up and began to emit light outward. As time went by, the light became more and more dazzling and more glaring. This scene is like the rising sun. The base welcomed the first proper daybreak. The protective cover that almost merged with the night could not cover such brilliant sunlight, silently letting the light pass through. From a distance, it looked like an old desk lamp barely working in the dark. It was like, in the deep sea of dead silence and despair, a light buoy that always shines despite the surging waves. In the base, Shi-yun narrowed her eyes, tilted her head slightly, let the sunlight hit her face, felt the warm temperature, and took a deep breath of enjoyment. She really hadn't been in the sun for a long time. Chapter 64. The successful opening of the simple sunlight storage device brought a long-lost brilliance. Shi-yun was not the only person in the base who was fascinated by it. 2 jerry-faced trees were propped up like big umbrellas, and the storage device shaped like a preserved egg was hung crookedly on the top of one of them. The light was sprinkled without bias, making the translucent umbrella handle of the jerry-faced tree look like a crystal diamond. Andrew, who had lived in darkness for 30 years, sat there, with one leg bent, his hand on his knee, his head slightly tilted back against the tree trunk. Nostalgia and relaxation accept the burning kiss of the sun. To the left of the jerry-faced tree, 5 stone houses were arranged in an orderly manner, and their round and lovely roofs were coated with a layer of golden halo. On the roof of one of the stone houses, Hawkins, whose skin was as white as porcelain, laid down. He was intoxicated and absent-minded, basking in the sun beautifully, and occasionally he had to turn himself over, fearing that his pancake was not baked golden enough. David and Nia stayed in the open space near the stone house, and pulled Clan, who was about to say something literary to Anna, to play shadow shooting with one hand upside down. Anna leaned against the stone wall with her arms around her, watching her two younger brothers being killed by Kellen for being naughty, and finally falling into a pile with Kellen. There was rarely a lot of annoyance in her eyes, and the arc of her eyebrows and eyes in the sun was quite gentle. As for Qin Xingxing, he clasped his hands on his abdomen and lay peacefully at the door of the stone house, with the upper half exposed to the sun and the lower half hidden in the dark stone house. I don't know what kind of New Age sunbathing method that was. Noticing Shi-Yun's gaze, he retracted his gaze from the sunlight storage device and grinned at her. If you look at me again, I will be shy. Shi-Yun, does your dictionary have the word shy? Do you like sunbathing or not? Qin Xingxing, I like it, and I don't like it. People are very contradictory. No one is more contradictory than you. Shi-Yun didn't bother to pay attention to him, and continued to operate the trading system. Since the strategy of buying sunlight from the outside world is useful, it is natural to expand the scale of purchase. After getting the sunlight, she immediately conducted an experiment with Andrew. She now has 5 kinds of seeds on hand: cotton, radish, potato, sweet potato and wheat. The latter two are shipped together with a storage tank full of sunlight. Shi-Yun is happy to save a lot of shipping costs, all of which can only accept a very small amount of mysterious fertilizer. It is not known whether the amount of fertilizer is too small, or it is limited by other factors. Even if these 5 crops are fertilizer treated, the germination speed is not as fast as the jerry-faced tree. Shi-Yun reasonably suspected that they would not be harvested once every 4 hours like the jerry-faced tree, but would take longer. In addition, a simple sunlight storage can only store a whole day's sunlight, which is about 24 hours of sunlight, and most crops need more than 8 hours of sufficient sunlight, which means that a storage can be used for up to 3 days after it is fully charged with sunlight. Considering that a storage can be charged with sunlight 8 times, it can be used for up to 24 days. The shipping fee is a bit expensive, and it costs 4,800 points in total. Fortunately, she now has tens of thousands of transformation points. It is a bit painful, but she can afford it. Counting the warm black pine resin she had on hand, it was enough for her to make 18 more storage devices. Multiplying the numbers, unless she wanted to plant dozens of acres of land, she would not have to worry about the sunshine for a year with the current planting range of the base. 1 year should be enough for her to find a way to solve the problem of insufficient warm black pine resin. However, it seemed unnecessary to make so many storage devices at once and use up all the warm black pine resin. Although this would allow all the storage devices to be sent to seed sellers at once to charge sunlight, which was the most cost-saving approach, warm black pine resin was a non-renewable resource for her now. It was too reckless to clear out the pine resin inventory just to save a few points. Shi-Yun weighed the pros and cons, and finally made only 5 storage devices to meet the sunlight demand in half a year. After that, she completed the second sunlight trading transaction with batch seeds, and asked the other party to remember to send the seeds of Tianyun melon together when shipping. Then, she processed several orders for jerry fruit and replenished the inventory of jerry fruit. After finishing these, she turned her neck and looked up at the base. I don't know. When it started, except for herself, Anna, who was too lazy to join in the fun and went out to explore, and Qin Xingxing, who was still lying dead, everyone else went to work in the fields. This group of people wore tight combat uniforms, either black or dark blue, which had a cyber-style visual effect, but what they did was full of farming flavor. They sowed radishes and potatoes by hand. The styles of this group of people were different. Some were tall and skilled, some were muscular and smooth, some were fair-skinned and conscientious, and some were small but very fast. All of them were very dedicated to planting. Those with more developed sweat glands even had a thin layer of sweat on their foreheads. It was very hard, but most of them had bright expressions, comparable to the sun above their heads. What a thriving scene! If we ignore the fact that they only have 1 acre of land to cultivate. In this small acre of land, there is a space pirate and agricultural scientist, a former member of the Special Forces, 2 top 50 combatants and S-level technical engineers in the Federation, and an S-level warrior in the top 10 combatants in the Federation. The configuration is so brilliant and golden that it is simply a waste of talent. The above is a high EQ statement. In fact, it is a god with 4 pig teammates. The latter 4 can't farm at all. It is conceivable who is the only brother who does not belong to the majority, and whose expression is not bright at all. The first time Shi-Yun saw Andrew, who had almost no temper, His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot that had been used for 10 years. You? Andrew finally couldn't stand it anymore, stopped the work at hand, walked to Clan, who was sewing quickly, and took him back to the starting point. You don't need so many seeds in one hole. Pick up the extra seeds for me. Ah, but didn't you say that it's better to put more seeds in one hole? Otherwise, seedlings won't sprout. Cran asked sincerely. How many? Andrew grabbed a handful from the pit, and stretched his hand full of seeds to Cran, almost hitting his nose. Not a handful. Cran scratched his head, but this is efficient. Andrew took a deep breath. No. Really not? More is better than less. No. Ah, how many? 5 or 6. Oh. Cran humbly accepted the advice, and tried to take out all the seeds in the pit, but the pit had been filled, and the seeds had long been mixed with the soil. Picking them one by one would be very slow, and they might even be missed, which was not in line with his efficient and neat style. How could he improve efficiency? He scratched his head, and an idea came to him. He simply dug out the soil mixed with the seeds. Because he dug too quickly and generously, the original 3-centimeter pit suddenly became 30 centimeters deep. Now there would be absolutely no seeds left. It was a pity that Anna was not here, otherwise she would have thought he was efficient, great, and smart when she saw this scene. Cran was quite satisfied with his masterpiece and quickly counted the seeds in his hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Andrew raised his hand and threw him out. Ha ha ha, do you have any common sense? David and Nia laughed. How can such a deep pit sprout? Andrew turned his head and stared at them unkindly. We only put a few seeds in each pit, and we definitely didn't plant more. Nia expressed innocence. Our pits are all standard 3 centimeters, and we definitely didn't dig them too deep. David further clarified. Andrew pulled them back to the first pit, one by one, and dug the pit indifferently, pointing at the small stone placed with the seeds in the pit. Then he dug the second pit, pointing at the small piece of metal placed with the seeds in the pit. He dug the third pit again, pointing at the nuclear crystal placed with the seeds in the pit. Do some research. David said. Hawkins can use mental power to grow radishes. Look at how interesting the radish seedlings are, and there is a hint of golden light shining on the leaves. Nia, that's right, we don't want to lose to him, we also want to try. Are you using mental power? That's not the case, it's very tiring to use mental power all the time. Nia said, pointing to the pits dug by Andrew one by one. So we used meteorites with alpha radiation, metals with alpha radiation, and sea-level nuclear crystals injected with mental power. Radiation. David, don't worry, we have specially processed it, only the seeds in the pit will be affected. Andrew pointed to the row of pits at the back. What's in there? Meteorites with beta radiation, metals with beta radiation, B-class nuclear crystals infused with spiritual power. The next group might not be A-class nuclear crystals, and the next group might not be S-class. Is this farming or burying mines? Andrew raised his hand and pushed them out, and drew a deep cross in front of the row of pits. At this time, his face was already full of murderous intent. Hawkins, who was stared at by the murderous man, shrank his neck and swore to the sky, Senior, spare me, I planted everything according to your instructions, put a few seeds in each pit, and the depth was guaranteed to be only 3 to 4 centimeters, absolutely no independent play, absolutely no loss of even a little spiritual power. I guarantee that I will grow ordinary and ordinary good radishes. It really meets the requirements perfectly. But, Andrew looked at Hawkins's planting results. The third pit. It's not finished yet. Forget it. Being slow is not a sin. Andrew mercifully let Hawkins go, and turned around silently. Hawkins felt relieved, and became more devoted. He took the 4 seed in his hand, and said affectionately, I can't communicate with you with my mental power. I can only tell you this. You have to work hard to sprout. You are carrying the future and hope of the boss, the predecessors, and everyone in the base. Whether we can eat ordinary and delicious radishes depends on you. He lowered his voice, especially me. I really want to eat radishes. I haven't eaten radishes for a long time. Ah, radishes are so delicious. Oh, of course, your brothers and sisters are also shouldering the future together, but I believe you are the best. You will definitely grow into a good radish successfully. Then the 5th one. Shoo, I'm telling you quietly, you are better than your brothers and sisters in front of you. Hawkins was thrown out of the field by Andrew. He was in a state of dismay, and ran to communicate with the bright radish seedlings he cultivated with his own mental power. The other 3 had nowhere to go. After being thrown out by Andrew, they squatted by the field. Their backs covered with sunlight looked particularly pitiful and lonely. Xiyin reduced the number of farm workers from 5 to 1.1, Hawkins barely counted as 0.1 in his mind and said, "Don't all squat there. If you want to help, there are more than one field to plant. Go and get me some limestone and clay. It's in the west. Here's the map for you." The three turned their heads, said "oh" with a sad look, patted their butts and went out. Shi Yun was at a loss. "So they really want to farm?" she asked Qin Xingxing. "I thought they just had nothing to do?" Qin Xingxing put his hands on the ground and waved them around idly. "I've never farmed before, and I've never lived such a simple life. It's all new to me. I've never farmed before, but I don't think it's new." Shi Yun couldn't understand. "Besides, isn't mining simple?" Qin Xingxing chuckled. "They have plenty of experience in digging. Although the actions are both digging, they are not quite the same." Shi Yun curled his lips. "According to what you said, farming also requires digging holes, which is not the same." "That's different. A completely different mood." Qin Xingxing stopped his action and stared at the sunlight storage device. "Only when farming will you be full of longing for the things buried in the hole." Shi Yun was stunned. "What do you mean? What did they dig the ground to bury before?" "After all," Qin Xingxing dragged out his tone and continued, "you are quite easy to talk to. They helped when they were farming, and when they grew well, they asked you to share some with them to improve their taste. Isn't that a very sufficient reason? You know, radishes and potatoes are expensive foods that only rich people can afford. Farming can achieve class transition, which is very exciting." Chapter 65. Class Transition. Who says that being able to afford high-end food means achieving class transition? Besides, how can carrots and potatoes be high-end? Why does the life of interstellar people sound so miserable? Shi Yun threw all her complaints and doubts at Qin Xingxing. Her level in the primary trading market was too low, and she did not have the authority to browse other people's comments, so she could not do much homework. So before buying seeds, she asked Andrew many questions about whether the price was fair, whether the crops were easy to grow, etc. The information we learned at that time was that carrots, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and wheat were all relatively common crops in the interstellar space, and could even be considered staple foods. However, due to land pollution, the Federation had qualification requirements for citizens who engaged in farming activities. If you wanted to bypass the license to buy seeds of these crops, the price would indeed be relatively expensive. Staple foods. Qin Xingxing was immediately amused. "You heard what Andrew said, right? You may have misunderstood his previous wealth. The financial allocation from the Capital Star to the Research Institute for 1 quarter is even comparable to the financial income of the 8-star system for 2 quarters. They have no shortage of arable land or farms. What's more," he made a 3 gesture, "that was the situation 30 years ago. Even in the Capital Star Research Institute, not everyone can eat potatoes and other things as their staple food for 3 meals a day." Qin Xingxing said that in the past 30 years, the pollution has spread much more severely than in the previous 200 years. Except for the first star system, all other star systems have been affected. Even in the first star system, crops and livestock have begun to decline. Fresh fruits, vegetables, and meat have unknowingly become the privilege of the upper class. Shi Yun followed his train of thought and asked, "So there should be pollution in the first star system as well?" Qin Xingxing shrugged. No matter how hard we search, we can't find any. Everyone suspected that it was related to pollution, but no one could come to a conclusion. They couldn't determine the reason for the reduction in production in the first galaxy. The few remaining hairs of the old men in the Research Institute were so worried that they fell out. Why has it spread so badly in the past 30 years? What exactly is pollution? She also asked Andrew this question. Andrew answered her uncertainly at the time. It has something to do with obsession. Qin Xingxing shrugged again. Who knows? The conspiracy faction said it was the work of high-dimensional creatures, the environmentalists said it was the revenge of the environment, and the religious people said it was the condemnation of God. What about you? I see you have a lot of experience dealing with pollution sources. What kind of pollution do you think it might be? As for me, I am a romantic. Qin Xingxing blinked his right eye in a frivolous way, making it hard to tell whether he was answering seriously or not. I think pollution is the lingering of the dead for this world. It is somewhat similar to Andrew's answer. But the problem is, human history is so long, there are always people born and people die. Why did it only explode in recent years? Well, that's a good question. I've thought about it before, and have come up with a pretty perfect theory. Qin Xingxing raised his index finger with great pride. Maybe it's because hell is smaller than the human world, and there's not enough room to live in. Shi Yun, the trees are about to bear fruit, so you should help collect the cherry fruit. Qin Xingxing looked exaggeratedly surprised. Isn't the information I provided you enough to cover my workload today? What do you think? Shi Yun looked at him expressionlessly. You are discriminating based on the nature of labor. You should know that the labor in distribution according to work refers to abstract labor, which refers to human labor without any difference, and this indifference certainly includes the mental work I just contributed. I was wrong, calm down, I will collect it right away. Qin Zixing ran away before Shi Yun ran away. When he passed Hawkins, he processed Shi Yun's original words appropriately, easily tricked himself into a helper, and shamelessly saved himself half of the workload. Shi Yun couldn't bear to watch it, and was too lazy to care about it. She planned to go to the north to see the large filter rock mine that she had coveted for a long time. It would be unscientific and inefficient to walk a distance of 100 kilometers by human legs. Shi Yun thought confidently, and happily took out the new props that had just been made from the warehouse. Item details. Name, magnetic levitation hybrid motorcycle. Quantity, *1. Quality, ordinary. Durability, 15/15. Function, a fast-moving means of transportation. Operation consumption, transformation force points 2/km or energy points 4/km. Note 1. Why do you need a means of transportation? A pair of fast-moving legs express dissatisfaction. Note 2. Your scientific research level is really confusing. Thanks to David and Naya, 2 S-level technical engineers, the original one-day study time of the motorcycle was shortened by 80%. When she woke up, she found that the motorcycle was ready, but it was not fresh yet. Now she took it out and looked at it carefully in the sun, and she was really more and more satisfied. The shape of the motorcycle is completely different from those 800 years ago. There are no wheels at the bottom. It looks like a combination of a rounded rectangular block and a semi-ellipsoid. It is a cabin-style motorcycle. The door can be closed to fully enclose the vehicle, or the door can be opened to enjoy the breeze during the journey. Since the raw materials come from the spaceship of Nikita's group, the motorcycle inherits the glossy black color of the spaceship, and the lines are smooth and handsome. Shi Yun put her hand on the motorcycle in amazement, and felt that it was particularly smooth and cool. She couldn't let it go for a while before she put her thumb on the fingerprint lock on the side of the motorcycle. The next moment, the door slid open silently from the front to the back of the cabin, revealing the cockpit. There was plenty of space inside, more than enough to accommodate 2 adults. The lines of the seats rose and fell in a certain pattern, which was very consistent with human mechanics. Just by looking at it, you can tell how comfortable it would be to sit on it. Hawkins had just climbed up the jerry-faced tree and accidentally glanced at this side, and he could no longer turn his eyes away. It was because he was afraid of Shi Yun that he dared not ask for anything. He could only lick his lips in an itchy manner, looking at the motorcycle with eyes like a pervert. Qin Xingxing was not as cautious as him. He just heard the man standing on the tree say fuck, and then he reached behind his back and fished around, trying to grab a few transporting tissues to swing over here. He stared at the motorcycle and spoke quickly, fearing that Shi Yun would ride away on this cool vehicle if he spoke too late. Boss, where are you going? I can fight, and do hard labor. Consider taking me with you. Shi Yun smiled at Qin Xingxing. Do you want to consider letting you drive? Her eyes were fixed on the sunlight storage device on the tree canopy. After a second of brain stuck, she went back to her conversation with Andrew on a certain day before. Is your fire serious? Fortunately, only the fruit-bearing jerry-faced trees can catch fire at any time. Fruit-bearing period, with oxygen, low ignition point, close contact with sunlight leads to high temperature. Thinking about it this way, it seems that the sudden flames did not seem that sudden. Huh? Qin Zixing noticed her expression and followed her gaze to look at Hawkins. The flames spread quickly. From the time Shi Yun saw the flames to the time Qin Xingxing discovered the fire next to him, the fire had already spread to where Hawkins was standing. Hawkins panicked and grabbed a conductive tissue that had not yet caught fire and jumped towards Qin Xingxing, bringing with it several sparks that floated to Qin Xingxing's side, and logically, the tree where Qin Xingxing was also caught fire. The 2 trees burned with great momentum, and the conductive tissue that was originally floating very fresh and small became a flame version of Medusa, igniting and outputting indiscriminately within a radius of 3 or 4 meters. Fortunately, Shi Yun had considered fire when planting trees, and did not build stone houses or cultivate fields next to the jerry trees. In the short term, neither of them was harmed. However, as time went by, in fact, it didn't take long, the trees burned so fast that people were caught off guard, some of the transport tissues were burned off and floated away to a farther range with the wind, and the problem began to be troublesome. Qin Xingxing was the first to react. He looked at the place below that had been blocked by fire, picked up Hawkins, who was howling, and jumped decisively under the 2-meter-high tree. As a result, he was covered in the face by the transport tissues with fire that floated over halfway and fell into the spring next to him. Andrew dropped the Anon farm tools and subconsciously rushed to the spring to get water to put out the fire. However, looking around, the largest container was Clan's bowl. He looked at the 2 3-meter-high jerry-faced trees, and then looked at the large stone bowl with a depth of no more than 20 centimeters, and fell into a brief confusion and silence. The scene was in chaos for a while. It was a pity that these people, who had a bright golden background and could fight S-level and grow crops, were helpless and pitiful in this inexplicable fire. Get out of the way. Shi-Yun used her super-strength skill to pull Qin Zixing and Hawkins apart. She grabbed the air with her hand, and a red cylinder appeared. At the same time, the red metal ball embedded in the cylinder fell into her hand. She threw the heavy metal ball into the spring without even looking at it. Building details. Name: Full-style fire hydrant. Quantity: *1. Durability: 100/100. Output: when idle 2 transformation. Force/day. Consumption: when in use 2 transformation force points/hour or 4 energy points/hour. Function: fire extinguishing and disaster relief, essential for firefighting. Remarks: Fool-style operation. Those who can't operate it are all fools. You only need to build this fire hydrant. Take out the water ball on the fire hydrant with force. Put the water ball in or connect it to the water source. Then press the button on the fire hydrant. Enter the password. The initial password is 0000. Open the fire hydrant door. Remove the card slot. Take out the water pipe according to the required number. Hold the end of the water pipe. Turn the knob to unlock. Then press the button under the knob. Shake the water pipe up and down, and you can easily spray out the high-pressure water gun. It's simply a redefinition of foolproof operation. Shi-Yun rolled his eyes and quickly followed the steps in the notes. He took out 4 water pipes, threw 3 of them to Qin Zixing and the others, and held one of them himself. He rushed to the jerry-fest tree and pressed the switch at the end of the hose. Wow! A high-pressure water column shot out from the water pipe, and the water put out the fire. You put out the raging fire in the base within 1 minute. Congratulations on achieving the achievement, Little Emergency Expert, Primary. The prize has been issued. Please go to the warehouse to check. Item details. Name: fragments of warm black resin. Quantity: *1. Function: collect 99 fragments and exchange for 1 warm black resin. Shi-Yun, or should she light 99 more fires? Chapter 66. Technology: the Fool-style fire hydrant has been successfully studied. Do you want to build it? You purchased Building Accelerator, *5, and the transformation points are reduced by 750. Congratulations on building the fire building, the Fool-style fire hydrant, influence +10. Shi-Yun looked at the historical prompts in the system and had only one thought. So why are fire hydrants not considered firefighting facilities, but buildings? This is very troublesome. Boss, as the greatest leader in the world, I believe that you are so perceptive that you should know that this fire has nothing to do with me. Qin Xingzi came up to her and said quietly. Shi-Yun looked up at the sky. Then I have a question. Qin Xingzi said more quietly. Don't ask. Do you have any objection to my living in a single room? Qin Xingzi automatically ignored her no, and raised his hand to point not far away, and stretched his hands in front of him, smiling sadly. Where is my room? Where is my big room? As expected. She knew it would be troublesome. Base details. Name: Home Number 2. Level: 6. Random buff can be generated when upgraded to level 8, and the transformation points required for the next level, 8,000. Buildings: 5/5. When Anna and Clan saw that there was still some filter rock left, and they had to accommodate so many new residents, she upgraded the base to level 6 and expanded the building space from 3 to 5, just enough to place 5 stone houses. Originally, it was not a big deal that a few stone houses occupied all the building spaces in the base. She had already activated an environmental transformation technology called construction waste utilization, which could add some other materials to the stone house and transform it into other buildings of the same type. In other words, she could perform similar operations to upgrade the stone houses. That was why she had sent Clan and others to dig clay and limestone earlier. When they came back, she could get some bricks and then transform the 5 stone houses into 2 or 3 small independent brick houses, so that everyone could have their own room to live in and save the construction space of the base. Unfortunately, plans could not keep up with changes. When the house caught fire, the most efficient fire extinguisher was the foolproof fire hydrant classified as a building. In a hurry, she could only dismantle the stone house closest to her. As luck would have it, that stone house was exactly Qin Xingxing's house. How did he get so lucky? He just happened to demolish this drama queen's house. Shi Yun quickly got on the motorcycle, started it, and perfunctorily said, "I give it back to you. Qin Xingxing, everyone else has it, but I don't. You are discriminating and isolating me." Shi Yun quickly operated on the driving panel, blurting out the key points. Who is discriminating against? Who is isolating me? I don't know them, so I won't do it. Qin Xingxing, He was choked by his saliva, touched his nose and coughed, then pointed at his face that was blistered by the fire, and came close to Shi Yun, playing the pity in a sophisticated way. The pity was so sad that anyone who heard it would cry. Shi Yun, if you are really so weak, pitiful and helpless. She looked at Qin Xingxing, who was holding the head of the motorcycle speechlessly. Please be kind, and don't play such a dangerous game. A few dozen minutes later, Qin Xingxing sat on the back seat of Shi Yun's motorcycle, letting the broken hair on his forehead be blown back by the whistling wind, and he was so happy that he hummed a strange tune back and forth for a long time, and suddenly stopped singing, and asked on a whim, "What do you think of me?" She had almost braked and threw him out. "Huh? Take it easy, I just had a full meal. I mean, do you think I'm worth any money?" Qin Xingxing leaned half of his body to the left, looked at Shi Yun with a playful smile, and said, "Is a motorcycle worth it? Otherwise, I won't leave in 3 months, and I will sell myself to you, and you can just give me a motorcycle." He patted the metal shell of the motorcycle affectionately. "I don't mind a second-hand one. Although I don't think you're worth a motorcycle, and I doubt you can leave in 3 months. What about your spaceship?" "Ahem, it's gone, it's really gone." Qin Xingxing's face was serious. "Who said, we can't leave without a spaceship? The Earth is so beautiful, it's a rare trip, of course we have to have a grand trip." He paused, changed the subject, and suddenly realized something. "Okay, so this is why you insisted on asking me for so many spaceships? You want us to never leave, and we can only stay in your base and work for you for nothing for the rest of our lives, right? I didn't expect you to be such a person, it's really too much. But I can reluctantly forgive you, your motorcycle." Shi Yun was too lazy to expose him, so he waited quietly for him to finish his performance and continued, "Your Federation has a vast territory, with 9 galaxies to start with. How can you miss a motorcycle? You are a Federation admiral, you should be tired of driving a spaceship, right? Oh, driving a starship is a war. How can war be the same as going for a ride? Besides, who can go for a ride in the universe? The wind doesn't catch you, but you are caught first." Qin Xingxing got excited and kept muttering behind Shi Yun, "Besides, there are no motorcycles these days, and the maximum speed is also. How far can it reach? It has long been eliminated because of its low efficiency. It takes several hours to drive a motorcycle, and it cannot cross the planet or the interstellar. It only takes a few minutes to get on the instant transmission device, and you can reach the destination in a flash. Isn't it much more efficient than driving a motorcycle? If 1 or 2 are disliked, the manufacturer will naturally stop producing it. Now all the ones you can buy on the market are antiques, and the cheapest price is as high as tens of millions of interstellar coins. How can you bear to drive it after buying it? There is no place for you to drive it, and you will feel distress for a long time if you touch it, and you can't complain about its ugly appearance." Shi Yun was not only dizzy, but also felt something was wrong. Humanity's demand for transportation depends largely on efficiency, but it is not entirely determined by efficiency. For example, in the era of popularization of automobiles, bicycles still have a market because some functions of the two are not completely overlapping. In the same way, instant transmission devices are convenient, but their biggest function is instant transmission. The efficiency is indeed very high, but it can't satisfy the enjoyment process at all. Such a demand, while the motorcycle is the opposite, otherwise Qin Xingxing would not have such a pleasant ride, and Hawkins would not have been so excited to see the motorcycle. The 2 people who were randomly kidnapped from the Federation are so interested in motorcycles. How could motorcycles be just antiques that have been discontinued in such a large Federation with so many people? Shi Yun omitted the details of bicycles that are likely to reveal his age, and threw a lot of questions to Qin Xingxing. "Huh? Are you from the basic effect era?" As a result, such omissions were useless. Qin Xingxing reasoned as soon as he heard it, "Fuck, wasn't that at least 600 years ago? No way, are you a few years older than me? Magnetic levitation motorcycles, can they be driven on the sea?" Shi Yun suddenly interrupted him, and asked very gently. "Ah?" Qin Xingxing was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously responded yes. "That's great, Don't wait for 3 months, I let you go now. Shi-yun stepped on the accelerator, and drove straight to the seaside not far away. I was wrong, you. No, it's not you, the word you doesn't fit a young and beautiful girl like you. Beautiful girl, please step on the brakes, don't drive into the sea. If you throw me into the sea, my children will have no one to take care of them in the future. It's so pitiful. Bang. As soon as the front of the maglev motorcycle passed the sea surface near the beach, it was as if it was suddenly grabbed by something and fell down. Qin Xingxing suddenly stopped the train running in his mouth, activated the shockproof function of the combat suit, jumped off the motorcycle, raised his leg, and kicked the front of the motorcycle, kicking the whole motorcycle off the direction. As soon as the front of the motorcycle avoided the sea water and returned to the surface, it immediately stopped falling and floated up again. Qin Xingxing rushed over in 3 or 2 steps and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Shi-yun? You know the motorcycle won't answer you, right?" Qin Xingxing retracted his hand that was stroking the place where the motorcycle was kicked, and smiled shyly like a boy in love. "No, it answered me. It answered me with a feeling without a dint. It's fine. It's such a strong motorcycle. I love it." Shi-yun, She asked a question that she was more interested in. Isn't it said that magnetic levitation motorcycles can be driven on the sea? In theory, it can. This type of motorcycle relies on the Earth's magnetic force, and is not affected by seawater. Qin Xingxing leaned against the motorcycle and looked at the sea, saying, "It's the sea that's wrong." The streamlined black motorcycle stopped at the coast, quietly suspended in the air about 30 centimeters above the ground, emitting a soft halo, barely illuminating a very small area. The sea was full of ink like water, and the waves were big and fast. When they hit the coast, the force was quite heavy, and the crashing sound made people's heads buzz. The strength of the waves alone was not right. Shi-yun pursed his lips and thought for a while, "Help me light up." Qin Xingxing rarely bargained with her, and threw a C-grade nuclear crystal of the lowest quality into the air. The light emitted by the nuclear crystal immediately illuminated the surrounding scenery. This is a reef coast, very long, stretching to the end of the sight, very dark, large and small black reefs melted into the night. If Shi-yun hadn't ridden a maglev motorcycle, he would have fallen countless somersaults before reaching the beach. Shi-yun scooped up a handful of sea water in the shallows, and used the system to identify it. The system determined that the pollution level was critical pollution, which felt more severe pollution than before. The judgment should be even more powerful. That day, I was surrounded by the pollution source army for nearly half an hour, and only lost 10 durability combat uniforms. In such a short time, I lost 1 durability. Shi-yun continued to move forward. "Be careful, don't get caught by the sea monster," Qin Xingxing reminded lazily behind her. She turned her back to him, waved perfunctorily, staggered to the place where the sea water covered her ankles, took out a light-sensitive fuyu, and put it on the water. Floating. So there is no problem with buoyancy. If we can't use the maglev motorcycle to get out of the island, we might consider building a ship. However, the sea is so turbulent that ordinary ships may not be able to control it. Perhaps we should consider building an airplane. At that time, the waves were retreating, driving the Guangmin Fuyu floating on the sea to the depths of the sea. Shi-yun came to her senses, and didn't want to waste it. She took 2 steps forward and reached out to grab it. Just when her fingertips were about to touch it, she touched something else. It was an invisible wall of air. "Sorry, it is detected that your current comprehensive strength is too weak. For your safety, please do not move forward. Please try again after the leader level is greater than 10. Shi-yun was stunned. No way. What the hell? The legendary protection mechanism of the novice village. He killed an S-level pollution source, and now he has the nerve to tell her that she is not qualified to leave the novice village? How exciting is the world outside? Chapter 67. The temperatureless light of the nuclear crystal shone on the inky sea, lightly passing over the sea surface, not penetrating into the sea water at all. Qin Xingxing clicked off the pollution concentration data in the optical brain and looked at Shi-yun again. The girl in black combat uniform did not order him around as usual. She ignored the roar of the sea and the intimidation of the waves and walked straight forward. At first, she staggered a little, but after almost falling down once, she didn't know what method she used, and she walked forward as if walking on flat ground. The seawater surged and wrapped around her soles, spreading upwards unsteadily, and finally submerged her slender ankles. She stood there, took out something like a piece of paper, bent down and put it on the water, probably to observe whether the buoyancy of the seawater was normal. The buoyancy was normal. It was normal to the point that the seawater surrounded the paper, and happily sent it to the depths of the ocean under her eyes. She was as stingy as ever, and raised her legs to chase it. It was only 2 steps away, and the seawater rose from her ankles to her calves. She leaned forward and stretched out her hand, and just as she was about to take the paper back, she suddenly froze. Qin Xingxing stood up straight, took a few steps forward, and glanced at the sea in front of her. The seawater, as dark as black iron, could block the light of the nuclear crystal, and naturally block the sight of normal people. However, Qin Xingxing's eyes, which were the same color as the sea, moved slightly and fixed on a certain point below the sea surface. "Be careful." His face changed slightly, and he rushed over, grabbed Shi Yun's wrist, and brought her behind him. Didn't move. Wow. A tentacle rose from the water, carrying a 2-meter-high wave behind it, and whipped down at the two of them like a long whip. Qin Xingxing frowned, activated the shield of his combat suit, twisted his toes on the reef, and subconsciously wanted to block Shi Yun. Didn't block it. On the contrary, because of the big movement, his shoulder hit something, his steps were unstable, and he fell toward Shi Yun. Qin Xingxing, who felt like a dog, said, "Eh." Shi Yun subconsciously dodged to the side, "Eh." The two stared at each other for a long time, and the tentacle on the side slammed into the air wall with a thumping sound. "I have no intention of prying into the girl's privacy, but I am really curious. Please explain it to me." Qin Xingxing lay on the ground, in a dog-eating shit posture, with his head raised, his eyes full of curiosity. "Why are you harder to shake than a century-old tree? Why else could it be? Level 6 leader is trying out new products in the mall. A solid physique, as stable as a century-old tree." Shi Yun realized the situation belatedly, laughed dryly, and shifted the blame. "Blame me. Starting today, increase the amount of food for 3 meals. Qin Xingxing, who was hinted that he didn't have enough strength because he didn't eat enough, climbed up, smiling brightly without any grudges. "It would be better if you can add some more tricks." After getting Shi Yun's consent, he paused, continued to wear a bright smile, stretched out his hand and poked, his fingertips pointed at the tentacle sticking there through the invisible air wall, staring straight at their single eyes. "Excuse me, what is this?" Shi Yun glanced over and said firmly, "Monster." "So why haven't we been beaten to death by monsters yet?" Qin Xingxing continued to ask humbly. "Considering that you like to put a shield inside a shield, this wouldn't just happen to be your masterpiece, right? A shield covering the entire island? The kind that monsters can't get in but people can't get out?" The shield inside the shield he was talking about was the home of base number 1. When Shi Yun dug the filter cotton or vein near the base, it caused a landslide and crushed base number 1. Later, it was shelved for a long time and was never repaired. Recently, base 2 was upgraded from level 5 to level 6, and its coverage was expanded to include base 1. The system asked Shi Yun whether to merge the 2 bases, but after weighing the pros and cons for a while, Shi Yun decided to keep base 1, so she used the technology that was lit up a long time ago to make a mine reinforcement device, took the time to repair base 1, upgraded it to level 2, and also put a thrifty protective shield on base 1. When she did this, Qin Xingxing and his group were outside. This resulted in no one knowing the changes underground. As a result, after Qin Xingxing and others returned to the base that day, David, Naya, and Kellen quarreled over a trivial matter. Anna tried to mediate the quarrel, but David accidentally elbowed her and caused her nose to bleed. She felt embarrassed in front of Shi Yun, a gentle and refined lady, and flew into a rage. She swung her axe and directly split a crack more than 10 meters deep on the ground. As luck would have it, the edge of the axe blade scratched a little skin of the protective shield underground. The 4 wrestling together were almost all killed by the hell. Spider silk. Pull it down. After a chaotic war, everyone knew that Shi Yun liked to put the protective shield on some strange places of the protective shield. Later, for a period of time, they were very cautious and steady in the base, especially Kellen, who was afraid of accidentally angering the protective shield ghost again. "No, this is some kind of mysterious power that urges people to build well and make progress every day. I just discovered it." Shi Yun spread her hands, indicating that she was quite innocent this time. "You asked the right question. I was just about to discuss something with you." Half an hour later, the two drove a maglev motorcycle and appeared on another coast dozens of kilometers away. "How is it the tentacles didn't follow us?" Shi Yun asked, standing by the air wall. "I haven't seen it yet." Qin Xingxing stood beside her and answered without emotion. "Okay, very good. Start the experiment, Pikachu." Qin Xingxing didn't even want to ask what Pikachu was. He only heard a very familiar sentence in his ears. "I'm sorry. You have lost your resident qualification of base number 2 home. Let me make it clear first. If I become disabled, the base will have to support me for the rest of my life." He muttered to himself, and under Shi Yun's expectant eyes, he resigned himself to reaching out of the air wall. This time, he encountered no obstacles. Qin Xingxing, Qin Xingxing, could it be that you are the witch cursed to stay on the island with your family for the rest of your life? I'm so scared. Shi Yun, so do you still want to be a witch's family member again? Qin Xingxing, I finally regained my freedom, so of course I choose. His eyes fixed, as if he saw something, his face changed greatly. Yes, 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 quick. Shi Yun was afraid that something would happen to him, so he was on guard. When he saw that his face was not right, he slapped the household registration certificate into his hand before he finished speaking. Congratulations on recruiting 9 out of 10 S-level generals, A-level warriors, Qin Xingxing, influence plus 360. Shi Yun? Qin Xingxing, whose left hand was stuck in the air wall and could not be pulled back. Shi Yun, I suddenly remembered something. Qin Xingxing, Shi Yun, when a normal person sees a difficult monster, isn't the first reaction to withdraw and dodge? Why are you stretching your hands out when you are so scared? She narrowed her eyes. You didn't see anything at all, right? Are you kidding me? Qin Xingxing, get me out of here first, and I explain it to you. Shi Yun turned around mercilessly. 9/10 seemed to be enough for you. Chop up the rest. Finally, Qin Xingxing finally picked up the important tenth of himself, and took the small bowl given by Shi Yun, and worked tirelessly to fill the rough stone tank with seawater with a diameter of 60 centimeters and a height of 90 centimeters. This behavior, in Shi Yun's words, is since a household registration certificate has been wasted, it is necessary to fully utilize the value of this 1/10. Don't say it. If you ask, you will regret it. Qin said he regretted it very much. Shi Yun lay on the motorcycle, thinking about things. The existence of the air wall disrupted her plan. According to her original idea, the base now has food, drink, sleep and sunshine, which can meet a person's most basic survival needs, and the protective shield provides a certain degree of security, which is a pretty good shelter. In addition, the one-way short-distance instantaneous transport device has been studied. As long as she expands the base building space and repairs the broken transport device in the base, she can travel far away at will. At that time, according to the universal clues, she will take the alien strong men and go directly north to find her family. If her brother and mother are really as lucky as her and are still alive, she can build a transport device there and transport them back on the spot. After all, 800 years is a long time. Even if the person is fine, his condition may not be much better. Refer to Andrew, who has only been on Earth for 30 years. In this way, the relatives can be brought home, and it will be convenient to enter and leave the island in the future. Therefore, she came to the beach today, in addition to inspecting the filter rock mine and collecting seawater for salt. Another purpose is actually to confirm the role of the base building position. Since there is a limit on the number of buildings built in the base, is there a limit on building outside the base? If not, what are the differences and pros and cons of building inside and outside the base? In other words, she wants to confirm the feasibility of the above idea about the transportation device in order to decide the subsequent resource allocation. But now, the system's prompts are equivalent to telling her, forget about going north, forget about instant devices, and forget about building airplanes. Just stay on the island and level up. Leader level 10. She is currently level 6. The system predicts that she needs 1,500 more influence on the basis of level 6 to upgrade to level 7. If I estimate it by my head, it will probably take thousands of influence to upgrade to level 10 at the most optimistic level. There are 4 main sources of influence. One is to accept residents. The more powerful the residents are, the more influence they will be given, but it should not work now. Firstly, there seemed to be few people on the island, and it was impossible to go out of the island, let alone outside the earth. She asked Qin Xingxing and others, and they all said that ordinary people could not enter the core contaminated area at all. Even if they did, they could not go so deep. The reason they appeared here was because they accidentally fell into the wormhole. Besides, if the residents left, the corresponding influence would be deducted. Since Qin Xingxing had made a 3-month appointment with her, it meant that he did not intend to stay for a long time. The reason why he agreed to stay in the base temporarily was probably because he needed to recuperate. For some inexplicable reason, his SAN value and mental strength often rose and fell, and he recovered several times slower than others. Judging from the trend, he might only recover about half of it in 2 or 3 months. Once Qin Xingxing and his group leave, her skyrocketing influence may even decline. The second source is base upgrades. According to previous experience, 1 level upgrade only gives dozens of influences. The third is to make a deal in the primary trading market, But one deal gives 2 influences, which is equivalent to 300 transformation points for 2 influences. It's scary to think about it. Another is to build things. After thinking about it, this is a relatively sustainable way. However, you can't just upgrade blindly. You still have to find some items with higher cost effectiveness. For example, buildings can be built at the same time, the reward influence is relatively high, and points can be automatically generated. In this way, it comes back to the limit on the number of building slots in the base. After all, she can't blindly upgrade the base for the sake of building slots. If she uses tens of thousands of transformation points to upgrade the base, it is not enough to upgrade a few levels. Unless, she can also build outside the base. She sat up and tentatively chose to build a stone house. It is detected that the construction location you selected is not within the base. If you build a building outside the base, you will lose absolute control over the building, including the distress prompt function, building status prompt, transformation force generation effect, building special effects, building transformation potential, etc. Do you want to continue building stone house? Building outside the base is very cost effective. Shi-Yun shook his head, and planned to put this matter aside for the time being, and dig some filter rock with Qin first. The system prompt sounded at the right time. You have a message from the primary trading market. Do you want to check it? Chapter 68. Your total transaction amount has reached 10,000 Litecoins, and the total number of transactions has reached 20. You have met the account upgrade conditions. Congratulations on your upgrade from L1 to L2. The limit for each transaction has increased to 2,000 Litecoins, and the number of sales posts that can be issued is 3. Congratulations on your further familiarity with the primary trading market, and the reward is plus 20 influence. I believe that you no longer need extra encouragement when you start to find the way to do business. From now on, when a transaction is completed, the system will no longer reward influence. Shi-Yun, No. Don't believe it blindly. She really needs encouragement. The system continued to beep. In the future, we will conduct an objective and fair influence calculation based on the impact of each of your transactions on the outside world. The specific calculation method is as follows. Below is a large area of densely packed calculation conditions and formulas. After all, it involves influence income. Shi-Yun pinched his nose and read it carefully. After reading it, he exclaimed that it was great. The gist of that bunch of stuff is, for transactions with a transaction amount less than 1,200 Litecoins, no influence reward will be given for both buying and selling. For selling transactions with a transaction amount greater than or equal to 1,200 and less than 5,000 Litecoins, the influence will be calculated at 1% of the transaction amount. For buying transactions with a transaction amount greater than or equal to 1,200 and less than 8,000 Litecoins, the influence will be calculated at 0.5% of the transaction amount. For selling transactions with a transaction amount greater than or equal to 5,000 Litecoins, the influence will be calculated at 1.5% of the transaction amount. For buying transactions with a transaction amount greater than 8,000 Litecoins, the influence will be calculated at 0.8% of the transaction amount. At the end of each month, the transaction amount for that month will be summarized and counted. If the total transaction amount is greater than 10,000, the uncommissioned portion will be calculated at 0.7% of the influence. In addition, if a transaction has an additional impact on the outside world, a corresponding influence reward will be given according to the size of the impact. In a nutshell, Shi-Yun has transformed from a clerk with a fixed salary to a salesperson who relies on performance and bonuses to make a living. Is sales the end of the universe? Back then, when she was employed, she hid far away from sales recruitment because she knew her own nature as a lazy fish and just wanted to fish in troubled waters with a fixed salary that was guaranteed to be paid regardless of drought or flood. She never expected that 800 years later, she would still be unable to escape the fate of being a salesperson. But Shi-Yun calculated with his fingers. A transaction would cost her 300 transformation points in shipping. She needed at least 10 points to make a thing, and she could get at least 1 influence, no matter what it was, which meant that if she made something, 300 transformation points could be exchanged for at least 30 influence. And if she completed a transaction of more than 3,000 Litecoins, she could also get 30 influence. In other words, as long as the transaction amount was greater than 3,000 Litecoins, she would not lose money on shipping. Not only is it not a loss. As long as the transaction volume is large enough, she can completely rely on stacking transactions to gain enough influence to upgrade. Although the commission threshold is high, she has not done more than 1,200 Litecoins so far. But She has been farming recently. As long as there is a harvest, it is the amount measured by kilograms. Fruits and vegetables in the trading market are sold by the piece. If she manages it well and her reputation improves, she will always meet 1 or 2 customers who purchase in bulk, right? Then her small goal of earning a few thousand influences will not be just around the corner. The commission system is so happy. It has been decided that selling things is the main thing, and building buildings is the secondary thing. So as to solve the air wall as soon as possible, Qin Xingxing took advantage of Shi Yun's distraction and adjusted the shield parameters without sparing any energy, and molded the shield into a can shape. Now he is facing the can mouth to the outside, waiting for the huge waves to help him fill the water, watching and listening to all directions. Unexpectedly, Shi Yun suddenly jumped off the motorcycle with a smile on his face, and walked towards him with shining eyes. Qin Xingxing became alert, took a step forward to block the stone jar, hid the shield jar behind him, poured the sea water inside into the stone jar, and quickly put the shield into the combat uniform. After destroying the evidence, Fawn Iron Bones. What's in here is the result of my heart-wrenching reflection. If you dare to find fault and kick it over, I will never let you go. Shi Yun smiled gently and kindly. What are you talking about? How can I bear to kick over the fruits of your labor? Come on, hurry up. It's too inefficient to use a bowl to hold things. Take out your big transparent jar, fill it with seawater, and come to mine with me. After digging, hurry home. If you are efficient enough, I will give you a motorcycle to drive on the way back. Qin Xingxing, do you think I'm such an easy man to please? You can trick me into working like crazy for you by driving a motorcycle? He raised his hand and made a 2 sign. You have to drive for me at least twice. They said they would go home quickly after mining, but on the way back, Shi Yun changed his mind and asked Qin Xingxing to drive along the coastline to see if he could go around the island. Qin Xingxing was eager to drive around for a while, so he agreed without hesitation, and during the period he said, let's try the extreme performance of this motorcycle. For the reason, they happily raced for a while. The maximum speed of the maglev motorcycle is more than 300 kilometers per hour. When driving at this speed, the hatch cannot be opened and the full close mode must be turned on, but people inside can still see the scenery passing by. More than 2 hours later, they circled back to the place where they first discovered the air wall. From this, it can be inferred that the circumference of the entire island is about more than 800 kilometers. Shi Yun was shocked. Because the so-called super large. The filter cotton or vein is really large. A circle around the island. As long as the base's coverage area does not leave the island, the filter rock is definitely enough. Is this the legendary double happiness? Shi Yun was in such a good mood that he returned to the base that day and spent 23,000 transformation points to upgrade the base to level 8, earning a new buff, 115 influence points, and an additional 0.2 points of transformation power exchange coefficient, from 1.5 to 1.7. Base details. Name, home number 2. Level, 8, upgrade to level 10 to get buff position *1, can be adapted to medium-sized buildings. The next level requires transformation points, 30,000. Residence, 8/180, your base is really vast and sparsely populated. Mobile residence, 1. Warehouse, 42/180. Buildings, 8/12. Defense, 8+15, equipped with protective shield. Territory, 200 by 200. Equipable buff/number of buffs, 1/2. Please click here for details. Currently equipped buff. When the items in the base generate transformation power, an additional 10% transformation power will be obtained. Although buff is given randomly. But aren't the general buff routines like that? Something like increasing crop yields, shortening construction time, increasing transaction volume by a coefficient, etc. No matter which one it is very helpful for her who intends to vigorously develop production, and she welcomes it. Shi Yun rubbed his hands and clicked on the description of the new buff. Level 1 buff. When planting crops in the base, the crop happiness +5, no. The previous buff was so serious. Why did the new buff suddenly change and not play by the rules? Is the crop pleasure really a joke, metaphysics? Or has agronomy made a radical change after 800 years? Shi Yun asked Andrew, an agronomy expert, about this strange term. The latter responded with a puzzled expression, racking his brains for a long time, and pointed out that some plants grow faster after hearing music, so some theories believe that since plants can appreciate music, they should also have certain emotions. Andrew hesitantly speculated whether this so-called pleasure is related to this kind of theory. Shi Yun fell into deep thought. So this is a plant acceleration buff? I'm curious about the effect. But if we change it now, the buff will cover the entire base. If something goes wrong, the acre of land that everyone has worked so hard to plant will be wasted. It would be great if the buff effect could be limited to a small area. It seems that she can really do it. Although base number 1 has not been merged with base number 2, it is completely included in the scope of base number 2. The system may not have thought that someone would be so bored that they would not recycle resources, but play Russian dolls instead. Therefore, when giving the option, it gave a little benefit. The included base, i.e., base number 1, can borrow the level 1 buff that has not been equipped by the including base, i.e., base number 2, at the cost of 1 transformation force point per minute, and the effect of the borrowed buff will be reduced by 50%. It is very expensive to burn points every minute. After all, most of the output in the base is calculated in hours, and the unequipped buff is generally a low priority buff for her. It is also limited to the level, and the effect is reduced by 50%. Base number 1 is very small. On the whole, this benefit is quite useless. But now it seems to be the best choice for a small experiment. Sheehan patted his head and made a plan. She waited for the crops in the base to receive enough sunlight, took off the temporary sunlight storage device poked on the stone house with an extra long wooden pole, took out the pollution filtering flower pot she made a long time ago, dug some fertilized soil in the field where the seeds were buried, and went to base number 1 underground. Underground, she picked a suitable location, stuck the sunlight storage device on the rock wall, and then planted a few radish seeds in the flower pot. Next, she waited to observe the growth rate of the radishes below. It felt good to have the confidence to burn points appropriately. She was in a very good mood. After arranging the experiment, she passed through the horizontal mine and came to the remains of the transport device not far away. Do you want to repair the ancient instant transport device, severely damaged? Yes. Due to your current limited materials, you can only perform preliminary repairs and cannot restore all the functions of the device. After the repair is completed, the device can only perform one-way short-distance transmission. If you choose to repair this device at one time, you can save 10% to 20% of materials. Do you still want to perform preliminary repairs? Sheehan continued to choose yes. It would take too many materials to repair this device at one time. She had read the description that the effect of one-way short-distance transmission was roughly equivalent to one-click return to the city. She couldn't leave the island now, and she had a maglev motorcycle, so a return to the city device was enough just in case, and there was no need to waste so many materials. Ancient instantaneous transport device, one-way short-distance instantaneous transport module, repairing, remaining time, midnight. Sheehan returned to the surface, put the large amount of firewood prepared by Andrew and Hawkins into the warehouse, rode the cool maglev motorcycle, and drove towards the downwind of the base. The base diameter is very short, the unit can be calculated in meters, and the maglev motorcycle is very fast, the unit can be calculated in kilometers per hour, so even if you deliberately slow down, it takes almost 1 second to get on the motorcycle, 1 second to drive the motorcycle, and 1 second to get off the motorcycle. When she stopped the motorcycle, the system prompt sound was almost signal noise, and in the end, it didn't deduct any of her transformation power points. Who made the calculation accuracy of the system transformation power points only reach 1 decimal place. This wave of wool is really happy. Sheehan slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Chapter 69. In front of Sheehan, there were 2 newly built buildings. One was a brick kiln, and the other was a porcelain kiln. They were separated by a distance and had a simple appearance. Both were made of bricks. To be honest, if she didn't have the system, she wouldn't have done something full of logical paradoxes such as building the first brick kiln in history with bricks to burn bricks. In fact, bricks, ceramics, etc., as long as there are raw materials, the system can also make them. The reason why brick kilns and ceramic kilns are built is that she wants to earn some influence, and on the other hand, it is unrealistic and uneconomical to make them purely by the system. First, the number of bricks and ceramics required is not small, and the system cannot generate them with one click. They can only be made one by one. It is very tiring for her to do it alone. Second, even if she can do it, each brick/ceramic product will consume a small amount of transformation points, which will accumulate to a considerable amount. Third, except for the first brick and the first ceramic product, there will be no influence reward for using the system to make these things even if the number is up to 4 digits. In this case, she naturally has to implement the ancient saying that there is strength in numbers. Except for Andrew and Hawkins, who stayed near the fields, she had set all the other idlers, who would only mess up the fields here. When she arrived, Gene Zixing and others were hiding nearby, talking a lot. Fighting a mud fight. They used brick kilns and porcelain kilns as cover while throwing mud balls at each other, muttering to each other, David, I told you not to add so much water. Feel how watery it is. Naya, is it good to add too much soil? Here, I give you a dehydrated version, and see how hard it is. Clan, I told you it must be because you didn't stir fast enough. Anna, who was covered in mud, said, shut up. Qin Zixing, who was hiding on the side, watched the fun without thinking it was a big deal. David hit Clan, 1 point. Clan hit Anna, you are brave, 2 points. Anna hit 3 people at the same time, awesome, 3 points. Shi Yun, although you guys pulled the materials back with great effort, but... she was covered in a mud ball that was hit off target. The people fighting in the mud seemed to be immobilized and stopped for 3 seconds. Only the leader Qin Zixing was calm and tried to save the situation. Naya hit Shi Yun, which was very bold, so he scored 10 points. Shi Yun, as a great leader, must be magnanimous, so he scored 100 points in advance. Shi Yun smiled. You have used the skill Extraordinary Strength, primary. You have used the skill card A Pair of Legs That Can Run Fast, primary. You have used the skill card A Strong Physique, primary. I have good news for you. She casually scooped out a large lump of clay. A great leader like me, I don't have much athletic talent, but I'm pretty good at throwing things. Half an hour later. A group of people, except Anna and Shi Yun himself, who were not targeted by Shi Yun, all looked like they had rolled in the mud 10 times, huddled beside the clay with dusty faces, and kneaded the pottery embryos honestly under Shi Yun's orders. Shi Yun observed while kneading. The plates, bowls, and cups kneaded by Anna were the most decent. Because Kellen was too impatient, he kneaded a piece of clay for a long time, and it was either too thin here or too thick there. Qin Zixing squatted beside Kellen, giving instructions quite busy, but after listening carefully, all of his ideas were bad, such as if it's too thin, just add some clay, come, I pass it to you, and if it's too thick, just use a knife to scrape this piece off, come, I sharpen the knife for you. One dared to speak, and the other dared to listen. With a fierce operation, the bowl-shaped object in Clan's hand turned into a broken, unevenly thick Indian flying cake in an instant. Qin Xingxing handed over the mud ball that he had not kneaded for a long time, and encouraged patiently, it's okay, let's keep working hard. Let alone other things. Didn't Clan say that the big knife was quantum? Why did it need to be sharpened? This guy is actually being lazy, right? Shi Yun narrowed his eyes, and just as he was about to smear the mud ball he kneaded on Qin Xingxing's face, he heard David and Naya quarreling again. The reason why I said again is because these two ADHD children seemed to be a little autistic because of her training. They were very quiet for a long time, and they just stayed in the corner to make pottery in a low-key manner. It seemed that they had finished making the things, so they shouted and leaned towards Qin Xingxing. Shi Yun looked carefully, and saw that they each had a small teacup in their hands. In terms of craftsmanship, they were not as good as their eldest sister. The edge of the cup was not well made, and it was a little turned outward. The cup body was also a little crooked, but from the pile of strange things thrown on the ground, it was not difficult to guess that this was a work that they tried many times before they succeeded. The two brothers came up to Qin Xingxing and asked him to carve a pattern called sunleaf flower on their cups. What is sunleaf flower? Shi Yun asked curiously. Anna put aside the bowl she had just made, pinched another ball of clay from the jar, and answered softly while shaping it. Auspicious picture, meaning, perfection and harmony. On the other side, Qin Xingxing took a cup and grabbed the blade of Clan's 2-meter-long quantum sword, and poked the small teacup that was less than 2 knuckles high. Shi Yun, Are you sure it's reliable to ask this guy for carving? The answer is surprisingly yes. Qin Zixing's hand holding the blade is very steady. The 2-meter-long blade should be a hindrance, but he used it with the dexterity of a paring knife. Every stroke of his knife was crisp and sharp. Most of the lines were exactly the same depth, only a small part was a little shallow, but it was handled very naturally. Shi Yun thought he did it on purpose at first. It was not until he made a very shallow stroke on a place where the wall of the cup was obviously much thinner, that Shi Yun realized that the two brothers did not mold the pottery well, and the thickness was uneven. Qin Xingxing should be trying to avoid the line from piercing the wall of the cup. But when Qin Xingxing took the teacup, he did not look at it carefully at all. As soon as he took it with his front hand, he started carving with his back hand. This observation and reaction ability are really amazing. Not long after, a vivid 3 carved flowers were printed on the small teacup. There were 3 small fish, with their heads connected together, and their tails were very long, hanging down in different postures, dancing lightly in all directions in the water, but only when they reached the bottom of the cup, the 3 fish tails naturally overlapped again. Among them, the depiction of the fish in the middle is the most applauded. Originally, the biggest feature of these small fish is the ethereal long tail. If there are only 2 fish, they can just occupy half of the composition. But with the addition of the third fish in the middle, if Shiyun wants to think about it, he always feels that there is no place for the tail. If it goes around a big circle, whether it goes around the right or the left, the composition will lose weight. If the fork at the end of the fish tail is extended, one left and one right, the whole picture will appear too round and too stable, not as clever as it is now. Qin Xingxing's treatment is very clever and showy. With just a few strokes, he depicted the spatial sense of the whole picture. The tail of the third fish hangs down, and 1/3 of it is blocked by the body of the fish, leaving only the lower 2/3, fluctuating and entangled with the tails of the other 2 fish until the 3 tails merge into one. The overall effect is very light and agile. As soon as this picture came out, the originally slightly turned-out edge of the cup suddenly became less abrupt, and the overall teacup looked like a small trumpet flower filled with water and fish. It's so unique. What about yours? Shiyun heard Qin Xingxing asking Anna. Anna glanced at the work of the 2 brothers. It's not done yet. Isn't it done now? Naya picked up a teacup from the tableware she made and handed it to Qin Xingxing excitedly. Shiyun saw Anna frowned and seemed a little dissatisfied with Naya. The teacup made by Anna is actually very beautiful. It is round, cute, and of uniform thickness. It is a perfect work. Compared with the work of the 2 brothers, it is a world of difference. Qin Xingxing quickly painted 3 carved flowers on Anna's teacup, and made the overlapping fish tail slightly tilted to the left, so that the rounded small teacup was more playful. When placed together with the 2 brothers, the painting style seemed both inconsistent and unified. It was a very subtle harmony. The surname Qin is still a bit talented, Shiyun thought subconsciously. However, before she had time to look at Qin with a new eye, she was completely defeated by Qin's shamelessness. Qin put down the 3 teacups he had just painted and covered his hand that had held the blade. "Ah, it's bleeding, my hand hurts, I can't work anymore." Shiyun, can you please make some fake blood first? That day, a group of them made a lot of pottery embryos. Of course, one of Kellen and Shiyun was impatient, and the other was clumsy, not suitable for such delicate work, and finally gave up the great cause of pottery. With the help of others, they took the mold made of wooden boards and pressed bricks one by one. This is a perfect match for the profession. After all, one is very fast, and the other is very skilled. After half a day, nearly 1,000 bricks were made. They sent the pottery embryos and bricks to the pottery kiln and brick kiln respectively, and lit the first fire of the 2 kilns respectively. It must be said that the system is really convenient. With the so-called absolute control of the building, Shiyun can know whether the temperature in the kiln is appropriate at any time. After several adjustments, Shiyun unexpectedly discovered that Kellen was very sensitive to the temperature in the kiln. After knowing the requirements of the temperature, he sometimes reacted faster than the system, so Shiyun asked him to stay and help guard the kiln. Others could obviously leave, but they didn't leave. Like children who are about to get new toys, they guarded the porcelain kiln one by one, waiting for the pottery to be fired. Shiyun simply sent Qin back to the fields and called Andrew and the others over to cook near the porcelain kiln tonight. That night, the day was too short, and for them, the meal before going to bed was dinner, which corresponded to the night. The 8 people, Shiyun was still awake, lit a bonfire near the porcelain kiln, pushing and shoving each other, chasing each other, making noises and laughing, and happily eating a full meal of salt-baked jerry fruit, and then sleeping on the ground in the temperature of the porcelain kiln. They stayed by the porcelain kiln for another day, busy making bricks during the day, and eating, drinking and chatting at night. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Shiyun was awakened by the cheers of the 2 brothers. They were saying something like, "It's cold, it's cold, it's over." She rubbed her eyes in a daze, and got up from the ground. Anna, who was sleeping next to her, was also woken up, frowned, and said in her sleep, "Shut up." She turned over and went back to sleep. So the 2 brothers changed from cheering loudly to celebrating with winks, opened the kiln, rummaged around in it for a while, and took out a small teacup with 3 carved flowers. David covered the glowing nuclear crystal with his hand, leaving only one angle of light, and Naya looked at the teacup over and over again in the light, smiling with sparkling eyes. They also pulled out the remaining 2 teacups, and were so happy that they jumped up and down, as if they had received the best gift in the world. Shiyun was infected by them, and her eyes curved slightly. The 2 brothers found that she was awake, looked at each other, and came over with 3 teacups, handed them to her, and fiddled with them ostentatiously, pointing to the 3 carved flowers under the light, and showing them to her. "Look at this." Shiyun looked closely, and found a black line flashing on the tails of the 3 small fishes. At first glance, it looked like the fishes came alive, and were secretly wagging their tails. She couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this?" "Hee, the magic I asked the boss for," the 2 of them said in unison, and under the threat of the elder sister in her sleep, they tried to lower their voices. "Isn't it beautiful? It's a set of 3, made by our Chris family. It's the only one in the world, and it's a good thing that you can't buy with any money." Shi-Yun took one, rubbed the texture, smiled sincerely, and praised them. "It's beautiful, very beautiful. If you like it, I give it to you," David said with a smile. "Keep it well," Naya followed up. Shi-Yun was stunned for a moment, then realized belatedly, "Specially made for me. What else?" Naya made a face. "We don't like to drink tea, that's the habit of Earthlings. Don't you want to be the greatest leader? You shout it every day." David pointed out the facts. "Well, that's actually..." David stretched his hand holding the teacup a little further forward and continued, "We're keeping an eye on you, home number 2, we like it very much." Naya reached out and knocked on the wall of the teacup with her index finger, making a muffled sound unique to pottery, with a unique texture. Come on, I wish the development of the base to be harmonious and successful. You have received a gift from the heir of the Gemini Chris family, the 3 carp flower teacup set. Congratulations to your base, home number 2, for receiving good reviews from 3 residents of the base, influence +3. Collect good reviews from 10 residents to get rich gifts. Please work hard to collect. Chapter 70. Collecting good reviews. Does that mean she has to shamelessly ask for gifts from everyone? In this regard, she only wants to say, there are not even 10 residents in her sparsely populated base. Criticisms are fine. It is always a pleasure to receive good reviews. Shi-Yun thanked him with great surprise, and carefully took the remaining 2 teacups. Item details. Name, 3 carp flower teacup, set, quantity, *1. Quality, poor. Durability, 99.99. Function, ordinary small teacup for drinking tea, no special function, a set of 3 pieces, 2 styles for you to choose, 3 carp pattern painted on the wall of the cup. The pattern implies the dark attribute of the sculptor and the spiritual power of the maker. Note 1. The dark attribute of the spiritual power implied in the pattern is the reason why the 3 carp's long tail occasionally swings, which is a visual illusion, not haunted or any metaphysics. Please stand firm in the position of materialism, and use this teacup to taste tea with confidence. Note 2. The twin carp pattern, which means perfection in harmony, has a bold innovation on this teacup, and the even number has become an odd number. Perhaps because of this, although this teacup is made by the Gemini people, it still has no special effect. Note 3. Please believe that the donor is completely well-intentioned, but it is recommended that you do not show this teacup to the public. If it is seen by people who know the business, you may have a bad experience. 4. Ordinary. For a teacup, aren't these notes a bit long and numerous? Shi-Yun looked at it for a long time, but he didn't know what it was. The subtext of Note 2 is that if this teacup is engraved with a double carp pattern, it may not be an ordinary small teacup, and Note 3 is hinting that the odd carp pattern is not presentable. Shi-Yun curled her lips. The dog system still has the nerve to ask her to firmly stand on materialism. If she is a real materialist, she shouldn't say that other people's gifts are ordinary. What a cute and beautiful little teacup. So what if it's ordinary? Which materialist would expect a teacup to have special effects? I don't know what a bad experience is, so forget it. Shi-Yun threw the note behind her, and put the teacup in the warehouse, planning to find a safe place to show it off after the house is built. She hasn't received a gift for a long time, and it's from those 2 heartless ADHD children and cool sister Anna. She never dreamed of it. Happy. Occasionally surprised, often speechless, the daily chaos passed quickly, and more than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the past half-month, the base has changed a lot. 5 stone houses are gone, and a brick house has been built not far from the field. The house is not as modern as modern buildings. It looks rustic and is not tall. It has only 2 floors. There are 4 rooms on the first floor, a living room, a kitchen and 2 toilets, and 8 rooms on the second floor. Since there are more than enough rooms, everyone, including Shi-Yun, who has not woken up yet, has a score, and their personal space is relatively free. The kitchen on the first floor is very large, and the stove is also made of bricks. The pots and pans made of clay are neatly arranged, and there are more than 10 pairs of unique transparent wooden chopsticks on the side. Compared with the empty living room, and most of the rooms without beds, it is simply the most luxurious place in the whole house. The toilet is the place Shi-Yun is most satisfied with. It is also the last insistence of her, who has always been stingy. Before, because the base was unobstructed and endless, everyone had to go to a far place to dig a pit in secret to solve their personal physiological problems. Later, there were houses to live in and containers to store, so they didn't have to go to far places to solve the problem. But it was also very embarrassing to clean up the excrement every day. As a modern human being, Shi-yun was really fed up. She didn't even want to use cement to build a house, and use lime mortar perfunctorily. However, in order to build a septic tank that would not leak, after searching for iron ore on the island without success, she spared no expense and dismantled 2 spaceships to get iron powder. The technology level of the spaceship was too high, and iron products were very rare, and made some cement to lay bricks. On the day when the simple modern squat toilet was completed, the 2 girls were filled with emotion and patted each other's shoulders in relief. From then on, they let go of their worries, and had no more burdens on eating and drinking. In addition to the brick house, a brick pillar with a width at the bottom and a narrow top was erected in the middle of the field. The pillar was about 3 meters high, with holes dug on the pillar for people to climb, and a small oval depression on the top, which was just enough to fix the sunlight storage. This thing, to use Qin Xingxing's eloquent words, is the profound art of the collision between classicism and postmodernism. In Shi-yun's pragmatic words, it's called streetlights, and in the judgment of the system, it's called buildings. Yes, a broken pillar is actually considered a building, occupying half of her building slot. In anger, Shi-yun built another one outside the original streetlight coverage, at the location where she planned to raise livestock in the future. Anyway, the buildings in the technology tree occupy at least 1 building slot, and it would be a waste if this half-building slot is not used. In addition to houses and streetlights, Shi-yun also got some unexpected small gains. She found that no matter how much handicraft she made, there was no influence reward. She thought it was because the system thought bricks were too worthless. Unexpectedly, the system would reward 10 influences for each batch of finished products produced by the pottery kiln and brick kiln. After accumulating during this period, more than 100 or 200 influences were credited. At this point, Shi-yun's influence was enough to rise to level 8. Considering that a wave of pollution sources had been cleared on the island, the threat was not very big, and after getting along with the new residents for a while, he also confirmed that the character of the new residents was reliable. Shi-yun did not do what he did before, suppressing the level so that he could upgrade at any time to refresh the status and save his life, but chose to upgrade, increase the conversion coefficient of transformation power points, and unlock the technology tree civilization transformation branch that the system had announced a long time ago. The result was shocking. The civilization transformation branch was empty, with nothing in it, which was very different from the other branches that were densely packed. As if seeing Shi-yun's doubts, the system popped up a prompt. Do you want to add technology to activate the civilization transformation branch? Shi-yun tentatively confirmed the operation. The warehouse interface popped up automatically, but most of the storage grids for the supplies were gray, with only 1 grid lit, indicating that it was optional. The item in it was 3 carp flower teacup set. What the hell? Shi-yun had an outrageous guess in her mind. To verify it, she selected the teacup and dragged it to the civilization transformation branch. The teacup itself did not disappear in the warehouse, but a lonely gray branch appeared in the empty technology tree. The system gave a new prompt. Congratulations on adding the technology 3 carp flower teacup set. Please click here to add details. Technology details. Name: 3 carp flower teacup set. Modifiable function. Please fill in making materials: clay *1, Gemini potter *3, triplets, dark attribute spiritual power sculptor *1. Making difficulty SSS. Rarity SSS. Practicality none. Popularity 1. Shi-yun No, can't we write the requirements for the production staff in a separate line? It's a bit scary to write the manufacturer in the production materials, and the practicality that is absolutely inversely proportional to the difficulty and rarity of production is really enough. It's not enough to complain in the item details. Do you have to complain secretly in the technology details? Outrageous. She speechlessly selected the function column, thought about it, and filled in the text with her mind. So that line became function, an ordinary teacup engraved with a 3 carp flower pattern, with a beautiful meaning, can be used for personal use or as a gift. Please click here to modify. Entered successfully. Congratulations on your first activation of the civilization transformation branch of the technology tree, lighting the fire of civilization, and influence plus 50. The guess was confirmed, and Shi-yun took a breath. Sure enough, The system wants her to play the civilization spread. Good guy. It was said that her overall strength was too weak, and she didn't even have the qualifications to leave the novice village? Don't always think too highly of her in strange places. If you must think highly of her, give her a function that can be used now. Shiyun frowned and clicked on the leader details again. Leader details. Name, Shiyun. Level, 8. Lifespan, 845 years 25 days 19 hours 49 minutes, /846 years. Spiritual power, 230/230, you are indeed not an ordinary earthling. You actually have spiritual power comparable to that of a gifted race. SAN value, 19/90ths, your SAN value level has improved surprisingly. Transformation power, convertible/total 2174.2/10887. 7,334.9 points have been converted. Current conversion coefficient is 1.8, wealth, 129,440, as long as you don't consider per capita, you are well off. Influence, 5,061.5, next level upgrade condition. Influence reaches 8,000, upgrade to level 10 to unlock wealth transformation power conversion system. Shiyun's eyes fell on the conversion system. On. She currently has a 6-digit fortune, and has no other place to spend it except buying things in the trading market. If it can be exchanged for transformation power, even if the exchange rate is 1:1000, she can get 3-digit transformation power. In other words, if the system is turned on, she can realize a happy cycle, spend points on shipping, make money by crazy trading, and use the money earned to subsidize points. As long as the money earned from each transaction is enough to make back the shipping fee, she will not lose money. Without having to worry about losing money, she can just concentrate on making money and reach level 10 in a matter of minutes. Isn't that great? Isn't this much better than spreading culture with unknown effects? What kind of culture can she spread at this stage? The unlocking order of these two functions should be reversed. The dog system only knows how to paint a rosy picture for her every day. While muttering, Shiyun suddenly saw that the sky outside suddenly darkened, and after a few minutes, it brightened up again. She looked out the window without a window frame or glass, and saw Hawkins had just put the new sunlight storage device into the street lamp. Up, climbing down. At this moment, the system that had just unlocked the civilization transformation branch popped up a prompt again, detected that you invented a new building, the crystallization of the art of collision, 100% sunshine street lamp. Do you want to add it in the civilization transformation branch? Shiyun, She wanted to ask, what rules does this dog system use to name things? Are the dialogue keywords extracted randomly? Chapter 71. Shiyun finally changed the confusing name to the simple brick street lamp, ignored the system's sarcasm towards her in several rating dimensions, exited the civilization transformation branch, and clicked into the primary trading market. Since she decided to work hard to make money for influence, Shiyun bought the monthly service promoted by the system with 90 points, and successfully enjoyed the gift message notification service worth 1 point/day, which can receive real-time news from the primary trading market. Just now, the seed seller came to her. What could it be? The other party promised to help her find rubber tree seeds some time ago. Did he find them? Then can't she look forward to a wave of rubber products? Coincidentally, she also had a small prop and wanted the other party to help verify the effect. Shiyun quickly opened the dialog box. It's not rubber tree seeds, but it's good news. Bulk seeds at preferential prices. My family woke up today. Bulk seeds at preferential prices. The operation was successful. He's fine. He's finally fine. Bulk seeds at preferential prices. Thank you very much. Without your help during this period, we would not have the money to do this operation. Bulk seeds at preferential prices. Thank you very much. After reading the other party's message, Shiyun couldn't help but laugh. During this period, she and Bulk Seeds had a high frequency of transactions. After a few exchanges, the two sides became more familiar with each other. Once Shiyun had a sudden impulse and asked the other party if he had ginger to sell. The other party was stunned for a moment and asked if she meant hemostatic ginger. Neither party was allowed to post pictures, and after exchanging information for a long time, they finally confirmed that the names, appearances, and cultivation methods of the two things were similar, but the focus of their efficacy was different. In other words, it was the difference between Earth ginger and alien ginger. The other party told Shiyun regretfully that no matter which one it was, it should have been extinct, because he himself had been looking for it for a long time, and could not find hemostatic ginger, let alone the ginger that Shiyun mentioned for cooking. Shiyun thought that hemostatic ginger was interesting, so he asked a few more questions out of curiosity, and then he learned that the other party had a family member, who who had suffered from a very strange disease in recent years. At first, it was just hard little bumps on the skin, and then those bumps began to bleed for no reason. Fortunately, the amount of bleeding was minimal, so no one took it seriously. Gradually, things started to go wrong. The amount of bleeding increased, and it seemed more difficult to stop the bleeding. The other party became worried and took the family to the hospital for a checkup. However, according to the results, there was no problem with the coagulation function, and all indicators were normal. The hospital gave a few tubes of hemostatics, and that was it. The hemostatics worked well at first, but gradually they stopped working. The seed seller felt that the situation was more serious than he thought, so he spent most of his savings and took the family to the Galaxy Central Hospital. The Central Hospital was well informed and quickly diagnosed the disease. Hematopoietic disorder syndrome. The hospital said that this was a new disease with unknown causes. The patient's hematopoietic system was blocked and could not circulate normally. The blood vessels and other tissues became extremely fragile, and the blood would also produce a very shocking rejection reaction to the patient. In the early stage of the disease, external bleeding was common, and then gradually developed into internal bleeding. In the late stage, organ necrosis occurred, and even dissolved by the patient's own blood. Since it was a blood problem, even replacing the necrotic organs would not help. The only treatment method at present is to replace the entire hematopoietic system. With the current medical level of this star system, this is not a particularly difficult operation, and the success rate is acceptable, but the cost of the operation is not low. The other party has spent a lot of money on medical treatment, star travel fees, examination fees, medical expenses, etc., and his savings have reached the bottom. He is stretched to the limit for a while, and he can't even take out a 10% down payment. So he can only race against time, while raising money, and see if he can find some useful folk remedies, such as hemostatic ginger, to relieve the patient's pain. It was also because of this that when the two first met, the seed seller said that he was in urgent need of money, and as long as Shi-Yun could afford the price, he would try his best to cooperate with Shi-Yun in other aspects. At this point, the seed seller thanked him again and again, saying that his previous transaction post had been up for so long, and the price had been lowered again and again, but no one was interested. The money-raising methods he thought of in reality were useless, and he was desperate. If it weren't for Shi-Yun, his family would be gone now. For this reason, the other party also proposed that if Shi-Yun had any needs in the future, he would be willing to give the most favorable price. In addition, he found a small bag of mint seeds some time ago. Thinking that Shi-Yun had asked about it before, he thought that there should be a need for it. He wanted to give it to Shi-Yun to express his gratitude. However, the quantity was too small, only 3 or 4 seeds. He hoped that Shi-Yun would not despise it. After listening to the whole story, Shi-Yun sighed for a long time. On the one hand, she did not expect that the behavior of mutual benefit in her eyes was a life-saving favor in the eyes of the other party. On the other hand, she could understand the other party's situation and despair. Her N-type allergic syndrome could not be diagnosed for a long time. Later, when it was diagnosed, there was no effective treatment. She could only avoid traveling far away and ensure that there was a hospital near her activity area to prevent emergency rescue in time. Later, her condition worsened and she couldn't even leave the hospital. She had to stay in the isolation ward around the clock. Because the cause of the disease was unknown, she couldn't even have an operation. She could only hope for freezing and the illusory future. Humans are creatures that need hope to survive. Diseases, especially those that cannot be cured but will gradually worsen, bring not only pain, but also a gradually shrinking expectation of the future. The latter is the most terrifying. It cuts off the patient's yearning for a better life from the root, like a demon, using the patient's own body to remind day after day that you are about to be doomed. In this process of gradually becoming desperate, but not completely despairing, people will struggle with all their might and grasp any life-saving straw. But whether this straw is reliable, and whether it can be grasped firmly depends on fate. From this perspective, Shi-Yun is a lucky person. She escaped the clutches of death for the time being. She and her family won the bet. And now, the family of the seed seller has also won. He is even luckier than Shi-Yun. His relatives who care about him are still there, and can rejoice for his survival. Shi-Yun felt happy for the other person. She looked at the delivery list with props, thought for a while, and found 66 roasted cherry fruits from the warehouse, carefully arranged them on a plate as a gift. The first star district of the 6th galaxy, Coquillot Farm. In the corner of the room, a small round transport device emitted a soft yellow light. After a while, a simple brown-red pottery basin slowly solidified into a solid body. The basin was filled with things. Before the shape was fully presented, it had already exuded an attractive aroma. Goddess Seville, that's actually Jerry fruit. A whole pot. Cocotte stood up and stared at the thing transmitted by the other party in disbelief. Cocotte, old man, what are you eating for lunch today? The loud voice of the rabbi came from outside. At first, his footsteps were brisk and natural, but later, as if he realized something, he ran quickly and excitedly, and soon he appeared at the door of Cocotte's room. Oh my God, this fragrance can't be. Seeing the situation in Cocotte's room, the rabbi's voice stopped abruptly. He swallowed a large mouthful of saliva and sniffed hard, as if he would make a fortune if he sniffed it more. He murmured, Old man, I understand that you are happy that little Galen successfully woke up, but we are so tight on money now. It's not a good idea to celebrate so extravagantly, right? Or did she and you give you a cooperative price? A discount for buying more? How much discount? It feels like even a 50% discount is a bit extravagant. Is it possible that he will give you a 50% discount? Coquet turned his head blankly, his voice a little weak. They didn't ask for money, they just gave it to me, saying it was a gift. Oh my God! The rabbi kept his mouth open for a long time. Gift? He stretched out his fingers and pointed one by one. 1, 2, 3. 30. 60. 66. 66 in one go as gifts? Isn't that too generous? I feel so embarrassed to you. Stay away, don't let the spit on you. Cocotte was at a loss in the room. How about I give her a pound of seeds? What kind of seeds do you think I should give? I have to give her something valuable. I was supposed to thank her, so why am I taking her things? Can you help me think about it? More than 1,000 light coins. That is, more than 20,000 interstellar coins. What seeds do we have on hand that are worth about 30,000 interstellar coins? Please, this pot is worth more than 30,000 interstellar coins? What? Cocotte was dumbfounded. Didn't you say before that one Jerry fruit is 20 light coins? That was a long time ago. You're already on the dark web. Why don't you study other things? You just look at the interface I opened for you. I'm afraid I accidentally click on something that costs money. I'm impressed. The rabbi shook his head, called up the optical computer interface, projected it in the air, clicked on the light gate platform, and turned to the target post on the first page. Look at your partner, his business is booming, and he has already raised the price twice. Kikeot took a closer look and stood there in shock. The price listed in the post was fresh Jerry fruit, minimum purchase of 8 pieces, 50 light coins each, 9.5% discount for purchase of 30 pieces at one time. Kikeot took a deep breath. Goddess Seville. The other party actually sent him a gift worth 3,300 light coins, or more than 50,000 star coins, which was almost as much as the down payment for a surgery for little Galen. The transaction dialog box in the gate of light began to flash. Swear to be a salted fish. Big brother, are you still there? Swear to be a salted fish. Have you seen that bamboo tube? That black cylindrical thing? Swear to be a salted fish. If you have, help me do an experiment. Listen to it with your ear. Cocotte came back to his senses and looked at the transport device. He saw that there was indeed something behind the pottery basin, but it was blocked by the pottery basin and the pile of Jerry fruit at first, so he didn't find it. Cocotte picked up the bamboo tube and did as he was told. The bamboo tube with one end closed covered his ears, and the surrounding noises faded away, but new noises sounded again, like the sound of wind far, far, far away. He waited for a while in confusion, and just when he was about to ask Salted Fish what to do next, he heard a voice coming from an unknown place. Big brother, can you hear me talking? The sound from the other end was distorted and intermittent, but fortunately it did not affect the transmission of information, and it was not difficult to tell that the other party was a woman. Coquet opened his mouth, subconsciously glanced at his confused friend, and took the bamboo tube to his eyes again. He flipped it back and forth, but after searching for a long time, he could not find any technological device on it. He mechanically waved his hand to stop his friend from asking questions, and covered his ears with the bamboo tube again in a daze. The sound from the other end was still intermittent. Can't you hear clearly? I seem to hear someone talking over there, but I can't hear the details clearly. Cocotte stammered for a while, and after failing once, he finally found his voice. I heard it. Are you the goddess of Seville? There was silence on the other side. The bamboo tube was not very comfortable to hold, and Cocotte held it tightly nervously, fearing that he would miss another word from the other party. Suddenly, the other side laughed. It turns out to be an old man. It's impolite for me to keep calling you big brother. The mysterious woman paused and said with a smile, You misunderstood. I'm not a goddess. I just like to tinker with some small inventions. Thank you for accompanying me in this experiment. I will trouble you for more help in the future. The Jerry fruit is just my gift. Congratulations on the successful operation of your family. I wish your family a speedy recovery and good health. Cocotte was at a loss for words for a while. No, you're welcome. You said too many Jerry fruits. There was a noisy movement over there, and the already noisy sound became extremely chaotic. The mysterious woman seemed to say something to someone, and then said to Cocotte quickly, "You're welcome. The fruit is baked, and you can eat it with confidence. If you want to be cautious, break it open before eating to see if the inside is opaque. I have something to do here. Bye." Cocotte felt as if in a dream. He held the bamboo tube for a long time, and only when he was sure that there was really no other words coming from the other end did he put down his sore hand. The rabbi who had been waiting for him for a long time snatched the bamboo tube and looked through it carefully like Cocotte just now. Goddess of Seville? Jerry fruit? Is that a vow to be a salted fish? He studied it for a long time, but didn't see any traces of high technology. He looked at Cocotte suspiciously. Or are you crazy? Cocotte pulled the chair away and sat on it with a plop. It seemed to be an answer, but it seemed to be talking to himself. I really heard her talking. She said she was not a goddess, she just liked to invent things. Maybe this is a new product that we can't see the technology of? But, he looked up blankly and looked at his friend, who was hesitant to speak inventor. And also a pig farmer? I think she mentioned pigs? Chapter 72. Shi-Yun put the bamboo tube on her ear and heard a faint voice coming from the other end. She couldn't help but marvel. Amazing. This thing can actually communicate with the outside world. Its signal capture ability is better than those of Qin Zixing and his friends, whose optical computers lose network connection as soon as they enter the core pollution area. This is what happened. Shi-Yun has always felt that the skill of everything can be synthesized is quite useful. The only problem is that this skill is quite casual in spending her points. When she was lucky, she combined 7 or 8 times in a row, spending only 1 point each time, and she could still combine good things, such as the first frugal protective shield. When she was unlucky, she spent 500 points for each combination, and the combined product was still garbage. Just like last time, in order to improve the defense of the base, she did a lot of merging experiments with the protective shield and different items. One of the merging combinations was the protective shield plus the Federal Combat Uniform, from Nikita's group. Her original intention was to see if she could use the remaining energy of the combat uniform itself, but after the merger, it turned into name, a sticky pile of rags. Function, a pile of rags that seemed to be about to rot, sticky, and had no other function except disgusting people. Note, if you still left it in the warehouse, you must have a very ample warehouse space. It can be seen that everything can be combined, like some games she played before, is in existence that cannot guarantee user experience even if you spend money, points. Therefore, for a long time, Shi-Yun would not synthesize anything unless it was necessary. But now it was different. After destroying the pollution source army, and completing the task of rebuilding the deserted island, she became rich overnight and had 5-digit points. She opened the daily module and had daily tasks to do every day. In addition, the buildings in the base and the Jerry-face tree also produced points every day. All in all, she could get about 200 points a day, so she didn't feel as bad about spending points as she did at the beginning. So now she has a fixed small activity every day to use the synthesis skill once. Even if she synthesizes garbage, she can still get points and resources, so she won't feel too bad. If she synthesizes something good, it will be a real surprise. It feels like opening a blind box every day, which is great. This communication prop that makes her feel a little subtle is the product of her recent blind box opening. She used the bamboo tubes left over from Andrew's bamboo furniture making last time, Guangmin Fuyu, Jerry Tree's firewood, and Jerry Tree's conductive tissue, and combined them into name, Shi-Yun's Earth Telephone Pair function, a very primitive communication tool with a long history. It uses the sound waves of speaking to vibrate the membrane and cause resonance at the other end of the connection, thereby achieving the purpose of communication between the two parties. Note, although you have made bold innovations in materials, primitive tools are primitive tools, and their limitations cannot be fundamentally solved. Limitations are not mentioned first. Shi-Yun wanted to ask, what about the legendary connection line? What about the legendary membrane? She clearly only saw a pair of independent bamboo tubes. One end was open, and the other end was just the bottom of an ordinary bamboo tube, except for being a little black. It made a knocking sound when knocked on, and it was very solid, Not like it could be vibrated by sound, okay. Shi-yun was full of doubts, and pulled Anna to do the experiment with her. At first, the two of them only kept a distance of 1 or 2 meters, talking to each other with bamboo tubes. There was noise, and the sound was very muddy, but the sound could indeed be heard. The two of them moved the distance to about 5 meters. The effect was about the same. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. Until the two of them stood at the two ends of the base, the sound effect was no different from when they were 1 or 2 meters apart. They simply left the base and walked in opposite directions, communicating with each other across an entire island. They could still hear it. Not only that, the sound was much clearer. It was really weird. In order to verify the limit of the range of the Earth phone, Shi-yun simply asked a seed seller far outside the contaminated area for help. The noise from the other end was very loud, and the sound was distorted so much that it was almost impossible to distinguish the other party's words. Even so, it was amazing that an Earth phone could have such a communication distance. Shi-yun made a judgment in his heart, and planned to inform the other party, through the trading market, that he didn't need to try again. Unexpectedly, a sentence came from the other side intermittently. I heard it, are you? Are you the goddess Seville? The sound was distorted and noisy, like an old tape of poor quality, but if you listen carefully, you can make out what it means. Good guy. It is said that primitive tools have limitations, and the limitations cannot be fundamentally solved. Whose earthen phone can chat across galaxies? Good stuff. She likes this kind of primitiveness. She doesn't mind another dozen. She unhappily chatted with the other party for a while, and was about to conduct further experiments, but suddenly heard a series of system notifications. Congratulations on planting 0.5 acres of long white radish, environmental transformation power plus 10. Congratulations on planting radish/bog tea on pig head *1, environmental transformation power plus 0. Congratulations on planting 0.5 acres of red potatoes, environmental transformation power plus 10. The task, Hope Fire recultivation of barren field 2, has been completed. Congratulations on obtaining transformation power points *20,000, piglet *1. Oh! It turns out that with the mysterious fertilizer bonus, the time for growing radishes and potatoes can be shortened to more than half a month. Not bad. Another 20,000 points have been credited, and there is a pig at home. Can the base finally enter the era of meat? Speaking of which, where did the system send the pig? It's not in the warehouse. Oh yes, I remember that living things cannot be placed in the warehouse. Where is the pig? Did the system throw it into a corner of the base? If so, it will be bad if it runs away accidentally. While listening to the voice on the other end of the Earth phone, Shi-yun stood up and walked towards the window to see what was happening outside. Halfway through the journey, she suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong. Was there something strange mixed in with the system notification just now? At the same time, not far downstairs, a few guys who were tending to the fields and paving the road started to yell. Hawkins! Ah! There's a monster! A pink monster! My hand? It stepped on my hand. Help! Naya, huh? Is this a pig? The color is so strange. Why is it pink? Why doesn't it have fangs? David, Andrew, the radishes on Earth are so powerful? Can such a strange pig grow in the field? Andrew, pigs don't grow in the field. Naya, are you sure? Then why did it get out of the radish pile? Andrew, pigs can't grow in the field. As he spoke, he rushed towards the direction where the three people and the pig were. Don't let it eat the radish. Oh! Hawkins, who had come to his senses, subconsciously tried to stop the pig, but forgot that he had only laid half of the bricks, and there was a height difference on the ground. So he stumbled as soon as he stood up. It runs pretty fast. David muttered as he flew forward, but he didn't catch the pink little animal, but instead collided with his brother, who rushed over from the other direction. Andrew came from behind and held the pig down, but before he could make the next move, the animal under his hand suddenly jumped forward like crazy. Look, what is that? David pointed to the mine diagonally in front of him. Did something jump out? Andrew looked up and saw a very strange scene. A thing with a white and tender upper half, like a radish, and a yellow and rough lower half with 2 legs jumped out and ran around happily in the field. His brain crashed for a moment, and the pig under his hand broke free from his restraints and ran towards the ghost thing with its hooves. The thing with legs ran fast, and the crazy pig ran even faster. The two staged a life and death race in the base. In the end, the pink and tender pig defeated the unknown creature with half white and tender, opened its big pig mouth, and was about to swallow the latter into its stomach. "Stop the pigs!" Shi Yun shouted while leaning against the window. The 4 people downstairs woke up as if from a dream and rushed over. Some pressed the pigs, some opened their mouths, and some pulled the radishes. However, your piglets ate the running radishes/Bigutian pig heads. Your piglets have mutated and are about to fall into hibernation. Piglets are in hibernation. Remaining time: 7 days. Shi Yun jumped directly from the window, but was still a step late. Naya glanced at her face and awkwardly spread her palms to her. Still, it was still saved a little bit. In his palm, there were several small roots lying quietly, which could be blown away by the wind at any time. Shi Yun silently pinched the roots into his hand and said, "I want to save my only pig." Item details. Name: radish/roots of bogfield pig head. Quantity: *3. Effect: bogfield pig head, also known as bog goblin, is a plant that loves freedom and running and is full of energy. It can be used as medicine, and has the effects of nourishing the kidney and essence, enhancing reproductive ability, and promoting cell division. Note 1. Just a few roots, the effect is far less than the main body. Please do not have too much confidence. Note 2. Because the radish is not pleasant enough before it matures, it cannot be completely transformed into bogfield pig head, so even if you take the main body, the effect is still limited. Please do not have too much confidence. Pleasure buff. It turns out that this thing is the experimental radish in base number 1. The part of that thing that usually grows above the ground is white and tender, and looks like an ordinary big white radish. She was still wondering what the buff was for. It neither promoted plant growth nor made plants grow stronger. After all this time, this is not a buff at all. This is nuclear radiation. Whose white and fat radish would grow into a yellow and wrinkled pig head just because of happiness? If she had used it directly in the base. Shi Yun imagined a bunch of weird plant people running around in the base. The picture is too beautiful, it's unnecessary, be cautious. Chapter 73. 10 minutes later. Behind the brick house, on the edge of the field, there is a semi-open building surrounded by bricks. This building has been around for a while. Today, it finally welcomed its first resident. This resident weighs about 7 or 8 kilograms, is thin and tall, not very fat, has fan-like ears, a long nose, big nostrils, and is sleeping soundly. Except for being too quiet, it is still a normal pig from any angle. Who would have thought that this seemingly normal body contained a mysterious mutant power? Can the pigs that ate mutant plants still be eaten? Shi Yun stared at the pigs and thought about life. On her left and right, Andrew and 4 others stood along the outer wall of the building, their expressions as solemn and quiet as Shi Yun. 3 minutes later, Krang came back from the brick kiln, saw the situation in the field from a distance, and walked towards this side in confusion. As soon as he approached, he was infected by the solemn atmosphere. He looked at the motionless animal that appeared out of nowhere in the building, and observed the expressions of the 5 people present. He stood next to David at the edge and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" David replied in a low voice, "Shi Yun's only pig died." Ah! Although he didn't understand where the pig came from and how it died, Krang still realized the seriousness of the incident and joined the silent team with the most upright and solemn military posture. 5 minutes later, Anna came back from digging limestone and clay, and found 6 people sitting quietly behind the house. She walked over to Kellen and poked him. Kellen covered his mouth with his hand, leaned close to Anna's ear, and whispered quickly, "Shi Yun's long-lost pig is back, the only one, but it's dead." Anna opened her mouth slightly, thinking of her own rabbit, and looked at Shi Yun, who was lost in thought with empathy, stood in military posture, and expressed sincere condolences. Another 5 minutes later, Chin, who used the excuse of mining as an excuse to take a motorcycle ride, hummed a little tune, and returned to the base at lightning speed. He made a drift and braked in front of the house, causing a large bag of filter rock to rattle behind him. He jumped off the motorcycle feeling good in the midst of the noise, and as he took a step, he caught a glimpse of the group of people standing diagonally in front of him. Anna turned back and glared at him, then made a gesture to keep quiet. "Qin Xingxing?" ? He glanced at the number of people, but didn't find anyone missing, so he walked with his long legs, swayed behind Shi Yun, poked his head out, and asked, "What are you doing? Why is it like a funeral?" Everyone's heart skipped a beat, some covered their mouths, some pulled others, some glared, some explained. "Shut up." Shi Yun's long-lost pet, her only pet, her beloved pet, finally returned to her side, and it died. It died just a few seconds before they were reunited. Why did you yell so loudly to provoke her? Qin Xingxing, who was stunned by the sudden tragedy, suddenly grasped the key point amid the condemning eyes and the restraints of the crowd. Ah! What kind of species is so powerful? Lost in the polluted area for many years, and only died now. It's amazing. Want it, or I catch another one for you? As she was thinking, she refreshed the system, and Shi-yun, who had no idea that she had become the heroine of the tragedy, questioned Mark. What's going on? She came back to her senses, and glanced at all the people who had gathered around her at some point, and Qin Xingxing who was dragged away by the guards. Most people were condolences' eyes, and asked inexplicably, what's dead? Everyone looked at the pig hesitantly, then looked back at Shi-yun, and no one spoke. Shi-yun blinked, and also looked at the pig, and then recalled the noisy words of the group of people, pondered Qin Xingxing's question, and realized it. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No. I'm just standing here thinking about things. This pig is not dead, it just ate something strange, and it seems to be mutating and entering a dormant period. Everyone suddenly realized and breathed a sigh of relief. Some sat on the wall, some clung to the wall and poked the pig, some simply climbed in and sat on the ground against the wall, and some went in and touched the pig all over, feeling the touch with a look of surprise. The burial site suddenly became a farmhouse sightseeing tour, and the solemn atmosphere dispersed. Naya, I was saying, a nice pavilion, why would you use it as a cemetery? David, that's right, so why did you put the pig in the pavilion, Shi-yun? Shi-yun, what gave you the illusion that this was a pavilion? Naya patted the wall that was less than half a person's height below him. Isn't this for people to sit on? Shi-yun, don't you think it's a bit narrow and hurts your butt? Naya, we thought you wanted to say bricks. Shi-yun, I'm not that stingy. David pointed to the bamboo shed above his head. Isn't this used to block the sun? Shi-yun, it does serve to block the wind and rain, but there are so many sheds besides the pavilion. Naya kicked the brick trough on the ground. Isn't this used to wash our feet? Shi-yun, I was wondering why I always see water here. No wonder you often come here to take a nap. Have you ever considered that this might be a pigsty? The brick trough is someone's pig's food bowl? You use someone's food bowl to soak your feet. Are you polite? The more she talked, the funnier it got. I thought you knew. Hawkins, who often worked in the fields, David and Naya, who had recently been helping to pave the field paths, were confused. Clan, who had been at the brick kiln for a long time, and Anna, who never took a nap, were secretly glad. Andrew realized belatedly that these people were not careless. Qin Xingxing laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. After a long while, he finally had the strength to explain to Shi-yun in a hoarse voice. The interstellar aquaculture industry is as sluggish as agriculture, or even worse. Even in places where the aquaculture industry is more developed, large mechanized factories are used. In order to improve the efficiency of breeding, no matter chickens, ducks, pigs, geese or anything else, they are born in small compartments that can barely accommodate them. They are not afraid of muscle atrophy because they have special muscle growth promoters. So the breeding farms are basically the same as beehives. This practice of setting up a special place for pigs is luxurious and inefficient. Most people have never seen it, so the piglets can't recognize the pigpen. Shi-yun felt that it was impressive, and gave the extraordinary Qin Xingxing a glorious new task to look after the pigs. Qin Xingxing, funeral. After the episode, everyone took a proper rest for a while, petted the piglets that were dormant like dead, and returned to the fields in groups to harvest radishes and potatoes. With more people, there is more power. It doesn't take much effort for the 8 of them to harvest 1 acre of crops. Soon, 2 hills of different colors were built on the edge of the field, one with a round and slender white, and the other with a round and khaki color. Shi-yun roughly estimated that the yield of both crops was higher than expected. There were about 3,000 radishes, each of which was long, big and fat, and about 4,000 potatoes, all of which were very big. This amount is enough for them to eat until they vomit. She collected half of it and put it in the warehouse, and asked everyone to help deal with the rest and put it in the granary next to it. The granary was built not long ago. It is not large, only a few hundred square meters, and there is a cellar inside, which is just right for storing radishes and potatoes. After dealing with these, Shi-yun thought about the next planting plan. Just after completing the task of recultivating the Wasteland 2, the system gave the 3rd task in this series. Fire of Hope recultivating the Wasteland 3. Task requirements. Please complete the sowing and harvesting of 5 crops within half a year. The planting area of each crop cannot be less than 600 m2. The total planting area of crops must reach 4,800 square meters. Current progress. Number of crops 0/5. Total planting area 0/4,800. Task rewards. Transformation points *50,000. chickens asterisk 2. This task reward is equivalent to money, meat, eggs in Shiyun's eyes. Mutated pigs and the like sound unreliable, so it's better to find a way to get chickens. In fact, for her now, this mission is not difficult. The types of seeds she has on hand far exceed the mission requirements, and the arable land area is more than enough, so she doesn't need to worry too much about the mission. She doesn't plan to come according to the number required by the mission. Since the idea of using sunlight storage to grow crops has been verified to be feasible, while Qin Xingxing's group is still here and there are enough people, plant 1 acre of the same crop, and then see which one is more popular in the market, and focus on growing that one in the future. By the way, I can sell the radishes and potatoes I just got. Shiyun clicked into the market, and took a look at the sales of Jerry fruit today. About 30 pieces. During this period, apart from the 2 tycoons who cleared out her inventory, Jerry fruit sales have been growing steadily for a while after the initial market test. On the one hand, many regular customers would buy some fruit from her every few days. On the other hand, her reputation has been established, with many good reviews, so the number of new customers who try it is also increasing. But after daily sales reached a certain level, the growth rate slowed down significantly, and even showed a trend of stagnation. Shiyun estimated that there were only so many customers who were interested and able to spend so much money on food, and that even if the same thing tasted good, people would get tired of it, so it was normal for daily sales growth to slow down. So she simply raised the price, lowered the inventory, controlled the supply, and took the high-end route to pave the way for subsequent new products. Now that the radishes and potatoes were harvested, she could move on to the next step. She used her recently upgraded permissions to open 2 new seller posts and enter the information of radishes and potatoes. When setting the price, Shiyun considered many factors. First, the taste of radishes and potatoes is not as special and rich as that of jerry fruit. Second, these two are not like jerry trees, and they will not destroy the land when planted. She is not the only one who has the conditions to plant them. According to Qin Xingxing and others, their prices are high, but there are still a few supply channels, and the highest price that the market can accept is limited. Third, Shiyun herself also checked the market conditions in the primary trading market, and there are 1 or 2 sellers selling radishes and potatoes, and the unit price is about 7 litecoins. Fourth, in order to research competing products, she bought radishes and potatoes from other sellers. They are very small and look bad. They don't taste like radishes or potatoes. Compared with the harvest in the base today, it is simply the difference between a copycat and an authentic one. In summary, she set the price of both products at 9 guangbi each, but deliberately set the minimum purchase quantity to be much less than other sellers, only 30, and indicated that the more the purchase quantity, the greater the discount, and those who are interested can chat privately. Then, she wrote the title for these 2 agricultural products in a unified format, limited time discount. Within 3 days from now, anyone who buys potatoes/radishes in this post will be given a jerry fruit. The gifts are limited and first come first served. Hurry up. Then, she went to her recently popular jerry fruit sales post and updated the post title. The owner has new products. New and old customers are grateful for the big feedback. Limited time discount. Within 3 days from now, anyone who buys jerry fruit in this post will be randomly given a pound of radishes or potatoes. After finishing, she confirmed the modification with satisfaction, and went to meet Anna and the others to drink carrot soup and eat charcoal roasted potatoes. That night, in another corner of the universe, at the edge of the 6th galaxy, in a spaceship with a mottled shell, a man with a face full of flesh stood in front of another man with more flesh than him. After reporting a series of situations, he hesitantly raised the last point, and, boss, in the dark whip, the one who has been quite popular recently, the salted fish who sells jerry fruit, just posted a post today and started selling the potatoes and carrots we are selling. Chapter 74. Interstellar pirates are the most notorious group of people in the Federation. They come in groups of 3 or 5, with different backgrounds. They may have been the lowest and most despicable citizens in the Federation, or they may have been criminals who killed people without hesitation and committed all kinds of evil. They are a group of people who are not tolerated by the Federation. They are outside the Federation and often appear in the no man's land. Some are anti-Federation, some are revengeful against society, some beat people up on sight, some rob money, some rob people, and some rob starships. They use any means, and do not follow the rules. They have their own set of styles. In the 6th galaxy, there is a group of pirates named Black Hand. Their leader, Mathages, is very strong and can resist certain pollution. He has led his men many times to break through the encirclement of the Star Zone army, and even achieve counterattacks by relying on the polluted area on the edge of the Sixth Galaxy. It is said that the spaceship driven by Mathages and others was seized from the Star Zone army that encircled him. After several modifications, it has the armed strength comparable to that of a small starship. This group of people is entrenched in the periphery of the Sixth Galaxy, near the Seventh Galaxy. They robbed a lot of resources in the Sixth Galaxy with brutal and tyrannical means, but they deliberately controlled the severity of the crime below Class C, so that the Star Zone Administrator Grady could not apply for a higher-level arrest warrant, and could only call on the Star Zone Army that could do nothing to them to pursue them in vain. Therefore, over the years, the Star Pirate Group Black Hand has always been a headache for the Star Zone Administrator Grady. At this moment, the Star Pirate leader, who has been a headache for the Star Zone Administrator for many years, is squatting on a chair, listening to the report of his subordinates, while feasting on a table of sumptuous meals. After Glenn finished speaking, he stood aside waiting for the boss instructions. While doing nothing, he couldn't help staring at the delicious food on the table, such as nuts, Light's crispy bamboo shoots, braised radish, dry pot potatoes, and van wine, and swallowed his saliva again and again. Mathages chewed and swallowed the food in his mouth, and asked with his greasy mouth, "The salted fish who sells Jerry candy? Who is he? He sounds familiar. The new customer who bought the minimum amount of carrots and potatoes in our 2 stores last time. Oh, the one who made a small move." Mathages stuffed 3 potatoes into his mouth without taking it seriously. He also sells carrots and potatoes? How much does he have in stock? How much do he sell for? The current inventory of each item is 200, and the unit price is 9 light coins. Ha ha ha. Mathis laughed and drank the fine wine in the glass. What tricks are you playing? Want to be our middleman? Glenn shook his head. No, I also bought the things he sold. Look. He took out a white and fat carrot and a palm-sized potato and put them on the table. Mathis's eyes lit up. Oh! He has some skills. He took the things curiously, patted them, and smelled them. Big, fragrant, and strong. Ha ha. He looked up at Glenn. Are you sure there's no pollution? Not at all, and it's very fresh. Glenn threw out his real concern. The quality is too good, I'm worried. The other party will seize our market. Ha ha ha. Not bad, very good. Make me 2 pots of this good stuff tomorrow. Mathis threw the radish and potatoes back into his subordinate's arms without caring, burped, and squinted his eyes happily. Why worry about nothing every day? Isn't this a good thing? Here comes a good job. Which farmland secretly took it out? Have you found out? The first Star District of the Sixth Galaxy, the Star District Hotel, the manager's office. Secretary Ginny pushed the dining cart and stood in front of the door. She raised her hand and knocked on the door a few times, and then she heard a very soft and pleasant come in from inside. As soon as the voice fell, the door of the office opened automatically. Ginny walked into the office and saw the manager Portia sitting behind the desk in front of her. This is a very beautiful woman. She has long and smooth waist-length blonde hair. The natural curvature of her long hair is like the sea in peace, gently rippling layers of waves. Her eyes are blue as the sea, as deep as the starry sky, enough to make people deeply indulge. Her slightly open lips are thick and full, red like cherry petals, her neck is slender and white, and her collarbone is beautiful and clear. Everything about her is perfect, as beautiful as an elf that should not exist in the world. Although they had known each other for many years, and they were both women, Ginny was once again amazed and held her breath. Portia had long been accustomed to everyone's reactions. Seeing this, she pursed her lips into a very small arc, raised her green arm, and the 3-ring silver bracelet on her wrist slid down naturally, stuck at the 2/3 position of her upper arm, making a crisp and ethereal ring. She waved to Ginny, "Come." Ginny pushed the dining cart and walked over in a daze. It was not until she walked to the desk and was pinched on the face by Portia, who stood up, that she came back to her senses a little. Under Portia's smiling eyes, she put the tray on the desk with a bit of embarrassment, touched her face and muttered, "Don't laugh, I am already very immune to you, okay? If it were someone else, they would probably drool." Portia smiled softly, sat back in her chair, and put the documents on her desk aside. Ginny glared at her, neatly placed the food on the dining cart on the empty table, and opened the lids one by one. The ingredients have been tested repeatedly. There is no pollution or toxins, and the food safety is absolutely guaranteed. What happened? Why do you suddenly want to taste it yourself? The hotel's turnover is declining. I want to see where the problem lies. Portia picked up the ivory chopsticks and picked up a piece of dry pot potato chips from the table of food. She opened her lips slightly, took a small bite, and tasted it carefully for a while, then frowned slightly. Did the supplier change? No, how could it be possible to change? The vegetable supplier has always been the same company for these years. Jenny replied, I also know that the quality of their vegetables has not been good in the past 2 years, but the general trend of the entire galaxy is like this. The safe farmland is inexplicably reducing production. Don't worry, because of the environment, if we are bad, other restaurants can only be worse. If customers want to eat these, we are still the first choice. The loss rate is still within an acceptable range. Portia raised her chopsticks and tilted her head slightly. That was her habitual action when thinking, what about the plantations in the Star region? You can try your luck and ask. Star region plantations are farms located in the Star region, with official authorization from the Federation. The quality and safety of their agricultural products are very high, but official authorization is limited. There are only so many plantations, and the output is limited. They will give priority to meeting the needs of the top group of people in the Star region, and the remaining agricultural products will flow into the market. Compared with the population of the entire Star region, the amount of agricultural products that flow into the market is just a drop in the bucket, and the supply cannot meet the demand. Therefore, even if the price soars to the sky, several powerful big hotels will rush to purchase. The Star Zone Hotel run by Portia is one of the best luxury hotels in the 6-star system. Its catering business is quite strong in the system, and its strength is obvious. Despite this, it has not been able to grab the supply share of the official plantation for a long time. I know that I have asked the supplier several times when they raised the price. The most recent time was 2 months ago. I asked before others, but they still said that there was no extra supply. Jenny shook her head and said, I have asked people, and I can confirm that other restaurants cannot afford the price we can offer. The plantation has not secretly supplied them, and they have been rejected for a long time. Portia put her chopsticks on the bowl and thought silently for a while, as if she had made up her mind, then helped me find other suppliers. Jenny was stunned for a moment, and repeated a little stupidly, find other suppliers? Portia nodded patiently but firmly, well, if we find a good one, we will change it. The quality can be improved as much as possible. If possible, we will change it within this month. Jenny opened her mouth and spoke for a long time, but our current supplier was introduced to us by a kind-hearted plantation owner. Didn't you say that you suspected that the supplier was actually in cahoots with the Star Zone officials? Will it cause trouble if we suddenly stop purchasing? Do you think it will cause trouble? Portia asked softly. If they are really in the same group, if the official side is unwilling to help us cover up the source of the goods. Portia laughed when she heard it. When she laughed, there was a very shallow dimple on one cheek, and her eyes seemed to reflect the deep sea of the brilliant stars. Jenny was a little stunned. Don't worry. Portia put the bowl back on the tray. You don't have to change all the ingredients, put the potatoes. She glanced at the other dishes on the table, and ordered 2 other vegetables without caring. Just these 3. Thank you for your help. Potatoes? Jenny seemed to realize something, and glanced at the table, and found that Portia had only touched the bowl of potatoes for a long time. Suddenly she understood everything, and her mouth flattened, and she was not in a good mood. What about the turnover? You said it so nicely, I was wondering why you suddenly wanted to conduct a surprise inspection, and insisted on changing the supplier. Is he coming to our Star Zone? Portia was not embarrassed when her selfishness was exposed. She just smiled slightly, rubbed her thumb on the cold silver bracelet, and whispered, we will know whether she came or not soon. 15 minutes later. Jenny pushed the food cart and finally shouted angrily to her beautiful manager, I am so angry. When he was in power, you pushed him away desperately. Now everyone avoids him, but you are stupid enough to provoke him. Don't you think you have enough trouble? I am too lazy to persuade you. Don't come to me to cry when something happens. She walked out of the office angrily, and stayed outside the automatically closed door for a while, stamping her feet in anger. 5 minutes later. She calmed down a little, and took several deep breaths. She followed Portia's instructions, and found several people in the optical brain to help keep an eye out for new suppliers. Then, she opened the light door of the dark web and looked for other potato sellers. She was familiar with several existing potato sellers on the dark web, and even knew that they were essentially the same company, but the quality of their supplies was different. The search now was just a result of her usual habit of doing things in a comprehensive manner. But soon, she unexpectedly saw a new post. Limited time offer. From now on, within 3 days, Anyone who buys potatoes/radishes in this post will be given a Jerry fruit. The gifts are limited and first come first served. Hurry up if you want to buy. Chapter 75. Portia knew Ginny was very efficient. So when Ginny ran away indignantly, she was relieved. She knew Ginny was tough on the outside but soft on the inside, and would not let her down. But when Ginny returned to the office with the food cart a few hours later, even Portia, who trusted Ginny very much, was a little surprised. Because, just by smelling it, you can smell the aroma that the food should have through the lid. In just a few hours, Ginny really found a new supplier. This is the potato you asked for. Ginny was still angry, so she took out a fresh raw potato from the dining cart and put it on Portia's table. She then took out a long white radish. This is the radish you don't really care about. Portia looked at the potatoes and radishes that were 2 or 3 times larger than the products on the market, and finally showed a hint of surprise on her face. Don't change the 3 types. Anyway, the most important potatoes have been found. The radishes are just to confuse people. The seller has nothing else to sell. To use the words of other suppliers, I guess they are not as good as the products of black soil. Ginny pushed the 2 things in front of Portia, making room for them, and began to put the food in the dining cart on the table. I asked the kitchen to make you dry pot potatoes and braised radishes again. Although I have tested them and they are safe, you still have to taste them to see if there are any problems, in case your wooden man is poisoned to death, and you come to fight me. I can't afford to compensate you. Portia was studying the potatoes. When she heard Ginny's sarcastic words, she turned her head slightly, couldn't help but chuckled, and apologized in a very good manner. Sorry, I'm sorry, don't be angry. How can someone smile so beautifully while holding a potato? Ginny's anger, which had been suppressed for several hours, suddenly dissipated a lot. She looked away and said awkwardly, Okay, is an apology useful? You won't change your mind. Try it. If you confirm that there is no problem, I will purchase in large quantities from the other party. With the ringing of the silver bracelet bell, Portia picked up a piece of potato, opened her red lips slightly, and tasted it. The moment her teeth crushed it, the smile on her face froze. The soft, glutinous and spicy taste exploded between her teeth, stimulating the taste buds that had been numb for a long time. But there was a flaw. Seasoning. Seasoning has become the main attraction, she thought. She put down her chopsticks, picked up the raw potato, put it to her mouth, and took a bite. Hey, this raw. Ginny couldn't stop her, and watched her chew and swallow the raw potato carefully. Raw potatoes naturally don't taste very good, but Portia can taste the sweetness. That is the sweetness without impurities, without pollution, without shadows, without artificial preparations. It is the taste that can only be produced by pure nature. She could even sense the soil where the potato had grown. In a very, very far place. It was a place full of light. Ah, there was a very small salt field. It exuded a long-lost, clear, home-like smell. She heard Ginny's panicked voice coaxing her. She opened her eyes. Tiny pearls rolled down from the corners of her eyes, and the blue scales on her cheeks that appeared due to the loss of mental power slowly faded away. It turns out that there is still a paradise in this world. She sighed sadly, put down her chopsticks, and comforted the assistant who was frightened by her. Ginny, I'm fine, don't worry, don't take emotional soothing drugs, that doesn't work for me. I just want to trouble you with one thing. She raised the potato in her hand. Her expression was gentle as if she was bathed in light. This seller, please introduce me to her. Primary trading market/dark web gate of light. Here, in addition to the homepage that is refreshed in real time according to the time of posting of the transaction post, the viewer can also choose to only view the posts of the buyer or seller. After selecting, the platform will give different interfaces, and the transaction posts will be sorted according to different rules according to the nature of the transaction. The buyer interface, also known as the purchase interface, is sorted by the purchase amount by default. The seller interface, also known as the sales interface, has a more complicated default sorting rule, which combines daily sales, daily transaction volume, and transaction amount. But in general, the more popular the product is, the higher the ranking will be. Therefore, the purchase interface is often jokingly called the tycoon ranking list, while the sales interface is often jokingly called the popularity ranking list. The homepage of the popularity ranking list does not change much. There are only a group of sellers going up and down. Customers who often visit the Gate of Light can recite most of the IDs with their eyes closed. Just half a month ago, an ID named Swear to be a salted fish emerged suddenly, and entered the homepage popularity ranking with the long-lost Jerry fruit. Although it was only ranked last, and occasionally fell off the homepage, it was a rare new ID in many years, and the things it sold were also novel, enough to become a topic of conversation. The life-saving Spitz said that people these days really have too much money to spend, and dare to buy anything. They are illegal farmers and news sellers. There is no guarantee of safety. Besides, this is Jerry fruit. Aren't you afraid that if it is not cooked well, you will be poisoned to death directly? The brave one chewed the Jerry fruit in his hand, and replied with his optical brain, "You have so much money, but you don't enjoy it. Are you going to take it into the coffin as a burial companion?" "Oh no, sorry, we don't have coffins in this era. At most, we can make a product made of ashes. So are you going to use interstellar coins to make a thick chain around your ashes?" The wait-and-see party split into two groups. The firm party said to wait and wait, let this fruit continue to stand the test of time. The greedy party said, then you wait. Anyway, I have been watching since this post came out. Now nearly a month has passed. So many people have bought it, and no one has died after eating it. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? Well, let's not talk about it for now. I just received a batch of goods. The medical team is also in place. I'm going to eat fruit. The nitpicking party took a federal map and delineated several areas based on a series of data such as the supply, size, and taste of the Jerry fruit, and reversed the soil fertility, indicating that the seller is likely to be in it. And now, before the discussion of the previous post died down, the ID posted 2 new posts, and combined with the post of Jerry fruit, it offered a lot of attractive discounts and started selling potatoes and carrots. Although these two have not yet made it to the front page of the popularity rankings, with the help of Jerry fruit, the topic of discussion soon surpassed the latter. After all, there are only a few potato and carrot sellers on the platform, all of whom have been sellers for many years, and this new seller wants to grab their market. Instead of lowering the price, he raised the price by nearly 1/3. If you say her price is high, the discount is very fierce. She gives away Jerry fruit worth 50 Litecoins, and it is often out of stock. Although it is a 3-day discount, what will happen after 3 days? Is the seller so confident in his products? Do you think people will be willing to buy his potatoes and carrots at a high price of 9 Litecoins each? You should know that these two are different from Jerry fruit. Jerry fruit is the only one, and everyone accepts his price increase. Potatoes and carrots have other suppliers. And the joint discount in the Jerry fruit post is also outrageous. Selling Jerry fruit and getting a pound of carrots or potatoes for free, a pound. Who dares to use the measure word gene these days? How many would that be? 5 or 6 question marks. Soon, someone commented on the Jerry fruit post and answered this question. Little sheep, this is outrageous. I got a gift from Xianyu, which is carrots. Guess how many carrots I got? User 1. How outrageous. Very small. User 2. 8. User 3. Are you short of a pound? Little sheep bay 1. User 2. Question mark. User 1. 1 radish weighs 1 pound? User 3. Are you kidding me? Little sheep bay. No, you are all wrong. Little sheep bay. It is not 1 radish weighing 1 pound. Little sheep bay. It is 1 radish weighing 2 pounds. Xianyu said that I am her new customer of Jerry fruit, and the first one to support her after she launched the promotion. It is a good omen. 1 free, 1 free. Ha ha ha, I am finally lucky. 1 wave stirs up 1,000 waves, and the onlookers leave passionate comments. Some say that little sheep bay is talking nonsense. How can there be radishes weighing 2 pounds these days? Some question whether Bay is Xianyu's agent, and some say that Bay should be more careful. I don't know what medicine has been sprayed on such a big radish. Be careful not to eat it to death. The little sheep Bay said that if the radish is sold individually, the seller will lose money on the pesticide. I won't tell you anymore. Besides, my pot of radish soup is gone. At this point, the little sheep Bay went offline, leaving a bunch of onlookers curious. What does a 2-pound radish look like? It must be very big, right? Is it super juicy? It seems delicious when you think about it. Bay has already cooked the soup, but he ran away without sharing the taste. It's really too much. Anyway, radishes and potatoes are not as dangerous as Jerry fruit. If they are this big, it's definitely worth buying at this price. If you buy it now, you can also get the legendary super delicious Jerry fruit for free. Isn't it worth it? So a group of early adopters placed orders one after another, pushing the 2 posts, which had just been published for less than 2 hours, to the bottom of the second page of the popularity rankings. 1 day later, the 2 posts climbed to the front of the second page. 3 days later, the 2 posts were on the front page, even squeezing out Xianyu's own Jerry fruit post on the front page. It's really a good left hand hitting the right hand, and the winner is the winner no matter how it is hit. There are already countless layers of comments under the 3 posts. Most people are like me at the beginning, and they feel that the carrots and potatoes sold by Xianyu are really generous and taste really good. So far, everything is still within common sense. There are indeed so many casual visitors in the Gate of Light who love to join in the fun. It is a skill of Xianyu to be able to praise Xianyu to this level, but it is not jaw-dropping. After all, the top 50 in the popularity list remain standing, and the old potato/radish sellers still sit at the bottom of the top 50 thanks to the unspoken rules of the fruit and vegetable market for many years. However, one night a week later, the radish and potato posts suddenly gained strength and jumped from the bottom of the homepage to the top 50 in one fell swoop, kicking the last 2 sellers in the top 50 off the throne they had occupied for many years. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar, and those who knew the hidden rules were particularly shocked. Because there was only one possibility. There were large buyers, and they were eliminated. The Dark Web Gate of Light. Headquarters. Item 47, which is also the last item of this report. The woman with a neat short haircut stood very straight and simply turned to the next page of the report. Recently, there was a new seller on our platform with the ID named Swear to be a salted fish. After he was promoted to L2 level by trading rare agricultural products, cherry fruit, he was promoted to L3 level by ordinary agricultural products, carrots and potatoes. The whole process took 1 month and 1 day, breaking the shortest upgrade record in the past 3 years. She turned the page again and continued, "We have investigated all the agricultural products sold by the seller. All pollution indicators and pesticide residue indicators are 0, and the nutritional indicators are at an extremely excellent level. From this, it can be inferred that the seller has at least A+ grade arable land. In addition, the seller's supply has not been interrupted in the medium and long term, so it can be inferred that the seller has more than 1 acre of A+ grade arable land. However, the highest grade of arable land authorized by the government is a grade, which excludes the possibility that the seller uses legal arable land. The Capital Research Institute has A+ and above arable land, but current evidence shows that the seller has no relationship with the Capital Research Institute. That is, the farmland used by the seller is illegal farmland." She turned to the last page. However, according to our records, the farmland used by the seller does not belong to any known illegal farmland. She raised her head and looked at her boss. "In summary, we still cannot locate the IP of this seller. I'm sorry to disappoint you." "It's okay, there's no rush." Her boss smiled gently. "I'm more curious about the fact that there is a big watershed between L2 and L3. How did this seller get to L3 in a short period of time? Can you introduce this part of the situation?" "Yes." The reporter turned the report back 2 pages. "It's because Xianyu has reached a cooperation with a large buyer. From the scale of their cooperation, the buyer is very likely to be a hotel or restaurant, and the buyer's IP is located in the 6th galaxy." She pondered for a second, and her brain quickly located it, and said decisively, "It is likely to be the Star District Hotel in the 1st Star District of the 6th galaxy." Star District Hotel. The boss picked up the teacup at hand and took a sip of tea. "I remember they originally cooperated with the seller Black Soil?" "Yes, we are still cooperating now. They only changed the suppliers of carrots and potatoes this time. They probably guessed that Black Land had a relationship with the Star Zone officials, and didn't dare to offend them too much." The reporter paused. "I have reported to you before that the seller Black Land is the Black Hand, a star pirate gang that has been entrenched in the 6th galaxy for many years. Its leader is named Matthias. You asked me to check his background." "It seems you have found it." "Yes," she replied. "This man is from Gemini. His full name is Mattis Jones." "Jones?" The boss knocked on the wall of the cup, watching the tea inside ripple. "Then is he related to Grady Jones?" "Yes." The short-haired girl nodded. "This man is also the brother of Grady Jones, the administrator of the 1st Star Zone of the 6th galaxy." Chapter 76. Core Pollution Zone Earth. The acre of land where carrots and potatoes were harvested has been turned over again and planted with wheat. Wheat can't withstand the mysterious fertilizer as much as carrots and potatoes, but the amount of fertilizer left in the land after a wave of harvest is just right, so the wheat sprouted healthily and entered the 3-leaf stage in just 1 week. Clusters of wheat swayed in the wind, covering the dark earth with a layer of lively green, and even the wind blowing over them was stained with a fresh smell. Shi-Yun stood in this vibrant field, holding a small brown-red pottery ladle, watering the wheat skillfully. Mechanical labor did not take up much brain power, and her mind had already flown back to a day ago. It was in the primary trading market, and a buyer with the ID Song chatted with her privately. Song, hello, your potatoes and radishes are delicious, thank you for growing such delicious food. When Shi-yun saw the message, she felt that this ID was unfamiliar, and she checked it casually, and found that there was no such buyer in the transaction record. Could it be a buyer's small account? No. A big account. Shi-yun looked at the L10 logo in front of the Song ID, which represents the highest level, and wondered if this was a rich relative of a buyer? As a small L2 seller, who was focused on making money, Shi-yun was very alert and gave a polite but friendly but polite, and polite reply with enthusiasm. The two sides thus began a harmonious and friendly exchange, from the quality of the potatoes to the taste, from the taste to the cooking method, and from the cooking method to the significance of the seasoning in cooking potatoes. At the end of the conversation, Shi-yun almost forgot what he wanted to do. This Song is really friendly, unlike Qin Xingxing's fake friendliness. Every word he says has no special purpose, as if it is just a casual chat between ordinary netizens. No, there is something more than a casual chat. Although they are separated by the internet, the two can only communicate through text, and can't see the expression or hear the tone, but Song can give people a feeling of tranquility, just like the pebbles on the seashore, round and delicate, making people feel particularly comfortable and inexplicably relaxed, and want to keep chatting with each other. What are you doing? Someone suddenly leaned close to her ear and asked, what are you thinking about? Why are you laughing like that? Are you girlish? TSK, what are you talking about? Shi-yun came to her senses, and found that it was Qin Xixing. She waved him away with disgust. What are you doing? Have you looked after the pigs? Have you planted the land? Have you dried the salt? Oh, are you angry out of shame? Who do you really like? Which kid of mine? Except for Kellen, who is more difficult to deal with. The others should be easy to deal with. Tell me, I can give you some advice? Shi-yun squinted at him. Qin raised his hand as if surrendering, reporting to the organization, I've seen it, and I'm going to plant it now. He pointed to the distance again, his fingertips pointed at Hawkins, who was lying unconscious on the ground. I came to report to the organization. Hawkins has carefully cared for baby radishes ripe, and I accidentally squeezed it dry. Shi-yun was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that there seemed to be a few system messages just now, but she was busy chatting and didn't pay attention. Your resident Hawkins fell into shock due to excessive consumption of mental energy. Congratulations on planting a radish that is deeply favored by light *1, environmental transformation power +10. Congratulations on successfully cultivating a new plant. Is it included in the plant collection illustration? Should the cultivation method of new plants be added to the civilization transformation branch? Shi-yun first took a look at Hawkins' situation. Resident details. Name, Hawkins Garrick. Physical condition, fatigue, in shock, mental power, 35/245. SN value, 50/180. It's understandable that the mental power dropped. After all, he has been using mental power to cultivate radishes, but why did the SN value drop as well? Shi-yun was a little puzzled, but still said to Qin Xixing, move him to my bed will help his situation. Your bed? Qin Xingxing thought of her only soft bed in the base, and suddenly she became excited. Suddenly she became weak and staggered, pressing her temples. Hiss, I suddenly feel a little dizzy. Can I lie down for a while? Shi-yun, Resident details. Name, Qin Xingxing. Physical condition, extremely weak. Mental strength, 65/599. SAN value, 89/499. Hawkins went into shock with a tired value. Qin Xingxing had twice the value of Hawkins, but his condition was even worse than Hawkins's, extremely weak. If you say this guy is in a scary state, it has been like this since he entered the base. He is full of energy every day, and it doesn't seem to affect his driving. Now he even has the energy to jump around in front of her and put on a big show. I don't know if it's because the data on the system panel is messed up, or if Qin Xingxing is too weird. But no matter what, Anna and the others have almost recovered their mental strength and SN values. So why has Qin Xingxing only recovered so little? She is also a little curious about the effect of the QQ bamboo bed on Qin Xingxing, but she doesn't want Qin Xingxing to think she is too easy to talk to. After all, this guy is easy to get too much. Finish your work and take a shower before lying down. After lying down, wipe it clean for me. If you don't, I use your skin to wipe it. Qin Xixing responded and was about to run away. Wait a minute. Shi-yun stopped him. Do you have any other instructions? Ask you something. Shi-yun pondered. Is it possible for a mental attack to go unnoticed? What is the maximum range? It depends on the nature of the attack. Hallucinogenic ones are hard to detect. Qin Zixing gestured casually. As for the range, it depends on the person. The powerful ones will probably go from there to there. What if it's across planets? Qin Xingzi raised his eyebrows. With the help of mecha, plus a natural strong mental power, plus a person who doesn't mind the effort, it should be possible. What if it's across galaxies? Qin Xingzi smiled. The one who can launch such a large-scale attack is either a god or pollution. Anyway, it can't be a human. Shi Yun said, oh. Is she really just too engrossed in chatting with Song? Just thinking about it, Qin Xingzi came back again. Do you suspect that you are being attacked? Logically, you can still stare at me and threaten me. It should be fine, but do you need my help? You can still read this? What's the principle? To put it simply, the mental fluctuations of being attacked are different from ordinary fluctuations. Qin Zixing explained, but I have to use my mental power to touch your spiritual sea. The trust cultivated during this period of time, plus the restrictions on residence in the base, Shi Yun is not afraid of him doing anything. How do you want me to cooperate? Just stand here and don't hit me. Qin Zixing muttered. Huh? What? Before Shi Yun could say the word ghost, Qin Xingxing's cold right hand had already touched her face. His 4 fingers were backward, and only his thumb was raised, pressing on her temple. As a person living in a materialistic era, Shi Yun truly felt the existence of spirit for the first time in her life. That feeling was as mysterious as an ant suddenly discovering that there was a giant elephant under its feet, a fish suddenly discovering that the water it relied on for survival was liquid, and humans suddenly discovering that they did not live in a vacuum. It was a kind of existence that had accompanied her for many years, and was inseparable from her, but she had never noticed its existence. And the reason why she suddenly realized it was because another it came in, and this foreign it did not intend to attack, but came to visit and teach her to read the air. The spiritual power that Qin Zixing brought to visit was a little cold, just like his hand. She heard him laughing. No, my spiritual power of this attribute is a little cold. I'm controlling it, and won't hurt you. Calm down. I withdraw after confirming it. Don't use your spiritual power to hit me, otherwise I have to stay in your bed for 3 days. She Yun pursed her lips, wanting to say don't take the opportunity to make trouble, but she didn't know how to control her mental power, and she was afraid of distracting her attention and accidentally hurting friendly forces, so she didn't say it. After a while, Qin Zixing took his hand away and applauded her sincerely. Awesome, boss, are you really from Earth? This mental strength is better than ordinary soldiers. Shi Yun gave him a perfunctory smile. In fact, the moment Qin Zixing's mental power came in, she realized that the impact of Song on her was definitely not a mental attack. The last time she encountered a mental attack was in Huangtu City. At that time, her mental power was still very weak. She just felt inexplicably uncomfortable after being attacked. It was only when she looked at the system panel that she realized that her values had dropped sharply. This time was different. She could clearly feel the invasion of external mental power, even if the other party had no ill intentions. She was sure that if Song really launched some kind of mental attack, she would be able to detect it. However, your spiritual sea has indeed been affected by someone. Qin Zixing threw out the conclusion, and drew a small circle in the air with his index finger. A little bit, not much. Shi Yun frowned. Mental attack? No, it's mental resonance. Qin Zixing snapped his fingers in sudden realization. No wonder. This makes sense. So you're in an online relationship with a handsome guy from that tribe. No wonder you're smiling so happily. Congratulations. I advise you to do a good job of popularizing science, and use less of your boring imagination. Shi Yun's fists itched. Speak clearly. What is mental resonance? What is that tribe? The mermaid tribe? The people of Mermaid Star. But it seems that one of them migrated to Earth and settled there? I remember the legend of mermaids on Earth. You should have heard of this race, right? Qin Xingxing gossiped endlessly. Their tribe will only use spiritual resonance intentionally or unintentionally when they are happy or courting. It is an amazing talent that can ignore distance. How far have you developed? Have you seen the photo? Or did you know each other before? Is she beautiful? After the mermaid star was swallowed by the polluted area, the survivors of this tribe hid themselves. I was lucky enough to meet one of them in recent years. She is a beautiful and brave beauty. One of my brothers runs to her every day when he is on vacation, but it seems that he has never caught up with her. Alas, what a pity. Brother, is you? Why are you so sorry that he didn't catch up? Shi Yun complained casually while reopening the dialogue box with Song. The other party found that Shi Yun hadn't replied to her for a while, and sent a few more messages. Song, sorry, Did I say too much and take up your time? I was too happy to eat your potatoes, and I accidentally dragged you to talk about so many boring things. Sung, just take up 5 more minutes of your time. There are 2 things I want to discuss with you. Sung, how many potatoes and radishes do you have in stock? I want to buy from you in large quantities, about 200 potatoes and 100 radishes per day. I wonder if you can supply them? Qin Xingxing whispered in Shi Yun's ear. The hotel owner's food is the best in the 6th galaxy. My friend is catching up. Let me take advantage of her and open a restaurant to get a discount for members. Isn't that too much? Shi Yun's eyes stayed on the quantity that Song wanted for a while, and looked at Qin Xingxing, almost subconsciously curious. What's the name of the beautiful boss you mentioned? Song. Another message came from there. Song, also, if possible, can you let me visit your land? Qin Xingxing's answer sounded almost at the same time as the system prompt. It seems to be called. Portia. Portia, a citizen of the 6th Galaxy Federation, is curious about your base, Influence +1. You have triggered a side quest. Do you want to check? Chapter 77. Shi Yun chooses to view the side mission. Base sightseeing tour, long-term, task description. As your base gradually develops, your influence expands, and you begin to attract the attention of the outside world. As a great, hospitable and residentless leader, I believe you will arrange sightseeing tours with 120% enthusiasm and receive tourists from all over the universe. Task requirements. Prepare a sightseeing itinerary, lead tourists to visit your base according to the itinerary, and fully introduce and promote the characteristics of the base to tourists. Mission rewards. The system will score and give different rewards for a single sightseeing tour based on the effect of the plan, the number of visitors, and the satisfaction of tourists as follows. D level, Influence +30. C level, Influence +30 to 50, Technology Tree Accelerator, Normal, *1. B level, Influence +50 to 100, Building Accelerator, Normal, *1. A level, Influence +100 to 200, Universal Accelerator, Normal, *1. S level, Influence +200 to 500, Skill Experience Card, Normal, *1. Do you accept this mission? Since it is a long-term mission, it would be a waste not to accept it. Shi Yun accepted it decisively. Then, the problem came. She is now isolated from the world, and cannot bring people to visit the base. Even if she can, she doesn't want to bring strangers into the base casually. Who knows if she can beat them? But even if it is a D-level score, the influence given is quite good, which is equivalent to her doing a business of 3,000 light coins. It's a pity not to do the mission when the opportunity is delivered to her door. Is there any way to have the best of both worlds? While Shi Yun was thinking, he confirmed the other party's needs in the dialogue box. May I ask why you want to come and visit? Do you have any doubts about the agricultural products here? Sung, please don't get me wrong, your potatoes and radishes are very good. Just because they are good, I personally want to see the land that gave birth to them. So, the other party asked to come here not to confirm the safety of agricultural products. Shi Yun turned his head and asked Qin Xingxing, mermaids like the earth? Qin Xingxing was confused by the question. What kind of question is this? They like the ocean. Shi Yun, what if the other party wants to see the land? Qin Xingxing gave her a meaningful look. Want to see you? Shi Yun, be serious. Qin Xingxing, I am serious. Mermaid, you see, the name is related to marine life, so you must like the sea more. Why don't you say you want to see the sea but the land? This is so abnormal. It can only be the power of love, right? Shi Yun was too lazy to pay attention to him. But Qin Xingxing's words did give her some ideas. She had a bold idea. Swear to be a salted fish. Sorry, I'm not very convenient here at the moment. The other end of the network. Portia lowered her eyes as expected, and was about to tell the other party that it didn't matter, when she saw the other party send another message. Swear to be a salted fish, but I have a compromise. Swear to be a salted fish. If you just want to experience the customs here, you might like it. Xingxiu Hotel, manager's office. The small transport device in the corner glowed with yellow light, and more than 70 neatly stacked potatoes gradually appeared. Next to them, there was a black bamboo tube and a simple brown-red pottery bowl filled with clear water. This smell. Portia stood up in a daze, walked to the opposite corner, squatted slowly, and gently held the ceramic bowl with both hands. The clear water in the bowl was vibrated, and ripples appeared. The small waves trembled slightly, making her heart soft. In the field of vision, vow to be a salted fish. Sent the latest message. Put the bamboo tube to your ear, there will be a surprise. Portia freed one hand and picked up the bamboo tube. Across the tolerable noise, she heard the sound of the waves. One wave after another, the waves seemed very anxious, hitting the reefs without rules but tirelessly, and also hitting her heart. She closed her eyes, her butterfly-like eyelashes trembled slightly, and she thought of the scene many years ago. Pollution hit, and the mermaids stayed in the last clean sea area of their home planet, shoulder to shoulder, embarrassed, no longer elegant, but they still tried to squeeze out space, lifted the little mermaids high, and let them bathe in the extremely poor sunlight as much as possible. The sunlight was very thin, and you had to be very focused to feel its warmth. But even so, it gradually cooled down. The little mermaid's body also cooled down, and they became colder than the ice sea. She and her tribesmen wailed in the New Corp's domain for 3 days and 3 nights. In their dying moments, they saw the light of the starship. It was very bright, like the summer sun. They couldn't help but reach out to it. However, it was not until the moment they really touched it that they realized that it had no temperature at all, and was as cold as the sub-zero ice sea. It was a hellhound in the skin of Hope. Core contaminated area, Earth, unnamed island, seaside. What's wrong with you? Qin Zixing, who came to slack off, grabbed Shiyun's arm and frowned. Why are you shaking for no reason? Is the thermostat of the combat suit broken? He checked the condition of Shiyun's combat suit and found nothing unusual. He looked up and was frightened by the expression on her face before he could say anything. What are you doing? Your eyes are red? What did the other party say to you? Dumped you? Don't cry, I don't know how to comfort a little girl. I'm so tired of you. Shiyun muttered, pushing him away and turning away. I don't think it's right. I feel so cold all of a sudden. Is it spiritual resonance again? Didn't you say that the other party will only resonate when they're happy? She didn't say her sadness, but it was written on her face. Normal mermaids can't have negative resonance. You may have met the fallen, they are very dangerous. Qin Zixing became serious. I don't ask what means you use to communicate with the outside world, no matter how much it costs. Cut off the connection immediately. If you can't cut it off, let go of the spiritual sea, I will help you. What is the fallen? Is it Portia? Qin Xingxing was stunned for a moment, then his expression relaxed a lot. Is that Portia over there? Are you sure? Yes. It's her, you actually know her too. Qin Xingxing completely relaxed, sat down on the reef, picked up a small stone, and threw it into the sea. It's okay if she said that. You must have let her listen to the sound of the sea. She is homesick. Shiyun was affected by Portia, and the chill in her heart was still there. She sat down next to Qin Xingxing and carefully felt the emotions that did not belong to her. I don't think she is homesick. She seems to be a little scared besides being sad. Ah. Qin Zixing slapped his head. I almost forgot that mermaids can hear the emotions of the sea. But this sea is not good. It is too polluted. It may remind her of unhappy things. You? He glanced at Shiyun, who subconsciously shrank towards him. She resonated with the mermaid in the distance. Her always lively expression was a little depressed, which was really unpleasant. He turned up the temperature of his combat uniform. If you can't bear to cut off the communication, find a way to coax her. How can I coax her? I don't know how to coax people. I thought this would make her happy, but it backfired. Shiyun muttered, what is she afraid of? Is it related to the so-called fallen one you mentioned? Qin Zixing looked at the black deep sea that swallowed the stone and answered, yes. Actually, fallen one should not be called fallen one, because it sounds like the fallen one is the one who is wrong. The so-called fallen one refers to the transformed person who failed in transformation. Human beings have an endless pursuit of perfection. In the interstellar age, people have discovered more and more aliens, and found in them qualities that they do not have: beauty, strength, longevity, intelligence. But when the Creator created humans, he seemed to adhere to the principle of fairness. If he gave a little more here, he would take something back there, without exception. However, the created humans were not reconciled. They thought, if others have it, why can't I have it? Even if I don't have it, I can still have it. As long as I can find a way to collect the extra things from others and add them to myself, wouldn't I be perfect? So the human transformation experiment came into being. The mermaids are one of the races favored by the Creator. They have extraordinary beauty, long life, strong mental power, and amazing purification talent. They are born with treasures, and are envied by others. Naturally, they have become coveted by others. When the mermaid star was swallowed by pollution, a mysterious group broke into the newly expanded pollution area and took away the mermaids, who had exhausted their mental power and were dying. If only we could extract their purification talent. It would be great. A group of mermaids are weak and cannot fight pollution. If everyone in the universe has the talent of mermaids, would we still be afraid of not being able to deal with pollution? Even if we can't extract their purification talent, it would be good to get their mental power gene, which can allow them to walk normally in ordinary polluted areas. Of course, mermaids are naturally sentimental, so they have to give it up. After all, no one wants to sit there and feel sad for nothing. The mermaid's tail was also discarded, as it was inconvenient for walking on land. The experimental group picked and chose the mermaids and secretly studied them for nearly 3 years. The experiment failed. They got a batch of mentally disturbed experimental subjects. They were just disturbed, but their faces were still beautiful and their bodies were still perfect. In order to recover the losses, they picked and chose from the pile of failed experimental subjects, destroyed the bad ones, and sold the good ones. When Jean Zixing and others took down the human trafficking den, Portia had been sold 13 times. The moment the scarred mermaid was released from her chains, she released her long-accumulated, frenzied mental power, and with an extremely strong, extraordinary mental resonance, she restrained everyone on the scene. Immediately, she tore off the blue scales that emerged from her skin, and in front of them, gracefully and elegantly, she cut the throats of all the human traffickers one by one. She threw the bloody scales in front of them. That was the clue that led them here, and also her challenge. She stood upright on the slave display stand, with her head held high, looking down at the people who gradually came back to their senses, and declared war. I won't go to prison, give me my freedom, or fight me to the death. Chapter 78. What happened next? Xian asked. Jean Zixing shrugged and described it to her vividly. You don't know, that scene, that figure, that heroic figure, it's really exciting. Don't look at me like that, you can laugh so silly when you chat with her. Anyway, I have a strong professional ethics and determination, but my brother is not as good as me. His soul was hooked on the spot. If he hadn't gone back to report on his work, he might have followed him on the spot. Later, he bribed us with a month's worth of good food and wine. We were so loyal, what else could we do? We could only take the blame for the death of the dead. As a result, he was deducted a quarter's bonus when he returned to the Federation. It was a huge loss. During that time, everyone beat him up every time they saw him. Xian couldn't help laughing. Oh, you feel better? Can you laugh? Jean Zixing snorted and adjusted the temperature of his combat uniform back to normal. It's so hot, I'm almost getting prickly heat from covering myself up. I suddenly realized. Xian took a stone from his hand and weighed it up and down in his hand. You are not a dog. Jean Xingxing? Listen to what you are saying. Look at my ears, my appearance, and my limbs. Can I be a dog? Xian glanced at him. Can Portia's spiritual resonance deal with you? If it could deal with you, Jean Xingxing would not have offered to help her cut off the resonance with the other party, when he didn't know that the other party was Portia. Jean Xingxing raised his eyebrows. Xian didn't say it out loud, but took out the earthen phone that was temporarily thrown into the warehouse, and stuffed it into Jean Xingxing's hand. I know how to coax her. Go back first. Soon. Xingtu Hotel, manager's office. Portia was surprised to find that the small transport device glowed again, and Xianyu seemed to have sent her another bowl of sea water. She glanced at the dialogue box and found that the other party had sent another message. Sorry, there was a problem with the surprise just now. You can use this to listen to the sea. Portia was a little confused, but she still put the first bowl of water aside, and picked up the second bowl that had just been sent. Warm. Very warm. Smell it carefully, and there is also the smell of sunshine. Very clean, without any impurities of the smell of sunshine, just like that pure potato. Her heart trembled, picked up the bowl of warm seawater, and carefully held it in her arms, just like hugging the mermaid child who had not cooled down many years ago. How great! It seems that the one coming this time is not a hellhound. The core pollution area, Earth. Congratulations on completing your first base sightseeing tour, Influence plus 10. This sightseeing tour is being evaluated. Sightseeing plan score E. Number of visitors 1 person. Tourist satisfaction A. Congratulations. The overall score of this sightseeing tour is C+, Influence plus 50, Technology Tree Accelerator, Normal, *1 has been issued. Please go to the warehouse to check. Although she did this kind of super local sightseeing, she expected that the system would not give her a high score, but she did not expect that there would be an E grade that was not in the rating level. She underestimated the system's determination not to be fleeced. Despite this, Xian was still ecstatic. She never expected that the final score would be C+. Not only did she get 60 influences, but the Technology Tree Accelerator, she received was also of the ordinary grade. Her store only sold inferior grade products. The ordinary grade can shorten the research and development time by twice as much as the inferior grade, a full 3 hours. The happiness of adults is only in a moment. She unhappily opened the influence interface and opened her eyes to her current influence. During this period of time, she has earned more than 200 influences. Another 2,800 or so will be enough to upgrade to level 9. She will continue to work hard. She was full of energy and continued to work. But speaking of it, did she leave something behind? At the beach? Qin Xingxing, who was holding a local phone, sneezed. Shi Yun, this girl, said she would leave for a while and rode away on her motorcycle. How come she hasn't been seen for such a long time, it seems? This is tacitly allowing him to slack off. Qin Xingxing took out the roasted cherry fruit and ate it happily. The 6th galaxy, the first star zone, Cocotte Farm. Cocotte put a plate of extremely crispy roasted cherry fruit slices on the dining table, touched his grandson Galen's head, and said with a smile, "Let's eat." Galen's face, which was still not completely clear of his illness, smiled. He reached out and took a piece from the plate, threw it into his mouth, and ate it with relish. The rabbi sat aside, scooping up the steaming fruit soup and humming a song he had made up on the spot, drinking cherry fruit soup. It's fragrant and warms the stomach. Oh, 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 eating cherry fruit slices. It's fragrant and crispy. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. Galen imitated the rabbi's strange tone, swinging his legs that couldn't reach the chair slightly. Are you imitating a rooster? Cocotte drank the soup, pointed his elbows outward, and gestured up and down. It should be like this. It's more like, oh, oh, oh. Ha ha, Grandpa, you are so silly. Galen was amused by him, and couldn't stop laughing, and he also exaggeratedly gestured with his elbows like him. Wouldn't it be more like squatting and jumping? Look at me. Grandpa Rabbi is even more silly, ha ha. Old man, be careful with your old arms and legs. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. The 3 of them stopped playing, and Cocotte stood up with a smile on his face, shouting, "Who is it?" while opening the door. The moment he saw the other person's face clearly, the smile on his face disappeared without a trace. What are you doing? Luo Zhe was not affected by the other person's reaction at all. His face was full of the enthusiasm he usually showed when talking about business, and he raised the energy bar gift box in his hand. I heard that little Galen's operation was successful. Congratulations. As he said that, his eyes fell on the soup and dishes on the table. Cocotte blocked him and said coldly, I appreciate your kindness, but I won't accept the things we are eating. Poor people eat simple food and can't afford to entertain the representative of the energy factory. I won't keep you. Please go. Cocotte, you are always so modest. Rose closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the aroma of cherry fruit floating in the air. This is considered simple, so there are probably not many things that you like. The rabbi also came over with a gloomy face. What we eat is none of your business. Get out of here. You are not welcome here. Don't be so hostile. Rose said innocently, isn't it normal for neighbors to visit each other and visit patients? Are you here to see the patients or our land? Don't come here at mealtime to discuss me. The rabbi sneered, disgusting. As he said that, he pulled Cocotte away, pushed Rose back, and slammed the door shut. Rose took 2 steps back, looked at the closed door, and said with a smile on his face, then I will put the gift box at your door. I wish little Galen a happy recovery. As he said that, he bent down, put down the gift box, and attached a small device that was not much bigger than a fly to the corner of the side of the threshold. Inside the house, Cocotte and his friends sat down again, but the atmosphere was no longer as relaxed as at the beginning. Rose must be up to something bad again. Rabbi stirred the fruit soup and frowned. Why do I feel that he is very interested in this? Do you think he will make a fuss about it? Report that your financial strength is better than the actual situation, cancel your eligibility for Medicaid loans, and force you to sell your land? Little Galen still has a few treatments to go. You have to be careful. I know, I have been very careful. There are only 4 cherry fruits on this table. They are just gifts from friends to celebrate the successful surgery of little Galen. There is nothing wrong with it. Near Cocotte Farm, the office of the Ropal Energy Factory. Rose listened to the message from the eavesdropper and skillfully spun the energy bar in his hand. Cocotte, Cocotte, there's nothing to say about 4 cherry fruits, but you closed the door and enjoyed them secretly for a week. He rubbed his nose, with a warm and commercial smile on his face. It's all because of my sensitive sense of smell. I'm so greedy. In the corner, the small transport device glowed faintly, and the 8 Jerry fruit slowly solidified into entities. He walked to the side of the device, put the Jerry fruit into a bag with the factory logo printed on it, called the young and beautiful assistant, looked at her gorgeous makeup and extremely short skirt for a while, and patted her face with satisfaction. This outfit is fine. Let's go, I take you to meet an important person. When Rose and the assistant came to the spacecraft, Matthias was arguing fiercely with someone on the other end of the communicator. Can't find it. I told you, I can't find that damn salted fish anywhere. Do you think I didn't find the location, guys? I tell you, they are rubbish. They can't locate it at all, and they dare to say that there is no IP in the whole galaxy that they can't crack. Ugh. That bastard is competing with us for business on the dark web every day, and he is very active. But he can't find it. Rubbish. Can't you teach that bitch, TSK? Just teach that bitch a lesson? She is a hotel business. She definitely doesn't dare to go against the authorities and talk about the goods she imported. Do you need me to teach you how to threaten? Just say you want to spread this matter, let her be honest, and don't do anything weird to change her fucking supplier. Maybe that bitch will be scared by you and roll right into your bed. She said the plantation's production has decreased? Does anyone believe it? Can't you just cover that bitch's mouth? If you can't cover it, just come out and refute the rumor. Can't your credibility over the years be less than that of a bitch? Bitch? I tell you, she doesn't dare to expose this matter. If she does, all those restaurant owners will go bankrupt. Do you think others can keep her? Fuck you. I think you just can't bear to deal with that bitch. You hesitate when you encounter her problems. You just know how to push the dirty work to yourself, but you can clean it up with both hands. I can go to hell with you. Matthias stood up and kicked the table. The poor table flew away and hit the metal wall, breaking into pieces. Still not satisfied, he picked up a chair and smashed it hard on the ground. The bottles on the wall, the decorations on the shelf, all the things that were convenient and annoying were smashed to pieces. Glenn knew that the most annoying thing in his room, besides the table and chairs, was the most annoying thing. He could only shrink into the corner as much as possible and said carefully, "Boss, don't be angry. It's so uncomfortable. Here, I give you an emotional soothing agent." Matthias glared at him fiercely. Glenn shuddered, but soon, he received a message from the optical brain and stood up in surprise. "Boss! The Energy Factory representative Rose who introduced us is here, bringing a lot of good things, and also said he has a clue about Xianyu." 5 minutes later, Matthias laughed and gave Rose a warm hug. "Are you Rose?" He looked at the assistant behind Rose, looked him up and down, patted Rose on the shoulder, and teased, "Good vision, ha ha." Rose made a gesture, and the assistant came to Matthias's side and enthusiastically helped him add wine and serve food. Matthias's big hand wandered over her body, and his impression of Rose became better and better. He invited him to have afternoon tea with him. "I heard you know where Xianyu is?" After they drank a few glasses of wine, Matthias wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and asked, "I don't know." Rose admitted generously, and under Matthias's somewhat unhappy look, he toasted him again, "But I know someone who may know Xianyu. You may get unexpected gains by making a fuss about him." "Who?" "A farmer named Coco." Chapter 79. Late at night. Coco woke up from his sleep when he heard the noise. Before he could react, someone covered his mouth. He opened his eyes in fear. In the dim night, he saw a gangster standing in front of him. His face was covered with black fog. He was using a face-covering device. "Don't make a noise, or I kill your grandson." "Galen." Coco looked to the side, and saw little Galen tied up and his mouth blocked. A gun was pressed against his temple, and the threat was obvious. Coco immediately broke out in a cold sweat on his back, and dared not move anymore. The gangster saw that he was calm and his hand was removed. "Where is the salted fish?" Coco vaguely understood something, but still hesitated to ask. Salted fish? Stop pretending." The other party hit him with the butt of the gun. "Swear to be a salted fish. Don't tell me you don't know him." Be careful, we brought a polygraph expert today." The other party pointed his thumb at the third person in the room. "If we catch you telling a lie." The gangster who was looking at little Galen tore the thing out of his mouth and pushed the gun hard. The kid's head tilted suddenly, and he whimpered in fear. "Let's talk it over." "Don't touch the kid." Coco tried to get up reflexively, but was pushed back to the bed. He raised his hands. I did business with Xianyu, but that's the dark web. Everyone is anonymous. How could I know where he is?" "Nonsense." The gangster grabbed Coco's collar. "Aren't you close? How could you not know where he is?" "I really don't know." Bang! The sound of the silencer pistol was dull, but it was deafening to Kokot's ears. Galen! He screamed heartbreakingly. Wow, Grandpa, MMM. Kokot was so scared that he almost had a heart attack. Seeing that the other party just fired a shot at the floor, his heart, which was hanging in his throat, had not yet returned to its original position, and he saw the other party put the smoking muzzle of the gun into his grandson's mouth. I really don't know. You want to kill me? Kill me! What kind of ability is it to bully a child? Kokot roared in despair. The gangster glanced at the polygraph expert, who nodded. In that case, I give you a chance to prove that you're not lying. The gangster looked back at Kokot, who was desperately shouting I don't know, and said, project your transaction records and chat records. Kokot's heart tightened. The other party clearly brought a polygraph expert, so why did he need to prove it? They wanted to see the transaction records and chat records because they wanted to find out where the salted fish was from the clues. Although he and Xianyu would occasionally chat, Xianyu never revealed any location information, and the seeds he'd bought were adapted to various soils and climates, so it was impossible to reverse the location. Should it be okay? He nodded while operating the light brain. Suddenly, his mind stopped. Damn! That thing that can charge sunlight. That means Xianyu is in a place with insufficient sunlight. These people even knew that he had traded with Xianyu. God knows how many clues they have about Xianyu, and they can't give them any new clues. He had to delete this part of the record. What is he trying to destroy? The polygraph expert suddenly spoke. The butt of the bandit leader's gun hit Kokot's head mercilessly. Playing tricks? Huh? I told you to play tricks. Jiai, crippled that kid's hand. No. He has hematopoietic disease and hasn't recovered yet. Don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. Bang. Puff. Two muffled sounds rang out at the same time, followed by the sound of the child crying loudly in extreme fear. Kokot opened his mouth, almost unable to speak. Jiai's body slowly fell down, and a black shadow grabbed the child's waist and lifted him up. Old man, run. Kokot woke up as if from a dream, and found that the bandit leader had stopped moving. He didn't care about the pain in his old arms and legs, and used all his strength to push the man away, and ran towards the door in a panic. The polygraph expert's eyes flashed behind the black fog, and like everyone else, he didn't move. Kokot passed the two corpses at the door, followed the rabbi, and ran out desperately. The two old men hadn't run so frantically for many years. They felt that their old legs might break into 3 pieces at any time, but they couldn't stop. If they stopped, both the old and the young would die. How are you? Kokot managed to squeeze out a word. Not dying. Rabbi panted and answered, where are your and Galen's transmitters? In the living room. There. On the shelf under the shrine. The two ran over in a hurry and found the transmitter that looked like a watch on the shelf. Rabbi asked Kokot to take care of himself while he helped put the transmitter on Galen. Kokot hurriedly put on the transmitter and looked at the shrine. Next to the statue of the goddess Seville holding a bladed staff, there was a black bamboo tube. That was the mysterious phone number given by Xianyu. Kokot took the bamboo tube into his arms. Let's go! Rabbi shouted. The bandit leader and the polygraph expert, who chased from the bedroom, broke into the living room. At the same time, 3 backups rushed in from the door. The 2 old people and 1 child activated the transmitter. The transmitter only lit up for a moment, and soon flashed a high-frequency red light indicating an error. Transmission failed. The bandits surrounded them from front and back, knocking them to the ground in shock. Someone slammed the thumbtack-like control device into Rabbi's temple. Rabbi groaned in pain and fainted. Are you against me? You killed my brother, and you want to run away? The bandit leader kicked Rabbi several times in anger. I told you to run. I told you to run. If you have the guts to break through the shielding device and run. He kicked for a long time, but still felt angry, so he pointed his gun at the old man on the ground. The optical computer interface popped up and projected onto his face, so bright that he couldn't open his eyes for a while. You? The bandit leader subconsciously covered his eyes, and after recovering, he glared at Kokot. You, the chat records you want. Kokot tried his best to attract the other party's attention. The bandit leader quickly glanced at the records and kicked Kokot to the ground. Did you delete something? Why is there so little? I said. I don't. No. Transaction records. Check them out. Kokot checked the transaction records. Potatoes. Carrots. You son of a bitch. The bandit leader kicked him hard. Only these 2 orders? What about the others? No more. Bullshit. The bandit leader saw through Kokot without even asking the polygraph expert. How did you get the surgery fee from just these 2 orders? You only sold such a small amount of junk, and the other party was willing to give you so many cherry fruits? Kokot was shocked. How did these people know everything? Had they investigated him? Besides, he was obviously very careful about the cherry fruits at home. It's Rose. It must be him. That bastard. I was always on guard against him finding excuses to get the authorities to cause trouble, but I didn't expect him to call in a group of bandits who didn't need an excuse. No. That's not right. The instantaneous transmission network is controlled by the authorities, and local blocking is not something that everyone can do. Even if they can do it, it will soon attract the attention of the authorities. This group of people blocked the transmission network near him for at least half an hour, and the authorities have not made any move until now, which can only mean one thing. A group of people. The authorities are in cahoots with this group of people. Kokot felt a chill in his heart. Paw. The bandit leader punched Kokot in the face, his patience shaky. Old man, are you still stalling for time with me? Don't you want your grandson's life? It's not a question of whether you want it or not. This group of people simply can't keep them alive. Kokot looked at his grandson and old friend in turn. He was sorry for his dead son and daughter-in-law. He was the one who dragged down his old friend. He clenched the black bamboo tube in his hand. It's over now. There's no way to save the situation. Don't drag other people into this. Kokot made up his mind and said, the chat records and transaction records I deleted were from Xianyu asking about the prices of other seeds, such as beans and eggplants. I was afraid that if you knew about it, it would affect his business, so I deleted it. The bandit leader glanced at the polygraph expert. The latter nodded, indicating that Kokot's words were true. The deleted records can no longer be restored, but I can get information from him. Kokot said, release my grandson and his friend, and I will get him to tell you. Don't you want to know where they are? Release them, and I will find a way to get them. The polygraph expert still had no objection. Wouldn't it be better if you cooperated earlier? The bandit leader snorted, get him to tell me first, and I will let him go once I get him. Kokot did not bargain with him, and clicked on the dialogue box with swear to be a salted fish. I recently got a batch of seeds, Tianxianberry, are you interested? The bandit leader looked at him, and thought that the old man had a good trick for getting people to tell him. The fairy berry was once a small specialty of the 6th galaxy, but now it has almost disappeared. Generally, only the natives or residents of the 6th galaxy know about it, and the cultivation of this berry requires extremely abundant rain, sunshine, and fertile soil. Just this one question may reveal whether Xianyu often appears in the 6th galaxy, and what kind of land environment he has there. Kokot glanced at the bandit leader, and sent seeds of several crops in the dialogue box. Two-headed fruit prefers severe cold climates, and is a specialty of the 7-star region of the 6th galaxy. The 7-star district is one of the areas with the most illegal farmland in the Federation. Snake mushrooms prefer cold caves, and are a specialty of the 8-star district of the 6th galaxy. That is another area where illegal farmland is concentrated. Herbaceous herbs prefer swamps, and are a specialty of the 5th-star district. Lotus root. Hey. The bandit leader waved his gun and projected the projection, poking at the name of the seed he had just sent out. What is this? Specialty of the 3rd galaxy. You lied. The polygraph expert, who had been silent, finally spoke. I said, I've never heard of this thing. The face of the bandit leader behind the black fog darkened, and the black muzzle of the gun pointed at Kokot. Lying? What are you making up? Are you signaling to Xianyu? No signal. Kokot input the last sentence with his mind, and faced the muzzle of the gun. This is the final confirmation. On the optical brain projection, in the dialogue box, the latest sentence that the bandit leader had no time to stop was, your enemy's base is suspected to be in the 6th galaxy, and is colluding with the authorities. We are looking for you. Please be careful. The bandit leader realized that he was the one being tricked. He kicked Kokot in the chest and flew into a rage. Son of a bitch. I kill you. Shah, Shah. In the room, 8 people heard a 9th noise. The noise was intermittent and noisy, but a certain female voice was like a sharp arrow, piercing through all the noise, and conveying the message she wanted to express clearly to everyone present. Why are you unlucky kids so unbelievable? You don't dare to look for your mother openly, and you hide aside to bully the old and weak. What's the situation? Skill card, from the old mother's muttering. Psychic attack, primary holy mother. Chapter 80. Shi Yun had a fulfilling and busy day. The sun was limited, the base was large enough, and the warehouse could keep the items. So she would plant as much as possible while the sun was still shining. It would be a waste if she didn't stock up. Therefore, except for the only seed, the warm black pine, she didn't want to start with. She used all the other seeds, even the fence-sitters. So the base changed its appearance and became green. The number of fields increased several times. Shiyun wanted to make some mechanized farm tools, but the materials she had were all from the spaceships she had seized before. The materials were too advanced, and the technology was too advanced, so it took 2 spaceships to make one farm tool. This is like, originally just want to use plasticine to make clay figures for children to play with. But there is no plasticine, only black technology deformation materials. The result of insisting on using the latter is that you can only make transformers. It's a bit outrageous. Therefore, stingy as Shiyun decided to give up the convenience of technology and make full use of the demographic dividend, including himself. Except for Kellen and Anna, who were arranged in the brick kiln and porcelain kiln, David, Naya, and Qin Xingxing, who had finished drying salt, were all taken to the field. Shiyun moved a small bamboo chair, ignoring the group of devilish little ghosts dancing and singing around him in broad daylight, and stared at these guys who loved to make trouble with a pair of eyes that were perceptive, using skills, and preached to them with the nagging of an old mother, more carefully than Tang Sung. After a day of training, the 3 felt their scalps tingling, their heads buzzing, and their backs sweating when they saw her. They no longer dared to play around in the fields. Planting efficiency has been effectively improved. Shiyun was able to join the farming army with peace of mind. If you don't farm, you don't know the hard work of every grain. After a day of hard work, Shiyun felt sore in the waist and back. She took a cold shower that was not very refreshing and fell on the bed. In order to upgrade her level as soon as possible, she was focused on developing the base and doing business. She needed to deal with various details and emergencies at any time. Her mind was constantly turning, so that she still had inertia when it was time to rest. Even though her body was very tired, her mind could not relax immediately. She lay on the bed for a long time, and finally fell asleep, but suddenly she heard a chaotic noise. The noise was not loud, but it was annoying and endless. Was it David's sworn brother secretly dismantling the motorcycle for research again? Or was it that martial arts fanatic Kellen practicing swordsmanship crazily again? Or was it that idiot Qin Xingxing eating roasted potatoes for supper again? Shiyun couldn't stand it anymore, and got up, walked to the window angrily, looked out, and there was nothing. Where did the sound come from? She calmed down and listened carefully to the source of the noise, and found that it was the earthen telephone she had casually thrown on the chair. The word "gnome" on the earthen telephone was half engraved, but it was still possible to tell at a glance that the other end was from the seed seller rather than Portia. She remembered that the time difference between the old man and her was not far away, so it should be late at night over there, right? The earthen telephone can be activated as long as the person at one end picks it up. Of course, whether the other end can hear it is another matter. It's so late, was it an accidental touch over there, or was there something wrong? She had opened the primary trading market to see if the other party had left a message for her, while putting the earthen phone to her ear. The other party didn't seem to be talking on the phone deliberately, and the voice was much noisier than usual, but because the other party seemed to be roaring, she could barely catch a few words. It was not the old man's voice, it sounded ferocious. To oppose. To kill my brother. To let you run. If you have the ability to break through the shielding device. To run. Then, there were several muffled sounds, like the sound of something hitting something hard. Then came the voice of the old man, who seemed to be much closer to the phone, and mentioned some chat history. The atmosphere between the two parties was tense, and they talked intermittently, involving many keywords, such as potatoes, jerry fruit, and salted fish. Jerry fruit and salted fish together must refer to her Ike. What's going on? How is it related to her? The more she listened, the more she felt something was wrong, and her eyebrows slowly frowned. At this moment, a sentence popped up in the dialogue box where she had not left any message to the seed seller. I recently got a batch of seeds, Tianxianberry, are you interested? This seed? The old man had asked her about it a long time ago. She thought the name was very novel at the time, and asked a few more questions out of curiosity. She listened to the other party's story of an ancient legend with great interest, so much so that she still remembers that the flower language of the fairy berry is covet. Could it be that her recent development in the trading market is too strong, and someone coveted her, and found the old man who had traded with her? If so, listening to the movement on the other side, the situation is not good. It seems that the old man's grandson has been threatened. Shiyun frowned and browsed the various skill cards in the mall. The seed sellers are still sending different plant seeds. To end fruit. Monopoly. TSK. It's a long way to go. Most of the skills in the mall can only be used face to face. Snake mushroom. Please stay away. Damn, this rhythm is too much like a dying will. If she can have spiritual resonance like Portia, at least she can hold the other party back. Jew vanilla. Do not contact. Wait. As for resonance, she has a bamboo tube, which can also be considered a medium. Use language skills? How about trying the words come true trick? But there seemed to be more than one bandit over there, and no one knew their details. It was hard for her to deal with Xian alone. She only had one chance to catch the other party off guard. If it didn't work and the other party reacted, the old man and the others would be even more passive. In the dialogue box. In the last sentence, the seed seller no longer used illusions to hide his words, but showed his cards. Your opponent's base is suspected to be in the 6th galaxy and is colluding with the authorities. They are looking for you. Please be careful. Got it. Shi Yun, with cold sweat on his forehead, used 3 skills in succession. From the old mother's muttering, elementary, the Holy Mother, elementary, and a loud voice, elementary, the next second. In the quiet base at night, Shi Yun's deafening curse echoed. Why are you so unlucky, kids? You don't dare to look for your mother openly, and you hide in the corner to bully the old and weak. What's the situation? Look at the poor people in front of you, old and young. They can't even hit you with a finger. How can you be so embarrassed? Are you still human? Don't you have any empathy as a human being? Don't you have your own children and parents? Would you have the heart to treat your children and parents like this? I am really ashamed of you. Do you think you are powerful just because you can easily manipulate other people's lives? Let me tell you, you unlucky kids, those who harm others will always be harmed. You are now killing innocent lives wantonly. Sooner or later, someone will do the same to you. I hope that when you are treated like pigs and dogs, you will not cry and regret the evil you have done today. In other rooms, everyone woke up, some threw nuclear crystals, some put on clothes, some ran upstairs, and many of them came to the door of Shi Yun's room in confusion. After a few questions, they saw Shi Yun holding a dirt phone and glancing at them coldly. He put his index finger on his mouth and pointed it, then put it flat and made a neat gesture of wiping his neck. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Those who make noise will die. Everyone fell silent, their eyes darting around. Oh my God! Their leader is furious. Who caused this in the middle of the night? On the other end of the phone. In the messy living room, an unknown female voice echoed in the air. The bandits had already snatched the bamboo tube that could make sounds from Coquette's hand, and after fiddling with it for a while, they were panicked. Second boss, no, there is no mechanism, it's just an ordinary black bamboo tube. The bandit leader was in doubt, but he still said calmly, what nonsense, this is definitely not a real sound-making device, the speaker must be hidden somewhere, why are you panicking? But we have searched inside and outside. Panic? You poor and hateful unlucky kids. The bamboo tube interrupted their discussion, you should panic. Did they provoke you? Do you treat them like this? The sound in the bamboo tube was so loud that it shook the whole tube. The bandit leader held the bamboo tube that his subordinate stuffed in panic, as if he was holding a hot potato. He had to maintain his dignity as a leader and calm the situation. Therefore, he was panicked and did not dare to throw this haunted thing aside. He swallowed hard. Who are you? Stop playing tricks. Who said they didn't attack us? They killed our brothers. Your brothers? The bamboo tube chuckled. In the base. Shi Yun smiled, her brain working fast. The other party began to explain, proving that she had led the rhythm, and the skills could indeed work through the earthen phone, but she felt that she had to work harder. She recalled the 4 words playing tricks, and came up with an idea. Shi Yun laughed for a long time, and asked questions quickly on the portable communicator. User 6. The 6th galaxy is the largest and most likely to collude with the government. Who are the black forces that may be engaged in agricultural product trading? For example, who knows about the potato and radish business? Who has seen it? What kind of people are they basically? The user you are looking for is retired. You may be talking about the Black Hands, the Star Pirates. As for what kind of people they are, my brother has met them, and they are said to be a group of rough guys with simple minds and strong limbs. User 6. Fight often? The user you are looking for has retired, of course. User 6. Superstitious? The user you are looking for has retired, this. User 6. What on earth is Seville the god of? Chiao Yusong, redemption. Shi Yun had a clue and started to talk nonsense to the bamboo tube. You brothers. This child's soul is with me. What a pity, he is in his prime, has such a strong body, and his ability is also good. On the other end of the phone, the gangsters, who were already a little weak, took a breath of cold air. My God, the talking bamboo tube knows what Joy looks like. The bamboo tube has eyes. Oh my God, they really encountered a ghost, in the base. Shiyin heard the panicked reaction from the other side, smiled triumphantly, sighed in a mature manner, and continued to fool the other side with his skills. With such good conditions, why can't you figure it out and have to commit sins? She stretched out a finger and hooked it at the onlookers at the door, signaling any man to come in quickly. Everyone pushed and shoved each other, and finally Qin Xingxing was kicked into the room by a group of 4 people and ended the silent dispute. Qin Xingxing glared at his own ruthless cubs, and under Shi Yun's death gaze, he walked to her side in 3 or 2 steps. Shi Yun reached out, and under his horrified gaze, pinched his arm and twisted it hard. Ah! Don't, ah! His voice was not enhanced by the loud voice skill, and was distorted by the poor sound effects of the earthen phone. When it reached the ears of the bandits, it became ah, ah, ah. No, don't, ah. Coupled with the rustling background sound, it was like a soul thrown into purgatory, suffering and wailing in a distant corner. Cocotte, who was standing by, was stunned and muttered in a daze, Goddess Seville. As expected, it is really Goddess Seville. Goddess Seville. The bandits present were already affected by Shi Yun's skills. When they heard the strange scream, their hair stood on end. As a result, this fearless old man didn't even pay attention to his grandson. He only knew to stare at the shrine on the wall with tears in his eyes, and prayed in a mysterious way regardless of the occasion. For a moment, they only felt that the wind in the house was very noisy and cold, as if some mysterious and terrifying existence had opened the door to them. The mysterious voice was still tirelessly chanting, God's law is reincarnation, and retribution will come. If you don't stop and turn over a new leaf, you will not only let yourself down, your conscience down, your parents down, your children down, and the society down. You will also let down the brother, who is redeeming his sins here. You have made his soul restless. As a brother, do you have the heart to let him fall into purgatory forever? Put down your butcher knife, turn back, you can still turn back, as long as you stop bullying the lonely, the old and the weak from today on, and use your abilities for the right path. The bandits cried bitterly. Can we still turn back? I have killed so many people in these years, mother. What should I do? I am sorry for Jiai. Jiai, don't look for me. I didn't know you were so miserable. Goddess, please show us a clear way. Why can't we turn back? All the creatures who have gone astray have the opportunity to be redeemed. The mysterious voice persuaded him, as long as you reform yourself now and be a good person, start with small things such as turning off the shielding device. Although the bandit leader's concentration was stronger than others, he could not stop the mysterious voice from nagging back and forth. He took out the remote control of the shielding device with a straight look in his eyes. That's a mental attack. The polygraph expert suddenly spoke. The bandit leader was startled and regained consciousness. His face turned grim, and he threw the bamboo tube to the ground. He was about to crush it, but he heard the sound in the bamboo tube suddenly rise. Listen, that's the voice of the devil. Do you really want to follow the devil's guidance, continue to do evil things without conscience, and embark on a road of no return? Are you worthy of Jiai, who fought side by side with you? Do you really dare to face the many innocent souls who died in your hands with such an ugly attitude? Do you really not want to be redeemed? No! Don't abandon us. We know we are wrong. The bandits shouted in a mess and rushed to the bandit leader, grabbing the bamboo tube and the remote control. You bunch of idiots! The bandit leader, who was entangled by his subordinates, saw the child running back to Cocotte and was furious. He threw the remote control to the polygraph expert with one hand. Are you still standing there like an idiot? Go and catch him! As he said this, he raised his other hand holding the gun upwards, wanting to shoot at the ceiling and use the gunshot to wake up his subordinates. However, his action of raising the gun was a sign that he was going to kill in the eyes of the incited crowd. They remembered the mysterious voice's words, those who harm others will always be harmed, and they suddenly felt cold and raised their guns towards the bandit leader. Bang, bang, bang. That was the countless gunshots that night. The bandit leader opened his eyes in disbelief and fell face down in a pool of his own blood. The bandits were startled by their own gunshots and fell into temporary confusion. At the same time, the remote control fell at the feet of the expert. The expert seemed to be unaware, and kicked the remote control in front of Cocotte accidentally with his leg. He walked towards the chaotic bandits without noticing, and used his mental power to soothe their disturbed minds. Wake up, that's the enemy's conspiracy, the remote control of the shielding device has been snatched away by the old man. If you don't get it back quickly, and they run away, you won't be able to explain to your boss. The bamboo tube held in the hands of a bandit keenly captured the key information, and no longer verbose, and said concisely, "Old man, turn off the shielding, run." The bandits woke up as if from a dream. It was too late. Kokot and his two companions pressed the transmitter again and disappeared into thin air. Chapter 81. The first star zone of the sixth galaxy, the central city. The city was quiet and bustling at night. The streets were quiet, with few pedestrians. The lights were bustling, bright and brilliant, overflowing from the windows of the skyscrapers, carrying the people who had not yet fallen asleep, filling the night of the city. In one of the lit skyscrapers, in the lobby on the first floor, the transport device suddenly glowed with blue light, and the figures of two old people and one child appeared. The waiter standing by smiled and greeted them politely. "Hello, welcome to the instant transport device. Did you have a pleasant journey? I am guide number 489506, and I am happy to serve you." He saw the blood on Rabbi's temple, the scars on Kokot's body, and the tears and bruises on little Galen's face, but his smile remained unchanged. "Several guests don't seem to be in good condition. Do you need to stay and rest? The Star District Hotel is upstairs, which can provide you with the most comfortable and safe rest environment." Kokot supported his unconscious old friend, held the child, and gritted his teeth. "Stay, a standard room. Okay, your room number is 402. There is a first aid kit in the room. If you need medical services or have other needs, you can contact the front desk at any time. Xingqiu Hotel is dedicated to serving you and wish you a pleasant stay." Half an hour later, Rabbi slowly opened his eyes. He felt something attached to his temple. His first reaction was that it was a mental controller, but he soon realized that this thing must not be it, because it was very comfortable to have it attached to the wound. He reached out and touched it, a little confused. "Nano-repair device?" Kokot was dozing on the table. Hearing the noise, he limped to the bedside. "Old man, how do you feel? How did you get?" Rabbi saw little Galen sleeping beside him, and lowered his voice. "How did you get a disposable nano-repair device? How did we escape? This is..." He looked at the surrounding decorations, his eyes gradually widened, and he lowered his voice to exclaim, "Star District Hotel? You are crazy. Staying here for one night is enough for our living expenses for a month." Kokot explained what happened after Rabbi fell into a coma, and finally said helplessly, "Do I have any other choice? So many people died on the other side, they will definitely come to find us again. Escape to other star regions requires transit, which is too late, and we don't have that much money." He showed his old friend his account with distress. Tonight, he used the instant transportation device and stayed in a hotel, and the amount in it was infinitely close to zero. After thinking about it, only this place is relatively safe. After all, it is the annual inspection period recently. People from the Galaxy inspection team will come. If I stay in the same hotel with the inspection team, those people should be more restrained. Rabbi sighed. "I'm afraid that the monitoring team has also been bribed by them. No matter how much they bribe, there are so many people in the central city, they probably won't dare to make a big fuss." Kokot tucked the quilt for the child who finally fell asleep. "I don't think they will dare." He was right. The only problem is that the probation period will always end, and the room will always expire, and they can't hide here indefinitely. Rabbi took off the used repair device, was silent for a while, and said, "I know one or two reliable sellers who can buy facial modification devices. We are with children, so the target is more obvious, but it is not impossible to disguise. But in this way, you really have to give up the land left by your ancestors and leave here." Kokot looked out the window. The room was the worst in the hotel. It was on a very low floor, and in a bad location. All they could see were the cold-toned exterior walls of other high-rise buildings. The view was quite narrow. "Didn't you think of selling it to raise money for the surgery?" he said. "Goddess Seville, we are lucky to have escaped tonight. I dare not ask for anything else." This time, Rabbi changed his usual behavior, and did not laugh at Kokot's nonsense. If Xinyu was so lacking in sunlight that he had to spend money to buy it from them, he must not be in the first star zone with a good environment. Being able to communicate with them through a bamboo tube, whose mechanism they could not see, and even influence the will of the bandits. What a powerful mental power this is. In the world, are there really such powerful humans? As the two talked, on the first floor of the Star District Hotel. Instantly, the transport device glowed blue again, and a group of people came out of it. There were 4 people in total in this group. Except for one with a more gentle temperament, The other three were dressed in ordinary clothes and had ordinary faces, but they were really sturdy, and their every move revealed a bloody aura that was not easy to mess with. They were the bandits and polygraph experts, who were chasing Kokot and his men. Kokot restarted the transmission shielding device before leaving, and they had to work hard to get out of the farm in the corner. This trip cost the lives of the second-in-command and Jia, and they were left empty-handed. The three bandits were afraid that they would be smashed into pieces by the boss when they returned, so they took the polygraph expert and followed the transmission records to the Star District Hotel, hoping to redeem themselves. When the guide number 489506 saw them, he still greeted them with an impeccable smile. "Hello, welcome to the instant transportation device, and have a pleasant journey. Stop talking nonsense. I want to ask you, were there 2 old men and a child coming here earlier? Where did they go?" The guide still smiled. "Sorry, it's about the privacy of the guests." One of the gangsters hooked the guide's shoulder like a brother, and a small pistol was against the guide's waist. The guide paused and continued in a soothing and enthusiastic tone. "It's about the privacy of the hotel guests. It's really inconvenient to disclose." "Huh? Why are there so many rules in your hotel?" The big man glared and wanted to threaten further, but the more gentle man put his arm around his shoulder. The latter shook his head, signaling him not to shout, and politely asked the guide, "Would you please arrange a more suitable room for us?" "Okay, your room number is 406. If you have any other needs, please feel free to contact the front desk. Xingqiu Hotel is dedicated to serving you, and wish you a pleasant stay." The 4th floor of the hotel. A group of people walked out of the elevator. "Does the guide really mean this?" The first bandit muttered, "I'm warning you, don't think you're an expert and you're fine. If you fool around, the boss will still punish you." "Are you sure it was just a mental attack?" Obviously, the woman couldn't be found anywhere in the room, and there were no traces. It couldn't be a long-range attack. The range of a mental attack can't be that far, right? The second bandit was still in a state of fear. Could it really be the goddess of Seville appearing? If we continue to chase after her, will it provoke the goddess's wrath? Gangster 3 slapped Gangster 2 on the head. "You're stupid. If the goddess could really do something to us, would we need to tell the old man to run away? It's better to worry about how to face the boss's anger." The polygraph expert walked to room 406. "We know whether the goddess will show up in a while." He closed his eyes, released his mental power, and searched in the mental fluctuations of the nearby rooms. Finally, he located a very familiar fluctuation, raised his legs, and walked to room 402. "It's inside." He turned around and said to the bandits. The 3 bandits took out the lock-picking equipment, rolled up their sleeves, and started working. Suddenly, "Who dares to break the rules of my hotel?" A powerful mental force swept through the warning, sweeping over like a huge wave, and everyone's mental sea was shaken to varying degrees. Several people had suffered mental attacks when they were on the farm, and their mental sea had not yet fully recovered. Now it was even worse. The 2 bandits with weaker mental power immediately bled from all 7 orifices and fainted. The polygraph expert used his mental power to protect the bandit closest to him, and with his clear mind, he saw a pair of cold blue eyes. It was the mermaid who was famous in the 6th galaxy. "What did you say?" The bowls and chopsticks were roughly swept to the ground, and the porcelain was broken all over the ground. The food that could not be contained spilled from the fragments. Various liquids and solids were all over the ground, and the aroma that was still steaming was still stubbornly emitting. The bandit who escaped by chance shivered. First, a mysterious woman killed the second-in-command with a long-range mental attack and let Kokot and the others go. We and the polygraph expert chased all the way to the hotel. We had already found the old man Kokot, but the mermaid woman intervened. If it weren't for the expert, I'm afraid we would have to confess today. What mysterious woman? How many women in the 6th galaxy can use their mental power to attack others remotely? Portia, that bitch, did she think I could be fooled by her if she didn't show up at the beginning? Mathis gnashed his teeth. I told you long ago that I can't keep her, He glanced at the polygraph expert and said nothing more, but waved his hand and asked his men to bring an emotional soothing agent. The slender needle pierced into the blue vein, and the light red liquid in the needle was pushed into the human body little by little. Mathis's angry and ferocious face gradually calmed down, revealing a sincere calmness. Thanks to you today, you will get a good reward. Mathis patted the polygraph expert on the shoulder. I have other needs. I wonder how your organization's offer is. Core contaminated area, Earth. Shiyun drank the warm water handed over by Andrew, and browsed the new information in the system. You indirectly killed Grinway, the second in command of the Interstellar Pirate Group, Black Hand, influence +3. The Interstellar Pirate Group, Black Hand, hates you +20. Your anti-federal stance has shifted. After a while, the seed seller at the primary trading market also sent her a message. The other party excitedly expressed his gratitude and assured Shiyun that although the bandits had seen their transactions and chat records, many important things had been deleted by him. Then, the seed seller mentioned the 4 Sun storage devices that Shiyun had placed with him, saying that the things were placed in a very inconspicuous place, and the bandits should not be able to find them. Once the news passed, he would secretly go back and bring the things back to Shiyun. Shiyun told him not to worry too much and safety first. The interstellar pirate group, Black Hand, has a hatred value of 20 against you. Seeing this, Shiyun raised his eyebrows. Is the hatred value of that group of star pirates jumping on the bed? It disappeared after a jump? So generous? You have triggered the side quest. Do you want to check it out? Redemption of the desperate citizens targeted by villains. Quest description. A federal citizen who has dealt with you has been targeted by villains and may encounter crisis at any time, or even his life. As a great, kind but resource-strapped leader, I believe that even if you are millions of light years away, you can make full use of your scarce resources to lend a helping hand to the citizen. Mission requirements. Help the citizen escape from a villain's invasion. Mission rewards. Influence +300, skill card. Shiyun, It's okay to attack her repeatedly for lack of resources, but what kind of reward is this? According to the nature of the system, it won't really open a hole in the brain after using it, right? By the way, the timing of triggering this side quest is very intriguing. The side quests she triggered before all had relatively clear triggering reasons, such as she found out that Andrew was an Anon, so she triggered the mission to save Andrew, saw the phantom of the past in the black bamboo forest, so she triggered the corpse collection mission, although she didn't accept it, and aroused Portia's curiosity about the base, so she triggered the sightseeing tour. But what did she do to trigger this mission? Did she kill the Black Hand? Did she change her stance? Or the inexplicably decreasing hatred value? That citizen who the system did not name, couldn't he be the unlucky person who accidentally helped her transfer the hatred of Black Hand? If that was the case, it shouldn't be the old man on the farm. After all, he was talking to her during the period of losing hatred. Then it seems that there is only one person who has dealt with her and is far away from her. Shiyun pondered for a moment and sent a question in the dialogue box with the seed seller. Where are you now? The other party quickly replied. We are in the Star District Hotel in the first star district of the 6-star system. The 8th floor of the hotel. The restaurant that comes with the standard rooms is on this floor, where guests can enjoy a free buffet. Although this is already the lowest level restaurant in the Star District Hotel, the food served here not only includes energy bars of various flavors, but also 2 limited fresh dishes. Therefore, most of the guests in the standard rooms will come here in advance to wait. Once it is time for dinner, and the restaurant opens, everyone will rush in to grab this rare fresh food. Today's dishes are vegetarian stewed potatoes, and vegetarian grilled radish. Although they are vegetarian, the chili peppers are stir-fried just right, and the green onions add flavor. Combined with the flavors of these 2 ingredients, just smelling them is like filling your mouth with warm food, making you stamp your feet in pleasure. Before the restaurant opens, the aroma has already aroused everyone's appetite. Oh my god, I haven't smelled potatoes this fragrant for 800 years. Do you smell the radish? I can imagine the feeling of biting into it and juicing it. Is this the Star District Hotel? It's too good to be true. Otherwise, this is the most famous hotel in our 6th galaxy. If ordinary restaurants have such good food, then aren't those high-end restaurants upstairs a paradise on Earth? No. Did they change the chef? I remember that it was delicious before, but not as fragrant as this. Ah. When will it open? I'm starving. The 3 of Kokot's grandfather and grandson were also in the crowd, discussing the battle plan. Garen, you take a seat for a while. Okay. Old buddy, let's split up into 2 groups. You go get the potato, and I go get the carrot. No problem, just watch me. Amid the discussion, the restaurant manager came out with a smile and made a pleased gesture. Dear guests, we've waited for a long time. The dishes are ready. Please enjoy them. Boom. The crowd rushed in and instantly made the Kokot family dizzy, and their battle plan was smashed to pieces. Little Galen was fine. There was always a seat in the restaurant, just a little off the beaten path. The 2 old men were not so lucky. When they arrived at the front line in a daze, the big bowls of carrots and potatoes were already empty. The 2 held their empty bowls, watching the children who had finally grabbed a seat waving at them, scratching their heads, blinking their eyes. How about finding some energy bars that taste better? Rabbi suggested awkwardly. Yeah, you see, the hotel is so considerate. Cocotte picked up the energy bar next to the stewed potatoes. This one just tastes like potatoes. Then take some, so that we can appease Galen later. Just then, a guest who was dressed meticulously and looked ordinary walked into the restaurant and came over here. He glanced at the empty potato pot, and his eyes also fell on the potato-flavored energy bar next to it. He said nothing, stood aside, and quietly waited for Cocotte and the others to finish taking the things. Cocotte and Rabbi stopped talking nonsense, and were about to leave after packing the energy bars, but saw the cook coming out of the back kitchen with a small pot of vegetables. I didn't expect today's dishes to be so popular. She smiled at them. I was worried that I might accidentally cook too much today and not be able to put it in. As she said that, she poured the extra stewed potatoes into the empty pot. There wasn't much left, probably only enough for 3 or 4 people. The later guests took the bowls, but didn't come up immediately. They just moved aside and indicated that the 2 old people could scoop first if they wanted to eat. Cocotte and Rabbi thanked him, picked up the spoon, and just as they were about to put the potatoes in, they were pushed away by someone who was rushing. The person took several bowls and scooped food into the bowls as if it was free and scolded, "Take it out earlier, are you hiding it in the kitchen?" It made me run an extra trip. Believe it or not, I will complain. The cook smiled awkwardly and explained, "Sorry, sir, there wasn't enough space at first." "Bullshit, I saw it, the pot wasn't full at first." "Ah!" The whole restaurant was silent, and those who were still sitting and about to come over to grab food stopped and looked over here. The silent guest grabbed the wrist of the person grabbing food and turned his hand back. "First come, first served, don't make trouble here. It's none of your business, you don't own the hotel, let me go." The food snatcher struggled and looked at the cook again. "Hey, is your hotel still okay? Someone is beating up a guest, and no one is stopping them. Are you trying to? Don't make trouble here." The silent guest increased the intensity of his hand movements and repeated them again. The food snatcher was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Seeing that no one dared to come up to help him, he could only admit his cowardice and apologize, and ran away with his tail between his legs, not even daring to take the potatoes that had been packed. The silent guest stopped his hand, didn't look at the 3 bowls of potatoes, and clearly gave them all to Cocotte and the others, and walked straight to the energy bar. The cook said "aw," and wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. Cocotte quickly picked up one of the bowls and brought it to him. "Thank you for helping me out. This is yours. We 2 old men can't eat so much." "For the child." The other party glanced in the direction of Galen. When the food snatcher pushed Cocotte away, little Galen, who had been looking at this side, shouted, "For what child? Look how full that person's bowl is. We have 2 bowls, which is enough." Cocotte waved his hand. "This bowl should be yours, take it quickly." The silent guest insisted not to take it. "Then we don't want it either, we can't eat all the good things." Cocotte put the bowl back. "Leave it to others." As he said, he and the rabbi each held a bowl and walked towards Galen. Some people saw this and wanted to come over to take it, but they were afraid of the same fate as the food snatcher, so they hesitated and dared not move forward. The cook smiled awkwardly and advised, "My guest, you seem to have a good relationship with this bowl. Why don't you take it away? If you don't take it away, it will get cold." The silent guest looked at her, sighed as if in compromise, and finally picked up the bowl and walked to Cocotte's table. "Is it convenient for me to sit down?" he asked. So the 4 people at the table shared 3 bowls of vegetarian stewed potatoes. "Grandpa, this potato is really delicious." Little Galen licked the spoon until it sparkled every time he ate a spoonful. "It's much better than what we ate before, so fragrant." Cocotte tasted the taste of the potato carefully. Only the Star District Hotel can find such fresh and high-quality ingredients. The silent guest paused. "Old man, is it the ingredients that are good? Or the chef?" "It doesn't matter how good the chef is. Believe me, the quality of this ingredient is among the best in the first galaxy. It must be grown in good fields. I didn't know there is such excellent farmland in our star region. I am ashamed of myself." Cocotte squinted his eyes in enjoyment. "It's great. The last time I ate such good and fresh food was..." He suddenly stopped talking. It was the jerry fruit sent by Xinyu. A group of people around were saying that although the products of Xingqiu Hotel were delicious before, they were not so delicious. Could it be? And Xinyu bought potato and radish seeds from him some time ago. And the gangsters who were obviously robbed by Xinyu last night. Could these be potatoes planted by Xinyu? Why didn't Xingqiu Hotel go to the safe official plantation to find sellers with unknown sources to purchase goods on the dark web? There is no such thing as saving costs. The prices on the dark web are only higher than those of the official plantation, not lower, unless the production reduction of the plantation is more serious than the official data released. Even if the hotel has money, it cannot purchase in large quantities from the plantation. Doesn't this mean? Unconsciously, these ordinary citizens occasionally lavishly eat at restaurants and eat with their hearts open, all of which are dark web foods with unknown sources and unknown quality control. Hey, uncle, aren't you going to eat? Little Galen's words brought Kokeo back to reality. The silent guest seemed to have thought of something and left the table with a bad look on his face. The 185th floor of the hotel, the office floor. The elevator door slowly opened from both sides, and a man, with a meticulous dress and an ordinary face, strode out. Jenny had been waiting at the elevator entrance. When he showed up, she greeted him not very enthusiastically. "Lieutenant General Morrison, what brings you up here?" "Jenny, I'm no longer a lieutenant general." Mollison said helplessly. "Where's Portia?" "I have something important to ask her." Jenny threw him a room card. Mollison took the room card and walked back into the elevator. Jenny pressed the elevator button and made a circle on her face. "The manager said to take off your ugly face modification device, otherwise I won't see you." 166th floor of the hotel, VIP suite. Portia was wearing a well-fitting crimson fishtail dress, with a pink and white pearl tassel earring on one ear. Her long golden hair was entangled with a round pearl, giving her a kind of looming charm. She relaxed on the sofa, holding a black bamboo tube and talking to Shiyun on the phone. "I knew it." She played with the other earring in her hand and said softly, "You should have guessed who I am, otherwise you wouldn't have given me that bowl of warm sea water." "Yes," Shiyun said on the other end, "I received information that someone will harm you in the near future. It is likely a group of space pirates called Black Hand." "Black Hand? I know them. Thank you for reminding me." Portia answered without surprise, looking through the check-in information of room 402 in the optical brain. "Is there anything I can help with?" "Yes. I want to know why you and I only traded a few orders, but it caused such a big reaction from other sellers, and—" Shiyun paused. "Which seller in the dark web is the mastermind of the Star Pirate Group? Who is their official backer in the 6th galaxy? How much do you know about their backer?" Portia was a little surprised. "Don't you need me to place your friends? If I ask you to place them, they won't be able to escape once something happens to you." Shiyun said, "I'm more interested in how to solve the problem once and for all. You can also understand my question as, do you want to get rid of those maggots in the 6th galaxy?" Chapter 82. Do you want to get rid of those maggots in the 6th galaxy? Portia heard the girl at the other end of the bamboo tube ask her this. After being played with for a long time, the pink and white pearls on the earrings were stained with her temperature, and were no longer as cold as when they first touched them. But this was her temperature, not the pearls. Without her heat source, the pearl would soon lose the body temperature that did not belong to it. The only way to keep the pearl warm was to ensure that the heat source never went out. Portia wrapped the pearl in her palm, and did not answer the other party's last question immediately. "The reason why we only traded a few orders and the black soil, that is, the Star Pirate Black Hand you mentioned, had such a big reaction is because you and I broke the unspoken rules." She slowly and steadily talked about the unspoken rules of the fruit and vegetable market over the years. The fundamental reason why the unspoken rules were broken was that the number of official plantations was limited. At the beginning, it was just because the pollution area continued to expand, and the federal government needed to ensure the safety of farmland output, so it introduced qualification standards for farmland and growers. Those who did not meet the standards were not allowed to sell agricultural products to the market. The starting point is good, but it has changed as it was implemented. The standards are becoming more and more detailed. What kind of land can be planted with what crops, all have qualification requirements, and those who do not meet the requirements are illegal. For example, if the qualification certificate of the cultivated land says that this is a white radish field, then even planting red radishes on it is considered illegal. In this day and age, agricultural products are luxury goods. Land that can be used to grow agricultural products openly, especially land that can grow expensive agricultural products, is naturally a continuous cash cow. In order to get as many cash cows as possible into their arms, people use power, connections, money, and everything else. A silent war spread throughout the Federation. When the dust settled, the forces of the major galaxies had already divided up the farmland of different values and qualifications in the Federation. Among them, the major star regions in the galaxies were divided up at a lower level according to the strength of the forces. So a new type of monopoly appeared in the Federation, that is, the qualification monopoly. Under this monopoly, the main crop varieties that can be planted in a star region are limited. The sixth galaxy is just a remote galaxy, far away from the federal power center, so when the meat was divided, only a mouthful of soup was grabbed, and only 5 crops were obtained for the main cultivation qualifications: potatoes, radishes, sweet potatoes, fairy berries, and polysperms. There are only 3 types, but it is enough for those who are interested to play a lot of tricks. For example, control the number of arable land qualifications issued and control the number of legal arable land within a certain range. Once the supply side tightens, the demand is still there, and the price will naturally rise. But this is the figure on the surface after all. The price is too high. On the one hand, it is difficult to explain to the central government. On the other hand, it is just a wedding dress for the central government, and there will be little profit left for the people. So some people did the second thing. Abandon some qualified land. The so-called abandonment can be to find a reason to abolish the qualifications of such land, or it can be the result of the evil deeds of interstellar pirates. Shiyu replied coldly. Yes. Portia confirmed her guess. If you hide the farmland from the open to the dark, no one will know about the profit you are making. I see. Shiyun said, the supply is limited, and you can only purchase illegal agricultural products due to demand. In order to ensure that you can gain benefits from you, the Star District government will definitely find a way to make you only trade with their people. As an official government, the best way is naturally legal constraints. Once you don't buy from their people, they will expose your purchase of illegal agricultural products to the public and deal a fatal blow. If you cooperate with them, they will help you conceal the source of the ingredients. That is to say, in the eyes of the public, the ingredients of most restaurants, including yours, still come from official plantations. Shiyin narrowed his eyes. I guess you still have to pay them a high cover-up fee. This means that the government has the greatest control over the operators in their jurisdiction, so their biggest source of profit is the operators in their own jurisdiction, and my appearance, plus your cooperation, and the weight of your hotel in the first star zone, poses a serious threat to the government. Because I am not just a new market competitor, Shiyun concluded, I have also inadvertently broken the monopoly here. Portia's face showed a shallow dimple. You are absolutely right. But since you dare to break this unspoken rule, it means that you have a handle to counter the official. It stands to reason that you are wrong to use illegal agricultural products, and you can only follow the official rhythm unless, in addition to using illegal channels to sell agricultural products to make profits, the official also needs to use this method to cover up some things. Shiyun combined the information Qin Xingxing had told her before and said, has the official farm production dropped significantly? Is it serious enough to cause panic among the people? You are very smart. Portia said admiringly, yes, this is a secret I discovered in recent years. They charge a cover-up fee just as a side effect. We merchants who can only purchase from illegal channels are the best smokescreen to cover up the official farmland production reduction. The reduction in farmland production is a common phenomenon throughout the Federation and the entire galaxy, and the people know it. However, whether the output is reduced from 100 to 99 or from 100 to 9, the difference is huge. This is just like when human technology was not so advanced. Scientists on some planets proposed that the climate was gradually warming, which might lead to rising sea levels and bring about a devastating disaster in 100 years. This would not cause the public to panic immediately, and even fail to attract the attention of most people. Because the time span is too long and the changes are too insignificant, too much room will give people excessive hope and luck. But if the temperature rises rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the room for maneuver quickly shrinks into a prison where it is difficult to turn around, I believe that most people will panic because of the impending doomsday. The panicked people will cause endless chaos. This is the situation that the governments of various star regions are trying their best to avoid. The more serious the reduction in production in the star region, the more the government will try to cover it up. After all, it is related to political achievements. After explaining this, Portia paused and changed the subject. In fact, given your current situation, you don't need to confront them head-on. Shiyun smiled. Are you hinting at me to sell some less impactful agricultural products? Portia's dimples deepened. I can provide you with a list of such agricultural products. Miss Mermaid. Shiyun lay on the windowsill, watching everyone working busily in the newly reclaimed land. Can I understand your proposal as you are not confident in me? Yes, a little. Portia's expression remained unchanged, and she admitted generously, her tone still gentle and soothing. But I am sincerely reminding you that there are many ways to protect yourself. Since you are in the dark, you naturally have the right to make full use of this. I like your potatoes and gifts very much, so I will help you settle your friends and let them know your arrangements. As for whether I can protect them in the future, I believe that has nothing to do with you. The other party was testing her openly. Portia didn't trust her, thinking that she was in the dark, and the conflict with the Black Hand was not irreconcilable, so she could abandon others at any time and get away with it. It was too normal. The two had only known each other for a few days, and had not even met. No matter how friendly Portia was, it was impossible for her to be completely unguarded against her. Shi-yun didn't care. Have you heard of this person named Grinwald? Yes, I have heard of him. He was the second in command of the Black Hand. Yes, he's dead. Shi-yun said, I did it, not my friend. I did it, and they already knew of my existence. Portia paused playing with the earrings. I understand that you have doubts about me, because I don't completely trust you either. Shi-yun continued, but I think we have common interests. You talked about so many unspoken rules of the federal fruit and vegetable market. I believe you have been deeply affected by them for a long time, otherwise you wouldn't have tried to find a way to counter the Federation. You've known about this for years, but you still haven't changed your supplier. I guess you think there's no need to go against them. So why did you suddenly change at this point? You're a very smart businessman. I don't think it's just because I can provide high-quality potatoes. That is to say, you had to break the delicate monopoly balance for some reason. As for me, the Black Hand gang is greedy and covets my things. They also touched my people. I'm very unhappy. Not to mention that I killed their people, they can't let me go easily, even if they want to let me go. Haha, I don't want to let them go. It's not my style to run away when scared. I not only want to break their monopoly and make back the money I deserve, but also make them polite and never dare to pick a fight with me again. So, I think no matter what your reason is, from this point of view, the result you and I are pursuing is the same. Also, I'm not afraid to tell you directly that I'm poor. Shi-yun paused, then spoke the truth ambiguously. Someone just offered me a high price to protect you. 300 influence points. Portia suddenly clenched the earrings in her hand, and just as she was about to speak, the door suddenly made a beep sound. Someone swiped the room card to come in. Such a strong blood. She stood up suddenly, and her powerful mental power spread out without hesitation, but she withdrew at the moment she touched the other party. In the process of spreading and withdrawing, the other party had already walked up quickly, and his hand stopped before he was about to put it on her shoulder, and he withdrew it abruptly, only looking her up and down with a concerned look, and seeing that she was fine, he withdrew all the emotions on his face, and when he said thousands of words, it became just a stiff sentence, have you changed the supplier? Portia glanced at the blood on his clothes, frowned slightly, and walked towards the door. Well, do you like the taste? Don't go. The man grabbed her arm. Send someone to deal with it. There is still the smell of fire incense on the body. Didn't you receive the message I sent someone to remind you? Someone has cultivated fire incense again. Fire incense is an artificially cultivated flower. Its fragrance is the nemesis of mermaids. It will reduce the mental strength of mermaids and make their limbs weak. This is a byproduct of the research on mermaids by those people back then. When Portia escaped, the first thing she did was to burn all these flowers, so that the fire incense would be extinct, ensuring that no one could use this flower to bind the mermaid. Got it. Portia stopped and answered in an unclear tone. Then why did you run into their guns? The man frowned. Just to make me show up? Take such a big risk? You have already angered them. If I hadn't happened to come here today, what would he do if he broke in with the fire incense? When you burn the fire incense. After so many years, why are you still so adventurous? That? Shi-yun wanted to remind them. She was still in the special seat, and had no time to leave. In addition, this unknown man, caring for others is not like this, talking like this will cause a quarrel. Portia is more restrained than she thought, but she is obviously a little emotional, and did not pay attention to Shi-yun's speech. Why did you come to the 6th galaxy? The other party was silent for a while. I am a soldier, I obey the assignment. That's it. Lieutenant General Morrison, who obeyed the assignment, seems to have misunderstood you. Portia's tone was colder than Shi-yun had ever heard. I changed the supplier not for you, but because the store's turnover has dropped. I am just optimizing as a manager. Lieutenant General. Military personnel. Shi-yun looked downstairs, and caught Qin Xingxing's figure. He took a brick from the warehouse, and threw it over. Qin Xingxing, who was almost hit by the falling brick, said. Shi-yun hooked her finger at him. Qin Xingxing pointed at his arm, that was pinched by her last night, and shook his head firmly. Shi-yun took out a pile of bricks. Qin Xingxing ran up wisely, kept a distance of 3 meters from her, and asked, Boss, what do you want? Shi-yun listened to the gossip on the other side of the bamboo tube, while chatting privately with Qin Xingxing on the communicator. Mollison? Qin Xingxing glanced at the black bamboo tube she put on her ear, gossipy eyes flashed, and he rubbed against her side, and replied on the communicator. Report to the organization, this is my brother, apply to eat melon. On the other end of the earth phone. Morrison was silent again. Xia, it's not worth it for the turnover. Don't be angry with your own safety. I'm no longer a lieutenant general, and now Hui Yinxiang has reappeared. I don't understand what you're saying. Portia interrupted him. I'm just optimizing procurement. What does it have to do with being angry? Okay, then take your time with the procurement optimization. Give me some time. I arrange for someone to take you away. Arrange someone to take me away? Yes. Colonel. Portia's voice became more and more indifferent. Although you are now transferred to me, strictly speaking, your jurisdiction does not include me. What position do you have to interfere in my affairs? Do you think you still have the right to interfere in anything here? Morrison fell silent. Portia was silent for a long time. The two seemed to have started a silent and long confrontation. Shi Yun and Qin Xingxing were chatting in the communicator. I think I know why your brother can't catch up with people. Why don't you respond to the obvious hints from the sister? I'm sorry, I may not believe it, but I didn't respond before. What's the situation between the two of them? The sister felt that she had a bad past, and was afraid that it would affect his future. Now, I've been out of touch with gossip for too long, but from what they said, Morrison's rank seems to have dropped. Downgraded 2 levels? So he's afraid that his status is not worthy of the girl. The military rank alone shouldn't be the problem. I guess the reason for his demotion is probably. Shi Yun squinted at his rare guilty look and typed another line of words. You, a top wanted criminal, dragged him down. I guess people who are close to you are in bad luck now. Ahem. Qin Xingxing's eyes wandered and changed the subject. So Morrison was demoted but still wanted to go to the 6th galaxy. TSK, he really wanted beauty at the cost of his life. But when the beauty came, he pushed her away. Ah, is this the mysterious and unpredictable love? What do you mean? What's wrong with the 6th galaxy? Qin Xingxing gave Shi Yun a lot of science. Generally speaking, the major galaxies are divided into several star regions, and each star region has administrators. Among these administrators, since the first star region is usually the power center and has the most resources, the administrator of this star region has the greatest power, second only to the governor of the galaxy. These are government positions, responsible for government affairs. If they must be matched with the military, the governor is equivalent to a lieutenant general in the army, and the star zone administrator is equivalent to a major general. That is to say, Morrison is now a colonel, 1 level lower than a major general. If he is unlucky and goes to a star zone and meets an administrator who doesn't get along with him, he will be bullied in a minute, such as finding an excuse to send people to patrol dangerous areas in space. Shi Yun reacted quickly. So the administrator of the first star zone of the 6th galaxy has a grudge against him? How big is the grudge? Well, it's probably the kind of hatred that has been robbing resources for a lifetime. Ah? The military is still competing with the government for resources? That's a secondary factor. The more important reason is, the name of the administrator of the first star zone is Grady Jones. Qin Xingxing replied, guess what my brother's last name is? At the same time, on the other end of the phone, Portia broke the long deadlock and said, Grady proposed to me a while ago. Shi Yun, Qin Xingxing, So this is still a bloody ethical drama of brothers fighting for the heart of a beauty. She probably knew why Portia changed suppliers at this juncture. It turns out that the targeted in the system's phrase citizens targeted by villains has an additional meaning. However, helping the beauty get rid of the evil forces of robbery and plunder is not Morrison's job. Why does the system want her to do it? Chapter 83. 1 week ago. Star District Hotel, Sky Garden. It was rare that such a large garden did not host a banquet, but it was decorated even more gorgeously and exquisitely than a banquet. In the middle of the garden stood a small square table, covered with a sea blue imitation silk tablecloth, on which were placed various delicacies, all fresh fruits and vegetables, none of which were artificially synthesized energy products. The honey-colored Van wine was poured into a tall wine glass, which contrasted with the bright yellow candlelight. Grady, wearing a formal suit without a single wrinkle, sat at one end of the table, and cut the still steaming boar's veal steak into several small pieces of suitable size. When Portia came up, he just put the cut steak on the reserved seat opposite him. Good evening, Administrator. Portia, wearing the uniform of a hotel manager, smiled faintly. I heard that you want to complain. What are you dissatisfied with? Is it the garden layout that you don't like, or the food that you don't like? The garden layout and the food are both good, but without your company, this dinner party seems boring. Grady finished speaking, laughed heartily, put down his knife and fork, walked to the other side of the table, and pulled out a chair for her. So the complaint is false, and inviting you to dinner with me is true. I just want to give you a little surprise. I hope you don't mind. You are in a good mood today. Portia sat down calmly, and took a look at the neatly cut steak. Boar steak? You have a big surprise. Xia, don't be so polite to me. Grady clinked glasses with her. We have known each other for several years, right? When I first met you, I was just an ordinary government clerk. Portia smiled slightly. Since you were promoted to administrator, your performance has been very good. You are amazing. Do you know why my political achievements are so good? Of course, it's because you are an excellent politician. No, Thea. Grady put down his glass, wiped his mouth with a napkin, looked at Portia and said, Since the first time I saw you, I made up my mind that I must work hard until the day I can be worthy of you. The administrator is joking. Portia shook the glass in her hand. I am not worthy of you, and you know my background. Please don't be because of me. It is because I know your background. Grady interrupted her and pushed a document and a small box in front of her. I have been working hard for this. I hope I can provide you with a safe and reliable place, and now, I think I have done it. Administrator. Take a look at these two things first. Grady insisted. Portia glanced at him, pulled the document out from under the small box with one hand, opened it and took a look. She paused in shaking the wine glass. You are about to be promoted to the governor of the galaxy? That's right. Grady nodded. From now on, no matter what you do in the 6th galaxy, no one will dare to say a bad word about you behind your back. He pushed the red square box forward a little. Xia, I don't mind your background. I even feel distress for you. I am willing and able to protect you. Are you willing to let me protect you? Portia put the document back on the table, frowning slightly. Before she spoke, Grady said again, You can raise any concerns you have. I can help you solve all your concerns. This document is proof that I can do what Morrison couldn't do when he was still a lieutenant general. In the 6th galaxy, I have absolute control, I promise you. I believe what you said. You are indeed a great man. Any woman who can be with you is very lucky. Portia took a sip of the wine, and still did not take the box. It's just that it's really embarrassing. I haven't made any plans yet. I hope you can understand. Oh, I told you not to be so polite. Grady was not annoyed by her tactful and unconditional rejection. He smiled and poured her wine. Don't feel pressured. I will wait for you until the day you are ready. He put down the bottle, and scooped a spoonful of honey beans for her. Let's talk about something else. Since General Chen's rebellion, the military has been in turmoil. Recently, a lieutenant general was demoted to colonel, and will be sent to the 6-star system. Which area do you think he should be assigned to patrol? Now. A while ago, Grady proposed to me. Portia looked at Morrison steadily. He meant that if I didn't marry him, he would send you to the 7-star area. Colonel, what do you think about this matter? The 7-star region is located at the edge of the 6th galaxy, very close to the 7th galaxy, which has been completely polluted and swallowed up. It is very dangerous to patrol there. I will arrange for someone to send you away. Mollison said the same thing. What if I don't want to leave? As long as it is your decision. Then you should be careful during this period. I will handle Hui Yinxiang's matter. Portia raised her eyebrows and walked step by step to Morrison. What if I say that my decision is to marry him? Mollison smiled rarely. You are completely free, and your decision is not restricted by anyone. I can indeed be completely free. Portia stroked the side of his face. A blue light flashed on her hand, and the sharp scales drew a bleeding fine line along the contour of his face. But I need your cooperation, Colonel. Since you happen to come today, please help me with this. The fine line went all the way down and finally stopped at the aorta in Morrison's neck. Leave the 6th galaxy. Leave now. No one will stop you. Morrison didn't even look at the scales against his artery, lowered his head and looked at Portia, with restrained tenderness and indulgence in his eyes. But without the fear and panic of life being threatened, you can do anything, but give me some time. I am a soldier. I need to obey the assignment. I came to the 6th galaxy. I can't listen to it anymore. Even the plum rain in late spring is not so slow. A lazy voice came from the bamboo tube throne on the sofa. Mollison, is it difficult to just tell her that you don't want her to get married, and let her wait for you for a while before you take her away? Mollison was immediately alert and took out his gun. Who? Portia held down his gun and pointed at the bamboo tube on the sofa. Xianyu, who is next to you. A culprit named Chen. I make another call, you guys answer it. Shi looked at Qin Xingxing with a half smile. Since you are willing to intervene in this matter, I just happen to be in need of a tough fighter in the 6th galaxy. Your brother sounds very powerful and cares about Portia. I can use him. She sent a phone call to Portia and gave the other one to Qin Xingxing. Find a way to deal with your brother. I already know how to contain Grady. 1 week later. Dark Web Gate of Light. The 50th place on the popularity list has changed. The sellers did not change. The potato selling post that vowed to be a salted fish was still the 50th one. What changed was the selling information in various aspects. The price was lowered from 9 guangbi to 6 guangbi, and the minimum purchase quantity was raised from 30 to 75, more than doubled. As for the inventory, it was directly increased from the original 200 to 2,000. A new high-rise was quickly built in the selling post, and the onlookers were discussing. I thought that according to the style of salted fish selling jerry fruit, the price of potatoes and radishes would also increase after the discount period. Why is the price of potatoes the only one to go down? Because they can't sell them. Look at their inventory. There are so many of them. They are almost rotten. They even raised the minimum purchase quantity. Who would buy so many potatoes for no reason? They are desperate to sell them. Isn't this still a price increase? With this minimum purchase quantity, the unit price seems to be cheaper, but it is actually twice as expensive as before. That's not right. If Xinyu is really in a hurry to sell, it is impossible to lower the price and raise the minimum purchase quantity at the same time. Just like you said, who would pile up so many potatoes at home? Isn't this clearly a way to drive away customers? So he is stupid, and he is stupid and ugly when he eats. Who knows what kind of pesticides he used on those ridiculously large potatoes and radishes? Have you ever eaten his potatoes and radishes? How can they be of such good quality if they are sprayed with pesticides? I have eaten them, so what? Is your mouth a testing device or something? Can you tell if there are pesticides or not? Let me tell you, I still have a pile of them at home. How long have they been there? They must have been there for more than a week. None of them are rotten. If nothing else, they must have been sprayed with a dozen preservatives. So I bought it too. I suddenly got scared. Suddenly scared +1. Suddenly scared +2. If potatoes are stored normally, they can be kept for about half a month without going bad. If they are stored properly, 2 months is also normal. Please be informed. What nonsense is the person above? In this day and age, there are no potatoes that don't go bad in half a month, let alone 2 months. If they don't go bad in 5 days, they are considered very fresh. If they don't go bad for more than a week, they must have been sprayed with pesticides. Did you fall for the big preservative case a few years ago? Am I the only one who is curious about which major buyer has been buying Xianyu's products? This post has been sitting at the 50th place for more than a week, which means that there is at least one major buyer who has been cooperating with Xianyu. So, I suddenly have a bold guess. You see, Xianyu has lowered the unit price and increased the purchase quantity and inventory. It is obviously not to attract individual customers. His actions are not trying to attract other major buyers? Don't be naive. There are not so many big buyers with water in their brains. They are all businessmen. Who will be offended by buying Xianyu's products? Those who understand will understand. The first star zone of the 6th galaxy, the manager's meeting room of the Galaxy Hotel. The 3D projection of Portia exudes soft light, and her golden wavy hair is as gentle as the sun caressing the sea. She sits lazily on the back of the chair, looking at the manager of the Galaxy Hotel opposite, waiting for the other party's response. Lu Nuo, the manager of the Galaxy Hotel, is impressed by her beauty. He did not angrily send her away because of her shocking proposal, but just politely refused. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Portia pulled out a set of data and smiled. This is the turnover of my hotel this week and last week. You can compare it. Lu Nuo reluctantly turned his eyes away from her and looked at the data projection between the two of them. The moment he saw the data clearly, the obsession on his face suddenly faded and his eyes widened. Increased by 5 percentage points? How is that possible? You know, according to the status of the Star District Hotel in the 6-star system, the market it should have occupied has long been occupied, and the turnover is so huge that it is close to saturation. Even increasing it by 1 percentage point is difficult. No matter what class of people are, they all pursue delicious food. Portia called up the next analysis data. The only large-scale change I made in the past 2 weeks was to change the supplier of potatoes and radishes. She changed another set of data. This is the prediction I made for you for free. If your restaurant also changes its supplier, given that you only provide catering services, based on your service group and existing turnover, your turnover will at least double in a month. She stopped the projected data at the huge number *2 and stopped talking, leaving enough time for Lu Nua to digest it. Lu Nua's eyes showed eagerness, but he quickly restrained himself. He shook his head. No, the administrator is very tolerant of you. The government can turn a blind eye to your change of supplier, but it's different for me. Once I change the dark web supplier, the government will definitely investigate my restaurant, and it will be useless even if the turnover increases tenfold. You are right. Purchasing from the dark web is indeed a very risky thing. Portia picked up the simple red ceramic cup and drank the seawater sent by Shiyun, so I have a second suggestion today. The blue water drop earrings swayed in the golden waves as she moved. Why not switch to a safer and more honest supplier? For example, our hotel. What do you think? Chapter 84. In the first star district, there is a potato craze among the middle and upper classes with decent spending power. The way people greet each other has changed from "it's a nice day today" to "did you eat potatoes today?" Or "where are we going to eat potatoes today?" The following conversations are common. "Brothers, I'm back from a business trip. Let's have a luxurious dinner today. Let's go to Chase restaurant. I treat you." "No, their potatoes are terrible." "What are you talking about? Except for the Star District Hotel, theirs is the best in the entire 6th galaxy, right? Don't tell me you want to go to the Star District Hotel. I can't afford it." "What did you just say? The village network is not connected yet? No one has been to Chase restaurant for a long time. Now everyone goes to Galaxy restaurant. Their new mashed potatoes are very delicious. I think Galaxy restaurant is a bit expensive. My friend dragged me to Yunlan restaurant the other day. Their potato set is delicious and big. But you have to queue up. If you are sure, I will take a number quickly. Chell restaurant's dry fried potatoes are also delicious. The 3 options are Galaxy restaurant, Yunlan restaurant, and Chell restaurant. Come on, vote. Wait a minute, what's going on? Oh, several restaurants have changed their chefs recently. Why did they change their chefs? It all started with the Star District Hotel. I heard that the mermaid manager was not satisfied with his own turnover, so he hired several senior chefs from the 2nd star system at a high price and developed potato and radish dishes that are both cost-effective and delicious. During the promotion period, even the standard restaurant on the 8th floor provides them. Many people went to the Star District Hotel to stay in standard rooms in order to eat the limited free buffet. Think about it, for a similar price, you can stay at the Star District Hotel and enjoy first-class service, and you can also grab a free buffet. Wouldn't those who only do restaurant business plummet? Wouldn't this make many high-end restaurants have a sense of crisis? If 1 or 2 chefs are poached like this, the price of food will go up to the sky. How can it be possible to increase it? The Star District Hotel will not increase the price. With its price ceiling, other people can't increase the price more than the hotel? Then who will go there to eat? You can only bite your teeth and swallow it. My cousin's nephew's sister-in-law's uncle is manager Lou of the Galaxy Hotel. I heard that he is now in the office every day cursing the mermaid for killing all the people and eating meat without leaving soup for others. This is too tragic. What's so tragic about it? Those restaurant owners make huge profits, they just make less money. That's right, how could they do something that has no profit? At first, no one except the Galaxy Hotel moved, but later, the Galaxy Hotel had a constant stream of customers, and 1 or 2 people followed suit. If they were losing money, they would definitely not do this together. Ha ha ha, I'm happy to see it happen. Anyway, we are not the ones losing money. The more fiercely they fight, the happier we are. So, after a while, customers will definitely be attracted back to the cheaper restaurants. Wouldn't the Star District Hotel be the biggest loser? I'm losing so much money that I'm almost broke. Mathis roared on the other end of the phone. What's wrong with you? None of these restaurants are buying from us anymore. That damn salted fish is making so much money. Are all your inspectors dead? Why don't you quickly shut down these idiots who are leading the trouble? If this continues, no one in the galaxy will buy from me. Grady sat in the Star Zone Administrator's office and calmly turned down the volume. Mathis, calm down, the inspector has been there. Their source of purchase can be traced. It is reasonable. There is no reason to seal it up. I'm not calm at all. You will ask me to calm down. How can there be any trace? Who the hell are you fooling? Xianyu's popularity list has risen by 1 place. It must be this group of people's flattery. If their goods are not from Xianyu, I will cut off my head and let you kick it like a ball. I tell you, if you don't pay attention to this matter, it will be useless even if you are promoted to governor. Look who is hanging a poor and broken governor. I'm not careless. The fact is that everything they do is reasonable and legal. Then find a way to make them illegal. Make up a random excuse to kill them. I've told you many times that this is the annual probation period. My governor's appointment order has not been officially issued yet. It's not a good time to mess around. Grady's tone was slightly depressed. You sent people to break into the central city without my consent, and even went to the Star District Hotel twice. Do you know how dangerous this is? Huh? Dangerous? I was almost able to catch Xianyu, and you told me it was dangerous? Letting Xianyu go on like this is dangerous. Who is it dangerous to? Your damn precious mermaid, right? I tell you, she is not dangerous at all. There are many flower protectors besides you. When Morrison came, he chopped my body into 8 pieces at the door of her room. What do you think Morrison went to her room for? To break? Mathis. Grady interrupted him, his tone completely sank. If you need an emotional sedative, go get it. What to say, and what not to say, I hope you don't need me to teach you again. You were rejected, but you still protected her. Matt paused, and changed the subject in a cowardly way. No, the more I think about it, the more I think it's wrong. How can a group of people in the restaurant be legal? As long as you cut off the supply from the official plantation, they can't be legal. They took the initiative to refuse the supply. What? Refused? What joke are you talking about? Then what is their current supply? Grady's face flashed a trace of irritation. Star District Hotel. Huh? Mathis was silent for a while, and finally reacted, gritting his teeth and roaring. I told you a long time ago, didn't I? That woman is an ungrateful person, but you refused to listen and protected her. Look, now she bites you back, right? What's the matter? Give her some color, and she dares to make a profit from the price difference? Shameless woman, you'd better not let me catch her, otherwise I will definitely. Mathis. Grady warned, I told you, I take care of her. He hung up the phone. Soon, the secretary came in with his consent. Administrator, Miss Portia is here. Please come in. Portia was still wearing a professional manager's outfit today, and her conservative black high heels made her ankles look particularly round and white. Grady smiled and greeted her as if nothing had happened, and pulled out a chair for her. Portia sat down gracefully, as polite as ever. Good morning, Administrator. What do you want me for? Grady took out a bottle of private collection from the cabinet, and poured a glass for Portia. Shanghai water, you try it. That's thoughtful. Portia smiled, and didn't move the glass in front of her. Grady didn't force it, and sat back in his seat. I heard that some criminals went to your hotel to cause trouble a while ago. Fortunately, Colonel Morrison arrived in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. He shook his head. It was my negligence to manage the city's security well, so the first thing I came to you today is to apologize to you. The administrator is too polite. There are thousands of shady things in the city. No matter how great the administrator is, he cannot eliminate all crimes. There is no need to apologize to me for such a small matter. Portia still smiled politely. I really want to spend more time with the administrator, but I have to receive the inspection team today, so time is a bit tight. Xia, I know you are very angry, and I can understand your temper. Grady sighed. Believe me, I just found out about this not long ago. I promise you that I will manage the city's security well, and similar things will not happen again in the future. You're kidding. They're just criminals. I've seen them before. I can't possibly take my anger out on you. Portia crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair. Did I do something to make you misunderstand me? Grady handed her a few documents. I heard the Galaxy Hotel, Yunlan Restaurant, and Chell's Restaurant changed their suppliers to you, but the total purchase volume of your Star District Hotel and these restaurants combined. He tapped the last document. But it doesn't match the data from the plantation. Xia, you are doing something very dangerous. Do you know that? How can it not match? Portia kept her expression unchanged and took out a document and pushed it over. Everything matches in this document. Grady looked at the document that had not yet been stamped and signed, and asked meaningfully, Xia, do you want me to make an exception for you? No. Portia said, I am a law-abiding businessman. I just want to negotiate a deal with the First Star District. She pushed the second document over. It was an estimated report on the reduction in farmland production in the First Star District. Grady glanced at it, and looked at Portia again. The Star District Hotel has always been a major taxpayer in the First Star District, and has made many contributions to the district over the years. If you want to lower the purchase price of agricultural products, I can promise you. This is all I can do within my authority. Portia smiled, and shook her head. No need to lower it. I am happy to continue to purchase agricultural products from the government at the current price. The only request is that the government increase the supply of agricultural products. Xia, the Star District Hotel has made enough money. If you continue like this, you will offend many people. I believe that in the first star district under your management, as long as I abide by the law, no matter how much I offend people, the federal law will protect me from criminals. Like you said, I can't take care of everything. Once I am a little careless. Knock, knock, knock. The secretary's voice came from outside. Administrator, excuse me, Miss Portia's assistant said they have something urgent. I would like to ask if you have finished talking to Miss Portia. Let her wait a little longer. Grady said loudly. Manager, we really can't wait any longer. Jenny's anxious voice came from outside. Portia looked at Grady, slowly stood up, and walked to the office door. Do you want me to open this door and let her wait a little longer, or have we finished talking? Why are you so wary of me? And even let the assistant call you regularly. I won't do anything to you. Portia didn't speak. Grady stared at her silently for a long time. Let her wait a little longer. Portia nodded, opened the door, showed her face, and told Jenny, wait 10 minutes. This was more for Grady than for Jenny. The office door closed again. Grady finally looked at the terms of the document carefully, and a look of displeasure flashed across his face. In addition to potatoes, do you want to buy radishes and sweet potatoes? Sweet potatoes don't need to be purchased. Portia said, after all, my new cook is not sure if he can handle sweet potatoes. Potatoes, radishes, and sweet potatoes are the three major economic crops in the agriculture of the Sixth Galaxy. This salted fish dared to threaten him. Grady suppressed the hidden anger between his brows by flipping through the documents. How can he be sure? She hopes that you can fully play the role of administrator and ensure the absolute safety of her people in the Sixth Galaxy. Who? The Cocott farm family, and me. Grady knocked on the table. As citizens of the Sixth Galaxy, your safety is naturally guaranteed here. Portia chuckled. Then what did you apologize to me when you came in today? Grady looked at her steadily. Sia, whether you believe it or not, my apology is sincere. Even if there is no condition from the other party, I will do my best to protect you. I am the only one in the Sixth Galaxy who can protect you. Don't let others use you as a gun. Even if I agree to this, you will offend many people, but what about your cook? He is a chef behind the scenes. No one will pay attention to him, and in the end, you will be the most dangerous one. Don't make yourself such an obvious target. I'm a businessman. I don't do business at a loss. Since I've proposed this, I will definitely make a profit. You just need to confirm whether you agree or not. I don't agree. Grady said decisively. There are enough people who want to harm you secretly. It will not do you any good to force them into a corner. I will never put you in such a dangerous situation. Really? That's troublesome. I have signed a contract with her. Portia was unmoved by his concerned words. She looked at him calmly with her blue eyes, and took out a black bamboo tube from her handbag. How about you talk to her for me, and persuade her not to let me pay the penalty for breach of contract? A cheerful female voice came from the bamboo tube. Hello, Star Zone Administrator, your Sixth Galaxy is a bit of a pitfall. Pirates bully my people and breach contracts. This has left me with a big psychological shadow. You have screwed me so badly. Otherwise, I will not develop in your star system. I will go to the Fourth Galaxy to develop the wheat market with great difficulty. What do you think? Of course, I must announce to the outside world that it was all forced by you in the Sixth Galaxy. Do you mind this? Wheat is the largest agricultural economic crop in the Fourth Galaxy. If Grady fails to handle the internal contradictions of the Sixth Galaxy, the wheat interest chain will be impacted. Let alone being promoted to the governor of the star system, he will be crushed into mud in the ground by Admiral Lehman. What a salted fish who knows the internal situation of the Federation well. Grady's murderous intention suddenly rose. Chapter 85. Cocott. The grandfather and grandson returned to the farm with the rabbi who decided to stay at Cocott's house temporarily. They returned with the 3 bodyguards sent by Portia. The farm was even more messy than before they fled. The fields without crops were full of potholes, the fences were tilted, and the door of the house was kicked to the ground, leaving an empty door frame, exposing the mess inside the house without any privacy. The furniture was overturned and rotten, and the shelves that were originally nailed to the wall were pulled down, revealing the white wall skin. The floor that was originally a little uneven was violently pried open, revealing the crude building structure underneath. It seems that after they escaped, the angry bandits searched the farm inside and out again. Cocott had expected this, and was not surprised. He quietly gathered the stones kicked everywhere by the bandits in the yard. Rabbi also came to help and lifted up the door panel that had fallen to the ground. One of the bodyguards stayed here to guard them, while the other 2 went into the house first and walked around. After confirming that it was safe, they came out and nodded to them. After they returned to the house, and simply cleaned up the mess in the house, the moon had already climbed high behind the clouds. Cocotte settled all the guests, coaxed little Galen to sleep, and went to the seed warehouse alone, sitting in the looted basement in a daze. Rabbi greeted the bodyguards guarding the door, walked in and sat on the floor with Cocotte. I thought I couldn't grow crops, so I could only sell seeds, which was already a big loss. Cocotte said self-deprecatingly. Think about it, old man. What can we grow if we sell seeds to salted fish? If we really let us grow them ourselves. Rabbi pointed to the racks that had fallen to the ground. There are so many red-eye diseases. It's doubtful whether they can grow them, and it will be a waste. You're right. Cocotte sighed. I hope they don't find Xinyu. They can't find her. She's been in the 6th galaxy for so long. Shoo! She's in the 6th galaxy. Mathis listened to the sound coming from the bug, and kicked his men with a face full of anger. You bunch of rubbish. Can't you find a woman in your own territory? But we walk around the 6th galaxy every day. If someone hides and secretly farms, we should be able to find it. We can find it. We can find it. Mathis kicked him twice and asked while tapping the bug, what is this? Think about it immediately. Where can someone hide? The subordinates wanted to hide, but didn't dare to, so they could only discuss it timidly. Boss, there is really no place to hide, only that place. You said that this salted fish is so powerful. No, so cunning. Will she hide there? Impossible? The meteor belt is so dangerous. That's right. The edge of the contaminated area is behind the meteor belt. Meteor belt? Mathis frowned. Glenn. Boss. The second in command. TSK. Hack that salted fish. Mathis kicked the table away in annoyance. Just as he was about to speak, he saw his subordinates hiding aside one by one, stammering. He had a flash of anger on his face, but he still took a mood sedative and injected it roughly, calming down a lot. He called Grady. Where did you throw Morrison? The 8-star district. Didn't you say that salty fish offered you a lot of conditions? Didn't the mermaid take the opportunity to plead for her lover? No. Ha ha, I was right. Mathis finally felt relieved. Let me tell you, you were fooled by those 2 fish women. Morrison didn't go to the 8-star district because you forced him. He did it on purpose. I got the latest news that salty fish is near the 8-star district. Just wait for me to chop it up and bring it back to you. After saying that, Mathis hung up the phone, threw the needle tube with blood on it to the ground, and stood up. Prepare everything for me. I'm going to the 8-star district to meet that unlucky thing. Xian put the black bamboo tube into the warehouse. Qin Zixing sat on the ground and glanced at her expression. Did Grady not agree to your conditions? On the surface, he agreed. What about Cocotte Farm? Cocotte and his friends have returned. There are indeed bugs in the farmhouse. Cocotte and his friends have accidentally revealed my whereabouts in the 6th galaxy. Now we just have to wait for Mathis to catch the clues and come to the door. Morrison, who is ambushing at the edge of the 6th galaxy, will deal with him. Isn't everything going well? Why do you look so serious? Because the risk is huge. If Morrison, the last link, goes wrong, the actual restraining effect of the whole plan on Grady will be much smaller, or even zero. The reason why Grady can reluctantly agree to the conditions now is that he is concerned that he has not yet secured his position as the governor of the galaxy, and does not want to cause any complications. Once he secures his position and has no more constraints, and with Mathis working for him in secret, the 6th galaxy will completely become his vassal, and he will definitely counterattack Portia and others. Xian frowned. Unless it's necessary, I don't like to do things with big risks. If you fail, you fail. At most, you can't enter the market of the 6th galaxy. You are self-sufficient here, and the support from the outside world is unnecessary for you. And unless you reveal your location, no one can think that you are in the core contaminated area. Even if they know your location, there are only a few people who can come in and deliver you. Qin Zixing tilted his head to look at her. The risk is actually very small. Xian glanced at him. Stop hanging around here. Go get some work. Hey, actually I still don't quite understand why you want to get involved in this matter. Qin Xingxing didn't move. You can't even leave the island now. Where are you going to spend all that money? Or are you in a hurry to leave the island? Is the condition for leaving the island related to money? What do you want to do? This guy. Guessed it almost right. I've said it before. I got involved because it was necessary, because I wanted to make money, because Matisse offended me, and I couldn't swallow this breath, because compared to other galaxies, the 6th galaxy is where I currently have the most connections in the Federation, and it's the easiest to control, and the most suitable for operation. Xian finished speaking in one breath, looking down at him. Why did you intervene? He's retired. Why did you let Morrison go to the 6th galaxy? Gene Zixing. Who said Morrison went to the 6th galaxy because of me? It was obviously the great love that drove him. Oh, so you're the guy who can slack off but never work. You've been actively reporting to me every few days recently, giving advice and asking about progress. You're also driven by their great love? Love is really interesting, huh? It seems I have to find Portia to discuss the greatness of love. No, my ancestor, Morrison's trip to the 6th galaxy was not entirely because of me. Be careful that the couple will quarrel and ruin your plan. Shiyun shrugged. It doesn't matter. You said that I am not at risk. Qin Xingxing was choked by her for a long time. Looking at her expressionless profile, he suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? I have summed up a rule. Every time you have a blank expression, you are starting to suppress your anger. Qin Xingxing sat up straighter. Boss, what are you scolding me for in your heart? You know it, and you're still laughing. What's wrong with you? Kokot and the others have bodyguards. Portia is protected by Morrison's men, and she's no pushover herself, and you're the one who's trying to make Grady hate you. Besides, you know that this is the probation period, and Grady won't dare to be too reckless even if he wants to deal with you. With his personality, he'd probably ask Mathages for help, and I know Morrison's abilities. Not to mention that he's more than capable of beating Mathages. He can even deal with Grady and Mathages together. After dealing with Mathis, Grady lost his right-hand man, and he will be more cautious about you. The strategy you formulated is already cautious enough, and the risk is small enough. If it is smaller, you can't catch the wolf. Qin Zixing said, putting away his joking expression. What do you want to say? Don't say it. Shiyun drank a sip of water from the Sanlihua teacup. Zero sacrifice is luck, not strategy. There is no strategy of zero sacrifice on the battlefield. Qin Zixing said, Shiyun, it is your responsibility to decide whether the chess pieces in the strategy are dead or alive. But it is not your responsibility to ensure that all the chess pieces survive. Your responsibility is to win. If you really want to be a leader, don't try to save everyone. You should sacrifice what you should sacrifice, and give up what you should give up. Don't let those chess pieces that should be sacrificed drag down the overall situation. Shiyun held the teacup and rubbed it into the warehouse. Is this the awakening of the Federal Admiral? Qin Zixing shrugged. It can't be called awakening, but just a painful lesson learned by a retired person after deep reflection. 6th Galaxy, edge of the 8th Star Zone. During the patrol, Colonel Morrison's 5-man mecha team encountered the star pirate organization Black Hand that had been ravaging the 6th star system for many years. The mecha team relied on the full mental network of the captain, Colonel Morrison, to attack Black Hand from all directions. The entire Black Hand army was annihilated, and only the mecha of the leader, Mathis, remained standing. To the right of both sides was a meat grinder-like meteorite belt, and in front, behind, left and right were floating defeated mechas that had not yet been recovered. To the spacecraft, as well as a mecha right arm with a broken wire. That was Mathis's mecha. Although he was ambushed and at a disadvantage, he was not panicked, but laughed wildly. Mollison, you wicked and sinister thing, do you think you are the only one who has improved over the years? Do you think you could always suppress the two of us brothers with just you? Before he finished speaking, the mental network of his mecha vibrated, and a light that could not be seen by the naked eye turned into countless mental ripples, and pounced on Morrison's dark mental network like a cheetah. Where the two touched, the light was bright and the darkness burned out. Mental attack, the brilliance of the sun. Morrison, who was sitting in the cockpit, was the first to be hit. His mental sea was severely shaken. He frowned, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and his temples were throbbing and hurting badly. That was not Matthias's skill. It was not Grady's either. It was theirs. These two brothers not only awakened their talents, but also had attributes that specifically restrained his. Light. Chapter 86. It is reported that Colonel Morrison Jones is suspected of treason and attacked federal citizens in the 8th star zone of the 6th galaxy, causing 8 deaths and 4 injuries. Fortunately, the administrator of the 1st star zone, Grady Jones, had already noticed it and cooperated with the military to arrest Morrison. The military is currently intervening in the investigation. It is well known that Morrison Jones has a close relationship with Qin Zixing, a top-level wanted criminal of the Federation. During Qin Zixing's tenure as admiral, Morrison Jones was promoted several times, making him rise from an ordinary soldier to a lieutenant general of the Federation in just 60 years. But after Qin defected from the Federation, Morrison's background was questionable, and he was demoted by the military, from lieutenant general to colonel. Therefore, Morrison's behavior this time was probably out of hatred and revenge. In short, Morrison has sufficient motives for rebellion. Further conclusions need to wait for the results of the military review to be announced. Our station will continue to pay attention. The projection of the light computer in the air was paused, and the small interrogation room became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. Grady leaned back and looked Morrison up and down with the eyes of looking at prey. After only 1 day in prison, Morrison's eyes were already dark blue, and a circle of beard stubble grew on his chin and the sides of his face, and he looked quite haggard. There was a hideous deep red wound on his right hand, half of which was covered by a high-strength alloy handcuff ring. His hands and feet were fixed to the chair with high-strength alloy handcuffs, and the chair was connected to the ground. I don't know if the chairs in the interrogation room don't care about the design, or they care too much about the design. The armrests of the chairs are slightly low, but the backs are very far back. When people are handcuffed, their backs will naturally arch, but they can't lean on the backs of the chairs for support, so they can only maintain a tired and awkward posture for a long time. But even so, he still sat up straight as possible, and his eyes looking at Grady were still without any extra emotions. It seems that the colonel has not reflected on himself well here, Grady said. Morrison did not speak. Grady dragged the news progress bar to the beginning, and covered the word suspected with his hand. Do you know what will happen to you if these 2 words are gone? Morrison remained silent. Are you thinking that at most you will just get shot? Grady continued to talk to himself, calling up another page on the light computer and reading out the text word by word. Section 564 of the Federal Criminal Law Amendment. Anyone who betrays the Federation shall be deprived of all civil rights. Do you know what depriving all civil rights means? It means that I can reasonably and legally torture you in order to find out the mastermind behind you. Do you know why I can sit in my current position? I am an expert in mental torture. Oh, sorry, I forgot, you know this very well. Grady's eyes darkened, and he patted his legs. When I finished the first interrogation, you rushed in and broke my legs in front of everyone. His eyes were as venomous as a poisonous snake. Mollison looked at him fearlessly, and said with a sandpaper-like voice, "The rights of federal citizens are inviolable. I'm your brother. Who did you survive because of?" "It was me. Am I not better than a citizen who committed a crime?" "You are interrogating illegally." For a moment, Grady seemed to want to rush up and knock him to the ground, but in the end, Grady just bit his back teeth and smiled forbearingly. "Yes, you are the most noble, you are the most selfless, you are the greatest. Then I would like to ask you, why is it that only your spiritual power attribute is dark? You awakened this cursed spiritual power attribute so early. Do you dare to say that it is not because you have something shameful and dirty in your heart?" "I don't." "You don't? Then how did your mother die? How did your father die? How did our family perish? Father and family are engaged in illegal research." "You're talking nonsense." Grady interrupted him coldly. "It's you who is holding a grudge, and you are unwilling to be abandoned." Mollison's eyes fixed, and he was silent again, not intending to argue with him. "Don't talk?" Grady tapped the back of the chair with his hand. "Do you think you can get away with not talking? Do you think?" He pointed to the wound on Morrison's right hand. "Before we find the key evidence from your optical brain, before you lose your citizenship, will someone come to save you in time? I tell you, it's only a matter of time before you find the evidence. Even if I torture you now, it's just a preemptive measure. I suggest you confess, and tell me the whereabouts of Xianyu and Qin Xingxing. Don't be so kind as to give me an excuse to attack you. I'm really looking forward to wandering around in your mind, my damn, unlucky brother." Mollison was unmoved. "If you really dared, you would have done it long ago." "What did you say?" "The innate skills you and Mathages awakened are mental power calls, right? Just having mental power with light attributes may not be enough to defeat me. Just having mental power that is stronger than mine may not necessarily make me lose. The reason you were able to win is that at the critical moment, you teleported into Mathages' mecha, temporarily called on Mathages' mental power, and launched a mental attack with light attributes. The innate skills you awakened did suppress me in all aspects. Any innate skill will have side effects." Morrison said casually, "I found that your tone of voice now is sometimes like Matthias. You put." After realizing what he almost said, Grady suddenly stopped talking and his face became particularly ugly. Mollison continued, "If you use your talent skills with Matthias's willingness, you will be affected by Matthias. Besides, for us Gemini people, triplets are cursed. There is always a sword called Devour, and be devoured hanging over our heads. So you are afraid. My mental power is much stronger than yours. Once you forcefully invade my spiritual sea, I will bite you back. You dare not torture me mentally at all." "Nonsense." Grady could no longer restrain his impulse. He strode to Morrison's side, and slammed his head on the table. "I am not afraid of you. I have never been afraid of you. You are just an abandoned child. The triplets are not cursed. Only you are cursed. Only you are redundant. You are the one who is out of tune. You are the one who should be abandoned. The spiritual power of light attribute pierced out from Grady's hand like a steel needle as thick as a little finger, desperately piercing into Morrison's already damaged spiritual sea, stirring and probing frantically inside. A prisoner dares to put on such an indifferent face. Do you think someone will come to save you? Who do you think will come to save you? Sheen Zixing? Or that so-called salted fish? Will they come to save you? Will they be able to save you in time? Where are they? His mental power rummaged through Morrison's mental sea, destroying everything he saw, smashing everything beautiful and precious. Nothing was found. Grady laughed. You don't know? You don't know where they are? You don't even know the name of Xianyu? You work for him without knowing anything? Ha ha ha, Morrison, you are indeed an abandoned child. From childhood to adulthood, whether you were in Gemini, under Qin Xingxing, or working with that so-called Xianyu, you have never escaped the fate of being abandoned. No matter where you go, you will be the first to be abandoned and sacrificed. You are so fucking pitiful, ha ha ha. Mollison's head was pressed on the table, and his spiritual sea was forcibly invaded. The pain made his eyebrows frown tightly. He breathed rapidly, staring at the metal wall in front of him, and gradually blurred his gaze. He is really pitiful. Shh, don't point at him. He is an ominous person. Pointing at him will bring bad luck. Let's go! But he is bleeding from many places on his body. He deserves it, a dirty thing, who killed his own mother with his own hands. In Gemini, even numbers mean luck, perfection, and completeness, while odd numbers, as the existence that breaks perfection, symbolize ominousness, greed, and disaster. Families that accidentally give birth to non-even-numbered twins often pick out the child who is least like his siblings, that is, the incarnation of the curse, and strangle it in the cradle. It is said that all families who do not believe in evil will eventually end up with the family broken up. Morrison is the last child born in the Jones family. He was also a child who ruined everyone's mood, because he had two older brothers. They were the unfortunate triplets rumored to be born. He brought misfortune to others since he was born. Grady and Matthias were born with congenital deficiencies and almost died. Even their cries sounded like mice. Only he was strong and healthy, and cried with full energy, as if he had taken away the nutrition of his two brothers from the womb. The mother was a very soft-hearted woman. She had already agreed to the most common practice. She watched silently as the maid prepared a basin and soaked Morrison in the water. But when she heard Morrison's cry being drowned by the water, she staggered off the bed and snatched the child back into her arms. There will be exceptions. She ignored her husband's anger and held Morrison tightly in her arms, saying only one sentence over and over again, there will be exceptions. Their father could only compromise temporarily. But the mother saw the determination in her father's eyes. She knew that she could not leave this child. Once she left, he would be executed without hesitation. She never left him. So after taking away the nutrition of her brother, Morrison took away all the motherly love of her two brothers. Despite this, his growth was still bumpy. He was an heir not recognized by his father. His father never told anyone about his existence, and did not allow his two brothers to get close to him. He could only grow up in a rigid world with his increasingly neurotic mother. Before the age of 5, his mother looked at him with a complicated look. After the age of 5, his mother looked at him with a little more fear. Not only did he awaken his mental power, but he also developed special mental power attributes without awakening his innate skills. The most ominous attribute. Darkness. Chapter 87. The mother hugged him, and cried for a long time, arguing incoherently with his father. He's just a child. 5 years old. He's just a 5-year-old child. A child who has awakened the dark attribute of spiritual power at the age of 5. He will destroy all of us. It's just the spiritual attribute, just the attribute, isn't it? Awakening spiritual power at the age of 5 is a great talent, isn't it? It's just an attribute. Which child would awaken so early? Those children who awakened at the age of 8. Their parents are obviously very proud of him. Pride? Unlucky thing. Why don't you look at what's happening to Grady and Matthias? They fell down when the wind blew. It's all because of this devil. You shouldn't have saved him. But he is so young, he is only 5 years old, he is usually very well behaved. He is not your son. He is an alien. This dark attribute of mental power is the best proof. He is not what you call an exception. Grady and Matthias are your sons. The quarrel had no end. His father pulled him out of his mother's arms, his eyes full of murderous intent, and threw him aside. His head hit the hard corner of the stool, bleeding all over the floor, and he fell into a coma amid his mother's screams. When he woke up again, everything seemed upside down. His father, who had always hated him, became friendly, and his two brothers, whom he had never met, came to play with him, but his mother became very indifferent. She no longer stayed by his side, and she often went out to accompany his two brothers. He sat in his own small yard and could see them playing in the garden, outside from a distance, having a lot of fun. This is what the maids call shifts, right? He thought, still half understanding many things. His father liked his brothers for 5 years, and his mother liked him for 5 years. Now it should be time for shift change, right? Then wait another 5 years, and his mother will smile at him again. He did not wait for the next shift change. The next summer, on a bright day, his father said he would take him out to meet friends. It was the first time he could go out to meet friends, and the maid also prepared new clothes for him. He was so happy that he forgot his mother's indifference and ran to find her excitedly. When he arrived, his father and mother were talking in the room with the door closed. You will give him painkillers, right? He is very afraid of pain. Remember to give him the injection. Okay. Don't be perfunctory. You must give him the injection. He is really afraid of pain. Are you done? What's the point of injecting that thing? Where is the mental painkiller? But before you take his mental power, don't you have to draw blood at that time? It will also hurt. What's the pain? Who needs painkillers for drawing blood? Are you kidding? Yes or not? Stop talking nonsense. Let me ask you, do you want this unlucky thing or your 2 sons who are worth showing off? If you are not willing to give his spiritual power to Grady and the others, with their current spiritual quality, you can just wait for them to become the joke of the whole family. The mother stopped talking. He didn't quite understand what his parents meant, and could only barely understand that his parents wanted to take out a little bit of his things and share them with his 2 brothers. He was not a selfish child, and there was nothing wrong with sharing good things with his brothers, but for no reason, he was a little scared. His father opened the door and saw him standing outside. His mother also saw him and screamed behind his father. He still did not move, and let his father take him to a place with walls on all sides, let him lie on a bed covered with white sheets, tied his hands and feet, and put a tube in his hand to draw out a lot of red liquid. He stayed on that bed for a long time, and several tubes of blood were drawn every once in a while. His ruddy face gradually turned pale. Finally one day, my father's friend in a white coat brought a needle that was several times thicker than usual, and pointed it at his temple instead of his blood vessels. My father was right. Compared to the pain of extracting spiritual power, the pain of drawing blood is really nothing. He, who had been silent after so much blood was drawn, cried hoarsely. Painkillers. He wanted painkillers. When would the 5 years be over? When will the mother who has always protected him come to take over the shift? If his mother is here, he will have painkillers. Later, he seemed to lose control. When he woke up, he had broken free from the restraints. He saw a lot of things. He saw blood spilled all over the floor. He saw other rooms and many adults and children who were like him, fastened to the bed by metal rings, with all kinds of strange nails stuck in their heads. He saw a whole warehouse of water tanks for humans. Finally, he saw the exit and his mother, who was being led by Grady. Found it. Grady, wearing a surgical gown that was much better than his, announced happily. His mother looked at him, as if she wanted to persuade him. He had a bad feeling. So before she spoke, he threw himself into her arms. Her body was stiff for a long time, and she never responded to him. Mother, my brother looks like he's in pain. Grady was beside him, pressing his index finger against his temple, and secretly winked at him when his mother wasn't paying attention. He's bleeding here. Morrison understood his brother's hint, but in his mother's stiff arms, he couldn't cry or act like a spoiled child. He could only state the fact stiffly. Mom, they didn't give me painkillers when they drew blood. Her body was shaken, and finally softened, accepting his small hug. Something hot and wet fell on his shoulders. The mother took some effort to take him out of her tight embrace, and pushed him out. Then you can go, she said painfully and hesitantly. Go to a place where everyone can see you. So he ran to the center of the city, where the federal government was located. The news that the Jones family gave birth to triplets instead of twins finally spread, like wildfire. That period happened to be when the federal government was actively promoting human rights. The Jones family was afraid of being attacked by opponents, so they could only take him back like swallowing a fly and confine him to the room as air. Later, pollution spread, and the federal government recruited soldiers on a large scale. The Jones family could not wait to push him out. He had not been back to Gemini for many years. When he went back, He was already a captain and was ordered to investigate the experimental subjects. He met his mother again in the research institute where he almost died. Her mental strength was already very low, too low to be defined as a human being. When the shot was finally fired, many people who had been lying in ambush for a long time came out from all directions. They said that the warehouse he reported was completely fictitious, and that he wasted military resources just to avenge his family. They accused him of many unfounded crimes, and pointed their weapons at him with confidence. Now, Grady searched in Morrison's spiritual sea, and found a corner that was well protected. No matter how he attacked, Morrison's barrier did not move at all. It seems that the turbulence in Morrison's spiritual sea is far from enough. Grady laughed cruelly, leaned close to Morrison's ear and said, "Do you know why anyone dared to attack my mother, the mistress of the Jones family? Because no one attacked her. She sacrificed herself to save the family. And you? Even before you killed her, you were abandoned by her again." Mollison's distracted eyes were mixed with some pain, and the barrier in his spiritual sea that had never moved appeared cracked. Grady was overjoyed and pried open the gap. 15 minutes later he sneered, "Dirty and unlucky thing, I knew you couldn't be ignorant. It seems that this salted fish is not as cautious as Cheen Sixing. He revealed so much information to you? He has escaped from the 6th galaxy? Where did he escape to? How many people are under his command? How many armed forces are there?" Grady asked, and the mental search encountered obstacles again. He became impatient and called a person in from outside. "I have broken his most important barrier. You go in through the gap I broke and search thoroughly. All the information he knows, no matter how big or small, is completely scraped away." Grady patted the man on the shoulder and said, "I have something else to do. I'm leaving first." The man raised his head. He looked like a ferocious and fat version of Grady. He saluted with a military salute that was not standard at all, and grinned, "This mission is really great, sir." Portia was slightly lost in thought as she looked at the unstamped judgment document. She and Morrison had been pushing and pulling for many years, and the two had always maintained an ambiguous relationship. The closest time was when she burned Yinxiang. Morrison, who had been following her, held her up and took her to the nearest beach to watch the sea. She rested her head on his lap, thinking about those who were no longer there. Her legs, which had turned back into fish tails, slapped against the rocks again and again to the rhythm of the waves. "Lieutenant General, what do you want?" "What? You have been following me for so long. Don't you want something?" "I don't have the strength to resist now. Why are you still pretending?" "No, this is what I want." She changed to a flat position and looked at his stubbled chin with her sapphire eyes. "That's it? Don't need more? Do you need more?" He looked at her hesitantly. She flicked her tail in his face. Mollison's head was tilted by her, and he couldn't help coughing for a long time. Portia finally realized, "Are you injured?" "Minor injury," Mollison said, commenting on Portia's actions in a straightforward manner. "You are stinging." Portia couldn't help laughing. Mollison's mouth corners also slightly raised, but soon flattened again. "Portia, can you tell me under what circumstances would you abandon your child?" Portia stopped laughing, and Fishtail slapped him again. "I will never abandon my child. Even if it's to save your other children? The one who was abandoned should be the one you don't like the most, right?" Mollison wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "If he was killed by the child you disliked the most and had already abandoned, would you regret bringing him into the world? Would you regret it until you die and refuse to close your eyes?" Portia was silent for a long time, and then slowly said, "Of course you will regret it, regret forcing your own child to kill me with his own hands. Just imagining it makes me very painful. Mollison, I don't like this boring question." Morrison closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. If you can get forgiveness just by saying sorry, then everyone can do wrong things without restraint." She used her deteriorated spiritual resonance with dissatisfaction to make him experience the pain she imagined. At the end of the resonance, Morrison said with a trembling voice, "In your imagination, you seem to love the child you have abandoned again and again." Portia wanted to whip him with her fishtail again. She wanted to say again and again. What a boring new hypothesis, but when she looked up, she saw the water droplet hanging on his stubble. "Sia? Are you okay? Should I show you the judgment document?" Grady's words brought her back to reality. Portia retracted her gaze, expression cold. "If you don't show me this, I don't know how severe the punishment Morrison will face. If you don't have a sense of crisis, how can you negotiate with me? I just want you to know that I feel as bad as you do." Grady pushed the jerry fruit on the table in front of Portia. "I just bought it from Xianyu and asked someone to make it. It's very fresh. Eat some slowly." "Is this some kind of irony?" Portia picked up a piece of cherry fruit and played with it in her hand. Or do you want to tell me that Xianyu will serve you sooner or later? I just heard that you haven't eaten much recently, so I want you to eat something that suits your appetite. So you don't plan to negotiate with me? Of course not. Then I won't waste your time. Portia stood up and said goodbye. Xia, you are getting more and more impatient. Grady also stood up and shook his head helplessly. I asked you to come and show you this real-time projection because I want to discuss with you how to save my brother. He walked slowly to Portia. Mollison is too stubborn. It's impossible to get a sentence reduction for him. You are good friends with him, so you should want to help him, right? Portia said sarcastically. The Star Zone administrator couldn't save him. So how can I, a small hotel manager, save him? Complained to Xianyu. Chapter 88. Will a complaint save Morrison? Of course. The dark web has its own rules. If a high-level buyer files a complaint, the dark web people will investigate the person being complained. I have prepared a hacker expert. As long as the dark web people find out Xianyu's IP, I am sure I can get the information at the same time. At that time, I will tell the higher-ups that Morrison provided Xianyu's address with their cooperation. In this way, he will definitely get a reduced sentence. What about me? Portia crossed her arms across her chest. Xianyu can maintain such a high supply of agricultural products like mathages, so her power should be considerable. You asked me to complain about her. Aren't you afraid that I will be retaliated against? You will not be retaliated against. As long as you are in the 6th galaxy, I will protect you. If you are really worried, you can marry me. The Federation will send someone to protect the families of government officials. Once I am promoted to governor, the protection will be upgraded to a higher level. You will be safe. So your condition is that I marry you, interrupt the cooperation with Xianyu and slander her, in exchange for Morrison's probation? She took a step towards the door. It's an interesting idea. Xia, don't get me wrong, I'm not negotiating with you. Grady stopped her again. I didn't force you to marry me. You can choose not to marry me, and I will still protect you. But now the only way to save Morrison is to complain to Xianyu. But in my opinion, the inspection team seems to be an option as well. Portia played a piece of audio in the computer. It was a recording of Grady and Xianyu negotiating terms. Grady's face darkened, and he pushed Portia back to the desk step by step. You can only cause me some trouble at most, but you can't save Morrison. Portia smiled. Administrator, I think my rejection on the day you proposed to me might have been a little euphemistic. Now I say it again. She was blocked by Grady in the corner between the desk and the wall. She was not panicked at all, and her blue eyes were deeper than ever. I would rather die for a broken weakness than accept threats from anyone. A blue light flashed between her fingers, cutting an arc from bottom to top. Grady dodged with his head up, but it was a close call, and she opened a small bloody wound on his chin. He turned around and stretched out his hand, trying to stop Portia's continuous attacks, but the latter's eyes glowed blue, and the powerful mental power surged towards him like a tide, and an inexplicable feeling of irritation surged into his heart. Mermaid's talent, mental resonance. Portia's long-held hatred for him burst out. So hateful. He hated himself so much. He was simply the most disgusting existence in the world. Grady's mental sea was severely shaken, and his movements slowed down. He could no longer catch Portia's attacks in time. The wounds on his body became more and more, and he even took the initiative to meet Portia's scales. The instantaneous transport device in the corner glowed, and a black bamboo tube was transported over, making a mumbling sound, scolding him, educating him, asking him to repent quickly, punish the real guilty, and stop bullying others. Grady was turned over by Portia and pressed into the corner, with the sharp blue scales pressed against his aorta. If he moved a little, he would die on the spot. He looked at Portia with a confused look. So you have always looked at me like this? In your heart, I have always been more disgusting than a fly? Why? How am I not as good as Morrison? I look 70% like him, and I am more powerful, richer, and more influential than him. What he can't do, I can do for you. Why do you hate me so much? So no matter how good I am to you, you won't change your mind. Even if I help you save Morrison unconditionally? The black bamboo tube paused. At the other end of the bamboo tube, Xian heard the system prompt. Sorry, the skill you used, Virgin Mary, primary, cannot take effect. It is recommended that you don't waste your breath on a scum with no moral bottom line. Xian's pupil shrank, and he stood up with the bamboo tube. Portia. Run! He didn't fall. Grady grabbed Portia in a flash, pinned her hands against the wall, took out a needle from his pocket, and injected it into her body. Portia lost her strength immediately. Since you don't appreciate my kindness to you, I don't need to be polite to you anymore. Anyway, no matter what I do, I'm disgusting in your heart, don't you think? Grady pinched Portia's chin and forced her to look at him at a very close distance. You're guarding against me like a thief. You also took Wei Yinxiang's antidote when you came here today? Is it useful? If I really want to deal with you, do you think your little tricks can prevent me? He pinched her hand hard. How is it? Is my optimized fire incense preparation comfortable? I have been chasing you for so many years, and you have never given me a good face. Morrison is fine, but a salted fish that popped out of nowhere is worthy of you betraying me. I was wondering why you came here without bringing anything, and you actually intercepted the IP of my transmission device? Do you think you can catch me off guard like this? Ha ha ha, naive. Do you think I am one of those good-for-nothings under Mathis? Just this little kitten-like mental attack? Betrayal? Oh, you and I. When did we ever become a relationship of betrayal? Grady almost crushed Portia's bones, and said word by word, Why are you in such a hurry? It will be soon. He laughed darkly a few times, and looked back at the bamboo tube in the corner. Xianyu, weren't you quite talkative just now? Why are you silent now? The Cocotte family is nothing to be afraid of. Morrison is in prison, and Portia is lying under me. What guns do you have left to use? Shi Yun's face darkened. Let her go, or I will sell the wheat immediately. TSK, you are really stupid. Grady laughed cruelly. You hide behind the scenes, not only to protect yourself, but also to negotiate with me for a gun? Since I know the value of this gun to you, how can I let her go easily? He deliberately threw Portia onto the table, making a very heavy sound to ensure that the other end of the bamboo tube could hear it clearly. I want you to remove the sales stickers of potatoes and radishes, and at the same time issue a statement yourself, saying that all the food you sell has safety risks. Salted fish, don't worry about me. Portia said weakly but firmly, even if you compromise, he won't let me go today. Remember what I asked you to do before. I only have that one wish. Sorry for causing you trouble. She took a deep breath. The blue light in her eyes that had weakened bloomed again. A pair of human long legs turned back into a fish tail, wrapped in the sea-like blue spiritual power, tightly wrapped around Grady's neck. Grady held her tail with both hands. His hands were cut by the sharp tail fin and bleeding, but he didn't dare to let go. After all, his hands were not as important as his neck. Portia, you are crazy. You were poisoned by Wei Yinxiang, and you forced your spiritual power. You don't want to die? Shi Yun listened to the noise over there, and clenched the bamboo tube in his hand. Portia's wish. One day ago, when she learned that Morrison was arrested, Portia called her. Grady will definitely come to me to negotiate terms, and ask me to deal with you. I am your biggest buyer at present. If I complain to the dark web management team, your IP may never be able to sell anything again. Even if your complaint is false? Even if it is false, the management team will definitely track down your IP for investigation, and Grady will definitely find a way to get their tracking results. Really? Portia chuckled. You really don't sound worried at all. Will you do that? I won't. Whether you agree or not, no matter what happens, I won't complain to you. Portia paused, but I have a small request. I hope you can consider it a little bit. Can you? Take in Morrison? Xia, you misunderstood. I know you are in the core contaminated area, on Earth. Portia stirred the seawater in the bowl with her fingers. I've lived there. I know how the seawater tastes. Since Admiral Qin can get in, please, at least show Morrison a way. Even if he can escape this time, the Federation can no longer accommodate him. What about you? Me? Portia said sadly, I have countless blood debts to pay. At the moment, I burned the fire incense a long time ago. The mermaid with blood on her tail fin looked at Grady indifferently, and the deteriorated spiritual resonance was filled with endless pain. Tell me, where did you get the raw materials to develop new varieties of fire incense? How many of my poor compatriots, who survived with great difficulty, have been poisoned by you? Grady's thumb was cut off by her, and his face was so hideous that he no longer had the usual hypocrisy. If you want to know, why don't you go and see it with your own eyes? He gritted his teeth, bit his index finger, and pressed the ring on his right thumb. A row of fine needles popped out from it, and pierced into Portia's tail fin. The needles were filled with fire and incense poison. Portia screamed and her tail suddenly lost its strength. Grady was able to breathe, and the shaking spiritual sea finally stabilized a little. He drew out some of his spiritual power to wrap his hands, dragged the mermaid's tail, and took out a metal nail more than 20 centimeters long from the drawer, and wanted to nail her tail to the wall with a fierce look on his face. Bang! The air vent on the ceiling was kicked open, and Morrison, covered in blood, fell from the sky. His legs tightened around Grady's neck, twisting him away. Bang, bang, bang. The two brothers exchanged dozens of moves, using both physical and mental attacks. Finally, Morrison grabbed the long nail and pierced Grady's left shoulder. Grady felt pain, and the left hand that was pinching Morrison's neck loosened, but the right hand tightened it. The bone spur on the broken finger pierced into Morrison's flesh. If he cut it half a centimeter to the side, it would be Morrison's aorta. But his right hand was firmly grasped by Morrison. The two brothers wrestled physically and mentally, waiting for who would be exhausted first, and who would relax first. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Grady ignored the spikes on his shoulders, and laughed until his whole body trembled. Where is Matthias? What did you do to Matthias? Dead. Ha ha ha, that rubbish. You can't even beat you who have been mentally interrogated. Morrison, you are really cruel. You killed my whole family, and I am the only one left. Are you going to kill me too? Ha ha ha, Mother was really out of her mind to save you. This unfortunate piece of trash. Don't listen to him. He's trying to shake you. Portia said weakly. Morrison didn't really listen to Grady. Half of his attention was on Portia. She used her mental power, and her condition was very bad. She couldn't keep her fish tail, and she turned back into a human body, trying to stand up. Wait for me there. Don't move. Morrison frowned. Hey, we're brothers reminiscing about the past. Why are you looking at her instead of me? Grady's face flashed fiercely, and he used his right hand to attack Morrison with the mental power he had accumulated for a long time. Morrison frowned, guarding his spiritual sea, while veins on his right arm emerged, tightly holding Grady, and pulling out the long nail with his left hand, quickly stabbing Grady's right hand. Do you think? Since Matthias is dead, I can't do anything to you. Grady pressed the hidden needle on the ring on his left hand, and swung it towards Morrison. Mollison dodged it. Unexpectedly, Grady's target was not him, but himself. The hidden needle pierced Grady's right temple, and the thing hidden in the ring was quickly injected into it. The next second, Grady's mental power, which was originally evenly matched with Morrison's, suddenly became stronger and burst into dazzling light. Mental attack bright sunlight. For a moment, the mental power of light attribute was like a tarsal bone, devouring Morrison's dark mental power. Morrison! Portia flew over, gritted her teeth, and used her remaining mental power to cut off Morrison's mental power that was entangled by Grady. Both of them groaned and fell to the ground. TSK. Grady stood up, the wounds on his body slowly healed, and walked towards Morrison. Do you think that if you kill Matthias, I won't be able to use my innate skills? You can sit back and relax? You can snatch my woman in front of me? How dare you flirt with my woman in front of me? He pulled Portia out, who was protected by Morrison behind him, locked her spiritual sea with powerful mental power, threw her behind him, kicked Morrison to the ground, stepped on his neck from above, and used mental power to turn into a long nail, piercing his temple inch by inch. I must kill you today. A chill suddenly crept up his back. Before he could react, something was thrown from behind and landed in Morrison's hands. Eat it. Salted Fish, who had not spoken for a long time, finally spoke. Morrison swallowed the thing in one gulp without hesitation. His Adam's apple rolled, and the spicy food with the taste of radish fell into his stomach. His originally dark eyes were coated with a layer of strange light. Props, radish favored by light. Chapter 89. Item details. Name, radish blessed by light. Details. Radish cultivated by spiritual power of light attribute, with light molecule content up to 90.9999%, is a major innovation in agricultural development of home number 2. Edible, the taste of light and radish interweaves, which will bring you an extraordinary experience. Function, the eater will be thoroughly influenced by light, become a being blessed by light, and even the spiritual power will be stained with the color of light. It is estimated that if the whole root is taken, the duration of being blessed by light is 10 minutes. Note, such a small radish, are you willing to share it with others? The radish is really small. When it is fully mature, it is only as long as the index finger, like a malnourished sweet potato. She had also cut a small piece for experimentation, and the rest is about the length of a thumb. Shi-Yun took this small radish from the warehouse, gave half of it to Morrison, and threw the other half into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. The radish favored by the light has taken effect, and the remaining effect time is 4 minutes. A very strange feeling arises spontaneously. She seems to be thrown into the hot sun at noon in summer. There is no shade, no buildings, and it is empty. She stands in the middle, and the dazzling sunlight shines from all directions, illuminating every corner of her body. It is not sunny, but it is so bright, so bright. Every inch of spiritual power in the spiritual sea is stained with light, like the best honey, surging stickily, wave after wave hitting the distance, until it reaches the end and meets the wave surging from the other direction, from the void. Two waves merged into one, washing away the invisible barrier. Her heart skipped a beat, and when it jumped again, the original nothingness suddenly became clear. She had entered someone else's spiritual sea. Shi-Yun reacted immediately. This spiritual sea was different from hers. Although it was also coated with the brightness of light, it was much dimmer overall, as if its original background was very deep. You are not afraid of my spiritual power? Shi-Yun heard a strange and familiar voice, followed by a series of very real fighting sounds, as if her earthly phone with poor signal had transformed into an ultra-clear stereo. Sure enough, this was Morrison's spiritual sea. It seemed that distance could not prevent this little carrot from working. Shi-Yun breathed a sigh of relief and carefully observed the fight scene. It was a fairly spacious office, from desks to office chairs to various office supplies, all of which looked expensive, but now it was a mess. The plate of roasted cherry fruit on the table was half spilled, and one of the two wine glasses on the side was overturned on the table, holding the remaining liquid, swaying left and right with the vibration of the table, and the other rolled to the ground, spilling fragments and honey-colored liquid all over the floor. A very beautiful woman collapsed on the ground, unconscious, and her physical and mental strength must have been severely overdrawn. Before Shi-Yun could take a closer look, the scene in front of her suddenly spun around, and her spiritual sea was shaken. A hideous face broke into her sight, and at the same time, a brutal spiritual force rushed in. Before she could react, the spiritual sea on this side had already raised its waves and rushed forward. At the moment the two collided, the spiritual sea on her side shook out dizzying ripples, a bit like two components that were not very compatible in the first place, under the stimulation of external forces, showed a tendency to repel each other. After all, Morrison's spiritual power is a dark attribute that is completely incompatible with light. Although the light power given by Carrot can protect him and help him not to be restrained by Grady, the effect is still a bit forced. But even with such a forced effect, Morrison is enough to resist Grady's spiritual attack. I saw the power flow up from the depths of the spiritual sea and accumulate at the forefront of the confrontation, resisting all attacks like a fortress, until the moment when the opponent showed signs of exhaustion, it hit with all its strength like a hammer. Grady spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back. Radish, blessed by light, remaining effect time 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Mollison, can you hear me? Shi-Yun tried to call him with his mind. Mollison paused. He could actually feel someone breaking into his spiritual sea, but he had to concentrate on dealing with Grady at the moment, and the intruder didn't seem to have any malicious intent, so he ignored it for the time being. Now that he heard Shi-Yun's voice, he was actually quite shocked. With nowhere else to turn, he ate a piece of strange stuff said by the other party. But is there anything in this world that can change the attributes of spiritual power after eating, and can also connect the spiritual seas of two people who are unknown to each other? The talent of mermaids' spiritual resonance is already amazing enough, but the mermaids suffered a catastrophic disaster for this. Just using food to invade other people's spiritual seas, what kind of catastrophe will this food cause once it is put on the market? What is this? Is it the latest experimental result in a certain laboratory? But this person. The Admiral seems to trust her very much. Mollison had countless thoughts in his mind, but he still answered honestly, I can hear you. At the same time, he dodged a punch from Grady, and gave him an uppercut in return. Listen, this carrot will only be effective for 3 minutes. I don't have a second carrot. You must get rid of Grady within 3 minutes. Understood. Mollison threw away all distracting thoughts and kicked Grady's neck with a leg whip, knocking him to the ground, and the temporary spiritual power with light attributes surged out. Mental attack, subtle and dark. The deep honey-colored mental power is like the darkest black ink in the world. Just one drop falling into the water can pollute the original clear water. The smaller the volume of the clear water, the more obvious the polluting effect. Grady's mental sea is not small. Even so, Morrison's mental power is enough to make him drink a pot. He shouted, and before Morrison's mental power spread, he cut off his polluted mental power, his eyes showed madness, and he tried his best to launch a mental attack on Morrison again, the brilliance of the bright sun. For a moment, the light was bright. Morrison's deep honey-colored spiritual sea was filled with extremely unstable ripples. Ha ha ha, what kind of rubbish attack is this? Rubbish. Fake. Fake. Even if your spiritual power has the attribute of light, it's still rubbish. Mine has the normal attribute of light. You want to deal with me with that weird thing? Dream on. You dream on. He seized the opportunity and punched and kicked Morrison like a mad dog. Although Morrison blocked them one by one, his eyes were covered with a layer of blood mist, and his ears were buzzing. Originally, Morrison was injured in the Battle of the 8th Star District. After being imprisoned, he was subjected to mental interrogation by Grady and Mathages. His mental strength was already reduced to 1/10. He finally defeated Mathages and got out of prison. He rushed to save Portia without stopping. Then he suffered Grady's mental attack of light attribute, and ate the props to forcibly change his mental strength to the completely opposite attribute. All this took too much damage to him. But he couldn't die. If he died, Portia would not live. Morrison gritted his teeth and fought back against the blurred, bloody figure in front of him. He used fists, mental attacks, squatted, swept, rolled away, supported himself with one hand, leaped up, kicked, mental attacks, spun around, elbowed, mental attacks. Grady blocked his elbow that was coming towards his neck. His radius made a crisp sound of breaking. He was also on the verge of his limit. Even his gums were bleeding. He roared like a beast. Why don't you die? Mental attack. Bright sunlight. The overwhelming light was like a huge solid metal ball, spinning rapidly and hitting Morrison's shaky mental sea, about to smash him to pieces. At this moment, a mental force different from the two fighting men emerged from the depths of Morrison's mental sea, holding Morrison's mental power firmly. Warning. Your mental power is consumed too quickly, and your lifespan is less than 1 minute. Please stop consuming mental power as soon as possible. Morrison, you have 30 seconds left. Sheehan gritted his teeth and yelled. You don't know how to use your mental power. Retreat. Mollison used a small part of his mental power to push Sheehan deeper, and at the same time, he gathered all his strength, roared and turned his mental power into a spear with a posture of burning both jade and stone, and fought back. The sharp spearhead pierced the opponent's weak point of mental power like a thunderbolt, and from point to surface, it caused the mental power condensed into a ball by Grady to crack. As the spearhead went deeper and deeper, the mental power in the ball cracked more and more, and a lot of light escaped from it. After a while, Grady's mental power dimmed a lot. Grady's face was visibly pale, and the veins on his arms were sometimes visible. He wanted to accumulate strength, but he couldn't muster up the strength. 20 seconds. Mollison panted and continued to suppress Grady with his mind. His elbow firmly controlled his body. His other hand searched the floor and touched a piece of glass. His remaining strength did not allow him to directly break his neck. 10 seconds. The sharp glass fragments were aimed at the artery in Grady's neck, raised high, and fell suddenly. Grady's face flushed red, and he struggled hard under Morrison's suppression, and his whole body tilted about 10 degrees, and the fragments scratched a horrible wound on his face. 7 seconds. Morrison pulled out the fragments and shook them dizzily. His vision was so blurred that he could only see blocks of color. 5 seconds. Morrison almost relied on his years of combat experience to aim at the target again. 4 seconds. The glass fragments pierced Grady's neck, and the first blood bead appeared. Morrison's mental spear almost pierced Grady, and the latter's mental power was on the verge of collapse. 3 seconds. A sudden change. The light power protecting Morrison's dark attribute spiritual power suddenly disappeared. Grady's remaining spiritual power immediately realized this and counterattacked like a tiger, almost burning Morrison's spiritual power to death. Shi-Yun was shocked and looked at the system prompt. Remaining time 3 seconds. There are still 3 seconds. Morrison's 7 orifices were bleeding, his lips were as white as silver paper, and the fragments deeply embedded in his palm could not cut deeper into Grady's vitals. He looked at a corner of the room. After Portia threw the carrot to him, she fell into a coma and has not woken up yet. His mind was a little dazed, as if he had returned to a long time ago, when she carried him to the hotel's Sky Garden. Don't come to my hotel anymore. Why? They won't know that you are interested in my spiritual resonance. They will misunderstand that you like me. But I didn't come here for your spiritual resonance, Lieutenant General Morrison, I can't be anyone's mistress. But I don't want you to. That's not what I meant. Am I being too abrupt? I want to be with you. The ring I ordered hasn't been. He was disrupted by her rhythm, and he touched his empty pockets helplessly. He was afraid that she would misunderstand more, and his right knee was bent in confusion. Portia didn't let him kneel down. It's even more impossible for me to marry you. Why? Don't you like me? No. Is it because of them? Don't worry, outsiders can say whatever they want, because I am very selfish, I can't bear to lose again. Her eyes reflected the stars in him, and she said word by word, don't come again. What if this loss is accompanied by relief? Will she feel even a little better? Salted fish, you leave my spiritual sea immediately, Mollison said with his mind. 2 seconds. Mollison's remaining mental power set off a storm, and then quickly compressed it. Grady smiled grimly and pinched his neck. Want to self-destruct? It's not that easy. I can definitely kill you before you self-destruct. Grady. Mollison suddenly spoke in a very strange tone. My jerry fruit, is it delicious? I forgot to tell you, it's poisonous. Grady was startled and subconsciously looked at the overturned plate on the table, but he quickly reacted. Ha ha, it turns out that Morrison has been hiding behind a woman to fight with me for a long time? Ha ha, coward. You can't poison it, impossible. I didn't buy it myself, you don't even know the buyer's ID. But you are the one who ate it, right? Seeing his reaction, Shi-Yun smiled. Any jerry fruit you, Grady, eat, even if it is cooked, is still deadly poisonous. Her tone became cold. Now, it's time to attack. Die in extreme pain, scum. What a joke. Do you think it is poisonous just because you say it is poisonous? You? Grady's voice stopped abruptly, and he fell to the ground with paralysis all over his body. Even the muscles on his face lost strength. His mouth was crooked, his tongue was sticking out, and his saliva and snot flowed out uncontrollably. Too much saliva and mucus gathered in the throat and flowed back into the trachea, but he didn't even have the muscle strength to cough. The trachea was blocked by the increasingly thick liquid, his face became redder and redder, his limbs wanted to struggle but couldn't, he opened his eyes in disbelief, and a row of blue veins popped up on his temples. Soon, the blue veins faded. Grady, suffocated to death. Skill a mouth that follows the law, primary. Radish favored by light, remaining effect time 1 second. Your mental power has stopped decreasing, current mental power, 60, please take a full rest. Shi-Yun took a long breath and said without pause, Mollison, I'm going to withdraw the endgame, you find a way to collect it. Warning! Your SAN value is affected by an unknown factor, and is rapidly decreasing. Chapter 90. Since she barely used the 2 skills of the Old Mother's mumbling, and the Holy Mother to repel the enemy last time, Shi-Yun felt that long-range attacks were limited everywhere, and the risks were extremely high. Based on the principle of knowing oneself and the enemy, she also asked about Grady and Matthias's combat power, while discussing countermeasures with Qin Xingxing and Morrison. During the period, she was also informed about what mental power and SAN value are in the concept of the Interstellar Federation. Like her system value panel, the Interstellar Federation also has the concept of mental power, but its full name is actually mental attack power. As the name suggests, it refers to the ability to use mental power to attack the outside world. It is a very special attribute found in humans, when technology has developed to a certain level. People with a mental power rating of D, that is, between 20 and 60, are ordinary people. Shi-Yun was in this category before the system was bound. Almost everyone has mental power, but ordinary people cannot use it actively. Even if someone is very aggressive, they can only achieve a certain degree of psychological suggestion and guidance, such as the PUA that was common on Earth 800 years ago. There are 3 types of people with mental power level C and above, greater than equals 60. The first is a small number of races with extremely strong mental power. The second is people who have mastered the method of mental power training, such as the Federal Army, and the third is the modified people from the laboratory. These people can externalize their mental power and perform a variety of mental attacks, such as the shattering piece that Andrew used at the beginning, and the bright sun radiance of Nikita and Grady. It is worth mentioning that not all mental attacks have attributes attached. This is also the reason why Grady and Matthias' mental power does not have the attribute of light when they do not use their innate skills. The elite of the Federal Army, such as Qin Xingxing, basically have mental power of a level and above, greater than equals 250. Ordinary people/low-level pollution sources cannot withstand a mental attack from them. It sounds very similar to the mind killing the enemy that Shi-Yun had seen in novels before. Since there is the concept of mental attack power, there is naturally mental defense, which corresponds to the SAN value in Shi-Yun's system panel. Mental defense power/SAN value is the basis for ensuring that a person will not suffer a mental breakdown when impacted by external forces. The higher the SAN value, the less likely the mental C will be shaken. This is also why some people die on the spot when they encounter pollution, while some people can jump around in the polluted area even without protective measures, such as Andrew who lay in Huangtu City for 30 years. The premise for mental attack to work is that the mental attack power is greater than the opponent's mental defense power. The reason why Shi-Yun was able to subdue Shi-Yan with her mouth was actually because of Shi-Yan's mysterious negative SAN value, and she accidentally stepped on dog shit luck. This time, she helped Morrison resist Grady, causing her mental power to plummet. One of the reasons is that her natural SAN value, mental defense power, is weaker than others. Of course, Another reason is that she has not yet completely mastered the use of mental power. This is a bit like the difference between a person who has never touched a gun and a sharpshooter. If the two were to fight, the former would definitely die miserably. If Shi Yun had not been born cautious and not rushed to help Morrison fight, but had not watched for a long time without moving, and barely learned some basic skills of mental fighting, she would probably have died as soon as she showed up. All in all, her unexpected move did help Morrison turn the tide of the battle, but unfortunately the carrot was ineffective 3 seconds earlier on Grady's side. Shi Yun was stunned for a while, but soon reacted. She had previously tested the effect of carrots at the base, at a very close distance. This time, using carrots over such a long distance, the effect of carrots might be delayed. She only had 3 seconds left. The medium was limited, and she had already determined that 2 skills were ineffective against Grady, Old Mother and Holy Mother, so the only thing she could use was words and laws. However, from her rapidly declining mental power in Morrison's state, it could be seen that Grady's mental value after using his innate skills was far better than hers, and simply asking Grady to commit suicide would definitely not work. Just like when Shi Yun refused to disappear in front of Shi Yun. She needed a variable that was not affected by Grady's mental value. So, in a moment of urgency, she changed the property rules of the jerry fruit for Grady alone. The property of the jerry fruit, which was non-toxic when baked, became highly toxic even when baked. This was an extremely risky decision. After all, there were many restrictions on the words come true. Fortunately, she succeeded. What she didn't know was that if the rule change object was not the jerry fruit grown in her base, but any other kind of food, the words come true would not be effective. Even if she knew, she probably wouldn't have the time to think about it. Because her SAN value is dropped from 100 to 45. It's really weird. SAN value is a mental defense, and there are not many situations that can cause it to drop. Suffering a strong mental attack is one, being corroded by a pollution source, essentially also a type of attack, is another, and encountering a great change and a serious shock in the mental sea is another. But now, Grady is dead, and the critical moment has been successfully passed. It is even more impossible that there is a pollution source in the Star Zone Administrator's office. Is there something wrong with Morrison's mental sea? His spiritual sea seemed to be getting smaller and smaller. No, that's not right. It was her spiritual power that was rapidly escaping from the other party's spiritual sea. Isn't this normal? The item is about to expire, isn't it? Why is her SN value still falling? Side effects of using items at a very long distance? Radish, who is deeply favored by the light, has a remaining effect time of 1 second. SN value, 40. Morrison's deep honey-colored spiritual sea gradually stopped vibrating, and the light power that merged with it turned into countless light spots, which separated out like spores and floated towards her. Radish favored by light, remaining time 1 second. SN value, 35. She returned to the junction with Morrison's spiritual sea, and a large area of light power gathered there, blocking her sight to the other side of the junction. Had she come back? But when she looked behind her, she found that there was also a cloud-like light power gathering there. Radish favored by light, remaining time 1 second. SN value, 30. She seemed stuck at the junction. Boss, her mental values suddenly fluctuated greatly and are decreasing rapidly. In reality, everyone in the base was crowded in Shi Yun's room, in a mess. To be safe, Shi Yun called Qin Xingxing and other soldiers who were familiar with the use of mental power. During the fight with Grady, she would take the time to ask them some questions, but after saying the word scumbag, she suddenly stopped interacting with the people in the room, and not long after, she fell straight down and could not be woken up no matter how she was called. Her mental value has dropped to the threshold, and her body has begun to react. What's going on? How about going into her mental sea to take a look? No, she has not received any training in this area, and her mental state is so volatile that she cannot have any external stimulation now. Oh no, she has a low-grade fever. Her pupil light reflex reaction is getting weaker. Anna and others did not care about saving the energy of the optical brain, and scanned Shi Yun's physical signs in real time. The constantly updated data became worse and worse, and everyone's faces became more and more solemn. Can't delay any longer. Qin Xingxing made a prompt decision, and put his thumb on Shi Yun's slightly hot temple. I've been into her spiritual sea, and her stress to me should be the least. I go in and take a look. Stop arguing, all of you go out, Anna stays. Clan subconsciously stopped him. Boss, she said, she used a light attributed item. Qin Xingxing waved his hand, then go, and carry up the medical cabin outside. The brothers David and Naya have studied the principle of the medical cabin, and they are more inclined to physical treatment. Mental treatment can only be the most basic recuperation, which can cure mental exhaustion, but it can't help Shiyun now, and it may even delay time. Qin Xingxing asked them to carry the medical cabin, which was obviously not for Shiyun. Clan opened his mouth, but did not persuade him anymore. He followed the instructions, and left the room, with the two brothers David. Qin Xingxing entered Shiyun's spiritual sea under Anna's worried eyes. The power of light is everywhere. As soon as his dark spiritual power entered, it was surrounded by abnormal light. Light everywhere, so bright that Shiyun was dizzy. She couldn't tell where she came from, and couldn't see where she was going. She could only follow the fluctuations of the power of light, and move forward with the flow. After an unknown amount of time, the wave that pushed her stopped. Her surroundings were all white, but she could sense a certain existence in a very subtle way. "What is it?" she couldn't help but ask. As if in response to her question, the white light around her vibrated in resonance, and an invisible vortex stirred in front of her eyes. The giant whale swallowed the power of light like breathing, and seemed to be trying to condense into something. It took Shiyun a lot of effort to figure out what it was. It was a face made of pure light, with long flowing hair that occasionally released shiny spores. It seemed to sense Shiyun's gaze, and slowly opened its eyes. Shiyun felt that she was being looked at from head to toe, and was being seen clearly from the outside to the inside. She should have felt disgusted. But she seemed to feel something else. She couldn't help but delve deeper, and her spiritual sea leaped forward another inch. Wanted to get closer. The face surged, as if resisting, but also as if inviting, forming it. The power of light rolled and squirmed. It whispered anxiously in her ear. It opened its arms to her warmly. Shiyun. A call seemed to come from a very far distance, but it was like thunder in the silence, which made her suddenly awake. The carrot that was favored by the light, the remaining effect time is midnight. SAN value, 1. Shiyun suddenly opened her eyes, turned over, half of her body was out of the bed, and wow. Vomited. She almost vomited out everything in her stomach and intestines, until she couldn't vomit anything, and she kept retching. Later, a layer of mist even covered her eyes. When she blinked, physiological tears fell. Drink water. Anna patted her back, and helped her breathe. "I can't drink," she said weakly. "I feel sick, inexplicably so sick." Nausea is normal, a sequelae of excessive mental fluctuations. Anna explained to her patiently. "No, I saw. No, I heard. It." She retched several times again, and finally continued the conversation. "It said, 'Don't come.' It is the dive app they made." Chapter 91. He? Morrison? Dive at? Anna asked in confusion. When Shiyun asked them to come and take care of it, he roughly explained that the carrot, which was favored by light, was a magical item that was difficult to explain. It was said that it could temporarily turn the spiritual power of the eater into light attributes, and if it was shared, it should also connect the spiritual seas of the eaters. Therefore, Anna knew that Shiyun was helping Morrison and the others fight remotely. At this moment, Shiyun woke up and mentioned it without any context, so Anna naturally thought she was referring to Morrison. However, if the dive at Shiyun mentioned was the same thing as what she knew, Morrison should not have anything to do with it. Dive at is actually a jargon used by illegal research institutes or laboratories, referring to a special type of human experimental subject. This type of experimental subject is actually the product of failed experiments. Its gene chain often has multiple collapses, but it still has a part of the complete gene fragments, which can express one or more good special properties, and this property can be copied to other people through technical means. In other words, although these experimental subjects are obsolete, they still have value in waste utilization. On the other hand, for beings with attribute replication, since the genetic complexity that ordinary people can bear is limited, the carrier needs to have relatively simple genes, that is, it cannot have too many special attributes, or the number of attribute replications it has received cannot be too many, so that the success rate of attribute replication will be relatively high. And it is not easy to have genetic rejection or gene chain collapse. This is like dyeing cloth. White is always the best base color for bleaching and dyeing. If the cloth itself has a very dark color, the dyeing effect is likely to be poor. Since the bearer of the acquired attribute is likened to cloth, then the generated attribute and the experimental body that is used as waste is the so-called dye vat. Not many people know the alternative meaning of dye vat. Anna only knew it after following Qin Xixing to carry out tasks for many years and confiscating some illegal laboratories. But even if Morrison lost to Grady, even if Grady was so crazy that he threw Morrison into an illegal laboratory for research, Morrison could not immediately become a dye vat, so Anna was confused by Shi-yun's words. It's not Morrison. Shi-yun's nausea finally eased a little. She turned over and lay flat on her back. After I left Morrison's spiritual sea, I encountered an accident and saw something else. It was a very bright existence. She described to Anna what she felt. Anna listened, her expression gradually solemn. It doesn't make sense. That carrot can connect you to Morrison's spiritual sea, which is incredible enough. How can you encounter the dye vat? What's more, the dye vat only has mental power fluctuations, and no clear self-awareness. You said it not only conveyed to you the meaning of not approaching, but also told you what it is? This? She shook her head in confusion. I've never heard of it. Why doesn't the dye vat have self-awareness? Although Shi-yun understood the meaning of the dye vat after Anna's explanation, there were still some parts that he didn't understand. Is it because the gene chain collapsed and turned into a living dead? Not entirely. Anna replied. Spiritual power is a unique attribute of human beings, and its relationship with genes has not yet been determined. For some people, their gene chain collapses, and their mental power will indeed return to zero, that is, spiritual death, becoming an empty shell without consciousness. But for some people, their mental power is still strong after the gene chain collapses, and for some people, their gene chain is completely normal, but their mental power will also go wrong under the impact of other external forces, and can never be restored. The experiments that the dye vat has gone through are very cruel. Usually, in order to prevent the subjects from struggling and affecting the experiments, the laboratory will give them large doses of physical anesthetics and mental sedatives, so the subjects naturally will not have a clear consciousness. Some experiments involve the study of mental power, which is particularly cruel. Even anesthetics and sedatives are not used. Therefore, when the subjects become dye vats, their spirits have already collapsed, and it is even more impossible for them to have a clear consciousness. Shi-yun felt nauseous again. Why are you so cruel to your own kind? Anna sighed helplessly. Are there no exceptions? But I clearly encountered it. As far as I know, no. Anna shook her head. I don't know what you said. I can ask the boss when he wakes up. Wake up! Shi-yun was stunned for a moment and remembered. When she wanted to get closer to the dye vat, it seemed that someone called her, and it was that sentence that made her sober up. Thinking carefully, that voice seemed to be Qin Zixing, right? From what Anna said, that guy is injured. The boss saw that your vital signs were deteriorating rapidly, so he entered your spiritual sea. Anna answered her doubts in time. The light attribute is too much for him, so he borrowed your medical cabin to recuperate. Shi-yun blinked and opened the resident details panel of Qin Xingxing. Name, Qin Xingxing. Physical condition, extremely weak. Mental strength, 2/599. SAN value, 5/499. Ah, I gave him food and drink during this period, and last time. I borrowed his QQ bamboo bed to sleep for half a day. I finally made this guy from extremely weak to weak, but now he is back to the pre-liberation era, even worse than the data from the fight against the pollution source army. Last time it was at least in the double digits, but this time it was only in the single digits. This batch of residents is so hard to support. What a mess. Their attributes are obviously contradictory. Wouldn't it be safer to find Hawkins, who also has the attribute of light? Shi-yun muttered softly. He said he has entered your spiritual sea, so it is not easy to cause you mental stress. Anna explained, for Qin Zixing. Shi-yun stopped talking and just silently checked the status of the medical cabin. Remaining treatment time, 25 hours. This is 10 hours longer than Andrew's last treatment. He asked me to repeat his exact words before he rested. Seeing this, Anna changed her mind and said the trash words she didn't intend to repeat. This is considered a work injury. The boss should remember to compensate. He doesn't want much, just a maglev motorcycle and a bed with a mattress. Shi-yun, how about I give him the base? That won't work. Anna was speechless at Qin Xingxing's prediction. Don't exploit the labor of retirees in disguise. Retirement is retirement. Enjoy it and never work. He said so. Shi-yun, Why is there someone who loves to show off so much? He is already lying in the medical cabin, but he still has to find a mouth to jump around here. Anna looked after Shi-yun for a while, and after confirming that Shi-yun was fine, she left the room and let Shi-yun have a good rest. Shi-yun lay on the bed with mixed thoughts. She thought about the dye vat for a while, and didn't quite understand why she felt nauseous for no reason when she didn't know the concept of the dye vat. And that dye vat. It was also very strange. Why did it who shouldn't have consciousness tempt her to get close to him, but at the same time clearly tell her not to go over it? Why was it so contradictory? After a while, She thought of Qin Xingxing again. She felt that she owed him a favor, and she didn't know what to take. Motorcycles and beds, etc., always felt that he asked Anna to say them to ease the atmosphere. What a guy who was inexplicably considerate in strange ways. After a while, she thought about the future development of the base. It turns out that when there is no contact with the outside world, relying solely on the system to interact with the outside world is quite ineffective. But then again, how far does she want to develop the base? Does she really want to conquer the stars and the sea as the system says? Asking herself, she doesn't have such big ambitions. All she wants is to open up a place to stay, find her family, if they are still there, and live a safe and peaceful life with her family and friends. As for the outside world, the Interstellar Federation, and high technology, she doesn't have much yearning. Especially the few times she dealt with the people of the Federation, she didn't leave much of a good impression. She always felt that it was a place that looked bright on the outside but was actually rotten, with all sorts of messy unspoken rules, mental interrogation, experimental subjects, and many things that made people uncomfortable. However, the system encouraged her to go out in various ways. She had opened the task interface. Not long ago, it should be that Portia and Morrison had completely escaped, and the system prompted that the task of redemption of desperate citizens targeted by villains was completed. She gained 300 influence points, and a very special skill card, Big Brain. Skill card. Skill, Big Brain, primary, number of uses, 1. Skill description. The potential of human imagination is so high that it is not even bound by space. When using this skill, you only need to give full play to your imagination and imagine any place in reality to open the space door to the other side of imagination. The space door opens for 3 minutes. Note 1. It's time to test your imagination. If you don't meet the requirements of imagination, you can't activate the space door. Note 2. There is no restriction on the passage of the space door. Anyone can travel freely during the opening period. Please be careful not to let strange things pass by. This is simply a portable instant transmission device that does not require infrastructure and has no distance limit. With this skill, she can go to any place she has been to and has an impression of, and can also bring others with her. Just thinking about it makes her feel convenient. Even places she has never been to, as long as there are clear enough photos with complete angles, as long as she can imagine it after looking at it, she should be able to go there. Wouldn't it be much easier to collect materials in the future? She even thought about it, and got a little excited. However, the limitation of this prop is also obvious. This is a skill card that can only be used once, like a one-way ticket. It would be nice if this skill could be reused. As soon as this thought came up, she had immediately thought of something. Skill perspective. The skill perspective was a prize given by the system after she defeated the S-level pollution source last time and achieved the rare achievement of overkilling. It can help her learn the skills in the skill card. Because the cooling time of this item is very long, nearly 10 years, Shiyun has not found a skill that she thinks is cost-effective enough, so she has been leaving it unused. Now it comes in handy. Shiyun's mouth curled up unconsciously, confirming to use the skill perspective instrument. About to perform perspective on the skill card Big Brain, primary. It is detected that your skill card Big Brain, primary, does not belong to the mall skill. What does it mean? Shiyun raised his eyebrows, and glanced at the detailed introduction of the skill perspective instrument. Note: you can perform perspective operations on skill cards, with a price of less than 800 in the mall. Ah, I forgot about this. So what does the system mean? Does it mean that non-mall skill cards cannot be perspectived? Just when Shiyun was disappointed and wanted to put the perspective device back into the warehouse, he heard the system continue to say, "It is detected that you are the owner of the glorious rare achievement, Challenge Master, the great rare achievement, Overlevel Kill, and the magical advanced achievement, Lucky Man. You are really a great leader who combines courage, strength, and luck. The system will provide additional support for this perspective operation to help you. I hope you will keep up the good work and keep building. Our goal is the Sea of Stars. The skill card Big Brain, primary, is being viewed through." Viewing completed. Congratulations on acquiring the A+ skill Big Brain, primary. You have triggered a 10% chance of skill mutation. Your skill Big Brain, primary, has undergone a favorable mutation, and the skill level has been upgraded to S level. You are indeed a lucky guy. Chapter 92. It's really rare that the system is not sarcastic this time, and it almost praises her to death. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Shiyun opened the skill he just learned with a vigilant look on his face. Wide open mind, beginner, proficiency, 0. Skill consumption, 20,000 transformation points. skill description. Can open the space door to the other side of imagination. The space door opens for 5 minutes, and during the opening period, it will detect the environmental safety of the other side of the door for you. 2. 20,000 points. Sure enough, there is no unprovoked praise in this world. However, after using the perspective device, the original skill card did not disappear. From an economic point of view, it was like earning 20,000 yuan for nothing. It was so touching. Shi Yun couldn't help but kiss this small luxury card, and felt that she smelled the fragrance of points. How can I use it to squeeze out its value? With this question in mind, as well as the SN value that had not yet recovered to double digits, she fell asleep with a relaxed look. Interstellar Federation, the 6th Galaxy. Grady's secretary was very anxious. Portia, the manager of the Star District Hotel, came to visit. Grady personally ordered to turn on the soundproofing in the office. No one was allowed to enter and disturb without his instructions. But now 2 hours have passed, and the administrator will hold a promotion review meeting in half an hour. If no one comes out now, it will delay things. The secretary was restless and looked at the office door from time to time. Just when she made up her mind to knock on the door was knocked open from the inside. Miss Portia seemed to have been greatly frightened. Her face was pale. Hurry up, the administrator has food poisoning. All the people outside the office were shocked. Led by the secretary, a group of people rushed into the administrator's office. The administrator fell to the ground with a purple face, and the plate of jerry fruit on the table was eaten. The scene suddenly fell into chaos. 20 minutes later, the medical staff, who teleported over, announced the death of Grady after a series of tests. The cause of death was eating half-cooked jerry fruit. 5 minutes later, the news of Grady's death reached the ears of the review committee. The promotion review was terminated, and the situation was further reported. According to the instructions of the superiors, the committee temporarily took over the affairs that Grady was responsible for, and organized the selection process of the new Star Zone administrator. It is expected that within a week, a suitable candidate will be elected from the existing planet governors in the first Star Zone. Portia submitted an application in the name of the planetary governor of Sprabo, publicly announcing her participation in the election of the zone administrator. Due to Portia's own personal charm, and the influence of the Star Zone Hotel in the first Star Zone, Portia became the most popular candidate for the zone administrator. On the other hand, during the period when the committee took over Grady's affairs, an anonymous report was received, stating that the former zone administrator Grady and the leader of the Star Pirate Group Black Hand were brothers, and that the two sides had secret exchanges, private transactions, and collusion for many years. This matter was of great importance and damaged the credibility of the federal government. Grady was already dead, so the committee thought it was unnecessary to investigate and wanted to suppress the matter. However, the news spread quickly and public opinion was in an uproar. Under public pressure, the committee had to investigate. Following the clues, the case of Colonel Morrison attacking citizens in the 8-star region was reversed. Morrison was cleared of the charges, released without charge, and restored to his position as colonel. Because he had a lot of clues about the pirates, he became a vital force in combating the pirates. As the leader of the Black Hand, Mathages, was missing, the Black Hand became a mess and collapsed at the first blow, and many small-scale Star Pirate organizations were also involved. The Star Pirate problem, that had been raging in the 6th Galaxy for many years, has finally been significantly improved. The safety of various routes and remote areas in the galaxy has been significantly improved. The citizens in the galaxy applauded, and Morrison's reputation has further improved. It stands to reason that he should be credited with a great achievement, but the committee only gave a verbal commendation and said nothing else. Morrison was not worried about this. The reputation has risen enough, which means that he can meet Portia openly without anyone pointing too many fingers behind his back. Thank you for your hard work. In the hotel's sky garden, Morrison and Portia sat side by side on a bench, and he said to her with his head tilted, "I am very tired. There are many things to prepare for the election recently. I have been sitting in the office for almost a whole day. My neck and shoulders are very sore." Portia raised her hand and pinched the shoulder on the side close to Morrison. "But what do you mean by hard work?" Anonymous reporting, "It's not easy to collect the evidence." Mollison understood her hint and helped her massage her shoulders. Portia was stunned for a moment. "I thought it was your people who did it. If it's not me, could it be Xianyu and General Qin?" "No," I asked. Xianyu said it wasn't them. Portia leaned on Morrison's shoulder. "It's not any of us, but he knows everything about this place, and even knows how to guide the committee to do things. Who could this person be? And what is his purpose?" "I don't know." Mollison was still thinking. "The water is getting muddier. Do you want to leave?" Portia asked. Xianyu said she has a way to get you out of the Federation. Mollison shook his head and hugged her. Don't you still want to be a Star Zone administrator and continue to investigate Huiyanxiang's affairs? I'm here with you. Kokot Farm. The last batch of seeds was transmitted via the instant transmission device. Mollison's 3D projection landed in the room, and he looked at Kokot like a real person. Old man, these are all the seeds we have seized from the Black Hand. Please count them. It's a blessing to be able to recover so much. Kokot clenched his hands excitedly. Colonel, thank you so much. It's nothing. The pirate Black Hand has collapsed, Grady is dead, and no one will harm you anymore. You can rest assured. Mollison nodded and gave Kokot a communication account. If you encounter an emergency, you can contact me at any time. Okay, thank you very much, thank you very much. You're welcome, it's my job, and they are all my friends. Morrison nodded. I have some black spade seeds here. I heard you were going to Xianyu. Please help me bring them over. I have a friend there who likes to drink black spade wine. He learned from Portia that it was very expensive to transport items in Xianyu, so they tried to reduce the number of transports as much as possible, so he thought of looking for cocoa by the way. In addition, Portia also found the seeds of the rubber tree. I have transported them to you, so I will trouble you with them. Okay, no problem. Morrison's projection disappeared, and Kokot and his old friend Rabbi sat back on the sofa. They looked at each other, saw each other's relieved expressions, and smiled at the same time. The bodyguards have withdrawn, and the bugs that we pretended not to find before have also been removed. Finally, we can talk without worrying about it. That's great, Kokot said with emotion. The seeds that were stolen by the pirates have also been taken back. Now you don't have to stay in the warehouse every day and be depressed. Rabbi patted his shoulder. It's really thanks to Xianyu. If she didn't know Colonel Morrison, these seeds stolen by the pirates would have taken a long time to return to us, and they might have been wiped out countless layers of oil. Yes, come to think of it, if she hadn't known the powerful manager of the Star Zone Hotel and asked him to look after us, we might not be alive today. Now that you mention it, if she hadn't helped us to hold back the bandits remotely, we might have. The two old men were filled with emotion. Who do you think she is? Her abilities are so mysterious, and she has resources and connections. Logically, such a person should be very famous. I really want to go there the day after tomorrow to see what she looks like in person. Rabbi said whatever he thought of. Hey, how will she pick us up then? She said she doesn't need an instant transmission device. So what means of transportation will she use? Where does she live? I don't know either. She just asked me to find a spacious and convenient place, take a few photos from different angles, and send them to her. What does taking photos have to do with going to her place? Does she want to investigate your situation? What can I investigate here? I'm poor. Anyway, I've already given you the photos, and we know the day after tomorrow. Now let's see how everything is prepared. Kokot walked to a corner of the yard, pulled out a table from the optical computer, and checked each item one by one. Iron items. I have them. Copper items. I have them. Aluminum items. Rabbi followed him out, looked at the pile of junk in the corner, twitched his mouth, and pulled out an irregular piece of metal from it with disdain. Where did you get this pile of stuff? The people at the scrap recycling station heard that I wanted these, and they were so happy that they helped me load them, and charged me 50 interstellar coins, which is cheap. Kokot was very proud. It's 50 interstellar coins. They think this pile of stuff takes up too much space if you give it to the recycling station. Are you sure this is what Xianyu wants? Yes. Kokot said she originally wanted dozens of small and medium-sized agricultural machinery. I said that the Federation has strict restrictions on the number of agricultural machinery purchased, and I could only find her 5 at most. I also quoted her a price, and then she changed her mind and said she didn't want it. Then she gave me this list and told me that the more things on it, the better. Rabbi scratched his head. Does she want to assemble it herself? He looked at the rusty metal sheet in his hand, and he was speechless. Can she assemble even one from this pile of garbage? I don't know. She always has her reasons for doing things. I prepare it for her. Kokot happily counted to the end, slapped his head, and walked to a pile of stones not far away. I almost forgot there is a sunlight storage device. He squatted down, carefully identified the crystal clear brown stones for a while, and picked out 4 of them. I always tell you that you are too careful. If you hadn't mixed the sunlight storage device with the pile of stones, you might not have found it. Rabbi sighed. Just like this time, although they got back most of the seeds, some of the particularly valuable ones had been resold by the Black Hands. Hee hee. Kokot smiled proudly. The two old men were chatting and laughing, and they didn't notice that there was a mechanical device, like a small stone attached to the corner of the doorway at the entrance of the house. Office of Ropal Energy Plant. Dozens of farm machinery? How much land does this salted fish have? And what is the sunlight storage device? After so many days, I finally heard some useful information. Rose squinted his eyes and looked at the person sitting opposite him. That was the lie detector expert who had followed the star pirate Black Hand to break into Kokot's house in the middle of the night. It's really thanks to your device. If it was an ordinary eavesdropping device, it would have been detected long ago. The rent will increase by 10% in the second month. Remember to pay it in time. I know, I don't dare owe you money. But I don't say that your business is too easy. Rose said in amazement. I have to install the device myself, you can listen to the intelligence, and I have to pay you. You can cancel the lease for next month at any time. If you need it, I can help you retrieve the contract now. No, such a useful device. This amount of money is too cost-effective. I hope we can continue to cooperate. Rose pushed the snack plate aside. Want some Jerry fruit? The polygraph expert glanced at him, his expression clearly saying eat it if you like. Are you scared? Rose threw the Jerry fruit back onto the plate. I'm scared too. Grady is so scared of death that he always asks people to do a toxicity scan before eating Jerry fruit. If I hadn't secretly planted your bug in Grady's office, I would never have thought that salted fish could control the toxicity of Jerry fruit. Grady looked at the polygraph expert. Such a magical ability. Could it be that you and salted fish have cooperated? Is it magical? As long as the mental power is strong enough, it can change other people's cognition and cause them to have a somatic reaction. No surprise. The polygraph expert said calmly, and stood up to say goodbye. I heard that you are also running for the Star Zone Administrator. If you need anything, please contact me. May God bless you with all the best. Chapter 93. 2 days later. The core contaminated area, Earth. Those who like to sleep in and those who don't, those who should go to the porcelain kiln and those who shouldn't. Everyone stayed in the area of the brick house, with many pairs of eyes staring at Shiyun, and even when Shiyun moved, a bunch of little tails followed him. Tail number 1 Chin Xing Xing. So you just came here to brush your teeth. Shiyun otherwise, what would I do with the toothpaste? Tail number 2 David and Naya. The device is hidden behind the toilet? When did you secretly build it? Shiyun, is there a possibility that I just want to go to the toilet? Go away. Tail 3 Anna, Shiyun, Anna, why are you joining them? No. Shiyun was fed up with being surrounded by people even when drinking water. Have you finished your work? Why are you slacking off here? Didn't I tell you? 10 o'clock, it's only now. She glanced at the system, 9 o'clock. There's still an hour before the agreed time. Go wherever you want. Everyone murmured reluctantly. Look at Andrew. Learn from him, see how much work he does in the fields. Being serious. Before she could finish the word, Shiyun caught Andrew's sneaking glance at her again, and the latter moved his eyes away guiltily when his eyes collided with hers. How could even the most reliable Andrew? All right. I love to watch and follow. It's understandable that everyone is so curious. She planned to use the skill card to open up her mind and take the Kokot family over for a 3-minute sightseeing tour. While doing the task to earn influence, she could also have a wave of material transactions without shipping costs. It was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone, which was wonderful. Since it was a sightseeing tour, she naturally had to take people around the base. 3 minutes wouldn't allow for much sightseeing, so she decided to take the sightseeing spot to the center of the base, near the brick and tile house. In this way, she would definitely not be able to hide the skills from the residents of the base, and she didn't intend to hide it, so she simply told everyone openly, and even asked if anyone wanted to return to the Federation, and if they did, they could take this opportunity to return. Andrew's refusal was within her expectations. After all, his home planet, Anon, which he was determined to return to, was also in the contaminated area, and it would be better for him to stay on Earth than to return to the Federation. Others also refused immediately, which was a bit beyond her expectation. Hawkins, boss, why do you think so? Is it because I don't work hard enough? Do you despise me? I don't want to go back to the Federation. Woo, I don't want to go back and continue to eat energy bars every day. You can't abandon me. I will work harder and shine harder. Anna, no. Cran followed closely. I won't go back either. David and Naya, in 2 months, our pigs will be ready for sale. Do you know how long we have been waiting to eat pork? No, I won't go back even if I kill you. Qin Xingxing hugged the motorcycle cautiously. You want me, a wanted criminal and retired person in the Federation, to return to the Federation? Woman, you have such a cruel heart. Do you regret giving me the motorcycle? This is the reward I got for selling my body and spirit. Don't even think about taking it back. Shi Yun, Work injury compensation is work injury compensation. Don't say it so ambiguously. In short, the matter is settled. She also invited Portia, but she heard that she is preparing to run for the Star Zone Administrator recently, and can't spare the time. When everyone heard that Portia was not coming, they lost interest, especially some male creatures, but when they heard her say that the instant transmission device in the base could only transmit over short distances, and could not be used, their curiosity could not be suppressed. Without the transmission device, ordinary people could not drive a spaceship in, so what else could they do? They couldn't just let people fall from the sky, could they? An hour later, the time was up. Under the attention of everyone, Shi Yun took a last look at the photo given by Coquillot, and tried to imagine it in his mind a few times to make sure that he would not make mistakes later, and then took out the skill card. You have used the primary skill card. Your mind is wide open. Brain hole analysis in progress. Brain hole analysis completed. Opening the space door to the other side of imagination for you. Invisible ripples appeared in the air, and the onlookers all said wow. What kind of black technology is this? David couldn't help but sigh. This little card is awesome. Naya's eyes lit up. Boss, can you let us study it after you finish it? Shoo. Andrew signaled them to be quiet. General, that's mental power, right? Clan asked Qin Xingxing in a low voice. Mental power directly shakes the physical space. Her mental power value shouldn't be that high. That's something that only S-level people can do. Why don't you ask why she wants to shake the physical space with mental power? Qin Xingxing answered while looking at the scene in front of him. Only tiny bits of mental power were seen floating out from Shi Yun. These mental powers were glowing, and unlike the dazzling light of the light attribute mental power, they were a soft light that would not make people uncomfortable no matter how long they stared at it. Her mental power has no attributes, no edges, and no special features. She is a typical Earthling. But the mental power level of Earthlings is very low, basically at level D, and they cannot release their mental power. Speaking of which, when she first met Shi Yun, her mental power was not so strong, and she didn't even know what mental power was. However, in about a month, her mental power has improved so much, which is already in the realm of genius. Shi Yun is still casting skills. The mental power slowly gathered in front of her, gradually condensing into details. The outline of a courtyard went from vague to detailed, and finally vivid. Even the texture on the stone table was clearly depicted. Qin Xingxing raised his eyebrows. He had already found the answer to his previous question. Anna also thought of that extremely absurd possibility, and sat up straight. Kellen on the side almost said what was in her heart. Oh my god, Shi Yun would not want to directly connect the space between the two places with mental power, right? As if answering Clan's question, when the last stroke of the mental power picture was formed, the ripples in the air vibrated like water breaking, and even Andrew, who had the lowest mental power, could see the change clearly. Soon, the light around the picture was absorbed, and a black hole-like door appeared in front of everyone. Gradually, the door became more and more transparent, revealing the scenery behind it. But that was not the scene of the base, but the cocoa farm far away in the 6th galaxy. Even the slowest person would realize what Shi Yun had done. Oh my god! Hawkins exclaimed. Andrew looked at Shi Yun with more and more admiration. Since the day they met, everything she did always amazed him. If the people at the base were quite knowledgeable, and could maintain a bit of composure when seeing Shi Yun connecting space with her mental power, then the 2 old men and 1 young man waiting in the farmyard were so shocked that they forgot to breathe after seeing the scene on the other side of the door. Their mouths were so wide open that eggs could be stuffed into them. The space gate is about to open. The environment safety of the other side is being tested for you. Test completed. Current environment safety rating, B. There is a bugging device in the southeast. The number is 1, please pay attention. Shi Yun was stunned. The space gate has been opened. The remaining time is 3 minutes. The scene at both ends of the door is completely solidified. David and his brother cheered, jumped up and wanted to say hello to the other side, but didn't want to see Shi Yun turn around and make a gesture of silence. After letting the people behind him quiet down, Shi Yun looked at the farm again. Old man, can you hear me clearly? I can hear it clearly. Kokot's face turned red with excitement. Very clear. Yes, yes, very clear. The rabbi also said. Even little Galen nodded excitedly. A few people wanted to say something, but Shi Yun also made a gesture to silence them. Shi Yun motioned Kokot and the others to wait, and walked to David and the others, whispering, "They have a bug over there. I guess it was installed by Grady's group before. I don't know why Portia and Morrison's people went there twice, but they didn't detect it. Do you have a way to find it? It's in the southeast." David and Nia nodded and whispered, "Then let's go over there?" "Okay, remember, come back within 3 minutes, or you can't come back even if you can't find it," Shi-yun told them. "No problem," the two brothers replied. So the two brothers passed through the space gate and arrived at the other end of the farm, while the Kokot family brought the supplies to this end. Because the door was smaller than expected and could only barely accommodate 2 people, the large cart that Kokot had prepared was useless and could only be carried manually. There were too many things, and it might take more than 10 minutes to carry them back and forth. Seeing this, Shi-yun simply asked Kokot and the others not to move and to come here directly for sightseeing. She asked Anna to entertain Kokot and the others, and she went into the farm. Andrew and the others thought she wanted to move the materials herself and wanted to come over to help, but she stopped them. Since there was an unknown force monitoring, who knew if there was any surveillance, so it was a last resort for David and Nia to go over there. If all the wanted criminals in the car in the base were to show up, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. Shi-yun walked to the cart, reached out, and touched the items one by one, and put them into the system warehouse. Fortunately, Kokot was careful, and had packed the items once, which saved Shi-yun a lot of time. Half a minute later, she had collected all the supplies, and even put the cart away. Kokot stood in the field and accidentally glimpsed the scene of the farm. He was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. In the interstellar era, there are foldable and storage equipment, but they are all matching. For example, the energy cannon in the Federal combat uniform can be automatically assembled by pressing a button when it is needed, and can be folded away when not in use. The naked eye cannot see that such a large weapon is hidden in the clothes. It seems to be convenient to use and save space, but in fact, it is very difficult and complicated to design, and the parts that can be compatible with storage are extremely limited. The technology that is truly similar to the space storage ring has not yet been truly developed. So Shi-yun's backpack where everything is invisible. The behavior of stuffing things in a row, no matter where in the Federation, can make the audience doubt that there is something wrong with their eyes. Feeling Kokot's gaze, Shi-yun smiled at him, raised her legs and walked towards the base. The moment she was about to cross the door, her nose itched, and she sneezed for the first time in a long time. "It's not very windy," she thought, and walked into the base without stopping. "How is it?" Shi-yun asked Kokot. Kokot looked at the cultivated land intertwined with green and gold. After a lot of shouting, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Are these miracles? I see there seem to be pigs over there?" The rabbi stopped laughing at Kokot and looked at the pigpen not far away, shocked and dazed. "Yes, there are." Shi-yun dragged over the magnetic levitation motorcycle that he had temporarily requisitioned from Qin Xingxing. "It's a bit crowded, but fast. Time is limited. Don't mind, both of you." No. Kokot waved his hands repeatedly and shouted to Galen, who was running wildly in the field, "Galen, do you want to go see the piglets?" Little Galen was shy at first, but after Qin Xingxing teased him for a few words, he forgot everything. Now he was playing games with Qin Xingxing and Kellen. The two of them were chasing each other and running happily. When he heard his grandfather calling him, he wanted to continue playing with his two uncles, but also wanted to see the piglets. His face was wrinkled with entanglement. "I take him there." Qin Xingxing called Shi-yun. "Okay." Shi-yun responded, "They have their own way." "You two, let's go first." Kokot and Rabbi naturally had no objection. The two in the field. "I feel like they look familiar." Kokot couldn't help asking. The rabbi tugged at his clothes secretly. Kokot looked back blankly and found that his old friend signaled him not to ask questions. "We're here." Shi-yun got off the motorcycle. "You should recognize him when he comes over. I don't know if the eavesdropping device over there can still hear him at this distance, so let's not talk about it for now." We're here? Kokot was so confused. Didn't he just get on the car and get some fresh air for a second? But the surrounding scenery has indeed changed. They have indeed reached the pigpen. The rabbi next to him was about to mock his friend for being ignorant. Aren't magnetic levitation motorcycles so fast? But when he looked at the scene in front of him, he was stunned. Is this a pig? Am I dreaming? Qin Xingxing also rushed over with the help of the acceleration device of the combat suit. When the child saw the situation in the pigpen, he immediately exclaimed, "Grandpa, you lied to me that the stories in the storybook were all fake. It's obviously true. There are piglets growing in the field." Shi-yun. Cough. Chapter 94. The average life expectancy in the Federation is 200 years, but this is a figure after the pollution spreads, and the statistics include those people whose places of residence are suddenly swallowed by the polluted area. Leaving aside those citizens, the average life expectancy in the Federation is about 300 years old. The upper class, who are not short of resources, those who are born with longevity genes, and those who have reached a certain level of spiritual power, can even have an average life expectancy of more than 450 years. Rabbi is over 300 this year, and already looks old. He is indeed not good enough in the group of long-lived people, but compared with the class he belongs to, he is already considered old. His longevity means that he has a lot of experience compared to those young people who are over 100 years old. He has seen highly integrated honeycomb farms, more traditional large-scale farms, and even his grandfather, who was tinkering with things when he was a child, had built a simpler and more primitive pigsty. So when he saw the pigsty here from a distance, he felt nostalgic, emotional, and shocked. After all, now in the Federation, non-professional farms can no longer raise livestock. But why is there only one pig that is grunting normally in the pigsty? Why are the other 3 pigs buried in the ground? Only the pig head is stuck in the ground with its eyes closed. Dead pig. That's not right. You can still hear some snoring that is unique to pigs. Why bury sleeping pigs in the ground? Why can they sleep so peacefully? Is this some mysterious ritual? Ahem. After Shi-Yun confirmed that David couldn't hear the conversation here, he said, "Let me explain, this is our new species. You 3 can understand it as the latest research and development results." Jean Xingxing and Anna and Kellen. What a research and development achievement. You know it's scary when a pig mutates like this. This is what happened. About a month ago, the piglets sent by the system came to the base. They were too excited and advanced rapidly. Coincidentally, the carrot that Shi-Yun was experimenting on at base number 1 was stimulated by the pleasure buff for a long time and turned into a running pig head. The piglet and the pig head achieved a great meeting in history, and the result of the piglet eating the pig head added a strong touch to this bizarre story. After that, the piglet mutated under the stimulation of the field pig head and entered a dormant period, sleeping for 7 days and 7 nights. Shi-Yun felt sorry for her family's only source of meat, even though it had mutated, so she put the pig into the pig pen on the first day. 7 days later, Shi-Yun had double happiness. She ranked in the top 50 of the popularity list in the primary trading market, received 50 influence rewards from the system, and received another notification from the system, indicating that her pig had officially completed the mutation. Shi-Yun came to the pig pen with great excitement and saw a piglet that had sunk into the ground at some point, with only its head sticking out. The system also gave her detailed information about the new species. Animal details. Name, field pig. Function. Field pig is a mutant species of ordinary pigs that ate the head of a bog field pig. This is an incompletely metamorphosed creature. Its young grow in the ground like plants, and have extraordinary cell division abilities. It is inedible, but can be dug out when mature. After being unearthed, the field pig is no different from ordinary piglets, and can be raised or eaten with confidence. Note 1. If the young plants are dug out before maturity, they will stop growing and fall into dormancy. Note 2. Please pay attention to more sun exposure and watering during the young period. Note 3. It is recommended that you do not observe the maturation process of young plants in the soil. The remaining maturation time of pigs in the field, 15 days. Shi-Yun, I have never seen such a thing. She pulled Qin Zixing, who was in charge of watching the pigs, over and said, "I ask you, when did this pig grow in the field?" Qin Zixing yawned. 3 days ago, the tail grew in first. You won't tell me? I'm afraid you scold me for making a fuss again. Qin Xingxing looked innocent. Shi-Yun, Shi-Yun, this is not the same as a maglev motorcycle that can fly hundreds of meters high, right? You are a federal admiral who flies a spaceship every day. How dare you point at a maglev motorcycle that can fly hundreds of meters high and look so happy, as if you have discovered a new continent. And you even have to drag me over to see it? How old are you? How can it be the same? Magnetic levitation is a scientific principle that can be explained. Hundreds of meters on Earth, your magnetic field is not that strong at all. It means that the technology used in your motorcycle is very awesome, very impressive, okay. Don't you think the pigs growing in the ground are amazing? Qin Zixing counted on his fingers. Don't you have enough things beyond known science? What about the protective shield that eats people, the haunted bed and chair, the plants that run? Now there is a pig growing in the ground, it's normal. Shi-Yun, This person's thinking is so clear and reasonable. She was speechless. However, the story is not that simple. 5 days later, a small mound of earth emerged from the pile of earth next to the Sonata pig head. Qin Zixing learned her lesson and informed Shiyun early. Shiyun came over and dug, and found that it was a pig ear buried in the soil. Saying buried doesn't seem quite accurate. It should be said that it was a pig ear that grew out of the soil. She and Qin Zixing dug a pit around the first pig, and looked inside, and found that the second pig grew out of the tail of the first pig, just like a new potato growing on the bud of a potato. In addition to the second pig that had already sprouted an ear tip, there was also a third pig the size of a football, and a fourth pig the size of a ping-pong ball, also connected to the tail of the first pig, and completely buried in the soil. Shiyun, Essay in value -1. Qin Xingxing was obviously also shocked. This is the weirdest pig I have ever seen. Are you sure we won't die if we eat it? Shiyun said stubbornly, how dare you, who thinks it's normal for pigs to grow in the soil, say it's weird. Qin Xingxing pointed at the pig's tail with a few bubbles on it. This has exceeded my acceptable limit. Even the stuff from nuclear radiation is not so creepy. Shiyun's attention was attracted by his finger, and he took another look at the pig's tail. Essay in value -1. Shiyun, No wonder the system says that young pigs cannot be eaten. No wonder it is not allowed to observe the maturation process of young pigs in the soil. She silently pushed the excavated soil back. It's weird. I won't get sick if I eat it. I eat it when it grows up and looks like a real pig. So another 10 days passed. The first pig opened its eyes, and made a strong pig cry, as if it finally realized that it was buried alive, and frantically called for people to dig it out. Shiyun, who was used to seeing big winds and waves, rushed to the pig pen. When he saw the pig head howling at the sky, he decisively turned around and left. He took great pains to catch Qin, who was hiding in a corner after hearing the news. He used threats and inducements to finally get Qin to agree to dig the pig. There were many onlookers. Qin Qian, the former general of the Federation and the strongest fighter of the Federation, finally succeeded in taking out the first lively piglet from the soil after a series of desperate battles with pigs, including screaming, twisting, waving and kicking. For a while, the applause around him was thunderous. Unexpectedly, the string of things hanging on the piglet's tail was also pulled out. The applause stopped abruptly, and the onlookers looked pale. At that moment, Qin had anticipated that the sharp blade in his hand flashed, and he decisively and bravely cut off the piglet's tail. The string of eye-catching little pigs fell back into the soil, and the pile of soil beside was swept back by Qin Xingxing's leg, and all fell into the pit, burying the string of things tightly, and everyone's eyes were saved. The applause that had stopped abruptly started again, even twice as loud as before. For the first time, Qin Xingxing became a hero recognized by everyone in the base. However, the hero himself ignored the admiring eyes of everyone and the long-lost glory, threw the pigs into the new pigpen, and returned to his room with a wounded heart and shut himself up for a day. In short, ignoring the devilish juvenile stage of the piglets, the mature piglets are no different from all ordinary piglets in the world, pink and tender, white and plump, and even the tail that was cut off later grew out and curled into a cute little strip, naturally becoming the group pet of the base. Shiyun cut off the beginning and the end, omitted unnecessary details, and told Rabbi and the other two about the main growth process of this new pig breed. Rabbi and Kokot listened in amazement, pinching themselves secretly from time to time, fearing that they were dreaming. Garen was still a child, and he didn't have a fixed view of things. He wasn't as shocked as the two adults, but he was very curious. He squatted beside the young pig, pinched the pig's ears, turned his head, and asked Qin Xingxing, who had been playing with him for a while, "Brother, can I dig a small hole to see what the pig looks like in the soil?" "Well, no, that's a terrifying picture, and children will have nightmares if they see it." Qin Xingxing took the pig out of the pigpen, "But you can play with it." Kokot had been shocked by the pigs growing in the field, and had not noticed Qin Xingxing coming from behind. His opening words immediately attracted Kokot's attention. This voice. This appearance. "Ah!" Kokot couldn't help but exclaim, "You are Qin." Ahem. The rabbi secretly stepped on him, and stepped back on his words. Qin Xingxing told little Galen a few words, asking him to be careful not to be heard by the pigs, and then stood up straight and said to the dumbfounded Kokot, "It's okay, anyway my boss didn't let me hide, I should be able to see people." He looked at Shiyun with a playful smile. "Boss, am I right?" "Boss?" Kokot looked at Shiyun stupidly, and then looked at Anna, who was standing next to Shiyun. When he first came in, he also felt that Anna looked familiar. Now that he recognized Qin Zixing, he could not help but recognize Anna, who often spoke for Qin Zixing. It was no wonder that he did not recognize her at first. "Anna, who often appeared in the news before, had a cold and stern face that kept people away from her. When she encountered sensitive issues, she even spoke harshly. She was not as gentle as she is now, and looked very good-tempered. If she is Anna, then the little guy next to her is Clan? The two brothers who went to the farm to help find the bug should be David and Naya, his. Admiral Cheen and his entire guard are all here. Then as the salted fish called the boss by Admiral Cheen. No, she said her real name is Shi-Yun. No wonder she knows Morrison. Before, Shi-Yun also competed with the Star Zone Administrator for the fruit and vegetable market of the 6-star system. Goddess Sibyl. What does this person want to do? You. Are you going to? Kokot was so shocked by his own guess that he didn't know what to say. Compared to Kokot, Rabbi was much calmer. He recognized David and Naya when they went there. Even so, he was secretly surprised to hear Qin Xingxing's appearance of listening to Shi-Yun's words. Everyone in the Federation knew the temper of this General Qin. He did what he wanted and acted recklessly. It was the same war. Other generals followed the orders from their superiors, but Qin Xingxing didn't. For any place he thought he could continue to attack, he couldn't retreat even if he received 10 or so military orders. For any place he thought he had to retreat, he couldn't stay on the battlefield for one more minute even if the leader of the Federation asked him to. Only the last leader could barely make him listen to a few words. But after the change of leadership, he was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. But this man had made outstanding achievements and was invincible, so no matter how much others disliked him, they had to hold back. At that time, everyone said that it didn't matter if General Qin didn't obey orders, as long as he didn't rebel, the Federation should be thankful. In the end, he really rebelled. Other twists and turns aside, with such an ancestor who often angered the entire military top echelons honestly recognized someone else as the boss, even the last leader didn't get this treatment. Rabbi's eyes changed completely when he looked at Shi-Yun. He knew what his old friend Kokot wanted to say. What kind of person would accept such a powerful federal rebel army under his command? The Federation is about to change. Excuse me, why did you let us come here to visit? And let us see General Qin you. Aren't you afraid that we will tell others? Rabbi asked cautiously. We won't tell anyone. Kokot bumped into his old friend and quickly assured, You have saved us so many times. We will never tell anyone what we saw here. Shi-Yun smiled slightly. Your promise is one of the reasons why I decided to ask you to come and visit. I believe you will keep it a secret for me. Another reason is that I believe that good cooperation needs to be based on full trust between both parties. Shi-Yun pointed his thumb at Qin Xingxing. From the changes in your expressions just now, you should now understand what it means to cooperate with me. You can reconsider whether to continue cooperation next. Don't think about it. Kokot replied without thinking, You are a good person, otherwise you wouldn't worry so much about our affairs. My life, and that of little Galen belong to you. Just ask for whatever you need. The rabbi frowned, You are taking too much risk. In this era, even if we are trustworthy, once someone uses mental interrogation on us, the situation will be out of our control, and your base will be in danger. Rabbi? Kokot whispered to him, They must have their own considerations. Don't question them anymore. It's too rude. It's okay, he's right. Shi-Yun nodded, but I have a natural barrier. She winked playfully. Outside is the core-contaminated area. The Kokot family began to walk back. The two old men were floating as they walked, only little Galen didn't know the situation, and was talking happily. Grandpa, the piglets are so fun. I don't feel dizzy here with my sister. The wheat ears in my sister's field are so full and beautiful. Qin Xingxing stared at their backs and whispered, It's not that we can't hide. Let's see how scared you are of the two old men. Shi-Yun said, I have asked David and Naya to show up over there to find the bug. Even if they can't recognize David and Naya, it is possible that the people watching them can't recognize them. Is there any difference between me taking in 2 wanted criminals and a group of wanted criminals? Besides, the base needs to develop. It's not strange for me to ask them for scraps once, but it will attract attention if I ask for a large amount of scraps frequently. Even if they don't think too much, the people watching them will think too much. I would rather they fully realize the risks of cooperating with me now, and know that I have a group of wanted criminals, rather than someone making a fuss about it in the future and tricking them into stabbing me in the back. Trust is important, okay? Qin Xingxing listened and smiled without saying anything. What are you laughing at? Laughing at you for finding so many excuses. The bug was discovered today, right? You planned their coming a few days ago. How could you think like that at that time? I don't believe you don't have other benefits. Qin Xingxing smiled and whispered, It's a pity that you don't become a politician. You are good at winning people's hearts. Shi Yun glared at him. You are the only one who has a mouth, and you are the only one who is smart. What is the relationship between the rabbi and the military? I suspect that he recognized you when David and Naya showed up. He was silent for a long time, until you deliberately called me, and he broke his promise. Qin Zixing shrugged. Maybe he's a retired soldier. He has good mental strength. What do you mean by intentional or not? That's so harsh. Don't I usually call you that? Heh. Qin Zixing laughed. If I don't call you that, if people misunderstand that you are helping me, wouldn't I be a usurper? No. Although he said it in a muddled way, Shi Yun was clear about the essence of it. Qin Zixing's identity in the Federation was defined. Working under Qin Zixing and ordering Qin Zixing to do things were completely different in nature. The former means that she and the Federation must be in a hostile position, while the latter has some room for maneuver. But Shi Yun was too lazy to argue with him. He glanced at the time and urged the two brothers on the farm. Are you two ready? 5 seconds left. At the other end of the space gate, Kokot Farm. After David and Naya came over, they were concerned about the eavesdropping device, and did not say a word on the surface, but they were actually chatting in the communicator. The enemy network is moving sideways. David, I never thought that we would still be able to walk out of the core contaminated area alive. The invincible hand in cracking passwords, Naya more than that, in just 2 steps, we have set foot on the 6th galaxy. The enemy network walks sideways. David, the boss is awesome. The invincible hand in cracking passwords, Naya, the boss is awesome. The user you are looking for has retired. Qin Xingxing, the boss is awesome. Chiao Yusong, on a speed. The invincible hand in cracking passwords. Why are you rushing me? Finding things doesn't affect my praise for the boss. The enemy network walks sideways. That's right, the awesome boss hasn't urged me yet. Why are you rushing me? Chiao Yusong, Yun asked me to convey your message, so I can slack off for dinner. Unrivaled in cracking passwords. Why are the reduplicated words so scary when they come out of your mouth? Enemy network walks sideways. Why can you call Yun, but I also want to call you boss Yun? The user you are looking for has retired. Qin Zixing, I want to call him that too. The user you are looking for has retired. Yun. Only Anna can call me Yun. You have nothing to do, right? Whose turn is it to clean the toilet recently? The user you are looking for has retired. Take the children to the pigpen area immediately. Unbeatable codebreaker. Confirm that there are no eavesdropping devices around the stone table. Enemy network walks sideways. Confirm that there are no eavesdropping devices on the outer wall of the house. Only Anna can call me Yun. Still can't find it. There is only 1 minute left. Forget it if you can't find it. Hurry back. Enemy network walks sideways. That's not possible. I can only eavesdrop on others. It's not reasonable for others to eavesdrop on me. Unbeatable codebreaker. That's right. There is no eavesdropping device in this world that I can't find. Unbeatable codebreaker. David, let's make a bet. Whoever finds it first will help the other person clean the toilet. The enemy network is moving sideways. I'd rather bet with you. I don't have your skills. Hurry up and find the bug. I want to touch the enemy network while I'm still in the Federation. Naya made a face at David, stood still, closed her eyes, and spread out her mental power. Mental skill. Hook the mystery. This skill will use mental power to form a dense net, covering a radius of 500 meters, and conduct a carpet search, not letting go of any signal radiation fluctuations including mental power. Inch after inch. The mental power, which was more sensitive than a precision instrument, scanned slowly, and finally located a small beam point that was constantly pumping in a corner. Naya suddenly opened his eyes, strode towards Kokot's house, stopped at the threshold, bent down, and took off the small device that was no bigger than a fly. David stretched out his hand to him, with 4 fingers pointing inward, eagerly expressing the meaning of give it to me, like a child asking for a toy. Naya was about to hand it to him, but he suddenly looked towards the northeast corner, narrowed his eyes, rushed over in 1 step, hit and grabbed, and dragged a person out of the shadows. Are you two ready? 5 seconds left. Shi Yun's voice urged from far away. At the same time, Kokot and Rabbi came over from the base with little Galen in a daze. When they saw the people David had captured, they shouted in anger and shock. Rose? It's you again? Haven't you done us enough? David, who was busy covering Rose's mouth, didn't listen seriously. His mind was full of Shi Yun's words. 5 seconds left. He dragged the people, and stepped towards the space gate reflexively. Naya heard it, but he felt that this was not a good guy. Seeing David firmly leading the man to the base, he thought that his brother wanted to take him back for labor reform, so he followed him with good acceptance. He even saw that Rose was struggling too hard, and was afraid that his steps back home would be delayed, so he simply grabbed his legs and lifted him up. The two brothers carried Rose into the base alive, one in front and one behind, like carrying a corpse. As soon as they entered, they felt a huge force that was hard to resist. They subconsciously let go, and saw Rose swish. Suddenly, he flew out inexplicably. They stared at Luoze's familiar parabola, and then realized belatedly. Ah, this person is not registered in the base, and was ejected by the protective shield. The space gate shrank smaller and smaller behind them, and finally turned into a black dot, disappearing with the scenery over the cocotte farm. Also disappeared was the language function of other people in the base. Qin Xingxing, who was often ejected, was relatively calm. He asked Shiyun for a temporary pass, walked outside the base, and dragged Luoze, who had broken several bones, back. Everyone in the base looked at Luoze silently. The latter was terrified when he saw a group of extremely vicious, Andrew, and notorious, Qin Xingxing and others, federal wanted criminals. His eyes were bigger than Andrew's, and his eyeballs were about to fall out of his eye sockets. You kidnapped Luoze, the representative of the 6th Galaxy branch of the Federation's Robol Energy Factory, and your influence is +5. Your anti-federal stance has shifted. Shiyun, The wanted criminals in the base, Naya silently handed the bug to Shiyun, and after confirming that she could speak, she looked at her face, and said, How about? You use your magical power again, and I will send the person back for you? Chapter 95. Rose learned from the eavesdropper hidden on the threshold that the Cocotte family was going to meet Xianyu today, so he came to watch secretly. He didn't know how far Xianyu's territory was. He wanted to send his men to follow, but the way Xianyu dealt with Matthias and Grady before was too incredible. Rose was afraid that his men were not capable enough and would mess up the job, so he could find professionals. He was reluctant to spend money, and didn't want to share the news about Xianyu with others. After all, Xianyu had so much arable land. According to what he learned from the eavesdropper, dozens of agricultural machinery would be needed. As long as he found the location and reported it to Admiral Lehman, he would definitely be able to manage more factories. So Luoze relied on his racial talent of being good at hiding, and went into battle himself. Fearing that he would miss even a little information about Xianyu, he came very early and chose a location that was not very lucky, just in the opposite direction of the space gate, slightly southwest. So after the space gate opened, Luoze could only see a mosaic-like distorted space. He was wondering when he saw Cocotte waving stupidly to the opposite side, and heard Xianyu's voice, which was very clear. No matter how incredible it was, he guessed that it was a passage connecting the two spaces. Is there a technology in this world that can cross space without an instant transmission device? Wouldn't this trigger an industrial revolution? If he could find out the secret of this technology and report it, he might be able to manage more factories. Not to mention being able to manage more factories. Rose was excited. While the Cocotte family walked into the door, he crouched down and wanted to go around to the front of the space door to take a look. Unexpectedly, two people came out from there. They were wearing dark blue combat uniforms. Because it's convenient, combat uniforms are very popular these days. Mercenaries, space pirates, private armed forces, bodyguards, all like to wear combat uniforms. If it were someone else, they might not think that it was a big deal that these two people were wearing combat uniforms. But he, Rose, was the representative of the Robol Energy Factory, and he could tell at a glance that these two sets of combat uniforms were of special standards, which meant these two people were military personnel. And they should be under the command of Admiral Lehman. What was going on? Did a flood flush the Dragon King Temple? Rose's heart skipped a beat. If Xianyu was really the Admiral's man, what if the Admiral found out that he knew something he shouldn't know? With Admiral Lehman's temper and methods, Rose couldn't help but shudder. But we're already here. Luoze gritted his teeth, carefully concealed his body and mental power, and headed north. Unexpectedly, his goal was clear, and the two people's goals seemed to be clear too. They actually walked southeast together, looking all the way, as if they were looking for something. Damn. Are they looking for a bug? How could they find it? The people from that organization assured him solemnly that there was no technology in the current Federation that could detect their equipment, unless the other party had a mental skill of exploration. Even so, if the mental power was not in the upper middle of the A level, it would be useless even if they had a mental skill of exploration. After Qin defected from the Federation and took away the two technical experts David and Naya, there has never been such a powerful surveyor in the Federation army, at least not under Admiral Lehman. Thinking of this, Rose felt much more at ease. He ran from the southwest to the northwest, shocked by the green scenery at the other end of the space gate, and in order to see the faces of the two mysterious people clearly, he made a small circle and ran from the northwest to the northeast corner. At the moment they removed the communicator, Rose also saw their appearance clearly. It's David and Naya. How is it possible? Didn't they say that Qin Xingxing fell into the core contaminated area under the siege of the 3rd Special Forces? Is he not dead? Did he escape? Yes, that must be the case. No wonder Admiral Lehman has blocked the jump points around the number 34 contaminated area until now. And no wonder the Admiral sent Morrison to Grady, who is good at interrogation. The Admiral should know that Qin Xingxing is still alive, but he can't find him, so he wants to force him out by various means. And today, he, Rose, actually found David and Naya. This is a huge clue. Super large arable land, advanced technology, Qin Xingxing. Give it, give it, give it. Luo Zhe's face turned red with excitement. However, in the next second, a pair of powerful hands covered his mouth and dragged him out of his hiding place. He was discovered by the two brothers, now. Weird scary. This was Luo Zhe's first impression of this place, after being dragged back by Qin Xingxing like a dead dog. Not to mention the inexplicable force. At first glance, there are several mysterious square pillars facing the sunlight. Overall, it looks like some kind of religious altar. There are two jerry-faced trees next to the low house, not far away. Judging from the height and area, they should have been 10 years old? 15 years? I don't know, it's hard to say how many years. The jerry-faced tree should be only 7 or 8 years old, but how can it be so thick and strong in 7 or 8 years? Luo Zhe has never heard of it. There is a large field further away, part of which should be planted with wheat, a golden color, but the density. It is so high that it makes people dizzy. Luo Zhe was thrown back into the crowd in a daze. Looking at the group of people watching him, his brain CPU was almost overloaded. Except for the strange woman who must be a slacker, everyone else is a familiar face. Qin Xingxing's group is needless to say, they are a thorn in the side of Admiral Lehman. That person with skin that looks a bit like white porcelain. Why does he seem to be a member of the Admiral's 3rd Special Forces, the one with eyes as big as bells? A characteristic of the Anon people. Aren't those the Anon pirates, who disappeared for more than 30 years? Why did this group of people gather together, looking at their expressions? Why do they seem to be led by Xianyu? What's going on? Isn't Xianyu Qin's subordinate? Why did Qin drag him back and act as if he was leaving it to Xianyu to deal with? Why did Naya, who only listened to Qin's orders, ask Xianyu what he meant? Why was his tone so cautious? Send it back? Do you know how expensive it is to open a door, you prodigal? Is it worth it? He heard Xianyu ask back with a fake smile. David and Naya, who were said to have dared to bomb the Federal Capital Military Academy, heard this and silently moved to Qin Xingxing's side. Qin Xingxing seemed to want to speak. Qin Xingxing was shut up by Xianyu's glare. Qin Xingxing was also moving to the side. Is this still the Qin Xingxing who is famous for doing his own thing and giving everyone a headache? Is this still the Qin Xingxing whose subordinates dared to speak in front of the marshal and argue to save people even after bombing the Capital Military Academy? Is this still the Qin Xingxing who often made Admiral Lehman so angry that he had to take more pacifiers? How terrible it must be to be salted fish. Luo Zhe fell into great panic and was scolded by Shi Yun as this thing. He dared not speak. Then, don't send it back? David saw that his general moved farther than himself, so he could only bite the bullet and continue Shi Yun's words. Hi View, then you tell me how to deal with it. Shi Yun pointed at Luo Zhe. She had communicated with Kokayot through the optical brain, and knew that Luo Zhe had always coveted Kokayot's land. Before, he took advantage of the fact that little Galen was sick and needed money urgently, and colluded with Grady to force Kokayot to sell the property at a low price. When the plan failed, he invited Mathages to kidnap Galen. In short, he was a completely black-hearted businessman. Others didn't know the details, but they all heard the last 2 sentences that Kokot shouted, and with Shi Yun's attitude, they all knew that this was not a good thing. Anna swung the axe, chop it up and use it as fertilizer. Andrew said disdainfully, our fertilizer is better than his. Qin Xingxing, well, then feed it to the pigs. Hawkins said weakly, it seems that our pigs eat too many strange things. Clan, bury it anywhere, I dig a hole, it be quick. David and Crane, it's too much trouble to dig a pit, just throw it into the brick kiln and cremate it. Rose was sweating coldly when he heard this. He looked at Shi Yun, who had the most say, please, please spare me. I didn't mean to offend you, I was just passing by. I just accidentally passed by. I am Kokayot's neighbor, there is a misunderstanding. There must be a misunderstanding. Passing by? David scratched his ears. At first I did think you were passing by, but you stayed there for a long time, and you were getting closer and closer to us. Are you sure you were really passing by? Just curious. Ha ha, curious. The space in the yard is distorted like that. Anyone would be curious. Let me go. I promise I won't tell anyone anything. I promise. I can swear to God. If swearing is useful, why would so many people go back on their words? Naya rolled her eyes. Rose ignored him, and looked at Xian pitifully. I believe Kokayot has also told you that I am the representative of the Ropal energy plant. If you let me go, I will do my best to serve you. I see that your farmland is quite large, but it seems that there is no equipment. I can help you find it. I can get as much as you want. Also, and that farmland qualification. I can help you with that too. I help you get the qualification for any galaxy you want. In the Federation, our energy factory can do a lot of things. As a representative, I can use a lot of the factory's connections and resources. I promise you. Shiyun stood, looked down at him and begged for mercy for a long time, then flipped his palm and revealed the bug. Yours? No. Luoze smiled uglier than crying. Yes. It's mine, but I saw that Kokayot seemed to be in danger last time, so I put it there just in case. If he's in danger, I can send someone to rescue him in time. David clapped his hands in admiration. Awesome. You can come up with such an excuse. What I said is true. I accidentally revealed that there was Jerry fruit in the Kokot family, which attracted the space pirates. I feel uneasy. Shut up. I'm not interested in listening to your stories. If you keep lying, I will cremate you alive. Xian interrupted him impatiently and continued to ask, the energy factory can do many things? Including making this eavesdropping device? Rosa's face was pale. No. No, our energy factory does not do such illegal things. He changed his words under Xian's warning eyes. This is a device developed by a mercenary group called Missionaries. Shiyun and his companions looked at each other and asked, tell me more about this mercenary group. Rose opened his mouth and closed it again, as if embarrassed. Are you sure this bug is off? Xian raised his eyebrows. Or not? Rose said, their technology is very special. Pressing the switch does not mean it is really off. To be on the safe side, how about showing it to me? Xian stretched out his hand to him. Luoze reached out to take it, but the moment his fingers touched Xian, he pushed Xian towards the crowd, and took advantage of this opportunity to suddenly exert his mental power, mental skill, hiding in the shadows. This skill can change other people's cognition. Even if Luoze stands opposite the other party will not notice him. Luoze took this opportunity to ignore the fracture on his shoulder, and ran out of the base. There is no network signal in this base. There should be a signal shielding device. He didn't react when he first came in. Now, as long as he can escape and get the network signal again, he can call for help. Before that, he was confident that he could avoid the pursuit of Xianyu's group. Closer, he saw the edge of the base. Those people haven't caught up yet. Luoze was secretly happy and sped up further. Finally, he broke through the oppressive black hood and regained his freedom. While running, he turned on the optical computer in ecstasy, but found there was still no network signal. Why? Impossible. He used the communication module specially equipped by the energy factory. Any corner of the Federation, no matter how remote, can be connected to the outside world. Even ordinary polluted areas can be used. It is impossible that it cannot be used, unless... He felt a chill in his heart, realizing something was wrong. He felt dizzy. His limbs felt weak. He couldn't breathe. Illusions. So many illusions. Many translucent black figures appeared in his vision, threatening to drag him to be cremated. It was pollution. He was mentally polluted. How could this happen? He was clearly wearing a device to isolate himself from pollution. Even if it was an ordinary polluted area, he was confident that he could stay there for 10 days or half a month. He had only been out for a few minutes. Here. This is actually the core contaminated area. He stumbled and fell to the ground on the gravel ground. His face and hands were covered with bloody scratches, but even the pain was fading away from him. How could this happen? He had escaped. How could this be the core contaminated area? How could it be the core contaminated area? He was the representative of the energy factory in the 6th galaxy. He had worked hard to climb to this position. He discovered so many secrets today. If he could report to Admiral Lehman, he would have a bright future. How is it? A cold female voice sounded in his ears. Is the feeling of despair exciting? Don't worry. You have caused so much trouble to everyone, and this is just a little interest I asked you for. Chapter 96. There is a special resident in the base. This resident lives in a special building, a prison, which is different from others. The prison is located next to a small limestone mine. The main part is a small bungalow that can accommodate more than 10 people. The outer wall is a 2-meter-high wall made of bricks. Above the wall is a transparent dome, reflecting a dim red light. That is the only light source in the prison, a huge red arrow. As the first resident of the first prison in the base, Luo Zhe's daily task is to dig limestone. Only by completing the task can he get the food for the next day, a small piece of energy bar with poor taste. As the representative of the energy factory, he has sold countless energy bars, but he has consumed very few of them. After all, he has considerable wealth, and his daily menu is mostly fresh food. Even if it is not, it is a high-end energy product with rare and realistic taste. In the past, he would not even look at this inferior energy bar, and he was too lazy to promote it. Now he is asked to work diligently for this energy bar without the pressure of the supervisor, Pa. So, on the first day of Rose's arrival in prison, he threw the energy bar he had taken a bite of on the ground, and did nothing else. At the end of the first day, he heard a mechanical voice. Prisoner 00001 did not complete today's labor reform task, and 1 day's food quota was deducted. Starve him to death if you can. Since the woman saved him, it proved that his life was useful to her, so she would not really let him starve to death. So on the second day, Rose did nothing again. On the second night, he heard the mechanical voice again when he was hungry. Prisoner 00001 did not complete today's labor reform task, and 1 day's meal share was deducted. It was detected that prisoner 00001 had not completed the task for 2 consecutive days, and the progress was 0. Please correct your attitude, otherwise the prison will give additional punishment. That's right, it will facilitate his negotiation. The third day. Prisoner 00001 did not complete today's labor reform task, and 1 day's meal share was deducted. It was detected that prisoner 00001 had not completed the task for 3 consecutive days, and the progress was 0. The prison will deduct 1 day's meal share from the prisoner. There will be no food supply in the prison canteen in the next 2 days. Please correct your attitude, otherwise the prison will give further punishment. No one will come. Luo Zhe sat up suddenly, then fell back down again with a dizzy head. That night, he tossed and turned on the hard floor, too hungry to sleep. Unable to bear it any longer, he went to the canteen he had not visited for many days. With the little red light coming in from the window, he knelt on the ground and searched for a long time, and finally found the low-quality energy bar that he had thrown away, which was already covered with a lot of dust. He stood up as if he had found a treasure, wiped the dust off the energy bar with his clothes, bit off half of it, and chewed it voraciously. On the fourth day, Luo Zhe picked up the mining tools for the first time. Because he was optimistic, he only completed 2/3 of the task. That night, the mechanical voice announced that 2/3 of the food would be distributed in the evening of 3 days later. Although the energy bars distributed by the prison canteen were classified as poor quality by Luo Zhe because of their particularly bad taste, they were actually looted by Shi Yun from Qin Xingxing and others, and were military dry food. The portion distributed to Luo Zhe by the canteen every day was enough for him to last more than a day, and if he saved a little, it would last for 2 days. Luo Zhe was very clear about this. So on the 5th and 6th days, he dug very perfunctorily, and the total output of the 2 days was only 2/3 of the daily task. Unexpectedly, on the 7th day, the mechanical voice warned again, thinking that Luo Zhe had not completed the task for a week in a row and had a bad attitude, and decided to deduct half of Luo Zhe's food for that day and the next week. If Luo Zhe did not complete the daily task completely during this period, the prison would not provide any food after 7 days. Luo Zhe began to panic. On the 8th day, he did not complete the task due to limited experience. On the 9th day, he did not complete the task due to decreased physical strength. On the 10th day, he was starving and could not complete the task even if he wanted to. After failing to complete the task for 10 consecutive days, the prison mechanical voice judged that Rose's attitude was extremely bad, locked him up in a small dark room for 1 hour, and warned him again that if he did not complete the task again, there would be further punishment. On the 11th day, 2 hours in the small dark room. On the 12th day, 3 hours in the small dark room. Without food and physical strength, there is no mining efficiency. If he is locked up in a small dark room, the efficiency will be further reduced, and it will be even more impossible to complete the task and obtain food. This is destined to be a vicious cycle. What is more terrifying is that no living person came to see him during the whole process. It was just a cold, mechanical judgment without empathy, and there was no luck at all. Luoze was so hungry that he saw stars. After being locked up in a completely closed small dark room again, he collapsed as soon as he came out. He ran to the prison wall and cried bitterly, begging Shi-yun to give him another chance and give him some energy bars to eat. Still no one showed up, but just when Luoze was almost desperate, he heard a mechanical sound for the first time outside the night time. The mission requirements have been reset. Please cherish the opportunity and correct your attitude. Prisoner 00001. The food for today has been rationed. Please receive it in the canteen. Luoze dares to say that the energy bar he ate that day was the best delicacy he had ever eaten in his life. From that day on, the prison began to a planned output. Although Shi-yun did not go to the prison, the system would report Luoze's situation to her every day. The amount of tasks set by the prison was set according to Rose's physical strength, and even scientifically left Rose with enough rest time. Shi-yun gave him energy bars on purpose. It was a well-known fact that this thing tasted bad, and even pigs would dislike it. Since Rose loved to seize other people's land to open an energy factory, he naturally had to appreciate his own products every day. But considering Rose's daily physical exertion, she still gave him a little more. After all, the fundamental purpose of keeping people here was to exploit labor, not to abuse them meaninglessly. However, when Luoze begged for mercy, he could say anything. He didn't feel grateful at all when he was really given a chance. Since he didn't know how to be shameless, then let him die. Anyway, if he didn't work, he would have no use to her. This is the last chance. Take care of yourself. Shi-yun muttered and closed the prison management interface, and clicked on the leader details. Leader details. Name, Shi-yun. Level, 8. Lifespan, 845 years, 2 months and 4 days per 846 years. Transformation power, convertible / total 11945.4 / 22533, 2,770.9 points have been converted, and the current conversion coefficient is 1.9, wealth, 923680, quite realistic, influence, 7,336.5, next level upgrade condition, influence reaches 8,000. Up to level 10 to unlock the wealth transformation power conversion system, you will be able to reach level 9 soon. More than 10 days ago, she invited the Kokot family to visit the base. Because the number of people and the form of the tour were better than that of Portia, and the Kokot family had a high satisfaction level, the comprehensive score was finally A, and 180 influence and universal accelerator were obtained. On the same day, she forced Luoze to admit that the scenery he saw was a tourist attraction, and forcibly took advantage of the system, and got AD grade and 30 influence. She had originally thought that these 210 influences would be her biggest income in the near future, but she didn't expect Luoze to be kidnapped by them. At this point, the only strong candidate for the 6th Galaxy District Administrator was Portia. Therefore, soon after, Portia was elected as the District Administrator and became a powerful channel for Shi-yun to sell agricultural products. Shi-yun's daily sales of potatoes, radishes, and wheat soon exceeded 1,000, and rose to 3,000 to 4,000 a few days later. The only problem was that the output of her base could not keep up with the demand. Fortunately, Shi-yun had prepared in advance and made 5 or 6 small agricultural machines with different functions using the pile of waste brought by Kokot, which greatly improved the efficiency and area of farming. Of course, to expand the arable land area, not only mechanical assistance is needed, but also the base territory must be expanded. It is imperative to upgrade the base to level 9. Shi-yun's heart is bleeding. The system is so abnormal that it takes 30,000 points to upgrade to level 9, which is almost the sum of the previous 8 levels. If she hadn't completed the task of recultivating the Wasteland 3 a while ago and got 50,000 points, this wave would have emptied her old bank. Moreover, every time the base is upgraded, the territory area can only double at most, and sometimes it doesn't even double. I don't know if these 30,000 points will be effective. It turns out, the sound of 30,000 points hitting the ground is quite loud. Base details. Name, home number 2. Level, 9, upgrading to level 10 will get buff position *1, which can be adapted to medium-sized buildings. The transformation points required for the next level, 5,000, residence, 9/350, it seems that you are a leader who particularly dislikes bustle, mobile residence, 1. Warehouse, 131/250. Buildings, 12/50. Defense, 10+15, equipped with protective shield, territory, 2,000 by 2,000. The area has increased tenfold. Large-scale farming can be arranged happily. Radish, potato, wheat, cotton, mint, sweet potato, cloud melon, peach fruit, rubber tree, all 10 acres. Anyway, there is a system warehouse, no fear of spoilage. Using the mysterious fertilizer that doesn't cost anything, fast-growing crops such as radish, potato, wheat and sweet potato can be harvested in about half a month, filling Shiyun's warehouse. Because Shiyun had already started large-scale farming before the supply gap appeared, the gap appeared about a week and was filled by Shiyun. The daily sales of agricultural products are stable at 3,000 to 4,000, which means that more than 300 influence points are earned every day. Shiyun calculated that she could reach level 9 in 2 or 3 days, and she wouldn't have to wait long to reach level 10 after that. Due to the outrageous increase in the types and yield of crops in the base, she exceeded the target of the subsequent task of recultivating the Wasteland 4 issued by the system, and received 50,000 points and 10 osmanthus tree seeds. As soon as recultivating the Wasteland 5 was refreshed, she completed 2/3 of it immediately, and the task reward was just around the corner. Although the points rewarded for recultivation 5 are the same as recultivation 3 and 4, which is 50,000, the extra reward is sheep. The era of really getting the most out of sheep is coming. Wool sweaters, wool scarves, wool carpets. It's beautiful just to think about it. However, Shiyun walked to the spring, looked at the spring with a very small flow, and heard Andrew frowning and saying, "The spring in the base is almost dry, and we are running out of water." Chapter 97. The spring at the base was not big. When Shiyun first discovered it, it was only the size of a wash basin. Later, when the base was built, it was frozen into ice due to the low temperature. After Shiyun made a heating sheet to ensure the temperature of the base, the spring not only returned to normal, but the water output also increased day by day, and slowly became a small pool of spring water. The area was limited, but it was enough to meet the daily needs of several people in the base. Later, the base planted a few acres of land, and the water consumption increased, and the spring seemed to be able to withstand it. Later, as seeds and other means of production became more abundant, and the raw materials for making agricultural machinery were also available, Shiyun decided to plant on a large scale, but she was also worried about whether such a small spring would be enough. She led others to search every corner of the island, but unfortunately, she did not find a second spring. If she dug a well, she would not find anything. In other words, the only freshwater resource on the island, apart from the spring in her base, was the lake in the Black Bamboo Forest. However, after the battle with the Pollution Source Army, the Black Bamboo Forest changed, and the entire area was surrounded by red worms into an airtight semicircle. Shiyun went there twice, but those red worms were in a rampage state, and would indiscriminately attack anyone who approached the Black Bamboo Forest. Because the materials provided by the Black Bamboo Forest helped Shiyun a lot, Shiyun did not regard the Black Bamboo Forest as an enemy. Seeing that it was in a bad state, she did not force it, and instead set her sights on the seawater around the island. She used the pile of scraps given by Kikaori to make a seawater desalination device. It can be used, but it is particularly wasteful. First, the seawater desalination device made by the technology tree must be driven by transformation force points. Every 5 points can purify 1 cubic meter of seawater. With the daily water consumption of his family's dozens of acres of land, the points consumed are quite considerable. Second, the pollution concentration of the seawater around the island is extremely high, so the seawater desalination device must be used with filter cotton rock. It takes nearly 100 pieces of her filter cotton rock to purify 1 cubic meter of water. It is okay to use it for 10 days and a half months. If it lasts for years, no matter how large the filter cotton rock vein is, it will not be able to withstand it. Shiyun had no choice but to rely on the spring for a while. Fortunately, after the scale of planting expanded, the spring showed no signs of drying up, and the water output kept up. As time went by, Shiyun slowly put this worry behind him. But now, the spring is almost dry. I remember it was fine yesterday. Shiyun frowned slightly. Yes, we used a lot of water yesterday, so there was no problem. It suddenly stopped working today, and the water level obviously became shallower. It was originally here. Andrew pointed to the previous range to Shiyun. It should be the water that stopped flowing this morning. I didn't notice it at first, but I found it at noon. Could it be blocked by silt or something? I dug down and found nothing unusual. Shiyun pondered for a while, and said to Andrew, "Since it's not blocked here, it may be a problem at the source." "Are you talking about the Black Bamboo Forest?" "Yes. There are only 2 places with fresh water resources on the island. The water volume in the bamboo forest is obviously large, which is likely to be the source. I go there again, Shi-yun said, taking out the previously made seawater purification device from the warehouse. If there is not enough water in the base, we can use the seawater desalination device first, at least to finish planting the half-planted land this time. By the way, we didn't bring back seawater after making a batch of salt last time, and there shouldn't be much seawater left in the base now. Shi-yun thought about this, and gave a few instructions in the communicator. I asked David and the others to bring back seawater after digging the filter rock. Okay. Andrew took the device, Black Bamboo Forest. Are you still going to go alone? Hearing this, Shi-yun subconsciously glanced at Shi-yan's condition. If he wanted to take it, he would take it. After all, it could communicate with the Black Bamboo Forest. However, Shi-yan was still dormant. It has been dormant for 2 months. This pig. How about I go with you? No. Andrew knew that he was not capable enough to protect her. Find someone to go with you. You had a wound on your face when you came back last time. For some reason, the red worm became more and more irritable. When Shi-yun went there last time, he didn't know that the area it prohibited people from approaching had expanded, and he accidentally got a scratch on his face. Yes, so as to avoid any accidents today. Shi-yun has never been arrogant. She took a look at the situation at the base. Clan, David and Naya went to the beach to dig for cotton rock. Anna and Hawkins were busy in the fields. Qin Xingxing was watching the chickens fighting with relish, and occasionally provoked them. Shi-yun suddenly understood why the bosses felt uncomfortable when they saw that their employees were not working well. It's not wrong to slack off. If you slack off and get caught by your boss, it's your fault. 10 minutes later, Master Qin stopped the maglev motorcycle and invited Shi-yun to get off. With the help of the car lights, Shi-yun could barely see a large shadowy group of black bamboo forests a few kilometers away. You mean, the maglev power will fail if we go further? She thought for a moment. Last time we went to the beach, something similar happened, right? I remember it was because the pollution in the sea was too high, but here... Shi-yun glanced at the durability of the combat uniform. It seems to be okay. It has something to do with the pollution concentration and the will of the pollution source. The magnetic field has been affected. Your friend doesn't seem to want to entertain guests today. This area has expanded by nearly double since the last time I came. Are you glad I'm here? I discovered your friend's expansion in time, saving you a lot of trouble. Look, sweeping the toilets and stuff. Qin Xingxing quickly took advantage of the situation. Shi-yun glared at him. Qin Xingxing immediately changed his words. Sweep, sweep, sweep. Make sure it's clean and dust-free. Shi-yun was too lazy to argue with him, so he got back to business. It's been too long. Shi-yun hasn't woken up yet, and I can't ask what the bamboo forest was like when it sent the filter rock waste, but anyway, it's been at least a month since you discovered something strange here. You're exposed to a lot of pollution sources. Will the pollution sources continue to run wild for so long? And is it getting worse? Yes, if they are continuously stimulated. After Qin Xingxing answered, he couldn't help but mutter, looking for a pollution source and feeding it, you are worthy of it. Shi-yun ignored his muttering and thought for a while. If the pollution source evolves, will its temperament change? It's hard to say. For example, if the pollution sources devour each other, the means of attack may change, but you said temperament. Qin Xingxing smiled. No one can survive and interact with a pollution source with a temperament for a long time. The instinct of the pollution source is devouring. Pollution sources below level B act completely on instinct. Even for level A with more mature human-like consciousness, the fundamental purpose of their behavior is to devour. Pollution sources are not like humans, who have complex emotions and desires, so naturally they don't have temperaments to speak of. What they have is just behavior patterns. Of course, there are exceptions to everything, such as level S pollution sources. But the danger of level S is self-evident. Do you want to continue to go deeper? If you want to continue, you can only walk. Qin Xingxing asked, but it might irritate your friend. If you want, you can lean on me, and we can sneak in. Sneak in? Qin Xingxing smiled, let you experience the benefits of dark attribute spiritual power. It's called experience, but in fact, there is no special feeling at all. Since it is a suicidal act to take the nuclear crystal lighting from the pollution source in the territory of the pollution source, the two of them only turned on the small flashlight made by Shi-yun, and walked side by side, like bored tourists, who came out to wander around at night. That's it? Shi-yun asked doubtfully. Isn't that cool enough? Then I give you an opening speech? Draw a cool formation? Qin Xingxing said with a smile. That's not necessary. Shi-yun muttered, and accidentally took a wrong step, and stepped on Qin Zixing. Qin Zixing pretended to be serious. "Ah, it hurts. I'm lame." Shiyun watched him perform passionately with indifference. "How did you become a general? I really can't figure it out. Maybe you just have a thick skin?" "Shiyun. I wouldn't know if we weren't walking together. I noticed that your lower body wasn't stable enough, and you were a little unsteady when you walked. You bumped into my arm, and it hurt. Can this be considered a work injury?" "That toilet cleaning. If you take this opportunity to mention toilet cleaning again, you will be the one cleaning the toilet from now on." Shiyun was angry and distanced herself from him. No, don't mention it. You can scold me, but don't go too far. It's hard for me to cover you with my mental power." Qin Zixing pulled her back. "When you leave the island, you can do whatever you want with the others. Take Anna with you. Your physique is not safe in the core-contaminated area. Although you have many strange props, you still have to bring someone who can fight. It's a double insurance." Shiyun was stunned for a moment, and then understood his subtext. "Are you leaving?" After asking, she responded, "Oh yes, the 2-month deadline, I almost forgot." Then she was stunned again. "Are you going to keep Anna?" "No need, an agreement is an agreement, and you can go wherever you want when the time comes. They should all want to stay with you, but I still have to take Kellen with me." Qin Xingxing said, "I won't take the others with me, your base is also short of manpower now." "Oh." Shiyun nodded. The two walked side by side for a while. "Why clan?" Shiyun asked. "Oh, he's good at fighting, and he feels safe." "By this standard, isn't Anna a better fighter?" Shiyun didn't ask this question. "Where are you going? Do you need me to return you a spaceship?" "No, I'm on Earth, leaving the island to find something." "Is it on the way?" "No." Shiyun didn't tell Qin Xingxing where she was going after leaving the island. Qin Xingxing didn't even ask and said it wasn't on the way, which meant that she didn't want to go the same way. "Oh, when are we leaving?" she asked. "In a few days, when the fields are harvested." "Oh." "Hiss, you're saying oh too much." Qin Xingxing was a little timid. "You can raise any opinions, or should I leave clan to you?" "No need, just take as many people as you need." Shiyun said, "I just forgot to consider this matter, and the follow-up plan is a bit messy, so I'm rethinking it." Okay, you think about it." The two walked for a while. Shiyun didn't say much. Actually, she wasn't a talkative person, so it was normal for her to not talk for such a short distance, but Qin Xingxing felt that the silence made him uncomfortable. "Hey Shiyun. What are you doing? Don't you think that the distance we walked is not unusual at all? Let me show you what my mental power is doing." "How do I see?" "Remember how I used my mental power when I fought with Grady? Recall that feeling, put your hand on my temple, mobilize your mental power, and enter my spiritual sea." Shiyun wanted to refuse, but seeing that the man's head had tilted towards her, he looked like a big dog asking for a pat on the head. She was speechless for a while, but she still put her hand on him. It was the first time that her spiritual power was released, so she shouldn't have done such a dangerous thing as invading someone else's spiritual sea. However, the person being invaded was not prepared at all, and even used his own spiritual power to guide it, so Shiyun's spiritual power was unimpeded. She saw Qin Zixing's spiritual sea. Unlike Morrison's spiritual sea of light attributes, Qin Zixing's spiritual sea was inky black, like the ocean around the island, but it exuded the unique brilliance of spiritual power. Some of them were slowly and continuously released outward, forming a black film like soap bubbles around them. Outside the film, there was a red mist that filled every inch of the air, which was a scene that Shiyun could not see with her naked eyes. "Your friend used this to affect the magnetic field and prevent us from driving motorcycles," Qin Xingxing explained as if he knew what she saw. "What is this?" "A kind of pollution that cannot be seen by the naked eye, but can only be seen with mental power. Sometimes the naked eye can't see any danger, but it is still polluted because of this. Of course, if the mental power is not high enough, it cannot be seen. If I use my own mental power without you, can I see it? This red mist can. Your friend's level is not high, but don't practice blindly now. You can practice with it when you are proficient." Shiyun responded and raised her hand curiously, and Qin Xingxing's thin film-like mental power changed its shape gently with her movements. She stretched out her fingers wrapped in the film and stirred in the red mist, but the red mist did not react at all. "Can I do this too?" "That won't work." Qin Xingxing smiled. "I told you. This is the patent of my attribute. Isn't it hard? I felt very tired just mobilizing my mental power just now." Shiyun looked at Qin Xingxing's mental power that moved with her movements, and asked while casually calling up Qin Xingxing's data panel. She glanced at the data inside and fell silent. Resident details name, Qin Xingxing mental power, 497/599 SAN value, 400/499 before, Qin Xingxing had been in the medical cabin. When he came out, Shi Yun took a special look and found that his data was basically full, so he didn't check it deliberately. It has only been more than 10 days. During this period, Qin Xingxing has been planting vegetables, feeding pigs, raising chickens, and fishing at the base every day. How can his mental strength and SAN value drop by nearly 100 each? Did this guy secretly commit suicide, or did he do too much today? I say. Shi Yun felt like she had been feeding pigs for a long time, but they didn't gain weight. She was not very happy. Are you trying to smear yourself? Her voice stopped abruptly. They had already reached the edge of the black bamboo forest. The entire forest was hidden underground. All that could be seen on the ground were black holes of various sizes and dead red worms. As for the lake, the water level was only half of the previous level. Chapter 98. Buzz, just when Shi Yun and Qin Zixing saw the situation inside the bamboo forest, a group of red worms emerged from a bamboo hole and flew towards them aggressively, with a posture of fighting to the death. Your friend is really enthusiastic. Qin Zixing sighed, and his mental power surged, encircling the red worms in a small space. Well, this is a D- pollution source. Qin Zixing came to a conclusion. D-? So precise? Why is there a word minus? Because they are about to degenerate to E level. Look at what they look like after hitting the border. The red worms were seen flying around in the space that imprisoned them, but they encountered obstacles in all directions. The red worms were anxious and chose a direction, rushing towards the edge one after another. At the moment of impact, the red worm's wings paused, and its body fell vertically in a stiff state, and it disintegrated and disappeared while falling. I declare that your friend's body disintegrated not because of me, but because it tried to break through the imprisonment, causing it to run out of energy. Generally, for mimicry like the red worm swarm, the individual does not have the concept of death, because all the red worms are a whole, and killing some of them can only reduce its strength. So theoretically, it is also very troublesome to deal with this kind of pollution source of quantity. Qin Zizi explained. In other words, it is reasonable that there will be no such form as insect corpse. Shi Yun speculated along the line of thought. That's right, unless it wants to play some conspiracy. But this level of pollution source is not very scheming. Qin Zixing said. Then the insect corpses on the ground. Shi Yun looked down at the ground. The position of the insect corpses was constantly changing. It was not because of the resurrection of the corpses, but because the insect corpses kept disintegrating and disappearing, and new insect corpses kept appearing randomly. Rather than saying it is an insect corpse, it is better to say that it is a mimicry of an insect that cannot fly, which means that your friend's energy is unstable, and it can no longer maintain the mimicry. So I just said that it is about to degenerate to E level. It doesn't make sense. Shi Yun remembered that when the task the corpses scattered by the water was triggered, there was a hint that the humerus had evolved into a D-level pollution source. After that, she also sent the filter rock waste. The red worm should have evolved, so why did they degenerate? Even if they degenerate, shouldn't they become weaker? Why have they been expanding their territory all this time? Red worms, what happened here? Are there enemies? If so, why do you fly up and down? If not, why do you fly left and right? Shi Yun tried to talk. Buzz buzz buzz. The imprisoned red worms repeatedly tried to break out, so that only a small group was left. They stuck to the edge of the imprisoned space and buzzed excitedly at Shi Yun. I don't know if they understood what she meant. It's worse than last time. Last time, even if Shi Yun didn't pass on the message, at least he could still see the bamboo gestures and achieve basic communication. This time, there is no communication at all. It's a headache that Shi Yun can't come. Shi Yun found a skill card project manager's extraordinary communication skills from the mall. Just when he was about to buy it and try it out, he heard Qin Xingxing say, "It is very irritable, and thinks you are an enemy." Shi Yun was stunned. Can you understand what it says? I can't understand it. How can it look like it can talk? Qin Xingxing said, I understand it. It's a small benefit of the dark attribute. Its energy reveals a breath of those who disturb me will die. But then again, even though the rampage was so serious, it still knew to conserve energy and stop running around. This is not like a Class D pollution source that only has the instinct to devour. Before he finished speaking, the small group of red worms crashed into the border like crazy, and 1/3 of them collapsed at once. Qin Xingxing, Shi Yun, Is all the popular science you told me reliable? Well, it's all theory. Qin Xingxing said with a wandering look. Shi Yun was too lazy to pay attention to him. He looked at the red worms whose buzzing sound frequency increased, and raised his voice. I'm not an enemy, and I'm not here to cause trouble for you. I came here before, and you gave me a lot of bamboo and photosensitive fuyu. Remember? Once my base encountered bad guys, and you flew to my base to help me. The red worm remained unmoved, still buzzing, as if gathering strength, and about to crash into the border again. Your barrier or something like that. Can you throw a real object over there? Hearing this, Shi Yun took out a small cookie from the warehouse, and threw it at the red worm. Qin Zixing glanced at her. Shi Yun's attitude towards the pollution source was different from others. If it were anyone else, even if they were not afraid of the pollution source, they would not have any goodwill towards the pollution source, but she clearly knew that the red worm was only a part of the pollution source's mimicry, and even if this small group of red worms were completely disintegrated, it would only consume a part of the other party's energy. Even so, she didn't want the other party to waste this part of energy for no reason. Is it because in her concept, the other party is a friend? The irregular rock waste flew into the space where the red worms were imprisoned, and just collided with the red worms that were about to hit the border. The swarm of small insects seemed to be stunned by the collision. Lying on the waste, their wings stopped flapping, and they made parabolic motion with the stones. Let them go, Shi Yun said. Qin Xingxing collected his mental power at the right time. So the swarm of red worms and Little Biscuit fell to the ground with a gurgle, and stopped at the edge of a hole. When the biscuit landed, 1/3 of it had turned into gray-white rock powder, which drifted into the air during the rolling process. The red worm flew away from the biscuit in a daze, like a drunk, swaying in an irregular curve, and hit the biscuit that stopped at the entrance of the cave 2 or 3 times, knocking the biscuit into the cave. Your friend is really strange. Qin Xingxing was a little surprised. He is almost degenerated to level, but he can restrain his instinct to keep the rations and feed them to others? What is the principle behind this? What do you mean others? Shi Yun looked at him in confusion. What are you restraining? Eat it. It will eat it if it falls in. Qin Xingxing looked back in even more confusion. Don't you know there is a bigger pollution source underneath? I know, the bamboo forest is hiding underneath, and it used to eat the filter cotton rock in the same way before, stretching out a small leaf to secretly dig, Shi Yun said, and suddenly paused. Yes. Before, when the bamboo forest ate small cookies, it would stick its head out and eat with a bamboo tube. Why is it pushing with red worms today? Could it be that? You mean, the red worm and the bamboo forest are not the same pollution source? Shi Yun asked in disbelief. Definitely not, the red worm is D-, and the one below. Maybe it has B? Qin Zixing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You don't know? I don't know. I thought the red worm was the rampage form of the bamboo forest, and the last time Shi Yun pushed the bamboo forest into a corner, the red worm flew out of the bamboo hole to attack us. Well, I'm sure they are not the same. They should be associated pollution sources. Should I say you are lucky, or this place is worthy of being the core pollution area? You have found such a rare type. Companion type? As the two talked, the red worm flew in front of Shi Yun, flying up and down, left and right, and was visibly anxious. It wants more, Qin Zixing said. Filtered cotton rock waste. Shi Yun waved his hand and took out a pile. Several groups of red worms flew out of the bamboo hole, and couldn't wait to push the pile of waste into the bamboo hole. However, the weight of the rock was there, and it took more than 10 red worms to push a stone, so the progress was slow. The red worms were so anxious that their buzzing sound became louder. Shi Yun couldn't help but help it throw the waste into the bamboo cave. It doesn't make sense. You said that the bamboo forest is higher in level than the red worms. Why doesn't it come out to get it by itself? That would obviously be much faster. Do you know the state of the bamboo forest? Is it very weak? It's not good, but... Qin Xingxing, who was also helping to throw the waste, glanced at the red worm. Let it eat some too. It is forcing itself to use energy. If it continues like this, it may disappear directly, not to mention degenerating to E-level. Shi Yun tried to give a piece of waste to the red worm, who hummed and threw it into the bamboo cave. Eat some yourself, the bamboo forest, and you can eat enough. I still have a lot. Shi Yun took out another small mountain of waste from the warehouse. The red worm continued to send the filter rock waste into the bamboo cave. It was like, this is its instinct. Shi Yun tried to persuade it with the old mother's muttering, the Virgin Mary and other skills that were related to persuasion, but it was useless. It's useless. It's almost degenerated. This is a mechanical behavior. Qin thought for a moment. Don't bother, I try. He used his mental power to circle a bunch of red worms, closed his eyes, concentrated and held his breath, and when he opened his eyes again, the black eyeballs were bottomless. Mental skills, driven by Orbus. The black mental power turned into misty threads, like smoke, and drilled into the body of the red worm. The orange eyes of the red worms gradually turned black, and they no longer tried to break free, but lined up in a row, obediently fell on the waste hill, and quietly sucked the filter cotton rock waste. Shi Yun looked at Qin Xingxing in surprise. So the so-called Ouroboros drive. Is this what it means? Can it drive pollution sources? Or can it drive any creature? Yes. As if he understood her doubts, Qin Xingxing answered casually with a nonchalant smile on his face. Do you want to experience it for a while? Can it be used on humans? This skill is too amazing. The price. What will it be? Shi Yun opened Qin Xingxing's data panel. Resident details. Name, Qin Xingxing. Spiritual power, 390/599. SAN value, 398/499. She remembered that the last time she checked the mental power data, it was more than 400 and nearly 500. Mental power, 388/599. Mental power, 386/599. Mental power, 384/599. It's consumed so quickly. It's only been 1 minute. Shi Yun raised his head suddenly, and was about to say something, but he bumped into Qin Xingxing's sight. For a moment, his eyes were very complicated. It was just a moment, a flash, so fast that she suspected it was an illusion. If you don't want to experience it, just say it directly. Why are you looking at me with such a scary look? I'm warning you, sweeping the toilet for 7 days is the limit I can accept. If it's more, I'm going to go on strike. Don't talk so much nonsense. Shi Yun replied, how long do you plan to keep it from eating? Let it upgrade to be level, so that we can chat, but we may have to stay here for a few days. They need to sleep during their evolution, so it's safer to stay here. After all, there is an enemy we don't know about. I'm asking, how long will it take? If D is upgraded to C. About 10 minutes? If C is upgraded to B, nearly an hour, and if you take the sleep time into account, we will probably stay here. 3 days? Shi Yun calculated in his mind and felt that his mental power could still withstand the consumption at this rate, so he said nothing more. More than 10 minutes later, the red worms had consumed the waste to the upper limit and fell into hibernation, but the large area of pollution that excluded outsiders in the vicinity had not dissipated. Shi Yun and Qin Xingxing walked around in the empty black bamboo forest. During the time, she looked at Qin Xingxing's data panel again and found that the speed at which his mental power decreased from 4 points per minute to 2 points per minute. He had stopped using skills, so why was there still consumption? The red worms are not rampaging now, hiding in the bamboo forest. We have combat uniforms to isolate pollution, so I don't have to walk next to you anymore. Shi Yun said tentatively. TSK, is it that serious? Do you dislike it so much? Or are you still holding a grudge against me for saying that you walk in a light way? Qin Xingxing was walking towards the lake, and he answered casually, no, you are welcome. So even if he did nothing, his mental power was constantly being consumed. No wonder his mental power recovered so slowly. Was it because sometimes his mental power was not enough? Hey Shi Yun, come quickly. While your two friends are too busy to pay attention to us, I show you something rare. Qin Xingxing called her by the lake. What for? Shi Yun came to her senses and walked towards him. Qin Xingxing asked her to shine the flashlight in a certain direction. Do you see that thing down there? Shi Yun took a glance and found that it was the bone she had obtained and returned. Don't touch that bone, Zhu Lin's brother. If you touch it, Zhu Lin will fight you. She suddenly stopped talking. No. If the red worm and the bamboo forest are not the same pollution source, then why did the red worm go berserk when the bones were moved? If the bones belonged to Zhu Lin's brother, why did the red worm go berserk instead of Zhu Lin? Could it be that the red worm was the child she saw in the illusion? No, the bamboo set by Zhu Lin is a ghost, and it is the child from 500 years ago. This should be correct. The relationship between the red worm and the bamboo forest. It's not just the bones, it's the nuclear crystal. Qin Xingxing said, heteromorphic nuclear crystal. This is the first time I've seen an exposed heteromorphic nuclear crystal. Your friend Underground is really too careless. This is too dangerous. If someone takes it away, won't they be able to twist it into a ball and flatten it? Shi Yun opened his eyes wide. You mean, this bone belongs to Zhu Lin? Could that red worm be its brother? At this moment, a particularly unskilled voice sounded behind them. You, are you coming for, water, right? Chapter 99. This buzzing sound. Shi Yun and Qin Zixing turned their heads at the same time, only to see a red worm hovering in the air behind them, with a more solid and translucent shell under its fluttering wings than before. Qin Zixing had told her that only pollution sources above level B could speak. Did the red worm directly upgrade from level D to level B? No, it's level C. Qin Zixing answered her question and whistled at the red worm. Awesome, worthy of being a pollution source in the core pollution zone. Are you tired of talking? Red worm ignored Qin Xingxing's boring questions. If you want water, then save it. Save who? Bamboo forest? What happened? It is going to be swallowed up. Save him. Red worm's words were wrapped in a special humming sound, and the logic was not particularly clear, so the communication was not very smooth. She impatiently asked it for a long time, and finally understood the whole story by guessing. About 2 months ago, Bamboo Forest ate small cookies, and its energy was saturated, and it entered a dormant state. But just when it was about to evolve, an external force appeared and devoured its energy without hesitation, with the intention of sucking Bamboo Forest dry. Fortunately, at that time, Shi Yun asked Shi Yin to send a new batch of cookies to thank the red worm for his help, so that the Bamboo Forest could replenish its energy and temporarily avoid being swallowed by the other party. Even so, this is only a temporary solution, and the Bamboo Forest is like a leaky water tank. Water is constantly injected here, and water is constantly leaking there. All the water injected is used by the other party. As the external force that snatches energy grows stronger, the Bamboo Forest is in more and more dangerous situation, and the red worm is gradually weakening in the process of helping the Bamboo Forest resist the other party. A weak pollution source will become the nutrient of other pollution sources. In order to prevent more enemies from coming, the red worm surrounded this area tightly, so Shi Yun was rejected many times. As for why the territory gradually expanded, it was because the red worms had insufficient energy, and could not support the shield-like defense form. They could only expand their perception range, and try to find the enemy in advance. It was a very rigid approach and there were still many loopholes, but the red worms were only a D-level pollution source before. It did not take advantage of the fire to swallow up the Bamboo Forest, but instead tried its best to protect it. This was already rare. Can you feel that there is a third pollution source nearby? Shi Yun asked Qin Xingxing. Qin Xingxing shook his head. No, I can't feel the third energy fluctuation. There are only red worms and bamboo forests nearby. Could it be hidden deep underground? A pollution source that can consume B-level energy should be above B-level itself. I can sense it. If there is a third pollution source, I am more inclined to believe that it is not here, but is absorbing the energy of the bamboo forest from a distance through some medium. Medium? Shi Yin thought for a moment, and looked at the lake behind him whose water level had dropped abnormally. Could it be this lake? Lake. It passes through the lake. It blocks it. It can't block it. You are not allowed to. It opens it. As the red worm spoke, a dense group of them flew up and covered the lake tightly. TSK, in just a short while, it feels a little degraded again, and its speech is even more incoherent. How about we press its head to feed it some more? Qin Zixing suggested. The buzzing sound of the red worm became louder, as if protesting excitedly. Don't buzz, sleep. I buzz, can't sleep. It will buzz swallowed. If you don't eat more, you will be swallowed too. Qin Zixing frightened it, throwing a piece of waste up and down in his hand. Come on, the cookies are very fragrant. Buzz, don't sleep. The red worm cover raised a corner, and roared at Qin Zixing's face. Okay, why are you teasing it? Will you be happy if it goes berserk later? Shi Yun carried Qin Xingxing back, pondering the information given by the red worm. The it in each sentence of the red worm seemed to refer to something different. She sorted out her thoughts, guessed, and confirmed with the red worm. You mean? The lake is the medium for the pollution source to devour the bamboo forest. In order to prevent the bamboo forest from being devoured by it, you blocked the lake, but your power was limited and you couldn't block it completely. Let's not touch the lake now. Find the pollution source and solve it first, right? The red worm buzzed, indicating its agreement. There are no pollution sources anywhere else on the island except here, so the third one should not be on the island. If it is not on the island, and the lake water is used as a medium, it can only be a body of water connected to this lake. The spring at our base is definitely not it, so there is only one answer left. Qin Zixing snapped his fingers. That thing may be in the sea around the island. Could it be the one we encountered on the beach? The tentacles with eyes? Shi-yun asked. That S-class monster that can't get in is not impossible. It must be very powerful to be able to absorb other people's energy through a medium at such a long distance. Is that tentacle monster an S-class pollution source? Is it a plus? S. Almost. If David and others were here, they might beat Qin Zixing up. What does a plus mean to be almost S? The strength of the two is not on the same order of magnitude. However, Shi-yun's classification standard for pollution sources is limited to theoretical concepts. After listening, he just disliked his nonchalant attitude and glared at him. Oh, then arrange it and beat him to death. Having made a decision, Shi-yun told the red worm to let it and the bamboo forest hold out for a while, and took out a batch of waste filter rock in case of emergency. The two set off on the return journey. Qin Zixing laughed as he walked. Shi-yun was thinking about how to beat the tentacle monster. When he heard the noise, he just gave Qin Zixing a puzzled look, and was too lazy to ask. Anyway, this guy would tell it himself if he didn't ask. S-level monsters are not as easy to beat as C-level monsters. Qin Zixing said jokingly, we are not sure that the tentacle monster is the culprit. Maybe we can't solve the water problem after fighting it for a long time. Shi-yun understood what he meant. The water source was blocked by the red worms, not the third pollution source. If the red worms were killed, the water source would be unblocked. In a sense, it was a waste of time to kill the tentacle monster instead of the red worms. Since the pollution source can absorb the energy of the bamboo forest through the lake, it may cause trouble to us through the spring in the future. There is a saying on our earth that the lips and teeth are cold. If we don't help the bamboo forest now, we may regret it in the future, not to mention. Shi-yun paused, took out the purified lake water, took a sip, and handed it to Qin Xingxing. Try it. Qin Xingxing also took a sip. It's really fresh. Yes, our previous guess was correct. That lake is a freshwater lake. Shi-yun said, but think about it. There is no other water source on the island. There has been no rain for so long. There are no clouds. As for groundwater, we tried to dig several wells, but couldn't find it. Why can this lake exist? Where does the water come from? The ocean? Why is it freshwater? Shi-yun put the bowl back into the warehouse. My experience at the base tells me that unpolluted water can be affected by external factors, such as freezing due to extremely low temperatures. Similarly, I speculate that the reason why the only lake on the island can exist, and why it can be freshwater, is closely related to the bamboo forest. If we touch them, we will be in trouble with ourselves. Ah, it's such a rational analysis of interests. Qin Zixing shook his head pretentiously. I thought you would come up with a more sensational reason, such as because they are your friends. Is there any contradiction between treating them as friends and rational analysis? No, I'm just curious. If one day you find that their existence is harmful to you, what will you choose? Shi-yun shrugged. Then we should analyze the specific issues in specific ways. It's the same as not saying anything. What else? No one knows what choice they will make until they encounter something. If you think about the answer in advance now, will you definitely copy it in the future? When I was 8 years old, I thought I would die without regrets if I could own a candy house in the future. When I was 13 years old, I was scared to tears by a big cockroach lying on the chocolate. Let alone the candy house. My scalp would be numb when I saw the candy wrappers spread on the table. People's thoughts change from time to time. Why bother yourself with such erratic questions? Qin Xingxing's expression changed and he smiled. You're right. He got on the motorcycle. Let's go. Do we go directly to the beach, or go back to the base first? The beach. Let's go! Hey Shi-yun, by the way. Shut up. Are you still scared to tears by cockroaches now? Are you very glad that there are no cockroaches on the earth now? Shut up. When the two arrived at the beach, David and his brother and clan were whispering together. Qin Xingxing drifted and braked in front of them. Ha! Are you slacking off? I caught you. You are the only one who has no right to say that. Shi-yun slapped him on the back of his head and jumped off the motorcycle. Hey, why are you here? David asked. Come to see the tentacle monster. Did you see it today? Qin Xingxing said. It seemed to be over there earlier. It was very excited to shoot its tentacles at us, but it has been quiet for a while. Naya pointed to the front. Shi-yun, you came at the right time. We found something strange. What's wrong? I don't know if it's our illusion, but I always feel that the boundary of the vein seems to be different. David said. Cran gestured. It was originally here, but now it seems to have shrunk a little. The change is not obvious, but it still feels a little different. Shi-yun frowned, took out the treasure hunting glasses, activated function 1, and the list of resources that had been touched quickly appeared in the field of vision. Resource 1. Extra large filter cotton vein. Reserves, 19.98 million. Mining degree, 1%. Shi-Yun remembered that the previous reserves were 19.99 million. Because the reserves of filter cotton veins are different from other veins, they are not measured in tons, and that number is very memorable, so she was deeply impressed. Then the question is, why is the reserve reduced by 10,000? Chapter 100. Shi-Yun looked in the direction that Naya pointed, where the tentacles were. Under the bright light of the nuclear crystal, he could clearly see the two tentacles that were constantly moving. They were dark brown and as thick as the arms of two adult men. Near the end, there was an eye like a fish eye, which was looking down at them at this moment. There were no other monsters around the island, only these tentacles. As long as someone stayed at the beach for a long time, the tentacles would be attracted and emerge from the sea, staring straight at the people inside, while tirelessly slapping the air wall. Qin Xingxing said that all the tentacles have the same aura, which means that these tentacles belong to the same monster. A single tentacle is so thick, the monster's body must be a huge one. The reserve of filter rock has decreased. Could it be this guy's fault? But judging from Shi-Yan's attitude towards filter rock, the source of pollution should particularly dislike filter rock. What's wrong with the tentacle monster? Seeing Shi-Yan looking at the monster for a long time, Kellen asked. Isn't it our illusion? Is there something wrong with the filter rock? David guessed. Did the tentacle monster steal our filter rock? Naya guessed further. The filter rock reserves have decreased, and it is not certain whether it was stolen by the tentacle monster. Shi-Yun came back to his senses and replied, but there is a problem with the water source in our base, which may be related to this monster. Anyway, this air wall will disappear in a while. This monster has been coveting us outside for a long time, and poses a great threat to us. I am thinking whether I should deal with this monster first while the air wall is still useful. Do you mean to temporarily delete the household registration of some people, and let them go out to fight monsters? David asked. If they can't win, should they quickly restore their household registration and hide back? Naya continued to ask. It seems feasible. But the water outside is a bit deep, and I can't swim. David said. I can't swim either. Naya spread her hands. You two landlubbers are weak. If you can't swim, find a way not to swim. Upon hearing this, Kran immediately drew out his 2-meter-long quantum sword. Watch me. He flashed and ran to the air wall, confidently swinging his sword towards the outside of the wall. The air wall only blocked the ingress and egress of the residents of the base, and the pollutants from the outside, but did not block other objects. The sword flashed with a bright blade, and cut one of the tentacles in half. The tentacle that was cut stopped twisting, and the part with dead fish eyes fell to the sea surface with a plop. Before being hit by the waves into the sea, the eyeballs tilted upwards and stared at Clan. The sound of the waves nearby suddenly became much quieter. Suddenly, boom, a huge wave rose high and smashed down fiercely. The impact of the wave was so great that it even broke dozens of reefs. Behind the huge wave, a huge and gnarled black shadow appeared, and it violently crashed into Kran in front of the air wall, but was blocked in the air by the air wall without moving, causing countless water droplets to fly around. It was a bunch of tentacles with dead fish eyes. The tentacles came out of the sea, twisting with their own ideas, like messy hair flying in the wind. Dozens of pairs of dead fish eyes looked down at Kran, making his already short stature even smaller. Clan went forward fearlessly, and cut off several more like cutting tofu. The ocean roared, and the monster hidden in the sea was completely enraged by him, revealing a part of its body like an island from the sea surface. See how beautifully I pull the hatred. Now! I'm ready. Let me go out and kill it with one sword. Clan shouted at Shi-Yun. He moved too fast, from cutting the monster, pulling the hatred, to luring out the monster's body. The whole process took only a few seconds. Shi-Yun didn't have the chance to speak until then. No. We have long-range weapons. Why do we have to fight in close combat? She wordlessly called out the energy cannon in her combat uniform and blasted it at the monster's body. The monster realized the threat, and its body sank down, while its flying tentacles formed a wall of flesh, blocking the body. The energy cannon hit the tentacles, making a sound like a huge wave, and the shock wave forced several people present to retreat several steps. Clan reacted quickly and stepped aside when Shi-Yun called out the energy cannon. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Shi-Yun calmly say, "Try to chop it with your knife now." Didn't you say no hand-to-hand combat? Cran was a little confused, but his actions were faster than his thoughts. He had already chopped it up when he came to his senses. With a buzz, the quantum sword he used to chop monsters, like cutting vegetables, seemed to have chopped the hardest metal in the universe, and the reaction force made his palm numb. On the other hand, the tentacle was hit by an energy cannon, and then a quantum sword, but there was not even a crack. Cran's heart skipped a beat, and he did a backflip with the force and returned to the crowd. Do you still want to go out and fight? Shiyun asked jokingly. Kellen, did it play me just now? What level do you think this guy is? Shiyun did not answer but asked instead. Kellen felt nervous, as if he was being checked on his homework. He secretly glanced at Qin Zixing and answered at attention. My initial judgment was A. The strength of the quantum sword was adjusted to 60%. If it couldn't be cut off, it should be A+. S is impossible, otherwise it is just an energy cannon, and it doesn't need to use tentacles to block the main body. I remember you guys popularized it to me. Above a level, there is a decent human-like consciousness, and the intelligence is not low. Such a monster can be stimulated by you in just 2 seconds? Kellen was ashamed. Why did you remind him? If you act rashly, you have to go out and suffer a little and learn a lesson. Qin Xingxing's face was full of regret for watching a half-show. That's right. David and Naya said without thinking. How dare you say that? You two instigated me. Kellen raised his sword to settle accounts with them. Shiyun ignored the daily quarrels of several people as usual, looked at the tentacles outside, and fell into deep thought. Going out to fight is the stupidest way. Outside is the sea, the home turf of the tentacle monsters. For these land creatures, it is not convenient to fight or support. Although Clan is reckless, he has actually tried something. No matter how the pollution source is camouflaged, there will be a core. For high-level pollution sources, that is where the core crystal is. Only by attacking that place can it be fatally hit. Judging from the performance of the tentacle monster fighting with Clan, its core crystal should be hidden in its body. We have to find a way to draw out its body, and then use the right weapon to kill it with one blow. She already had an idea of the bait to lure out the main body. The key is what weapon to use. Close combat is too dangerous. Once you are accidentally dragged into the sea by a monster, you can't be rescued, so it's best to use long range. The combat suit's energy cannon is not strong enough. What other long-range weapons have enough lethality? What are you planning? Qin Zixing felt her gaze, and said vigilantly. Shiyun smiled gently. Do you remember the famous scene when we killed the S level? 10 minutes later. Qin Zixing held a special bubble, looking hopeless. Why me again? Because you are the only one who has the skill to drive the pollutants. A+ is not that easy to fool. It's just a slight change in its behavior pattern, so that it can open its mouth to eat. How can it be considered a trick? Didn't you say it yourself? Your skills are still useful to this extent. The appearance of the pollution source is mimicry, so when eating, it can use various parts of the body. For example, Shiyun often pokes his tail into the biscuits as a straw. Shiyun wanted to use the natural attraction of filter rock waste to the pollution source, and with Qin Xingxing's driving skills, guide the tentacle monster to eat with its body. Qin Xingxing's back was quite heavy. That was the frustration after being tricked. I shouldn't have let you know that I have this skill. You said you wouldn't let your teammates take risks? Why did you let me take risks? How can you say you take risks? Shiyun smiled and pointed at the transmitter in Qin Xingxing's hand. I gave you my only transmitter. If you see that the situation is not right, you can activate the transmitter in advance and teleport back to the base. Isn't this very safe? Don't worry about it. Qin Xingxing, how can I be assured? What if the tentacles smash the transmitter? Shiyun, you are a federal admiral, can't you protect a small transmitter? Qin Xingxing said angrily, I'm retired. I'm not the same person I was back then. I don't have the same style as before. This is an extremely risky operation, I want to protest. The three little ones grumbled on the side. The general even told the boss about the driving skills. To be honest, if he were here, he would probably do the same thing. That's right, he likes to mess around the most. Isn't this strategy quite to his liking? So what is he pretending to be? Maybe he wants to take this opportunity to negotiate with the boss, and doesn't want to clean the toilet. I guess he might also want to ask for a few days of long vacation without working. Qin Zixing, what's the use of him having these saboteurs? He gritted his teeth and met Shiyun's half-smile. Don't listen to their nonsense. Am I the kind of person who would take the opportunity to negotiate before going to the battlefield? But you? You don't think that I'm slacking off all day anyway, so it doesn't matter if I'm gone. So you came up with this bad idea, right? Oh, how is this possible? We have known each other for so long. Don't you know my temper? You eat more than you work every day. Apart from glaring at you and scolding you and asking you to clean the toilet more often, have I ever done anything cruel to you? Shiyun smiled even more brightly. Look, you are going to leave the island anyway, and you will have to fight this monster sooner or later. What's the difference between fighting now and later? If you fight now, I will sponsor you with a transporter. This life-saving item will never be available again if you miss it. You're going to go out too. Come on. See you at the base? Shi Yun pushed Qin Xingxing forward and cancelled his household registration certificate. You lost an S-class general, an A-class warrior, Qin Xingxing, and your influence was reduced by 400. Qin Xingxing staggered forward, holding a bubble filled with filter rock waste, and looked deeply into the dead fish eyes of the tentacle. Chapter 101. Qin Xingxing avoided the tentacle that was slapping him by a hair's breadth. It looked extremely dangerous, but what he was thinking was, Shi Yun, this girl, must have had some hidden agenda when she pushed him. Is it because he was slacking off when he had nothing to do? Or is it because he was slacking off when he had nothing to do? He should take this opportunity to show off and save his image in the eyes of his leader. He sent the bubble filled with filter rock waste to another tentacle, and when the tentacle's attention was temporarily diverted, he turned over and rode on the tentacle, pressing his palms tightly against the surface of the tentacle, and skillfully exerted his mental power. Mental skills driven by Orbus. The dark mental power swam towards the main body quickly and skillfully along the tentacles, and without alerting the enemy, gave a brainwashing hint. You are not a tentacle monster, you are just an ordinary octopus, and octopuses eat with their mouths. Come on, come out and eat. The cookies are delicious, aren't they? Eat with your mouth. At the other end of the air wall, Shi Yun, David, and the other two stayed not far away to watch the fun. The tentacle monster rolled up the thing. Cran said. How many seconds did it take? Naya asked David. 8 seconds. It only took 8 seconds to control the A+ level monster. He was a bit desperate this time, David commented. Waving. Naya said. On the sea, Qin Xingxing rode the tentacle like a dragon, ignoring the turbulent sea below with a heroic triumphant attitude, and waved to the people on the air wall. Shi Yun, does he think he is shooting a girl's anime? David, maybe he thinks it's cooler to wave to you like this. With me. Shi Yun glanced at the other 3 people standing in a row with him, and the meaning was obvious. Could it be that Qin Xingxing's target of showing off is not everyone? No, he usually shows off to show off professionalism. Naya said. Pretending to be professional is to ask for funding. David continued. Shi Yun, Cran tried to save face for his general, but this time it shouldn't be for funding. That's right. David nodded. I'm just trying to please you with my personal charm, hoping that I won't be bullied in the future. Naya said. Shi Yun, Is the Qin guy really a serious general? While they were chatting, a whirlpool appeared on the sea. The tentacle monster finally floated out of the sea under the dual effects of waste and skills, revealing the roots of the tentacles, and opened its soft and sticky mouth. The 2 tentacles that were rolling bubbles and carrying Qin Xingxing bent down at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, and took the prey. Stuffed it into his mouth. The bubble filled with waste is one of Shi Yun's experimental results, called the Super Strong Command Bubble, which is made of a protective shield and ordinary soap bubbles. After it is made, it can last for 5 minutes, and resist 5 major external attacks during this period. The user can use the command you don't have to be so strong, and you better be strong to the bubble. The former can open the bubble, and the latter can close the bubble. While Shi Yun and others were putting waste into the bubble, they also threw in 4 A-level nuclear crystals. The plan was that once the things entered the tentacle monster, Qin would use the bubble command himself to open the bubble and detonate the nuclear crystal in the bubble with a piece of paper that could hold fire. After the explosion, Qin Xingxing would run if he could, or use the transmitter if he couldn't run back. He had the temporary pass to the base given by Shi Yun, and the protective shield on the base would not stop him. So far, the plan has gone smoothly. Qin Xingxing only needs to throw the props to detonate, and then be a real man who doesn't look back at the explosion. However, he rode on the brainwashed tentacle and entered the tentacle monster's big mouth safely. In front of him was the explosive bag, bubble, and a piece of paper that could cover the fire was also taken out, but he didn't take action. Naya scratched her head. Why is he still going in? David couldn't help but complain. Is he still trying to show off? Cran speculated. Could it be that this strange nuclear crystal is in a relatively deep place, and he wants to be cautious and go deeper? Cran speculated. David, do you think the general is a cautious person? Naya, we have been very cautious. Originally, 2 A-level nuclear crystals were enough, but the boss was afraid of variables, so he added 2 more. For even an A+ who is good at defense can't withstand it, and they even went to the main body to explode, so that guy couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Shi Yun didn't say anything, but took a step forward, trying to see the situation in the tentacle monster's mouth. The tentacle monster's wide-open mouth had a suction force, which caused the surrounding seawater to swirl, pouring into its mouth like it was free, and it was about to rush the explosive pack into the depths of its mouth. Qin Xingxing was also affected by the suction force and the impact of the seawater. His body moved forward, but he didn't move forward or backward, and even took advantage of the momentum to sprint. In a few steps, he firmly stepped on the explosive pack, stuck on the edge of the tentacle monster's esophagus, and looked up. David, why hasn't he started yet? Kran, is he trying to dig out the nuclear crystals of the pollution source? Naya, how is that possible? You know that the general would never work if he was lazy. Digging is much more troublesome than sabotage. Kran, but if he doesn't detonate, how will he get out? If he goes too deep into the core of the pollution source, the transmitter will fail, right? Did he find something wrong? Shiyun said, looking at the sea. The brainwashed tentacle monster realized that the food was stuck in its mouth and couldn't move. The two tentacles that had just been pulled out were stretched back in, stirring in its mouth, blocking everyone's view. Shiyun's face was no longer relaxed. After a brief thought, she switched the treasure-hunting glasses to function 2 and surveyed the environmental resources within a radius of 1,000 meters. The survey soon produced results, and the resource list was generated one by one. Extra-large filter cotton rock veins. Seawater. S-level nuclear crystals. Where did the S-level nuclear crystals come from? Shiyun's pupil shrank slightly. No. That thing is not an A+ level monster. She didn't care about anything else, and took out a ball of green transparent thin wire from the warehouse. While running quickly, she bought a skill in the mall, a pair of hands that are good at whipping, and raised her hand to whip the tentacle monster. The green thread seemed to have no weight, but it was actually very sharp. It fell on the two tentacles stuffed in the monster's mouth like a long whip, and immediately made a very deep cut. Shiyun did not stop, and raised his hand and pulled twice, and the two tentacles were completely broken cleanly. Qin Xingxing's figure, which was blocked by the tentacles, was revealed. He was seen holding the explosive bag in one hand, and the other hand stuck in the throat of the tentacle monster. With only the strength of his hands and waist and abdomen, he jumped up and kicked, and it seemed that he was going to force his way into the core of the tentacle monster. Shiyun's eyes fixed, and he shouted loudly, "Don't do anything stupid, come out, detonate the nuclear crystal, and then go back to the base. I have a way to finish you off." "Don't I know, stay away." Qin Xingxing's nonchalant voice came from the other side. "Qin Xingxing. Remember to stay away," Qin Xingxing said. David and Naya looked at each other, and pulled Shiyun back. "Boss, let's go, the general wants to mess around and no one can stop him." "Don't worry, even if he is unreliable, he can't die even if he is S-level. Yes, he has killed more S-class people than all of us combined. Don't worry, don't worry." As soon as they retreated to a safe area, they heard a thunderous noise, and the sea surface was stirred up by a wave of dozens of feet. The huge tentacle monster was blown to pieces under the dazzling firelight, and the twisting tentacles flew high into the sky. Because they'd lost the core power supply, they soon became rigid in a strange shape, and finally turned into black smoke and dissipated in the air. The huge waves fell, stirring up several feet of water. A figure jumped out from the raging waves, brushed off the hair stuck on his forehead, and walked toward Shiyun. Look, I said I was fine." David patted Shiyun's left shoulder. "No matter who is in trouble, he won't be in trouble." Naya patted Shiyun's right shoulder. There was worry in Kellen's eyes, but he nodded in approval. Shiyun didn't say anything. Qin Xingxing walked up to Shiyun with a playful smile, and before he could say anything, he saw a green web shadow swinging towards him. He subconsciously dodged. "Fuck, those two Bolthic tentacles were broken by your weapon just now. You use it to beat me? Can't I stop slacking off in the future?" "Not that bad, not that bad." Shiyun's face showed no emotion. He just threw his household registration certificate at him. "You better give me a reason to take risks. If you dare to say you're showing off, I beat you into the sea." Qin Xingxing glanced at the three guards who retreated, then looked back at Shiyun, who had no expression on his face, and found that the core crystal of the A+ tentacle monster was a cold sweat that even the S-level monster didn't have. But now it was sweating happily. He tried to be clever and ease the atmosphere. This operation is an adventure in the first place. The difference between taking a little risk and taking a billion points of risk. Shiyun had just finished reading the system data, and when he heard this, he glanced at him indifferently, collected the props and turned around and left. Qin Xingxing hurriedly followed. "Are you angry?" "Don't be angry, don't be angry, look what I found." Qin Xingxing. Shi Yun looked at the data in the system and stopped. Do you really think I will take risks with my friends? Or do you not take your life seriously? Qin Xingxing was stunned. Are you scared by me? It's okay, it just looks dangerous. Ask David and the others, they are used to it. Nothing has happened in such a long time. He winked at a few guards and asked them to help. Then do they know that your mental power consumption is several times that of others? Do they know that you only have half of your mental power left when you go out? Do they know that you only have single-digit mental power left now? David and the other two were stunned. They knew that Qin Xingxing had physical problems, and that he couldn't use his mental power frequently for a long time, but they didn't know that the situation was so serious. It was not difficult for Qin Xingxing to hit an A+. It was unimaginable that his mental power would be consumed like this. Besides, Qin Xingxing always had that ability. No matter how bad his physical condition was, as long as he didn't want others to see it, others wouldn't see it. The reason they knew about Qin Xingxing's health problems was because he was once seriously injured and on the verge of death. Thinking of that time, the three people's faces turned ugly. Shi Yun glanced at David and the others. You can continue to treat your general as an indestructible god. If you want to play like this in the future, explain it clearly. I won't accompany you. General, what are you doing? Kellen frowned. Shoo. Qin Xingxing was in a dilemma. Go back and explain, you guys go play first, I talk to your boss. He finally sent away a few guards, and then went to Shi Yun again. I was wrong. I had to act according to your will this time. I promise to follow your orders next time. Heh. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't get myself into trouble just because of a tentacle monster. I'm not stupid. Heh. Don't worry, my ancestor. Look at what this is. Shi Yun impatiently opened his outstretched claw, but stopped when he saw what was in his hand. It was a human humerus. Chapter 102. It is not uncommon to find human skeletons in such a harsh environment, but with the experience in the Black Bamboo Forest and Qin Xingxing's risky behavior of bringing this bone out, it is inevitable that people will think deeply. Shi Yun did not bother with Qin Xingxing for the time being and asked, is this also a heteromorphic nuclear crystal? Yes, I thought it was too coincidental, so I dug it out to have a look. Qin Xingxing made his risky behavior sound so easy that those who didn't know him would think he was just digging shells for fun at the beach. Shi Yun glared at him with anger and took the humerus. The familiar system prompt sounded, reminding her that the side quest body scattered by water had been triggered. Mission description. You picked up another human humerus. The owner of this humerus died more than 500 years ago. His brother was very sad about it. The concern and longing for more than 500 years gave the remains of the humerus owner a mysterious power. If you, as a leader, can control this power, I believe your journey of pioneering can be greatly helped. Mission requirements. Collect all the remains of the humerus owner and harness the mysterious power entrusted to the remains. Mission reward. 1 seed of warm black pine. Note: since the humerus involved in the mission has evolved into an S-level pollution source, for your safety, accepting this mission means that you are bound to the humerus. From now on, the humerus will occupy a warehouse grid of yours for a long time, and cannot be traded or transferred. It cannot be used before the remains are collected. Shi Yun quickly glanced at it, and it was almost the same as the mission she had seen before. The only difference was the note. The note states that this humerus is an S-level pollution source, but the note for the humerus in the Black Bamboo Forest indicates that it is a D-level pollution source. There is no such coincidence in the world. The identical task description indicates that this humerus and the one in the Black Bamboo Forest belong to the same owner. However, although they are the same person, the pollution sources of the humerus are of different levels. What is this? Did different parts of this person's bones become spirits? Will the more powerful parts become more powerful after becoming spirits? There is another thing that you should be interested in. Qin Xingxing said, our initial judgment was correct. The tentacle monster has an S-level defense near the core crystal, and the overall defense is only A+. What do you mean? Shi Yun looked at him sideways. Qin Xingxing's smiling face became more serious. It means that this monster was originally S-level, but it has also degenerated. Shi Yun tightened his hand holding the humerus and looked back at the quiet Black Sea surface. You mean, it's not the tentacle monster that devoured the energy of the Black Bamboo Forest? There is a fourth one? It's very likely. Qin Xingxing said, but there are still many doubts. 2 months ago, we first saw this tentacle monster. Based on its breath, I judged it to be S-level. After that, its breath fluctuated between A+ and S-level. I guessed that this sea area was too polluted, and the magical air wall weakened its breath and affected my judgment. Judging from the noise it made, it should be S level without a doubt. Today, I came into close contact with its core, which further confirmed my initial inference, but as I said just now, except for the nuclear crystal, this monster is only A+ in other aspects. That is to say, it degenerated from S level to A+ in less than 2 months. Qin Zixing tapped the bone in Shi Yun's hand. From A+ to S level, a lot of energy is needed. And the bamboo forest's initial level was not high, only D level, and it rose to be level with my feeding. Shi Yun followed his thoughts and quickly reacted, but in the same 2 months, if there is a fourth monster that devours the energy of the bamboo forest and the tentacle monster at the same time, why does the S-level tentacle monster degenerate so much faster than the bamboo forest? Because the red worms are protecting the bamboo forest? She asked herself, but that's impossible. The red worms are only D-level, and they are even about to degenerate to E-level. They can't be protected at all. Yes, so their degradation speed is not uniform. This is one of the doubts. Qin Zixing said, and paused, you can't judge the level of pollutants based on the smell. How can you be so sure that the bamboo forest was D-level before? Ah, because of the bones. Shi Yun raised the humerus in his hand. Remember the anomalous nuclear crystal you pointed out to me in the bamboo forest? I analyzed it, and it was a D-level nuclear crystal. Qin Zixing raised his eyebrows suspiciously. Shi Yun reacted before he could speak. No, you told me that only C-level and above can have nuclear crystals. Then when she encountered the black bamboo forest, there were already C-level in the bamboo forest, but it's impossible. The system is not wrong in this regard. It said that the bones came from a D-level pollution source, so they are D-level. Is it absolutely impossible for a D-level pollution source to have nuclear crystals? Shi Yun asked hesitantly. Not enough energy, it's impossible. Qin Zixing said affirmatively. Shi Yun felt overwhelmed. How could this matter become more and more confusing? She frowned, temporarily suppressed her messy thoughts, and finally looked at the calm sea. Don't worry about it. I go back to the black bamboo forest to see the situation. Qin Xingxing wanted to follow her, but was glared at by her. You only have a few mental powers left. How dare you do it? And return to the base. The situation in the black bamboo forest was not as pessimistic as she expected. Solving the tentacle monster seemed to be the end of the problem. The red worm sensed Shi Yun's arrival and came out of the bamboo cave, saying that the external force that devoured the bamboo forest's energy had disappeared, and the bamboo forest should be able to wake up in a few days. It thanked Shi Yun awkwardly and said it would immediately restore the base's water supply. Shi Yun showed it the humerus it had just obtained. The red worm stopped flying and quietly hovered in the air for a second. It is indeed. Xiao Yin. Buzz? Buzz? You? Buzz? Take it. Give it to me? Shi Yun was a little surprised. When the bone from the black bamboo forest fell into her hands, the red worm fought with her for its life. Are you sure you don't want it? It, Buzz, wants to give it to you. The red worm said intermittently, the one here. Can't. But, yours, can. Why? What's the difference? The red worm refused to say anything, and only said, welcome. Come often. Xiao. Yin. I like you very much. Shi Yun stopped being polite with it. She collected the humerus, and finally decided to accept the side quest. If she didn't move the humerus in the black bamboo forest, this collection quest would be doomed to fail, but accepting the quest might get new information. She was worried about the strange thing about the S-level tentacle monster's degeneration, and hoped to understand the situation as much as possible. After the side quest was accepted, the quest progress was quickly refreshed. Current progress: skull 0 of 1, trunk 0 to 1, humerus 1/2, leg bones 0/2. Shi Yun was a little surprised. The progress description was not parallel. The humerus was just a simple bone. According to this logic, she thought the system would list all the bones in the human body, but in fact, except for the humerus, the skull, trunk bones, and leg bones involved in the other 3 progresses were actually the collective names of multiple bones that made up different parts. She didn't think it was the system being lazy. It was more likely that the bones that made up the skull, trunk, and lower limbs did not disperse under the erosion of time, but drifted to 3 different places. This was a bit counterintuitive. The bones of the buried corpse would fall apart due to the decay of soft tissues. The name of this task was bones scattered by water. So how could bones like trunk bones still be gathered in one place? What does all this have to do with the black bamboo forest and the degenerated tentacle monster? And her reserves of filtration rock, which had inexplicably decreased, would stabilize due to the disappearance of the tentacle monster? It seems that I have to keep an eye on the seashore for a while. Shi-yun thought about all sorts of things and drove the maglev motorcycle back to the base. It was already evening in their concept. The green and golden fields were connected one after another, and the delicate green leaves and wheat ears were like elegant celebrities, dancing in the wind, playing rustling music. On the edge of the fields, several small agricultural machines with rough appearance and old colors were standing aside, as if they were wild beasts enjoying the singing and dancing. The beast. When it quieted down, the chickens that were driven back to the chicken pen became particularly lively, chirping constantly, and occasionally the piglets in the pig pen next door hummed to accompany the singing. Going further, it is the only brick house in the base, simple and low-key, with the only decoration being a round clock hanging on the wall above the gate. The clock dial is a transparent jerryface wood board with 4 irregularly shaped pebbles embedded on it as scales, and a black bamboo stick nailed in the middle as a pointer. At this moment, the black pointer pointed to the stone at the bottom of the dial. Cran lit a bonfire near the house, and turned into the kitchen. Hawkins climbed up the brick column, and knocked 3 times on the sun storage device that looked like preserved eggs regularly, turning off the device. The base ushered in an artificial night. Andrew skillfully turned the long bamboo sticks to heat the jerry fruits on them. The firelight reflected on his face and eyes, revealing an extremely serious color. Hawkins climbed down from the brick column and squatted beside him, cutting the jerry fruits in half one by one. After cutting 8, he started to string them together. After stringing half of them together, he patted them on the top and whispered, "I wish you more delicious." Qin Xingxing propped himself up with one arm, half lying, and threw potatoes into the bonfire. Occasionally, when he saw the fire was getting smaller, he threw in the wood and potatoes. David and Naya came out of the house, carrying 8 servings of plates, bowls, and chopsticks at once, holding them on their heads, in their hands, and under their armpits, just like performing acrobatics. "Ah!" Qin Xingxing glanced at them. "Don't give me the plates you hold under your arms later." "I don't want any either," Andrew said. "Me too," Hawkins whispered. The 2 brothers made faces at them, and the dishes and chopsticks on their bodies fell down with a crackling sound. A hand stretched out from behind them, and caught all the falling dishes at an incredible speed. The owner of the hand, Cran, held a basin of carrot and pork bone soup in one hand, and a pile of dishes and chopsticks that had just been rescued in the other hand, and urged impatiently, "Quick, quick, efficiency, efficiency, hurry up and take the things over." Anna stood not far behind Cran, with a plate of steaming vegetarian wide noodles, looking at the 2 brothers with murderous eyes. The pottery of everyone here is rubbish, and most of the dishes are her handiwork. The 2 brothers felt their necks tighten, and they quickly and respectfully took the tableware from Clan. A group of people were setting and placing things, and an unprecedented feast was served. There were yellow, blue, and white, crispy, fragrant, dry, and soupy. There were oil stars in the soup, and a proper amount of salt was sprinkled. Everyone sat around the campfire, around the pots and pans on the ground. Hawkins and David's eyes followed the oil in the soup. Clan secretly glanced at Anna, and his cheek was bright red under the campfire. Andrew put the last bunch of roasted jerry fruit on the plate, and looked northwest to the bamboo forest. Qin Xingxing yawned, his mouth half open, as if sensing something. He looked in the direction of the field, and waved to Shi-yun lazily and happily. "Hey, you're back?" Everyone looked in the same direction following his gaze, and smiled. Some shouted on the spot, some half knelt, and some stood up directly, greeting her in a flurry of words. "Boss, boss, I've been waiting for you for a long time. What about the 5 minutes you agreed on? Why are you coming from this direction? Come on, come on, this is our first meat dish ever. Smell this soup, it smells really good with meat." Shi-yun was slightly startled, and the chaotic thoughts in her brain gave way, revealing the scene of her returning home from get-off work more than 800 years ago. The door was open from the inside, when she had only entered half of the access code. Her mother smiled at her. "Are you back?" Not far behind her was the family's dining room. There were 4 dishes and a soup on the dining table, all covered with heat-insulating covers, but the residual fragrance was still floating in the air. The elder brother sat at the dining table and glanced back at her without any expression. "Hurry up and wash your hands. Don't hesitate. Mom has been waiting for you for a long time." Suddenly, the motorcycle shook, bringing her back to reality. "What are you doing? Why don't you get off the motorcycle and show off on it?" Qin Xingxing said, pressing the back seat. "What's wrong?" Anna also came over. Andrew also came over to ask her with concern, "Is there any problem in the bamboo forest? The water level of the spring has risen." Not far away, The others by the campfire also stopped their trivial discussions and looked over with concern. Shiyun smiled sincerely. No problem for the time being. I just think it's not easy. She deliberately dragged out her tone. Her eyes swept over the saboteurs represented by Qin Zixing one by one. The power of meat is really strong. You guys gathered together and didn't blow up the kitchen. That's for sure. Qin Zixing was actually so proud. David and Naya started chattering again, saying that they didn't have a chance to enter the kitchen, complaining about their eldest sister's autocratic rule over the kitchen, and that the chef was obviously clan, blah blah. Anna gave them a slap on the head. Shiyun listened to their noise, and his smile grew larger unconsciously. He sat down in the seat they reserved for him, and drank a sip of the slightly hot broth. The aroma of radish and pork bones combined well, flowing down the esophagus into the stomach, and with that little extra warmth, it reached the very ends of the limbs. Really, warmth is trivial, and trivial enough to make people miss it. Chapter 103. They all ate too much that night. The soup and vegetables on the ground were their usual meal size, so they were not that full. However, they had not eaten meat for a long time. They finally drank some broth and ate some bones. The more they ate, the more they ate. From time to time, someone would ride a motorcycle to the granary to get the remaining pork to roast. The granary was located on the other side of the field, just out of the range of the disposable heating plate. It was naturally low in temperature and could be used as a refrigerator, which was very convenient for storing food. The pork was not thawed and was as hard as iron. David and his friends could not wait for it to thaw, so they simply grabbed Clan's quantum knife and used it as a skewer. Speaking of which, the half pig in the granary, including the skin and bones, seemed to be butchered with Anna's giant axe. Just looking at the frequency of taking the meat back and forth, it seems that there is no need to take the giant axe, and the whole pig can be eaten. Shiyun, who was 8/10 full, ate the sea salt barbecue intermittently, watching everyone swaying in front of him, and thoughts popped up in his mind one after another. I thought you were going to eat that pig for many meals, but you let them mess with it like this. Qin Xingxing came over at some point, holding a plate full of barbecued meat, all freshly snatched from David and his brother, and the aroma could be smelled from a distance. The pig was actually only a month old, and could still grow a lot bigger, but the pig was mutated so much that even though the system said it would be normal after being unearthed, Shiyun was still worried, so he slaughtered one in advance, relying on the fact that he was about to upgrade and nothing would go wrong. So he used himself as a guinea pig to try some meat and observe the situation for a while. After a while, he confirmed that there was no problem, and then he was relieved under everyone's eager eyes, and said that we could start eating. So we had the first meat dish of the base tonight. At first, we did plan to eat slowly. The growth rate of the 2 remaining pigs in the base was normal, and it looked like they would have to be raised for another 4 or 5 months before it would be cost effective. The chickens given in the Wasteland 3 mission were a pair, and in the short term, we still hoped that they would grow up well and give birth to chicks. They were very precious and could not be used for surgery. So we ate all the meat in one go, and we had to wait for several months for the next meat meal. But Shiyun took another bite of the meat. Kellen was indeed a master at controlling the heat. He was good at grilling meat. The crispy skin and tender inside, although the seasoning was only salt, the salty and fragrant taste exploded in the mouth, which was also a happiness that vegetarian dishes could not give. She tasted it for a long time, and then said slowly, "It's already slaughtered. It's a rare meal. Everyone has worked so hard for so long. If you want to eat something delicious, just eat it." Originally, raising pigs is also for everyone to have meat to eat. Although she spoke slowly, she was not considering the words, but with a bit of carelessness, as if she was still thinking about something else, faintly hanging between her usually cheerful eyebrows. Her eyes looked through the excitement in front of her, and seemed to see some scenes that did not belong to the present. Qin Xingxing felt that there was something behind her last sentence. Originally, raising pigs was for everyone to have meat to eat. Originally. When she said this word, she was a little relieved that her goal had been achieved, but also seemed to be frustrated because some goals had not been achieved. Just like when she looked at the excitement in front of her, she seemed to be happy but also mixed with other emotions. Could it be related to the reason why she wanted to leave the island? Qin Xingxing looked at her cheek bulging from eating, and thought unconsciously. On the matter of leaving the island, Shiyun's attitude was clear and vague. What was clear was that she wanted to leave the island as soon as possible, and anyone with a delicate mind could see that. What was vague was that she had never taken the initiative to mention this to everyone, unlike other times when she would consult with everyone for ideas when she had any plans. It was a bit like she was looking forward to this, and she was also afraid of it. Qin Zixing put a few pieces of meat into his mouth, and ate quietly with her for a while, then suddenly slapped his thigh, as if he remembered something, and asked her to wait a moment mysteriously. Shi Yun looked at his back as he ran away, raised her eyebrows inexplicably, and found a more comfortable position to curl up. Qin Xingxing came and went like the wind, and came back in a few minutes, with 2 small pottery jars in his hands. He used his body as a cover to show only her. Guess what this is? Shi Yun? Qin Xingxing pulled the wooden lid. Black spade juice. It should be black spade wine. Shi Yun was angry. The seeds of the black spade fruit were given by Morrison Tokakot, saying that it could be used to make wine, and someone loved to drink it. It was obvious that it was a gift specifically for Qin Mumu, so Shi Yun threw it to Qin Mumu, who changed his usual lazy behavior and planted the seeds that day without saying a word. With the addition of mysterious fertilizer, the peach fruit trees grow very fast. Fruits have already grown on the trees in the past 2 days, but most of them are still relatively green, and no one has picked them yet. Now the finished products have been taken out, and no one knows when this guy picked the fruits to make wine. What kind of wine can be made in a few days? It's just juice. I spent a lot of effort to squeeze out these 2 small jars. Qin Zixing said, it's a specialty of Yiming Star, purely handmade. Boss, can you give me a favor? Shi Yun poured some into the bowl doubtfully. Qin Xingxing, the lazy guy, squeezed the juice in a Buddhist way, without filtering it properly, and there were still a lot of small pieces of pulp left in the juice. The overall color of the juice was between purple and black, and the taste was between white peach and watermelon, exuding a faint, sweet aroma. Shi Yun took a small sip. It was sour and sweet, more thirst-quenching than fragrant pears, and just right to eat with barbecue. I smell something. Naya came closer. Black spade fruit. You are not kind. You actually hid here, and drank the good stuff quietly. David also popped up. One of the 2 brothers stopped Qin Xingxing and Shi Yun, and the other grabbed one of the jars of juice and ran away. Hey, what are you trying to grab? I'm bribing the leader. Why are you making trouble? If you want to drink, go pick the fruit and squeeze the juice from the fruit tree. Qin Xingxing grabbed the back of one person's collar with one hand. Why didn't you roast our meat yourself when you grabbed it? The 2 brothers protested loudly, and fought with Qin Xingxing. A jar of juice was thrown back and forth between the 2 brothers. Unexpectedly, Clan appeared halfway. The latter got the thing, and did not want to fight. He left the battlefield, and went to Anna to show his courtesy with the juice. However, once Anna got it, she cursed Kellen with a dark face, then turned around with a gentle face, and stuffed the wine into Shi Yun's arms. In order to prevent David and his brother from snatching it again, Shi Yun held the open jar tightly in his arms. When Anna stuffed the other jar over, Kellen was tripping David. David rushed forward like a dog eating shit, trying to grab Naya to stabilize his body. Not only did he fail to catch her, but he pushed Naya forward, and the latter fell on Anna. So Anna tried to be gentle but couldn't be gentle. She pushed Shi Yun with the jar of juice in her hand, causing him to stagger. If Qin Xingxing hadn't been the human wall behind them, the group of people would probably have fallen like dominoes. The pottery jars collided with each other, making a unique muffled sound. The spade juice stirred in the jar, and splashed Shi Yun's face. All the noisy people on the field, including Hawkins, who didn't dare to make trouble, and Andrew, who didn't want to make trouble, all quieted down. Anna hurriedly used the sleeve of her combat uniform to wipe her. David, Naya, and Clan took a step back, and rushed to get her water, in order to atone for their sins. Stop. Shi Yun stopped. The 3 turned around with fearless fear. Shi Yun pursed her lips, and looked around the scene, taking in everyone's anxious expressions. Just when everyone thought she was going to lose her temper, she could no longer keep a straight face, burst out laughing, and put the 2 jars of juice in her arms on the ground. Why are you fighting for it? It's not like there's not enough to drink. As she said that, she glanced at Qin Xingxing. Did you divide it? Qin Xingxing shrugged. You're the boss, you have the final say. Seeing this, Naya and David hurriedly handed the bowl to Shi Yun. There were 8 bowls in a circle of people, and each bowl was filled with 8 points, so there was not a drop left in the jar of juice. Shi Yun picked up one of the bowls. The strange emotion between his eyebrows had faded, and he smiled. Drink it? Drink it. Drink it, drink it. Drink it. One call and many responses. After finishing the bowl, Qin Zixing chuckled and asked Shi Yun, why are you in such a good mood all of a sudden? Shi Yun asked an irrelevant question. Will you come back after leaving the island? Qin Zixing was stunned for a moment, and soon smiled again. Why, you can't bear to leave me and Clan. So you are not sure? Shi Yun said his subtext and continued, that is to say, this may be the time when we are most together. She put down the bowl and looked at the people playing. I found that you were watching my face a lot, just like the 2 jars of semi-finished products you carried over, and the fear they felt after splashing juice on my face. But rather than watching my face, it's better to say that everyone is taking care of my mood, not only tonight, but also on ordinary days. She blinked cunningly. I suddenly felt that I shouldn't be too greedy. It's rare for so many people to be together and so happy, so I should think less about other things and seize the time to have fun. After all good things must come to an end. Instead of worrying about the past, worrying about the future, and looking forward to a perfect reunion, it's better to be together and cherish it. Chapter 104. 5 days later, most of the crops in the fields were ripe. Everyone worked hard in the fields for a day and had a great harvest. The next day, Qin Xingxing took Kellen and said goodbye to Shi Yun, avoiding other people on the grounds that they could not bear the farewell scene. Shi Yun was suspicious for some reason. If they did not need her help to leave the island, they might not even look for her. At that time, her leader level was only raised to level 9, and there was still more than 4,000 influence points away from level 10. The air wall outside the island was still there. If Qin Xingxing and Kellen wanted to leave, they had to cancel their base registration. After losing 2 valuable residents, the system deducted 700 influence points from Shi Yun. Only then did Shi Yun confirm that when her influence dropped to a certain level, she would be demoted. Qin Xingxing didn't know what was going on, but his intuition was extremely sharp. He looked at her expressionless face and shamelessly said, I didn't slack off during this time. Especially yesterday's harvest, I did 3 days work for you, and Clan did 5 days work for you. You should have made up for any losses, right? Shi Yun snorted, turned his head to look at Clan, and handed over 2 temporary passes and a transmitter. They are all valid on Earth. You can use them as you like. After the one-way short-distance transport module of the instantaneous transport device was repaired, although the one-way short-distance instantaneous transmission function was restored, the so-called short distance here refers to the range of the Earth. Shi Yun was shocked when he knew it, and felt that he had not seen enough of the world. It must be used with a transmitter. And the production of the transmitter requires a kind of SPS. Optical crystals. This thing is black technology, and it is impossible to make it with the resources Shi Yun currently has. Therefore, there was only one transmitter in the entire base before, which was a byproduct of repairing the transport module. Just like a mobile phone is only equipped with one data cable, when it leaves the factory, there is no more. After knowing that Qin Xingxing and Kellen decided to leave, Shi Yun completely dismantled the 2 spacecrafts that had been dismantled for scraping iron powder, and dug out enough SPS crystals to make 2 additional transmitters. Kellen knew the rarity of the base transmitters. When he suddenly saw the 2 extra ones, he didn't reach out to take them. He just turned to look at Qin Xingxing. Qin Xingxing whistled, Boss, are you still reluctant to part with us? You are so generous today. He responded to Kellen's gaze in Shi Yun's eyes, and joked in a nonsensical way, How old are you this year? Receiving red envelopes. He paused and asked Shi Yun casually, The custom on your Earth is called red envelopes, right? He looked back at Kellen and finished his words. Do you still have to look at the parents' faces? Kellen was embarrassed by his teasing and hurriedly took the transmitter and pass. Shi Yun waved his hand as if sending someone away, and said unhappily, Goodbye, I won't see you off. Qin Xingxing told her to take care of herself with a playful smile, and ran away with Kellen. 20 minutes later, a little star-like light flashed in the distance of the base, rising slowly into the sky, gradually getting darker, and before picking out the direction, it had already merged into the endless and long night. Shi Yun knew that it was Qin Xingxing's spaceship that set sail, and he was not surprised that he secretly hit a spaceship. Seeing the movement, he opened the system prompt. More than 20 minutes later, apart from the news of the cancellation of the household registration certificate, there was only one reminder about Qin Xingxing and Kellen. Note: Kellen Shou has obtained a temporary pass, and can enter the base at any time. There is no Qin Xingxing. The temporary pass is a small function obtained after her base was upgraded to level 6. Unlike the household registration certificate, it only allows the holder to freely pass through the base for 1 hour, and can prevent the holder from entering specific buildings. The pass holder has fewer permissions than the residents, and accordingly, there are not many restrictions. For example, the air wall outside the island will stop the residents of the base, but not the pass holder. The pass is similar to the household registration certificate in that it has effective conditions. It is a two-way procedure that requires not only Shi Yun to provide the certificate, but also the person concerned to receive it. The system prompts that only Kalan is there, which means that Qin Xingxing has never received the temporary pass from beginning to end. In the spaceship, Kalan looked at the display screen, The invisible shield has been turned on. While operating on the console, he handed the transmitter and temporary pass given by Shi Yun to Qin Xingxing. The boss is really nice. I don't know how much material she spent to make the transmitter for us. I just tested it. The pollution concentration that this thing can withstand is quite high. Even if we are next to an ordinary S level, it will not be a problem. It will still be transmitted. It is a life-saving artifact. The backup energy has been activated. He said another procedural sentence, and found that Qin Xingxing had not taken the thing for a long time. He looked at Qin Xingxing in confusion. General? I won't tell you on the way, just keep it. Qin Xingxing said while sitting in the command chair. No, we may encounter something at any time. I'm afraid I won't be able to give it to you in time. You have to carry this thing with you to be useful. After talking about personal matters, Cran continued to report in a business-like manner. The backup energy is 20% remaining. At the current pollution concentration, it is expected to be able to travel for 24 hours. After reading it, he urged again, General? It's okay, you take it. Qin Xingxing waved his hand. She has many quirks. If you take her things, she is still hers. I feel embarrassed to play with her this time. Clam was stunned. Do you think there is a tracker in it? Impossible. How could there be? Qin Xingxing laughed out loud. According to your boss's personality, she would take every opportunity to grab us when we come out this time. At least she should let us explore the way for free, right? But she didn't even take out the map that can automatically draw lines. It's obvious that she knew we were busy and didn't ask about our whereabouts. How could she secretly give us a tracker? Then you just said that if I took her things, I would still be hers? What does that mean? She has a way to see our status. Qin Xingxing explained. She is a very sensible person. Even if she knows other people's secrets, she won't specifically pry into them. Clan scratched his head. He had never noticed this side of Shi Yun. Really? Remember the day we fought the tentacle monster? I came back from the sea and pissed her off. At first, I just got angry, but when I took over the household registration certificate, she was so angry that she revealed all my secrets. At this point, Qin Xingxing sighed in a pretentious manner. Your boss always causes trouble for me. I kept it a secret, but she knew it secretly and told others about it, causing me to be blocked and interrogated by you for a long time. Clan looked at his expression and wondered if the general was complaining. Why did he always feel a little happy? I only heard Qin Xingxing continue to mutter. This proves that she had a blank period of cognition about my status. After the blank period, my data of that digit suddenly jumped in front of her, which scared her, so she reacted so strongly. Qin Xingxing leaned towards Kellen. So your boss is just saying one thing and doing another. His disdain for me is fake. He actually cares about me. Why is she not so awkward with others? It means she treats me differently, which means she cares about me more than others, but she is embarrassed to be seen by you, so she has to rely on disliking me to cover up the truth. So the truth is that the more she dislikes me, the more it proves that she cares about me, don't you think? Kellen's thoughts were confused by his twisted logic. He said yes a few times in a daze, but he always felt something was wrong. He operated the spaceship in silence for 5 minutes, and finally reacted. He said with choking, General, we didn't talk about whether the boss cared about you at the beginning, did we? Then what were we talking about? I can't remember. Qin Xingxing had already leaned back in his chair. Forget it. It doesn't seem to be anything important. Talking about why you didn't take the boss's things. Kellen didn't buy it. Don't change the subject, General. Qin Xingxing was melancholy. You grown up. Kid, you're not easy to fool. Kellen realized it later. You brought me out instead of others. Isn't it because I'm easier to fool? Well, in short, based on the above, I confirm that she can use the household registration certificate to check our status. Qin Xingxing blinked at Kellen. I don't know if the temporary pass has a similar effect, but just don't let her worry too much, right? Kellen suddenly realized and raised his hand to take out his certificate. Then I take mine too. You've already accepted it, you can't run away. Qin Xingxing waved his hand. Anyway, she definitely doesn't care about you as much as she cares about me. It doesn't matter whether you are in good condition or not, don't worry. Kellen was speechless at his shamelessness, put Qin Xingxing's certificate and the transmitter into the locker, and started to drive the spaceship seriously. A few minutes later, Cran pondered, General, our radar field of view is more limited than expected, and we can't search for targets. Although the energy is enough for us to use for 24 hours and circle the Earth many times, if we use this spacecraft as an ordinary means of transportation and take off and land frequently on the Earth, the energy consumption will increase significantly. Qin Xingxing gave Cran a coordinate. No need to take off and land frequently, just go here. Cran asked in surprise. When did you get the specific coordinates of the experimental subject? Qin Xingxing chuckled. How dare I take you out without the exact coordinates? Forget the coordinates. Morrison also told me the time he might appear. Did Morrison really find him? Was he found in the hands of the Black Hand Gang? Or was it Grady? How did he do it? His two brothers have such a bad relationship with him. How could they tell him such important information? Qin Xingxing said he took advantage of his brother's mental interrogation and their lack of defense to secretly dig out information from their minds. Normal people who are interrogated mentally would be considered to have a strong will if they do not collapse. Morrison actually had time to do something tricky. Cran had a complicated expression. He is really cruel to himself. It is admirable, but that is because the three of them are brothers, and their mental powers have something in common. Ordinary people can't learn it, so don't fight with them. Qin Xingxing glanced at the control panel. If you don't adjust the route, we will rush out of the Earth. Cran came back to his senses and operated according to the coordinates given by Qin Xingxing. The spaceship quickly adjusted its course and sped towards the north, which was deeper in the darkness. Qin Xingxing flipped through the calendar in his brain. The time Morrison gave is August according to the federal time. If we convert it to the time difference on Earth, it will be about 15 days later. It won't take us more than an hour to get there. We should get familiar with the terrain and make preparations. Remember to keep a low profile and act cautiously, and don't alarm anything that shouldn't be alarmed. Yes. Cram responded neatly, and then hesitated and said, have you thought about how to deal with it after you find the target? The target, he mentioned, was an experimental subject codenamed Ocean, who is also the leader of the star pirate group Trash. Trash comes from the ancient English of Earth, meaning garbage. Qin Xingxing always felt that there was a bit of humor in the name given by this leader. This person gave his own organization such an interesting name, absorbed many of the failed ones in the eyes of the Federation, transformed people who failed in experiments as members, and then became the most troublesome existence for the Federation, becoming an organization that is difficult to deal with, impossible to eliminate, but constantly growing, and full of malice towards the Federation. Just like the non-degradable garbage that pollutes the environment. This organization implements a guerrilla strategy, and the whereabouts of all members are unknown except when the crime occurs. Among them, the leader Ocean is the most mysterious. It is said that Ocean has lived for thousands of years. It is said that Ocean has the most perfect genes. It is said that Ocean is not afraid of pollution, and can enter and exit the polluted area at will. It is said that in the end, he has become the savior in the hearts of the fallen, and the devil in the eyes of ordinary citizens. Only the top leaders of the Federation know that Ocean is not a god or a ghost. He is the work of the research institute that has gone out of control, a bottle of open, extremely corrosive, and deadly poison. The reason why Ocean is not afraid of pollution is that he can randomly transfer pollution within a certain range to other places. What's more terrifying is that he can give this ability to his followers. Many confidential reports have concluded that the rapid spread of pollution in the Federation in recent years is likely related to the growth of the star pirate group Trash. One study even gave a rare metaphor, saying that Ocean and his followers are like a vicious virus that squeezes out the living space of others. Thinking of this, Qin Xingxing smiled coldly. Clan rarely saw him with this expression, and knew that he was in a very bad mood. He couldn't help but say, in fact, I have never understood it. You and the Marshal disagreed, broke up and issued a wanted order, and Lehman took the opportunity to chase us for 3-star systems. Why did you help them track down Ocean? Qin Xingxing stopped sneering, and returned to his usual easygoing and lazy self. Guess why we are being hunted down? Guess who got the specific coordinates from me? Kron paused. Then why don't we inform the Federation even if we block Ocean? Of course not, you are stupid. That's right. I know, should we find a way to cooperate with him? What cooperation? I am a retired person, and I am not interested in starting a business. Qin Xingxing replied, turning the command chair into a bed. Call me when you arrive, I take a nap. He did not directly answer the question of how to deal with it. Kron was stunned for a while, but he reacted. Don't persuade him to surrender, don't arrest him, don't cooperate. Then, there is only one solution left. Kill him. Chapter 105. 9 days later, it was time to harvest the cotton. Shiyun had prepared the cotton picker long ago, and the harvest was completed quickly. 10 acres of cotton yielded about 4 tons, which was not much in the industrial age, but it was enough for the base. Let's spread this part out and dry it, and then send it to the cotton mill. Shiyun said to everyone. His eyes fell on the outline of the cotton mill in the distance. It was when he decided to plant cotton that Shiyun became concerned about the facilities that would be used after the cotton matured. He carefully browsed the relevant branches on the technology tree and found that the small cotton had a great knowledge. Before this, Shiyun had a simple and crude concept of cotton and cotton products: cotton, quilt cotton, cotton thread, cotton cloth. In fact, the cotton that had just been collected was not cotton in the sense of application, but only seed cotton. Seed cotton contains cotton seeds and water. If it is used as a filling material without being processed, it is easy to get worms or mold, so it needs to be dried first, then ginned, and the cotton seeds are taken out to get the so-called lint cotton. After that, the well-known cotton fluffing operation is carried out. The lint cotton is fluffed into cotton wool, and then it can be used to make a soft quilt. Therefore, if you don't do it purely by hand, the process of making cotton into quilts requires at least two instruments: a cotton gin and a cotton fluffing machine. As for how cotton is turned into cotton thread and then into cotton cloth, there are more steps involved. First, the cotton is dried, ginned, and fluffed. Then the fluffy cotton is rolled into cotton strips. The cotton strips are twisted together to form cotton yarn. And finally, the cotton yarn is pulled into cotton thread and cotton thread spinning cloth. After the whole process, Shiyun took a quick look and felt overwhelmed. She was no longer impatient to look at the details, and only focused on the materials used for production. She compared them with the waste resources given by Kokayot, confirmed that the materials were sufficient, and closed her eyes to click on all the technologies on the key path of cotton production, and built all the necessary machines, such as coarse spinning machines, fine spinning machines, looms. All of them were on point. She confirmed the technology she wanted to study, and felt fortunate in her heart. If it weren't for the cheating device of the technology tree, which really allowed her to return to the primitive and start everything from scratch, she might choose to rely on the jerry-faced tree, eat jerry fruit every day, live a simple life, and wait for death on the spot. Improve life? Don't be ridiculous. Even if she is willing to peel cotton one by one and rub cotton thread by cotton thread, she doesn't know how to peel and rub. It may take a lot of time just to find the right method. Thinking of this, Shiyun couldn't help but sigh. 800 years ago, the things she enjoyed for granted, not to mention the rice and clothes she ate, even the inconspicuous stitches and threads, condensed too many crystals of civilization that she had never thought about. The scientific and technological studies were arranged. Shiyun took a look and saw that the machines were all ready. He began to feel that it was a bit unreasonable to open a factory and mix some buildings with automatic transformation power. So she picked a location and added a cotton mill and a weaving mill to the study sequence. Speaking of these buildings, they are quite interesting. The differences between various buildings in the technology tree are not limited to names. In other words, with the same area and the same brick and tile structure, even if Shiyun does not move the corresponding equipment in, the buildings defined as cotton mill and weaving mill will have corresponding functions from the moment the system is built. For example, cotton mill. It can increase cotton processing efficiency by 10%, while weaving mill can increase weaving efficiency by 10%. If the equipment of the cotton mill is moved to the weaving mill, and the equipment of the weaving mill is moved to the cotton mill, production activities can proceed as usual, but the corresponding buff will not take effect. It feels like a small benefit of using the system technology tree. Shiyun felt that this was somewhat encouraging her to build a corresponding factory. After all, if she was too lazy to build a factory, with her current production scale, it was not impossible to pile all the machines for various purposes in one house. The system is really trying hard to make her build well. Shiyun sighed in a Buddhist way, retracted her gaze from the cotton mill, and dried the cotton with everyone else. The next day, they poured the dried cotton into the cotton gin, and then they were busy again. Some of it was used as quilt cotton, and some was spun into yarn and thrown into the loom of the weaving mill. Several pieces of cloth were made as sheets, and a set of quilts and pillows were made for everyone in the base. Limited by the machine and materials, the cloth was just plain white cotton cloth. The unique texture of cotton cloth meant that it was not rough, but not silky either. From the feel alone, it was far inferior to the combat uniforms made of various high-tech materials. Two pieces of cloth were sewn together, with only one side fully open. The zipper was made of recycled metal, which was somewhat awkward when pulled back and forth, making a crackling sound. The two David brothers played with it, and turned it into a postmodern musical instrument with different styles. These two are really retarded children with a lot of fun. They can play with anything. 8 quilts and 8 pillows were stacked into 4 piles, and placed together, shining white. Anna rarely spoke a little more, saying that it was so white, like a snowy mountain. But Naya pointed at the exposed metal zipper and said, "What is this?" A broken spaceship with a searchlight that suddenly appeared between the cracks of the snowy mountains of nature? Anna beat him up, and everyone laughed. That night, she put her quilt and pillow on the bed. Looking left and right, she felt that she didn't have the same artistic conception as Anna. What kind of snow mountain did this look like? It was obviously the bed sheet in the ward. She didn't feel taboo to have this idea. As the saying goes, a mother doesn't think her child is ugly, and people don't think their own works are ugly. She laid down on the bed happily, resting her head on the fluffy pillow, burying her face in the soft quilt, kicking her feet, and rubbing them happily several times. She deliberately moved the disposable heating pad farther away, and the temperature in the room dropped slightly. The soft quilt came in handy. It was a heavenly experience to use it in a slightly cold day. The 6 little ghosts that came with the bamboo bed popped their heads out and sang in her ears as usual. Maybe it's not heaven. It's the morgue. The most comfortable morgue in the world. She imagined the bird's eye view of her room. A square room, a white bed, the little ghosts singing together, and she sleeping in the middle. Very peaceful. She was amused by the hellish joke she had come up with, and turned over with a smile on her face, and heard a commotion coming from the next room. David lived next door. Although everyone had their own room, Nia would go to David's place from time to sleep. Every time he and Nia shared a room, they would play in different ways for a long time before going to bed. I don't know where they got so much energy. They were busy enough during the day, and they could continue to play at night. Once, Sheehan got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. When he passed by the room, he found that they were competing to see who could stand on their heads the longest in the middle of the night. She was half asleep at the time, holding a flashlight, and thought she heard some noise. Without thinking much, she shone the flashlight over there, and was startled by his 2 bright eyes. But the noise tonight seemed to be much louder than usual, with bangs and occasional words. The sound insulation of the wall was not very bad, and Sheehan could hear them talking, which meant that they were talking very loudly. Did they have a fight? What happened in the middle of the night? Sheehan remembered but was too lazy to move. He squirmed in the quilt, and put his ear to the wall. He heard the 2 brothers shouting excitedly, "Die! You lingering white ghost! Oh hee, why don't you look at yourself? Aren't you white from head to toe? Stop talking nonsense and eat my pillow! Secret? Pillow attack! Sheehan, These 2 childish ghosts had a pillow fight in the middle of the night. At this moment, there was a burst of angry footsteps outside. After a while, Anna shouted, "Hey!" It came through the wall. At the same time, Nia's extremely childish line sounded, "Look, I will use the white pillow from the devil to completely assimilate you." Then, there was a long silence. In the next room, the white pillow fell from Anna's face, and landed on the ground innocently and low-key. Next to her, David, who had just ducked to avoid Nia's attack, was caught off guard, his head still looking out in a funny way. His posture was awkward and absurd. The 2 brothers seemed to be cast into a spell, motionless, and their scalps were numb. Just when Anna was about to make a move, Nia seemed to have made up her mind, swung the quilt and rushed over, and shouted to David without getting out of the play, "Ah, a new devil has appeared. Let's make an alliance for the time being and tie her up." So when Sheehan came to watch the fun, he saw Anna, like a female bandit, stepping on 2 quilt cocoons with 1 foot, holding a pillow in her hand, and hitting the 2 middle brothers on the head like a hot wheel. The scene was so beautiful that Sheehan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Anna heard the voice, and turned around with a fierce look. When she found it was her, she immediately felt embarrassed. Before she could say anything, she saw Sheehan running back with a glare, dragging 2 pillows back with a glare, and shouting seriously, "You demons who disturb people's sleep, you deserve to fight among yourselves, tremble. I will destroy you on behalf of the moon." Anna's red face couldn't be restrained, and her eyebrows and eyes smiled crescents. David and his brother looked at their sister, looked at each other, took the opportunity to overturn her suppression, and joined the melee with Sheehan. The 4 of them made a lot of noise for most of the night. Sheehan fell asleep first, curled up on the floor with a pillow in her arms, and slept soundly. Anna tried to be as gentle as possible and carried her back to the room. David and Nia brought back the sheets and pillows and lay side by side on the bed. "I don't think I've ever seen my sister so childish." "Yeah, I haven't. Do you think this is the feeling of home that others talk about? It feels like I want to stay here forever. I want to, too, with you." "Yes, with you." They fell asleep with sighs and satisfaction, but suddenly woke up 3 hours later. They noticed from their calves that the other person was sweating like them. They awakened their innate skills. Predicting dreams. Chapter 106. Most people stayed in bed the next day, and Shi-yun was no exception. She lazily piled up in the quilt, brushing the system happily. It was estimated that her influence would be enough to reach level 10 in 3 days, and she had to check for omissions before leaving the island. In order to expand the warehouse, she spent 50,000 points and upgraded base number 2 to level 10. The upgraded system warehouse has 400 grids, and she used nearly half of them. Some grids were directly filled to the upper limit, such as bricks, which were enough for her to build a few bungalows outside, such as filter rocks, which were enough for her to use. Some grids have 4 or 5 digits of items, such as cherry fruit, carrots, pork and other grains, both cooked and raw, suitable for various occasions, and some homemade soaps, pure natural toothpaste, pottery, and other daily necessities. The main feature is the simplicity and large quantity of rural people. Some grids have fewer items, 2 or 3 digits, such as some metals and cloth. There are also many grids with only single digits, all of which are some small props she made with the synthesis skill recently, which may come in handy at some time. Shi-yun went through it in her mind and confirmed that, except for living things, she had at least one copy of everything that the base had in her system warehouse, so she had no shortage of supplies. Half of the warehouse space was still left, which was very convenient for her to collect resources after leaving the island, so that she didn't have to think about what to throw away first when she wanted to pack things. In addition to the warehouse expansion, the base level 10 also opened a second bus space, which could be adapted to intermediate buildings, but she couldn't use them for the time being. The system predicted after the upgrade that the base would generate a certain amount of transformation power every day when it was upgraded to level 15. Shi-yun had been spending points like water recently, and she was tempted when she saw a way to make money, but the problem was that the current protective shield could only be adapted to bases below level 10. If it was higher, the protective shield would not be used, and she had to build a primary defense project. The primary defense project involved a bunch of synthetic materials that looked very high-tech, such as nanocarbon and high-temperature ceramic crystals. Many of them were prohibited from being transported instantly in the Federation. Even if she asked Kokeo to pull dozens of trucks of waste, she might not be able to extract much raw material. Moreover, these were not like bricks, which could be made by the system if there were raw materials. Shi-yun had seen the relevant branches in the technology tree, which required a bunch of prerequisite technologies, and could not be skipped, including the corresponding equipment and instruments, which were all very large. Even as an outsider, Shi-yun knew that a lot of energy was needed to run them. She thought back to when she first got the Special Forces spaceship. Generally speaking, she couldn't use all the spoil she captured. For items she made herself, such as protective shields, the system would indicate how many transformation points or energy points were needed to use them. But if it was an external item, such as a combat uniform, she could wear it and use it, but once the energy inside was used up, it was used up. She couldn't use transformation points to replace the energy originally needed for the combat uniform. The same was true for the spaceship. Other people's spaceships, how much energy is left, she only has the same amount of energy left in her hands. But at that time, she thought of a loophole that could be exploited, directly dismantle the spaceship and then put it back together. Before putting it back together, she noticed that there was a small arrow on the system indicating reversal, and she didn't quite understand what it meant. It was not until she put the spaceship back together that she found that the transformation force points could be used, but the ratio of points to energy points was not the usual 1-2, but the reverse of dozens to 1. The transformation force points needed to be consumed were simply outrageous, thousands of points per minute. Money is not burned so fast. Shi-yun noticed that there were similar small arrows on the icons of large equipment, which should be in the same inverse proportion. She estimated that even if the energy consumption of large equipment was not as outrageous as that of spacecraft, it would still be a huge expenditure of points. Moreover, according to common sense, the synthesis time of this kind of material synthesis equipment is mostly measured in hours. The cost effectiveness is too low, and it is not worth it. She needs real energy. If there is energy, even if large equipment is not built, the fixed daily points expenditure of her base can be reduced a lot. Otherwise, according to the current transaction volume of the trading market, the amount of points used for express delivery is not small, which cannot be deducted by the daily output of the base's means of production. If she gets stuck in a mission one day and loses the largest source of points, she may not be able to make ends meet. Thinking of this, Shi-yun silently added an item to her to-do list for leaving the island. If there is no other energy source, there should be some oil, right? 3 days later, Shi-yun upgraded, and the air wall around the island automatically collapsed. She invited the two brothers Andrew and David to go with her, and said goodbye to Hawkins and Anna, who stayed at the base. Hawkins always said what Sheehan said, and this time was no exception. He kept promising that he would take good care of the base, while Anna kept frowning and pursing her lips tightly. Sheehan knew she was worried. She had spent a lot of effort to convince Anna to stay in the base these 2 days. Seeing this, she grabbed her arm and said, "Smile. When there are more people in the base in the future, we can go out and play every day." Anna pursed her lips even tighter. "Don't worry, I am well prepared. There will be no danger. Didn't you teach me how to use mental power?" Sheehan pointed at Naya and the other two who were playing around. "Look at them. If we leave them here, the base will definitely be in chaos. Hawkins can't control them." Hawkins nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. He didn't want to stay with the two troublemakers and get tricked all the time. Anna glanced at Andrew and said nothing. Sheehan caught his gaze. "I know Andrew is reliable, but I can't do without him this time. There's nothing I can do." She held Anna's arm affectionately and shook. "I come back after I finish the work. The return trip will be fast with the transmitter." Anna reluctantly said him. The two hugged each other before leaving. There was nothing to say goodbye to each other, so after a perfunctory wave, they boarded the new plane together with Sheehan. The plane set sail in a wide open space, broke through the coast, and headed north. The island was surrounded by the sea, and she could not leave the island without transportation. With limited resources, she could only choose to build a ship or a plane, so she was a little entangled. If she built a ship, not to mention that it would be very troublesome to encounter pollution sources, like tentacle monsters, the turbulent waves alone would be enough to make them suffer, and it would take a long time. If she built a plane, the visibility of the Earth was not high, and there was no cooperation between the ground-based station and the satellite positioning system, so there were many problems in driving. However, the latter problem is easier to solve. Once the treasure hunting glasses are put on and function 2 is turned on, you can see the environmental resources and maps within a radius of 1,000 meters, which can barely be used for navigation. In addition, the plane has an inertial navigation system that does not rely on external facilities. David and Naya both know how to use it. So Sheehan finally decided to build a plane. But she insisted on taking David and Naya with her, not because they could fly a plane, nor was she really afraid that they would cause trouble if they stayed in the base. But early in the morning after the pillow fight, the two brothers came to her and asked if they could not take Anna off the island. They said that they had awakened their innate ability to predict dreams, and in their dreams they saw Anna standing in a city street filled with pollution sources, holding a giant axe, with a bloody face, and the spirit in her eyes gradually faded. There is no city on the island, and the only place where you can see city streets should be somewhere outside the island, so the two brothers immediately thought of leaving the island. The general ordered her to follow you, because her combat power, reaction speed and overall view are the best among all of us. We originally had the same idea as the general. Any tentacle monster outside the island is an S-level pollution source. We don't know if other places will be more dangerous. How can we be absent from such an exciting event? I also wanted you to take us with you. But our Gemini's predictive dream has not been wrong, so can we keep her? Sheehan didn't think it was a big deal. She went out of the island to find someone, and the universal clue only required her to bring the lost person from outer space. She thought about it. David and Naya are both optimistic and have nothing to do with loss. Anna just doesn't like to talk, but she is not that depressed. Although Hawkins thinks about his epitaph every day, he is actually quite open-minded. Only Andrew, who lost his home, had a similar experience to hers, and felt more in line with the description of the clues than the others. So she had to take only Andrew with her, and the others were optional. She herself had enough means to save her life, and at worst, she had the transmitter of the instant transmission device. So she agreed, and the two brothers cheered around her. We promise to be quiet. We promise to do whatever you ask us to do. She looked at David and sighed casually. When you smile, your profile looks like Anna. Naya doesn't look alike when she smiles. It's amazing that you two are hard to recognize at ordinary times. The two brothers suddenly fell silent. She noticed the change in the atmosphere and was a little confused. Did I say something wrong? Before the two brothers answered, she first thought of the triplets Grady, Mathages and Morrison. Because of the twins' aversion to odd numbers, the three brothers had a grudge against each other since childhood, especially Morrison, the youngest, who was obviously different from Grady and Mathages, and was born the latest, and was even more severely excluded. Anna's three siblings were different from Morrison and his family. The youngest among them was Naya, but the eldest sister Anna had a very different temperament from the other two. After a short period of silence, David explained the reason to Sheehan. It is not known whether they are luckier or more unlucky than Morrison. When they were born, their family had been destroyed, and the 3 ignorant babies were sent to an orphanage. The director did not want to accept them at first, but the Chris family, which had just been destroyed, was well known, and the Federation was vigorously promoting human rights laws. The director did not want to run into the gun, so he had no choice but to compromise. At first, they knew nothing and grew up ignorantly according to their nature. The youngest Nia gradually fell alone. From the appearance point of view, he was the least like the 3 siblings. From the temperament point of view, he was the most lively and talkative. From the physique point of view, his health was the worst. The welfare home staff became increasingly critical of him, and inexplicable scars began to appear on his body. The most serious one was a wound on his arm, and he was feverish and talking nonsense. Anna hugged him and cried for a whole day. When his fever finally subsided, she had cried enough and said to David in a childish and calm voice, "You are the older brother, and the older brother should protect the younger brother. Listen to me, you have to be like him. What about you? I can survive." She had no more extra words, and no more tears. From then on, she gradually became the odd one out among the 3 siblings, and the scars from Nia were gradually transferred to her. She no longer liked to play with her 2 brothers, and often saw them turn around and walk away without even saying hello. She did not give them any chance to change back. Either the 3 siblings lived their own lives, or the 2 brothers stayed together, and she, the elder sister, was left out. She did not leave them much room for choice. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 years had passed, and their true nature had long been blurred, and the masks they had worn for many years had been engraved into their bones and blood. But I remember when she was very young, she didn't like fighting at all. David finished the story, and said to Shiyun, "She has done enough for us. We hope she can be safe this time." Nia interrupted, "She hates fighting so much, it's a pity for her to die in the battle." "That's right, we would rather she stay at home and get bored to death." "What the hell is boring to death? These 2 unfortunate things are poisonous, and they can't be serious for more than 3 seconds. Thinking back to this, Shiyun couldn't help laughing. "What's so funny about this?" David, who was sitting in the driver's seat, turned around and looked at her like this, with a confused look on his face. "Maybe it's because you look funny, ha ha ha," Nia replied. "What the hell, just because I look funny doesn't mean you look funny." "I'm not laughing, I just looked up the almanac and found that it's a good day to travel today, so our trip will be smooth." Shiyun said, "What's wrong?" "A Class A pollution source is detected approaching rapidly." Shiyun was stunned for a moment, looked at the new message that popped up in the system not long ago, raised his eyebrows, and smiled again. "It's good news, help is here. Your resident Shiyun has ended his hibernation." Chapter 107. Shiyun woke up when Shiyun and his companions had just left. It found that Shiyun was no longer in the base, and it did not think about how long it had slept. It just thought that Shiyun was a bad guy who went out to play without it, and it was so angry that it swung its tail several times. The floor of the room was not as strong as its tail. After 2 bangs, a 2-finger-wide crack appeared, and dust and fragments fell. Fortunately, no one was downstairs, otherwise it would have been hit in the face. Shiyun did not care about these, and followed Shiyun's scent, and chased him angrily to ask for punishment. It chased the coastline without thinking, flew dozens of kilometers, and then realized something was wrong. But it only paused for a while, feeling that Shiyun's smell had faded a little, and was too lazy to bother, so it continued to chase. After chasing for almost half an hour, it finally saw Shiyun's plane. The silver mechanical creature spread its wings flat, its body almost submerged in the darkness, and its outer shell had a layer of energy fluctuation similar to the base's protective shield. "Humph, what's the point of building this broken thing? It's a big stupid thing. It can't fly as fast or as high as it can catch up in minutes." Shiyun wanted to shake it off, but it was impossible. Shiyun swung his tail proudly and sped up. Just when it was about to hit it head-on, the protective cover outside the plane suddenly withdrew, and Shiyun's deafening reminder came from inside, as if he had seen through its plan. "Don't destroy it, come in through the gap." Shiyun was so angry that he was knotted. "You stinky Shiyun, you sneaked out to play behind my back, and you didn't let me destroy it? I won't listen to you. Destroy it if I want." In the plane, David and Nia were very surprised. "Is this the black snake that has been sleeping in our base? Why does it talk like a rebellious teenager?" They looked at Andrew and Shiyun. The former usually got very nervous when he saw Shiyun was in danger, but this time, he was as calm as if he was listening to the weather forecast when he heard the pollution source's loud threats. The latter looked indifferent, sitting in his original position, and said calmly to the outside with a voice so loud that it made people's foreheads buzz, Hurry up, the protective cover is not good for a long time. If you want to eat cookies, come in quietly. I won't. Apologize, 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 you have to apologize to me. Shi-yun raised his hand, and a pile of filter rock waste appeared in the cabin aisle. 3 seconds later, the plane restarted the protective cover. Shi-yun, who had seeped in from the gap, was holding a small biscuit and spitting at David and Naya. These are all mine, you human resources don't even think about it. David, who was sitting in the left driver's seat, laughed out loud. Naya squatted in front of Shi-yun. You eat, we won't fight. Can I touch you? I haven't communicated with a Class A pollution source so closely and friendly. Hey David, its scales look so realistic, and they can reflect light. Shi-yun, who was busy eating snacks, took the time to spit out his tongue, almost stabbing a hole in Naya's hand. Get out of the way. Don't do that. Can I exchange this with you? Naya took out a B-grade nuclear crystal and tried to bribe. Just touch it just once? Shi-yun looked at the nuclear crystal lazily and snorted proudly. Naya saw this and thought it was a good idea, so she changed it for an A-grade nuclear crystal. How about this one? This one should be better than the one just now. Shi-yun snorted again, motionless, still tightly coiling the filter cotton waste, but his eyes were already glued to the nuclear crystal, secretly gathering strength, and spitting out his tongue violently, and it seemed that he was about to snatch the nuclear crystal away. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow. A slender hand blocked his way, and snatched the things away. Shi-yun's voice came from his head, and he said to Naya, don't feed it carelessly. This pig will sleep after it is full. Shi-yun was unhappy. Who is the pig? Who do you say is the pig? Look at me, I don't look like a pig at all. I am obviously a snake. I have no common sense. You are the pig. It coiled around Shi-yun's wrist, and tried to get into her fist to eat the A-level nuclear crystal. You came out to play without telling me. Why don't you apologize and give me a gift? You've been sleeping for nearly 3 months. Why did I bring you out? To feed other pollution sources? Shi-yun put the nuclear crystal into the warehouse, and pointed to the pile of biscuits in the aisle. If you don't eat the snacks, I put them away. Shi-yun didn't find the nuclear crystal in her fist, and made a fuss for a while. Seeing that she was not interested, he stared at her for a long time, raised his snake head with a displeased look, and lifted a scale under her eyelids and put it in her hand. I let you touch it, now take out the food. Shi-yun. First of all, I wasn't the one who bribed you with the nuclear crystal to touch you. I have no interest in reptiles with scales. Secondly, she pushed back the sharp-looking scale and pinched the snake body wrapped around her wrist. With you like this, do I need a bribe to touch you? Shi-yun was choked by her and became autistic. He jumped back to the scrap pile, buried his head in his food, and didn't say a word out of anger. David was multitasking, and from time to time he looked back. Seeing this scene, he laughed loudly, and the angry Shi-yun sprayed his head with cookie crumbs, mysterious fertilizer, and his brown hair turned gray. Naya gloated, pointing at his brother who seemed to have rolled in chalk dust. This is the fertilizer we usually use, right? We use so much for you. Why don't you sprout quickly? You think it's so easy to sprout. David twisted his body like seaweed. Come on, shine some light. I need to photosynthesize. Naya actually took a flashlight and shone it on his head, and took out a wild grass from somewhere and pressed it on David's head. Boss, look, it's sprouted. Shi-yun, Shi-yun said with disdain. Shi-yun, where did you find such stupid human resources? For the first time, Shi-yun really agreed with what it said, and nodded halfway, and then heard Shi-yun say, how can humans sprout? Only I can sprout. Don't look at them, look at me. As it spoke, a tender little black bud grew on its snake head, with round and thick leaves, and the veins on it were clearly visible, lifelike. Shi-yun held the little bud and looked at Shi-yun with a smug look in his eyes. Shi-yun, Did she take a group of children out for a spring outing? Sending the 2 people and the snake aside, Shi-yun looked through Shi-yun's current data panel. Resident details. Name, Shi-yun. Race, Pluto, snake, spiritual power, 220/220. SN value, -350/-350. Skills, eat, sleep, eat, error 404, skill attribute classification failed, take the initiative, error 404, skill attribute classification failed, non-universal skill, introduction, a species that should not exist. Almost no human has ever dealt with it in a normal form. You are a great leader who can barely communicate with it. Thanks to you, it can now go out to play on the island, which makes it very happy. It can be seen that Shi Yin has been sleeping for nearly 3 months, and although his appearance has not changed much, the actual changes are not small. His mental strength and SAN value have been significantly improved. According to the federal standards, it can be said that it has been upgraded from B level to A level, and has an additional skill. For this skill, the system data panel did not provide further description, and just vaguely said that this is a non-universal skill. It seems that there are some conditions for use. Shi Yun has no clue, and Shi Yin can't explain it when asked, just like Andrew was confused when he heard the name of his skill. Shi Yin could only put aside her doubts about the skills for the time being, and noticed the extra sentence after the introduction, saying that it was thanks to her that Shi Yin could leave the island. It seemed a bit redundant. The residents of the base were restricted by the air wall like her, so it was normal that they could not go out. There was no need to add such an extra sentence in the panels of other people. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that there might be other information hidden behind it. After a few thoughts, she asked Shi Yin, "You couldn't leave the island before you knew me?" Shi Yin was playing you throw cookies, and I catch them with my mouth with David and the others. Shi Yin asked again, "But I remember you wanted to take me to the beach to play. Should we be able to play in the sea around the island? How far can we go? About 10 meters? Shi Yin extended his snake tail, pierced the filter rockways flying in the opposite direction, and happily sucked it. "We agreed to eat it with our mouths, you cheated?" Naya yelled. "The tail is also my mouth. Are you angry or not?" Lelelelelo. Shi Yin yelled back in a bad tone, and then answered Shi Yin's question, "How could it be only 10 meters? Don't look down on snakes. Last time, I bit that stupid big guy in the sea several times, and he chased me for a long distance. There were 1,000 10-meter distances." Shi Yin pondered for a moment. 10 meters is the farthest range of activities of the base personnel around the island before the air wall disappeared. Since Shi Yan's previous range of activities was more than 10 meters around the island, it means that he could not leave the island before becoming a resident, and it had nothing to do with the system. But the system clearly said that Shi Yan's ability to leave the island now was related to her. Why? Did she do something special, or did she change something unconsciously? I only heard Naya talking to Shi Yin. What big fool? How big is it? Is it powerful? Shi Yin grew a few tentacles and imitated it vividly. What a powerful ghost. It's just a big octopus. It only knows how to dance its tentacles wildly. It's very stupid. It chased me and couldn't catch up. It tangled itself into a ball. But it didn't know that I had already circled behind it and bit it again. Ha ha ha. Naya. Ha ha ha. There are so many tentacle monsters in the sea. Why is the one you met so stupid? The one we met last time was quite smart and could act like a human. Shi Yun. How many times have you secretly gone out to play without telling me? Shi Yun, this time? Shi Yin, nonsense. You have already met the second tentacle monster. Naya scratched her head. She didn't lie to you. We met it at the beach. Shi Yin, there was only that one around. It raised its snake head belatedly and spit out its snake tongue dangerously at Naya. What did you do to my food reserves? Many of the plane's instrument panels were affected by it, shaking like windshield wipers in a rainstorm. David sighed, no longer able to watch the fun at the same time, and could only concentrate on flying the plane. The cabin fell into a strange silence. Only Shi Yun's voice was particularly calm. It affects the base's water supply. I chopped it off. If you have any opinions, come to me. Don't take it out on the plane. You stole my food reserves while I was sleeping? Shi Yin angrily rushed to her and accused her. Shi Yun was calm. Whose food reserves are? Can you beat them? The tentacle monster was downgraded from S level to A+. She didn't believe that only Shi Yin, who was at level B, could defeat it before hibernation. It was more likely that the tentacle monster also had a limited territory, and could not go to land before the air wall appeared. I don't care. You have to compensate me for the food reserves. You have to compensate me. Shi Yin was making a fuss in front of her. Shi Yin took out the humerus. It only has this left. I will use this to compensate you. Who wants this broken thing? Shi Yin pulled the thing out with his tail. I want the one you just put away. Shi Yin. No, you might go into hibernation after eating it, and sleep for several months. I won't have time to look after you. Shi Yin wanted to make trouble again, but Shi Yin picked him up and pressed him into her arms. A small cookie was stuffed into his mouth, and he stroked it unskillfully. Be good. I give it to you when we get back. Shi Yin nestled in her arms, angrily. You said it. Yes. Shi Yin said, looking at the new message in the communicator group chat, stroking the snake, and fell into deep thought. Chiao Yusung, Anna Yun, the bamboo forest has ended its hibernation, and the red worm is here to invite you to play. Chio-yu-sung. Anna, hearing that you were going away, it flew around the base twice, as if looking for something. Chio-yu-sung. Anna, then it flew away, leaving only a sentence, be careful of the freezer. Chapter 108. Before sending a message to Shi-yun, Anna first took a look at the base's freezer. The freezer was Shi-yun's vehicle that had brought him to Earth. It was underground, located in the center of base number 1, surrounded by a protective shield. Because there was no need to enter or exit, Shi-yun, who was stingy, did not issue passes to everyone. Except for Shi-yen, whose hometown still belonged to base number 1, other residents could not enter base number 1. Therefore, Anna just went down the hole, stepped on the protective shield, and observed from a distance. The cryopod was quietly embedded in the ground, nothing unusual. Anna felt relieved and sent the red worm's reminder to Shi-yun. It took a while for Shi-yun to reply, saying that the cryopod and base number 1 were fine for the time being, but for the sake of caution, they should keep in touch. There were a lot of boring words from David and Naya in between the messages of her conversation. Above, it was Clan who said that he had finally recharged the optical brain on the spacecraft, and had a few words with David and the others, and earlier, the general said lightly that he and Clan had gone out. That was nearly half a month ago. The general and Clan left quietly, without saying hello to anyone except Shi-yun. Anna and the others arrived that night. Seeing that they had not returned for a long time, they asked Shi-yun and found out that they had already left. Everyone knew that the general was going to leave the island to find clues about the experimental subjects. They had argued for the person to be selected because the general gave many reasons, such as too many people might alert the enemy, the base was short of manpower, and Yun would also leave the island in a while and needed protection. Anyway, after listing all the reasons, there was only one conclusion: he would only take one person. He always has a way to convince everyone. Only half a month has passed, and the general and clan have gradually stopped making any moves. Although Anna has long been accustomed to it, she still cares a little. She did not let herself indulge in her emotions, clicked off the chat interface, and looked at the remaining energy of her optical brain. The optical brain can be charged with the help of human bioelectricity, but the energy consumption in the polluted area is high, and the income is not enough to cover the expenditure. The energy that could have lasted for several years can only be used for half a year here. Now there is only 10% left. If you use less messy functions, it should be able to last for more than a month. According to Shi-yun's plan, she would come back once a month or so to replenish supplies, which was just right. If it really didn't work, Shi-yun also left a phone number. Anna thought about it for a while, and felt that there was no problem, so she came out of the cave, and took care of the base with Hawkins. Anna was quiet, and not familiar with Hawkins. The two of them didn't talk much, but there were many people in the base before, so there was no need to chat too much. Now there were only the two of them, and it suddenly became a little awkward. Of course, Hawkins was the only one who felt awkward. This awkwardness lasted until the evening. Hawkins came out with a pot of hot noodles, and saw Anna sitting in the living room eating softened roasted cherry fruit. Hawkins stood stupidly by the kitchen, staring at Anna helplessly. Anna noticed his gaze, and gave him a puzzled look. Hawkins was still a little afraid of Qin Zixing's guards, especially Anna, who was taciturn and had explosive fighting power. He broke the silence and said carefully, "Aren't you going to eat?" Anna thought he was asking nonsense and raised the things in her hand impatiently. Hawkins frowned. "You prefer cherry fruit? Then the noodles for these two people." Anna was stunned. "Is there a portion for me?" Hawkins was confused by the question. "No, shouldn't there be?" Anna looked at the steaming pot in his hand. "You didn't ask me to help." Hawkins, "Ah? There's nothing to help with." Although Clan is impatient, he is very patient when it comes to cooking. He is the best cook in the base, followed by Andrew, Hawkins, and David. The others can be fooled and will not starve to death. Only Anna was born without this kind of mind. If she took action, the kitchen would be in chaos. So usually, she would just help out in the kitchen. But now, there were only two of them in the base. How could there be so many meals for two people to prepare? Besides, the two of them didn't talk more than 5 sentences a day. Hawkins thought it was strange and unnecessary to ask her for help, so he didn't ask her. Unexpectedly, Anna had been calm all day, but her expression became subtle at this time. She and Hawkins were not comrades in arms. If Shi-yun hadn't built this base and brought them together, they would have been strangers who didn't interfere with each other. She never thought that a stranger would take care of her so naturally, and put her in the category of eating together and counting her share. Anna was speechless for a while, and almost asked out of habit, "What can I do?" Hawkins was still holding the pot of noodles, repeating blankly, What? Anna frowned. Farming, mining, feeding pigs. Or what? Hawkins reacted and explained quickly. Ah no, that's not what I meant. Don't we always eat together? It's just a habit to eat together. It's more fun to eat with two people than alone. I don't mean to force you. If you don't like it, then don't eat. I just can't finish it by myself. But it's okay, don't force it. Then I go to eat. Just because we are used to eating together? Does this everyone include her? He tacitly made her share, not because of his comrades, not for others, and there was no benefit to be exchanged, but just because he thought it was more lively to eat with her. They were strangers who had nothing to say to each other under the same roof, right? Anna blinked. This was almost zero in her experience. When she thought about how she had been sitting here with her feet up for a long time, and finally she could eat something made by others without any effort, she felt embarrassed. Hawkins saw that she suddenly became embarrassed, confused, and asked hesitantly, "Then are you still eating?" Anna nodded, helped to get the bowls and chopsticks, and said, "Eat, I washed the dishes." Hawkins felt relieved. Thank God, the noodles will not be wasted. After eating a meal of noodles, the atmosphere between the two was obviously not as stiff as before. Hawkins relaxed a lot, and after eating and drinking, he couldn't help but chat with Anna, the only person he chatted with, from how he never dared to imagine that his family could have such a big field, to the first-class sunshine at home, and to the pigs, chickens, and sheep at home seemed to have grown meat again today. Anna listened carefully to his trivial matters for a long time, and when he mentioned the most frequently used word again, she said softly, "Home?" Hawkins could talk to himself for a long time, and finally heard Anna's response, so he immediately made an exaggerated gesture. Yes, don't you think our base is just like home? Life is so carefree, much more enjoyable than before in the Federation, the food and drinks are good, the boss and seniors are not arrogant, and you are also very nice. In fact, I was very worried when you first came. Admiral Cheen and Admiral Lehman didn't get along. Later, I found that you were different from the rumors. It was much easier to get along with you. Even you turned out to be easy to talk to. Anna laughed. Seeing this, Hawkins became even more excited. I've been thinking recently that I don't need an epitaph anymore. If I die one day, please just find a place with a nice view to bury me. I will definitely be very comfortable there. It doesn't matter if the epitaph is impressive enough. Anna didn't understand. She wanted to ask it a long time ago. Why do you always think about the epitaph? Hawkins was stunned by her question, as if he had never thought about this question before. After a while, he said uncertainly, maybe it's because I was in the special forces before, and I could lose my life at any time with my ability? He became more and more confident as he spoke. I am actually allergic to sedatives. I can't take sedatives. You know, people's emotions affect their efficiency. Low efficiency means poor ratings, and poor ratings mean no future. Anna nodded. Since the development of federal science, emotional sedatives that can eliminate negative emotions in humans are quite common drugs. Except for some individual cases, such as groups with special beliefs or people with allergies, everyone will take regular injections of sedatives, and emergency injections when necessary to control negative emotions within a certain range. Not taking soothing drugs, or being unable to take soothing drugs means that the frequency and amplitude of emotional fluctuations will be greater than others, and it is easy to be affected by emotions, which will be very difficult in the Federation that emphasizes efficiency. Hawkins continued, I thought that if there is no future, there is no future, and I just need to focus on my logistics and have a meal. After all, it is a stable job. In the end, I don't know what the superiors are thinking. They forced me, a logistics person, to be thrown into the special forces. There were gunfire and bullets every day, and I was scared to death. As a result, a lot of people who were better than me died, and I was inexplicably still alive. I don't understand, and others don't understand either. They always ask why a waste like me can still live. I can't figure it out myself. The more I think about it, the more I feel that life is meaningless. It's okay to die, but I have to live forever. What can I do? I can't commit suicide. I can't do it. My life is a mess, and I can't use sedatives. I feel like I'm stuck in a quagmire. There is no way to go. Life is so fucked up that I can only think about my epitaph. I didn't look decent when I was alive, so at least I should look decent when I die. Maybe this is the mentality. It has become a habit, ha ha ha. You have a very special habit. Anna complained. Hawkins didn't care and continued to talk. When I first arrived at the base, I was so nervous. The boss asked me to use my mental power to plant radishes, and I planted them desperately, fearing that if the efficiency was low, she would dislike me and kick me out of the base. That was no joke. Until the time I fainted, the boss came to me after I woke up and actually apologized to me, saying that she was on guard against me at the beginning and didn't explain it to me clearly. Letting me use my mental power to plant radishes was just an experiment on a whim. It was a surprise that I could grow them. She asked me to take it easy in the future and do what I can. Many things in the base are not rushed. 1 hour slower is no different from 1 day. Life is so long. If I lose people just to speed up a little, the little time saved will not be enough to make up for the loss. It is not worth it. I gradually relaxed and stopped pursuing efficiency blindly. Gradually, I found that many small things in life are full of surprises when you look closely. Just a mouthful of carrot soup will become particularly fragrant when you savor it carefully. I suddenly realized that it doesn't seem to be very important whether I can use pacifiers. I can live happily without them. The difference between me and others is not pacifiers. There are many more ways to go in life than I imagined. There are even ways hidden in the quagmire. It's just that I was too anxious to get out before and didn't notice it. At this point, he finally stopped and asked Anna, "Speaking of which, what about you? You have been here for so long without sedatives, but you don't seem to have any adverse reactions? Have you gotten used to it so quickly? Or are you allergic?" Anna shook her head. The general's personal soldiers are not allowed to take sedatives under any circumstances. Hawkins slapped his head. "I remember it. It seems to be true. I have always been curious, whether to fight or not. Isn't that asking for trouble? What is your general thinking? Because we must keep all in the face of separation, grief and pain." Anna repeated Chen Zixing's words word for word. Soldiers without empathy are just killing machines. Perhaps she spoke too forcefully. Hawkins paused, and after half the night, he kept his mouth shut for a long time. When he spoke again, his tone was a little unclear. He said in a different rhythm from before, "Your general is a rare wise man." He seemed to have lost interest in chatting afterwards, and the two of them put away their bowls and went back to their rooms to sleep. Anna ate some jerry fruit first, then half a pot of noodles. She felt a little full even though she had a big appetite. She couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, so she went downstairs to the bathroom and went to the kitchen to get some water. When she passed the living room, she felt something was wrong and looked up. There was a 2-finger wide crack on the ceiling, and across the crack, a person's shoe sole was lying. Above this position was Shiyun's room. In other words, someone was standing in Shiyun's room in the middle of the night. Anna didn't have time to think about it, and rushed to the second floor quietly. I saw Shiyun's door was wide open, and Hawkins stood in the middle of the room, staring at the empty bed motionlessly. He noticed Anna's movement, and slowly turned his head. His eyes, which were usually like light brown glass beads, were a little golden, and looked over without any focus. Anna frowned and was about to say something, but she saw Hawkins turn around and walk past her calmly, and return to the room at the other end of the corridor. His expression and steps looked like he was sleepwalking. Chapter 109. Interstellar Federation, 5th Galaxy, Augiasberg. All the servants were silent, and walked as lightly as possible, fearing that they would accidentally offend Admiral Lehman. It has been a month. The Admiral got angry easily, and the days of taking soothing drugs like glucose have lasted for nearly a month. It has been nearly a month since Grady, the former administrator of the First Star District of the 6th Galaxy, died suddenly. This incident was like a fatal fuse, igniting the unlucky flame, and blew up several minefields of the Admiral in succession. First, the mermaid named Portia announced her candidacy for the Zone Administrator. She had many supporters, and was very popular. The Admiral felt that there were too many hidden dangers in electing a mermaid as the administrator, and that it would be better to elect Rose, the more capable representative of the energy factory. However, Rose disappeared within a few days of his message being conveyed, so that Portia's public support was far behind. The Admiral suspected that Rose's disappearance was related to Portia, and ordered people to investigate Portia in detail, but they found an unexpected surprise. This mermaid was secretly engaged to Morrison, an old subordinate of Qin Xingxing. The Admiral immediately ordered that all means must be used to prevent Portia from being elected as the administrator of the 1st District of the 6th Galaxy. Unexpectedly, a few days later, Marshal Green suddenly summoned him, saying that he had received an anonymous report and sternly demanded that Lehman not interfere with the democratic election. Lehman held back his anger and agreed. After the meeting, he got very angry. If he hadn't been injected with an emotional sedative, he would have had to carry several people out on stretchers. After that day, Portia became the administrator of the 1st District of the 6th Galaxy smoothly. The troubles did not end there. A few days later, Admiral Lehman finally got a clue about the experimental subject Ocean that he had been tracking. The Admiral was delighted and followed the clues, but found the dead Grady. It turned out that after Grady got the clue about Ocean, he was afraid that others would take the credit from him, so he eliminated all other insiders. Now, even he himself has become a corpse, and the clues have come to an abrupt end. Lehman was so angry that he injected 2 sedatives in succession. Today, Federal Marshal Green held an emergency remote meeting, and Lehman attended the meeting in the study. Less than 10 minutes after the meeting started, Lehman asked someone to send the sedative into the study. When the housekeeper found out, he broke out in a cold sweat. What can be done in 10 minutes? The opening remarks alone would take 7 or 8 minutes, so how many words could be said in the remaining minutes? Could it make the Admiral, who had just received a routine sedative in the morning, so angry? Is there anything more suffocating than Grady, the brainless man, erasing the clue insider in order to win credit, and finally going to hell with the only clue? As it turns out, there really is. In the huge study, one wall was covered with all kinds of guns and weapons. Lehman sat in front of this wall, looking at the 3D projection of a colleague in front of him on the right, with an ugly face. She was a female general in charge of the 5th Military Region. Her name was Yen. She had shoulder-length hair, pointed ears, and a small face. When she didn't speak, she looked like an elf in a fantasy work. But when she spoke, she was very down-to-earth and infuriating. At this moment, she spoke like a machine gun. Not only did she speak very fast, but every shot hit the bullseye. I just saw that everything was not going well for you recently, so I asked you kindly if you found any clues in Grady's relics. Why are you glaring at me? I didn't kill your Grady, and I didn't find the clues. I didn't force your mermaid administrator, who was newly born in the first star zone of the 6th galaxy, to marry Morrison. I didn't drive Morrison's previous boss Gene Sixing into the contaminated Area 34, so that he could not be found, and the case could not be closed. I don't have such great ability. Lehman's chest rose and fell noticeably, and he felt that the sedative he had injected in the morning was about to evaporate from his pores. He ordered someone to send in the emergency sedative in his brain, and interrupted Yin. Everyone is very busy, you have something to say, but don't waste time talking about so many dead people. Are there many? Isn't it just your wicked subordinate Grady? Yin ignored Lehman's expression, or do you think Qin Xingxing is also dead? After all, it's been 3 months since he plunged into the contaminated area, so he should be dead, right? She took an exaggerated breath. Then I can't understand. Since you also assume that he is dead, why did you waste so much manpower and resources to guard the jump points around the number 34 contaminated area for the past 3 months? Last time I heard that your people and my people had a fight, I was puzzled for a long time. Why did you bring Gene Sixing up for no reason? It turned out that you were reporting in front of the marshal. Lehman's eyes were full of flames, and he asked the housekeeper for a soothing drug again. He suppressed his anger and said, I have explained to you more than once that there is a pollution source outbreak in the number 34 contaminated area. Your 5th military region does not have many people nearby. I was afraid that you were short of manpower, so I sent people to help. Oh, the next time you need to help me, you must let me know in advance. I don't know how to see the essence through the phenomenon. I almost misunderstood that you and Gene Sixing had not fought for territory enough and were going to fight with me. I was so scared that I almost sent the emergency report to the marshal halfway through. Now think about it. If the marshal really saw my report and thought that I didn't trust you enough, wouldn't I be a narrow-minded and bad colleague? What a bad impression it would give to the marshal. Will you be responsible if I am not reused in the future? Marshal Green, who regretted missing the written report but had listened to a dozen oral reports, said, Ahem. Bowen, the newly appointed general of the 4th Military Region, was nervous, while Ake, the senior general of the 2nd Military Region, turned his head away, his mouth trembling suspiciously. Every time the whole staff held a meeting, it was a big drama. Lehman's face was full of anger. You are not going to let this go, right? Well, the marshal is here today. Let's sort this out in front of the marshal. Marshal, I was ordered to arrest the federal top-wanted criminal, not to abuse my power for personal gain. I am protecting citizens in accordance with the rules, not grabbing territory. If you think there is something fishy here, you can just suspend me and investigate according to the procedures. I will cooperate unconditionally. In order to prevent some people from always thinking that I am unworthy of my position and sitting here as an eyesore. Yen chuckled. Who dares to say that you are unworthy of your position? You care about the Federation and the people, and have trained a group of good subordinates. You are afraid that the clues of the experimental subjects will leak out and cause social unrest. You have done a unique job in keeping secrets. Two blue veins appeared on Lehman's clenched fists. In the optical brain, he told the butler that the inhibitor sent in must be strong. Okay. The marshal finally spoke. Lyman, it is understandable that you have to follow the rules, but you must notify those who need to be notified, and don't say anything angry. Yen, I have already explained this to you, so stop now. After giving both of them a slap on the wrist, the marshal brought the topic back to the topic. Let's get back to the point. Yen, you said you have new clues about the experimental subject? Lehman's face completely darkened. Yen responded briskly, looking at Lehman provocatively. Yes, God has eyes. Our Federation is lucky enough to have found new clues for me, avoiding this matter from being delayed again and again. You know, when it comes to doing some things, if you are a minute late, others will have the upper hand. She met Lehman's gloomy eyes without any fear, of course. The others here, I mean the experimental subjects. The marshal did not let her stop this time, and even showed appreciation in his eyes. The soothing agent was brought into Lehman's study at this time. The light red medicine was placed in a glass syringe, which looked very much like the color of Yan's lipstick today. For a moment, Lehman wanted to grab the annoying syringe and smash it hard on the face of the woman who was always talking nonsense. Fortunately, he still had reason and knew that losing control of emotions was a taboo. He just tightly grasped the syringe, turned his back to everyone's sight, and skillfully injected himself with a dose under the table. The effect of injecting the sedative twice in one day was really remarkable. The anger disappeared out of thin air, as if kidnapped by a ghost. Reason completely took over the control of the brain. Lehman could finally listen to Yan's endless and sarcastic reporting of clues, like listening to the weather forecast. Yan saw that he had secretly injected the sedative, and was in a good mood. He continued to talk nonsense, and stopped talking before the marshal became impatient. He threw out a coordinate neatly. Reliable information. Ocean will appear here in a week. Lehman's eyes narrowed. The last time he heard the word Earth was more than 2 months ago, when he heard the inspector's report at the governor's office of the third system. The damage rate of Earth's instantaneous transport device rose inexplicably. Baven, who was sitting opposite him, exclaimed, Earth? Isn't it in the core contaminated area? He can even enter the core contaminated area now? Yes, from this information, I guess that in recent years, Ocean has been relatively quiet at this time of year. It is probably because he goes there every year. He has been in and out of this place for many years. Yin said casually. Ake looked like he was watching the fun. It's not easy for us to enter the core contaminated area, let alone catch people, let alone catch Ocean. What good things do you have hidden? Hurry up and don't keep us waiting. Yin blinked at him and gave a second coordinate. It's reliable news. Ocean will come here when he returns from Earth. Where is this? The marshal asked. Where will Trash's main force be 2 weeks later, at the junction of the 4th and 5th galaxies? It is said that their starship has an instant transmission device to Earth. Yin looked at everyone who had reacted one by one, and finally her eyes fell on Lehman, and she smiled brightly. Marshal, I am applying to ambush the main force of the Star Pirates. Trash. Seize the transmission device of their starship, and wait for Ocean to fall into our arms. So I request support from other military districts, especially our good neighbor, the 3rd military district under the command of Admiral Lehman. She turned her head to look at Lehman. You have a lot of troops, so you don't mind borrowing a few more from you? Borrowing people is a small matter, but letting his people play as vanguards and cannon fodder is a big matter, and letting his people be cannon fodder, but can't get the biggest credit is a bigger matter. 2 tubes of soothing drugs could not suppress Lehman's rage, and he crushed the glass he had just picked up. The meeting was suspended for 10 minutes, and the marshal asked Lehman to treat the wound on his hand. Lehman walked out of the study with a gloomy face, but saw the staff officer, who had been waiting at the door for who knows how long. The latter's happy and stupid look made him more and more angry, and he shouted, Do you have nothing to do, or what? If it were any other time, the staff officer would probably have restrained his expression, but today was different. Admiral, don't be angry, I have great news. Lehman looked at him gloomily. The staff officer looked around, pulled him to the reception room next door, closed the doors and windows, turned on the anti-eavesdropping device, and then projected the 3D image in the optical brain. The 3D technology of the Federation era was lifelike. The two were still in the reception room of the castle, but they felt a flash in front of their eyes, as if they were teleported to a wide underground laboratory somewhere. The woman with skin as white as porcelain was suspended in the liquid in the glass container, in the center of the laboratory. The researchers in the laboratory stood in a row on the side. When they saw Lehman's 3D projection appear in front of them, they couldn't help but greet him happily. Report to the Admiral, we have just completed a technological revolution. Since the last time the mental activity of the number 1 mother reached the highest level, under our multifaceted stimulation, although it has not yet broken through the dormant threshold, its mental power has also increased greatly. It has now successfully passed the number 39042 experiment. The infiltration effect is infinitely stable and far better than before. The staff officer looked at Lehman's expression and coughed dryly. Speak human language. Someone next to him quickly took over the conversation. Report to the commander. This means that we can not only transform the soldier's mental power into light attributes like before, but also the transformed soldiers will have a more stable and stronger mental power than Nikita, the captain of the 3rd Special Forces. Every soldier will be an upgraded Nikita. If the soldiers undergoing the transformation have good qualities, we may be able to achieve greater breakthroughs. Not only that, we can extract its mental power as energy, thereby reducing energy consumption in the core contaminated area by 80%. This will be the most durable and powerful dive that we have ever had. It will be a milestone and key weapon for our generation to conquer the core contaminated area. 10 minutes later, Lehman returned to the study. The anger on his face faded away, and he looked at Yen calmly and said, "The main force of trash is not easy to fight. We have failed so many times in the past few years. Why not do this time, double insurance? We can split the troops into 2 groups and cooperate inside and outside. You still have to deal with the main force, but..." He looked at the marshal confidently. "I believe you have read my feasibility report. I apply to send elite troops to raid the core contaminated area and encircle and suppress the experimental subject ocean." Chapter 110. Core contaminated area, Earth. The plane has been flying for 3 days. Thanks to the flying skills of the David brothers and the protective shield system, although Shi Yun and his team have been flying at a low altitude of less than 1,000 meters, they have been able to deal with many emergencies without any danger. The 2 brothers love to play and love excitement. After taking turns to drive for a day, with such high intensity and high risk, they not only did not show any signs of fatigue, but their eyes were shining with excitement. "Boss, wasn't that circling and turning I just did very cool? It can't compare to my Cobra maneuver, boss, don't you think so? If you want to talk about Cobra, then I talk about roller." "What's the roller? Did you see my prediction just now? I took off before the pollution source appeared." "What's the big deal? With a pollution source radar, who can't predict it? Try someone else, Andrew. If you were asked to see the radar, could you do it in advance?" Andrew collapsed in the chair, relying on the seat belt to not slide down. Hearing this, he opened his mouth and spit out a string of ellipses. Shi Yun rubbed her temples, angrily. "Don't call Andrew. You two remember that this is just an ordinary plane, not a fighter plane, right? I know you have good skills, but if you show off your skills meaninglessly, I will scold you with a loud voice." When the 2 brothers thought of her repeated, deafening, soul-shaking muttering, they became nervous and immediately behaved a lot. After dealing with them, Shi Yun pulled Shi Yin away from Andrew. "Just eat snacks. Why do you keep rubbing Andrew's face with cookies? Don't you see that his skin is almost bald because of you? Do you think you are eating dumplings and dipping them in vinegar?" Shi Yin swore and retorted a few words, basically saying that Shi Yun was stingy and that he was just enjoying the taste of human resources, but that was not enough. Shi Yun said faintly, "If you keep quibbling, I will take you to the driver's seat." David and Naya were so excited that, in Shi Yun's words, that area was filled with the stench of joy, which was simply the source of all evil in the plane. Shi Yun also became honest. Finally, his ears were quieter, and Shi Yun leaned back in his seat and continued to deal with things. First, at the primary trading market, all transactions were arranged properly, and then I chatted with Portia for a few words to understand the recent market demand and trends for agricultural products in the 6th galaxy, to see if the subsequent transaction volume needs to be adjusted, and whether it is possible to introduce new agricultural products. In terms of quantity, the demand is stable and rising. In addition to the 1st star region, people in other star regions of the 6th galaxy have also begun to inquire about the supply of the 1st star region. Those who are more informed have already contacted Shi Yun. As long as she can increase the supply of food, sales can be further increased. The introduction of new agricultural products is more troublesome. With Portia in the 6th star system, even if Shi Yun does not have a qualification certificate, it is not a big problem to sell crops that the star system has the qualification to cultivate. However, if he wants to sell agricultural products monopolized by other star systems, the qualification to cultivate will be an obstacle. However, there is no rush for the time being. With Shi Yun's current staff configuration, the output is only enough to supply the agricultural product demand of the 1st star zone. The reason why Shiyun wants to know the possibility of introducing new agricultural products in advance is mainly because she unlocked the Wealth Transformation Power Exchange system after she was promoted to Leader Level 10. As the name suggests, this system can realize the exchange of wealth and transformation power, but due to the level limit, it can only realize the one-way exchange of wealth to transformation power, and the exchange ratio is 1,000 to 1. In other words, with Shiyun's current 7-digit wealth, if it is all converted into transformation power, it can be exchanged for a few thousand, which sounds not much, but if she can further expand the market and greatly increase the transaction volume, maybe she can realize the freedom of transformation power points in the future. Thinking divergently here, Shiyun combined some previous plans, sorted out the overall ideas, and sorted out the things to do recently according to priority. First, go all the way north to try to find the whereabouts of the elder brother. Second, survey the metal veins and energy resources outside the island to further develop the base and save the consumption of transformation points. This is what they have been doing these days. The third is to increase the manpower of the base. Finally, obtain farming qualifications. Among them, the third and fourth are not urgent and can be done slowly. While Shiyun was sorting out his thoughts, he chatted with Portia about some random things. After chatting, he switched to the communicator to see if Anna had any new news today. Following the last warning about the cryochamber, Anna sent a few more messages. One of them said that Hawkins sleepwalked in the middle of the night and went to Shiyun's room, asking Shiyun if he had encountered a similar situation before. Shiyun felt it was new. Hawkins had been at the base for almost 3 months, and even when there were only stone houses, he had never been sleepwalking. She turned around and asked Andrew, who had the shortest sleep time, and the latter also said that he had never encountered it. After reading Shiyun's reply, Anna did not continue the topic. The next few messages were all about reporting the reserves of the large filter rock mine on the seashore. After the tentacle monster was solved, the water supply of the base returned to normal, but the reserves of the filter minion mine continued to decrease. Shiyun measured it on the day he left the island. At that time, the reserves had dropped from 19.98 million to 19.78, a decrease of 200,000. In the past 3 days, the data given by Anna were 19.77, 19.76, and 19.76. Shiyun was very puzzled. The changes in the reserves of the ore vein seemed to have no regularity. Before the tentacle monster was solved, the total reserves dropped by 10,000 in nearly 2 months. After the tentacle monster was solved, the reserves not only did not stop decreasing, but in the next half month, the reserves almost decreased by 10,000 every day. But if the reserves dropped sharply because of the disappearance of the tentacle monster, why did the reserve decline stagnate on the 3rd day after she left the island? However, the strangest thing that happened in the base after she left the island was Hawkins sleepwalking. It's really puzzling. Just when Shiyun was thinking about the mystery of the mineral vein, Naya and David suddenly shouted hack together, and then the plane, which had been flying steadily for a while, suddenly went up, and the huge inertia generated was like a pair of giant hands, pressing Shiyun firmly to the backrest. Shiyun felt the impact on the bones in her back, and her attention was forcibly pulled back to the plane. She frowned, and felt that Naya was not showing off this time. What's wrong? There is a mountain ahead. David answered for Naya, who was highly focused. Mountain? Shiyun subconsciously looked at the display in the treasure hunting glasses, and there was no mountain mark within a radius of 1,000 meters. Yes, it is not shown on the map. When we found it, it was too close, less than a few hundred meters. David spoke half a minute faster than usual. It's too dark outside, and the naked eye can't see clearly. If we hadn't discovered that the wind force parameters were not right in time, we would have hit it by now. He paused and comforted her. It's okay, let's fly higher and get over it. However, the system prompt sound that only Shiyun could hear was constantly broadcasting. Current flight altitude, 5,000 meters. Current flight altitude, 8,000 meters. Current flight altitude, 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters? Haven't passed it yet? Shiyun frowned. This is impossible. The highest peak on Earth is only 9,000 meters above sea level. There is no mountain that is 10,000 meters high. She thought about it, and said decisively, this mountain is wrong. Don't compare it with the height. Is there any way to go around it? No, we can't see the road ahead clearly, and we are close to the mountain. Even if we consider the wind parameters, we don't have enough time to judge, not to mention that this plane is not flexible enough, and the risk of side-spinning collision is almost 100%. David replied. How about I turn on the protective shield at full power, and hit it directly? Naya suggested. Warning, your protective shield wear rate is rising sharply. Wear rate 40% wear rate 50% wear rate 60% no. Almost at the same time Shi-Yun saw the system prompt, David stopped him. The wear rate is rising too fast. We may lose the protection of the protective shield in the middle of the collision. Then we can only continue to gamble. Naya estimated in his mind and agreed with David's statement. I bet that this mountain is not as high as our plane. Current flight altitude, 11,000 meters. Warning, the maximum flight altitude of this aircraft is 15,000 meters. If it exceeds this altitude, the aircraft will disintegrate. Warning, your current flight altitude has reached 13,000 meters. Warning, your current flight altitude has reached 14,000 meters. We can't go any higher. Looking at this trend, we can't win the bet. The plane is going to disintegrate. Shi-Yun made a prompt decision and quickly unbuckled her seat belt. David, Naya, unbuckle your seat belts. Put on your gear, come here. She threw the emergency parachute equipment to the two brothers, and quickly put on a set for herself. Looking at Shi-Yun, I suspect that mountain is the source of pollution. If it attacks actively during its fall, you protect us. Shi-Yun shook his tail perfunctorily. Shi-Yun threw a small cookie to coax it, and after confirming that everyone had put on their parachute equipment and gathered around him, he quickly explained to everyone, I will use bubbles with a certain degree of protection to pack everyone up. But if the bubbles break and there is no time to replenish them, everyone must open the parachute equipment in time. If you continue to be attacked later, don't hesitate to use the transmitter to send it back to the base immediately. Everyone responded. Shi-Yun nodded to them, touched the plane with his palm, and directly put the plane that was about to fly to an altitude of 15,000 meters into the warehouse. 3 seconds later, the huge body suddenly disappeared, and a huge bubble wrapped in 4 people, and a snake appeared in the air, falling vertically under the action of gravity. The strange 10,000-meter high mountain was right next to them, standing in place like a real mountain, motionless, and did not attack them. After the initial few seconds of weightlessness, it was an experience of falling that almost stretched every second infinitely. The wind was whistling, and because of the bubble, it inevitably brought a bit of muffled sound quality, and some whirring noises were mixed in the rustling sound. The fall lasted for dozens of seconds, and finally came to an end. The super strong mouth command bubble lived up to its name of strength. Before reaching the limit of endurance, it bounced a few times on the ground with everyone intact, and finally stopped safely on the solid ground. As if thrown into a drum washing machine and rolled a few times, everyone piled on each other, lying on the ground with mosquito coils in their eyes, and it took a long time to recover. I feel like there are stars flying in front of my eyes. Naya said weakly, the mountains are doubled. There is also the sound of wind. I can still hear it in my ears. I suspect I have tinnitus. David also said, isn't tinnitus a buzzing sound? This is still the sound of wind. The sound in the valley really sounds like someone crying. It's creepy. Shi-Yun added casually. Someone is crying. Shi-Yun disagreed. Isn't that the one in front? The dizzy crowd was startled and climbed up, holding flashlights and shining forward. There was a figure in front of them with his back to them, his spine hunched, and the whole person curled up, burying his head in his knees, and he really couldn't stop sobbing.